Linyuan has devoted 20 years to guarding the demon tower for his sect, diligent and earnest. However, he never anticipated that his unwavering dedication would lead to the false accusation against his only offspring, Ping'an, of colluding with demons. The upper echelons of the sect conspired against him, a betrayal by his beloved, and the disciples repaid kindness with malice. They drove my son to death, merely to seize his supreme bone and his reincarnated eyes. On that fateful day, Linyuan descended into madness. A century traversed, and the system awakened. The most powerful choice system of the multiverse has been activated. Each of your choices bears the gifts of fate. Choice 1. My son is dead. I care not for right or wrong. I shall break the tower and unleash a massacre. Reward: Super Starter Gift Pack, Plus version. Choice 2. My son was slain. I shall endure. Reward: Are you a Ninja Turtle? You can endure this. Want a reward? Not a chance. On that day, Linyuan wielded his longsword, summoning endless demons, breaking out of the tower and slaughtering all within Tianxuan Sect. Linyuan declared, My son is dead. I care not for right or wrong. I only desire your demise. Chapter 1. Shidi, just accept your fate. Ping'an, our sect valued you, entrusted you with guarding the forbidden grounds, yet you conspired with demons, betraying us and destroying our treasured relic. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Lin Jianfeng looked down from his elevated position, his eyelids slowly lowering to reveal only a narrow slit, akin to blades concealed within the clouds. Inside the grand hall of Tianxuan Sect, the fragrant sandalwood incense could not suppress the pervasive atmosphere of malevolence. 64 golden pillars twisted like dragons thrust towards the dome, their cloud patterns flickering in the dim light of the bronze lamps at the corners of the hall. Ping'an, clad in blue, knelt upon the cold golden bricks, his garments disheveled from the recent altercation. He gazed at the seated sect master, Lin Jianfeng, and the elders bowing their heads on either side, his expression filled with agitation. I did not destroy the sect's treasured relic, nor could I have colluded with demons. This is a grave injustice. His voice trembled with emotion, and he dug his fingertips deeply into his palm, attempting to stabilize his mind through pain. It was my junior sister who, out of curiosity, insisted I take her to explore the forbidden grounds. Upon entering, the demon suppression pearl shattered spontaneously. I had no part in this. I implore the sect master to discern the truth. Upon finishing, Ping'an trembled and collapsed to the ground, striking his head in reverence. Lin Jianfeng slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze devoid of warmth. Before he could speak, the surrounding elders sneered. Ping'an, do you take us for fools? That is a sacred artifact. If it shattered, it could only be through your malicious intent. Indeed, it is nonsense. You clearly colluded with demons to maliciously destroy our sect's treasure. Exactly. Will you not confess your guilt? The elders rebuked him sharply, their words piercing like a razor into Ping'an's heart. Lin Yen smirked, approaching Ping'an and kneeling beside him, gently patting his shoulder as if to offer comfort. Shidi, just accept your fate. In light of your father's service in guarding the demon tower, I shall persuade my father to spare your life. Having said this, Lin Yen glanced back at Lin Jianfeng, who nodded in agreement. Given your father Linyuan's diligent service guarding the demon tower for 20 years, if you confess your guilt, our sect shall spare your life. What say you? Ping'an's father, Linyuan, is an elder of Tianxuan Sect, gifted beyond measure, having reached the pinnacle of the 11th realm 20 years ago. He volunteered to guard the demon tower, remaining there for 2 decades, battling the demons within and earning great merit. However, due to years of guarding the tower, his path of cultivation was nearly severed, making further progress nearly impossible. Ping'an's voice trembled as he fervently shook his head. No, senior brother Lin, sect master, I did not. I truly did not. My junior sister, yes, my junior sister can testify for me. Ping'an quickly realized, as if grasping a lifeline. The junior sister he referred to is Shen Qingqing, a direct disciple of Lin Jianfeng. Are you certain? Lin Jianfeng scoffed. Indeed, I am certain. Ping'an's expression was resolute. Yesterday, he had entered the forbidden area alongside Shen Qingqing, and she was fully aware of what transpired. If only she could be summoned, the truth would be revealed. In that case, Yinner, go fetch Qingqing for a confrontation. Lin Jianfeng spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a chilling coldness. Understood. Lin Yan responded with a mysterious smile, before turning to exit the grand hall. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yan returned, accompanied by a young woman clad in a flowing purple dress, her beauty unparalleled, with enchanting eyes and a light touch of makeup adorning her face. disciple Xianxia pays her respects to the master and esteemed elders. Xianxia greeted them with a respectful bow, her voice soft and gentle. Qingqing, Su Pingyan claims he entered the forbidden area because of you. Lin Jianfeng's voice echoed with an air of intrigue. Qingqing, you must explain this to the sect master. It was you who insisted on viewing the Jinma Zhu, and I merely accompanied you inside. Just as we entered, the Jinma Zhu shattered on its own. Su Pingyan urgently turned to Qingqing, panic evident as he grasped the hem of her skirt, his eyes filled with hope. If Qingqing could clarify the situation, everything would be fine. Yet, Qingqing's expression suddenly shifted, retreating 2 steps, her eyes revealing a profound disdain. She pointed a trembling finger at Su Pingyan and exclaimed, Su Pingyan, I never imagined you to be such a person, colluding with demons, luring me into the forbidden area, and deliberately damaging the Jinma Zhu only to frame me for it. A thunderous roar resounded, leaving Su Pingyan frozen in place, his pupils contracting sharply, his heart stopping in its tracks. I, colluding with demons, damaging the Jinma Zhu? The sandalwood incense continued to burn within the hall, yet Su Pingyan felt a strangling pain in his chest, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down upon him. What did you say? I colluded with demons, lured you into the forbidden area, and damaged the Jinma Zhu? Su Pingyan's voice trembled, unable to believe that his junior sister, whom he had spent 20 years with, would so maliciously slander him. That day, it was clearly Qingqing who activated the Jinma Zhu, resulting in its damage. Fearing retribution from Lin Jianfeng, she had coerced Su Pingyan into lying, claiming it had shattered on its own. Little did he know, he had been betrayed by Qingqing. Without a hint of hesitation, Qingqing declared with unwavering conviction, What? Do you wish to argue further? Esteemed sect master, yesterday evening, Su Pingyan lured me into the forbidden area. I witnessed him colluding with demons, damaging the Jinma Zhu, and attempting to frame me for it. Please see the truth. With that, Qingqing knelt before Lin Jianfeng. In an instant, the grand hall fell into a chilling silence. Su Pingyan's pupils widened in shock, his mind blank. How could this be? Why would Qingqing accuse me? He could not fathom it. After a moment, Linyuan, standing beside Qingqing, let out a cold laugh and said, Su Pingyan, the truth is now laid bare. What do you have left to say? The sect has nurtured you for 20 years, only to discover you are such a despicable person. It is truly disheartening. Su Pingyan regained his composure and looked to Lin Jianfeng. No, it is not like this. Qingqing is slandering me. She is the one who damaged the Jinma Zhu. Sect master, please see that I am wronged. After he spoke, Lin Jianfeng's voice came forth, measured and unhurried. You just said Qingqing could vouch for you. Yet now she reveals the truth, and you deny it, claiming it was Qingqing who caused the damage. Su Pingyan, colluding with demons and damaging the Jinma Zhu. The evidence is irrefutable. What more can you say? If you persist in your denial, your punishment will only be worse. His voice seemed to resonate from the depths of the underworld, sending a chill down Su Pingyan's spine, a wave of cold washing over him. Bring him forth. Su Pingyan has colluded with demons and damaged our sect's treasured artifact. Considering his father's 20 years of service guarding the demon tower, he may escape the death penalty, but he shall not evade the lesser punishment. Bind him to the punishment platform, extract his supreme bone, and seize his Kongtong. Lin Jianfeng's icy voice echoed throughout the hall. Su Pingyan stood frozen, realization dawning upon him as he gazed at the mocking faces of those before him, as if he had come to understand something profound. Chapter 2. At the punishment platform, I, Su Pingyan, found myself unable to discern the true nature of those around me. No, you are all in collusion, coveting my supreme bone and heavy pupil. In an instant, Su Pingyan's expression changed dramatically as the realization dawned upon him. This entire scheme had been meticulously orchestrated. They first lured him into the forbidden grounds using Qingqing, then deliberately destroyed the sect's treasured artifact, framing him for the act. The root of this treachery lay in his possession of the supreme bone and heavy pupil. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a jewel can bring about his downfall. The extraordinary treasures of the supreme bone and heavy pupil had become his death warrant. Lacking protection, he had attracted the envy of these individuals, who were willing to ensnare him in their traps. Lin Jianfeng's lips curled into a smirk, neither denying nor confirming the accusations. The other elders remained composed, clearly having anticipated this calculated betrayal. With a cheerful wave of his hand, Lin Jianfeng signaled for several elders to seize Su Pingyan and lead him to the punishment platform. At the Tianxuan Sect's punishment platform, the cold, stone-paved high stage sent shivers down the spine. Su Pingyan was firmly bound in the center of a dragon-carved stone pillar by heavy iron chains. The iron bit into his flesh, blood oozing forth and trickling down the pillar, pooling at the base in small crimson puddles. His once pristine garments were stained with blood, and disheveled strands of hair clung to his sweat-drenched forehead, leaving only pallor on his otherwise handsome face. Yet he still held his back straight. Below the platform, a throng of Tianxuan Sect disciples stood in dark silence, thousands of eyes fixated upon him. Lin Jianfeng stood 3 paces in front of Su Pingyan, his demeanor unruffled, his voice resonating throughout the sect. Su Pingyan has defied sect regulations, colluded with demons, and destroyed our Tianxuan Sect's treasured artifact. Thus, we shall seize his supreme bone and extract his heavy pupil as a warning to others. His calm pronouncement spread through the entire sect, leaving countless disciples in shock. It should be noted that Su Pingyan's father had guarded the demon tower for 2 decades without ever leaving, and Su Pingyan himself had slain demons since childhood, achieving an astonishing tally over the years. How could such a person possibly conspire with demons? The crowd was not foolish. They surmised that this matter was likely tied to Su Pingyan's supreme bone and heavy pupil. Yet, not a single soul stepped forward to advocate for his innocence. Instead, they echoed Lin Jianfeng's condemnation. How outrageous! Su Pingyan dares to collude with demons. Such treachery is deserving of death. Indeed, a severe punishment must be meted out by the sect to serve as a deterrent. This scoundrel has infiltrated our Tianxuan Sect for so many years, his intentions nefarious. He must be executed. The sect leader is wise. Unmasking such treachery is indeed a great relief to the hearts of the people. This man deserves death. The disciples of the Tianxuan Sect turned against him in unison, launching a barrage of verbal attacks against Su Pingyan without restraint. Especially those disciples who had benefited from Su Pingyan's kindness over the years. Their voices rose particularly loud, fearing that others might perceive them as allies of his and thus face retribution. Lin Jianfeng and his son Lin Yin observed this scene with satisfaction in their hearts. On the platform of punishment, Su Pingyan's eyes trembled in disbelief as tears unwittingly cascaded down his cheeks. He could scarcely fathom that the most vehement condemnations were uttered by those who had benefited most from his kindness over the years. How utterly absurd! Linyuan. Su Pingyan murmured softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. You were the son of a hunter. 10 years ago, when your parents were brutally slain by demons, it was I who descended from the mountains to rescue you, personally avenging your parents by slaying that beast, and subsequently guiding you into the sect, imparting to you the techniques of martial arts. Hearing this, Li Daniu immediately bowed his head in shame, his face flushed, unable to muster a single word of defense. Unfazed, Su Pingyan continued, Xianxia, you were the son of a wealthy merchant. Years ago, when your parents fell victim to treachery, you were left to wander, nearly starving to death. 8 years passed. While honing my skills, I rescued you, brought you into the fold of our sect, imparted to you my teachings, and diligently guided you to avenge your deep-seated grievances. Mo Rushiwe, 5 years ago, you were pursued by the Bloodhand sect. It was I who sheltered you, helping you untangle the web of causality with them, and assisting you in resolving your crisis. And you, Shun Qingqing, 3 years ago, when you were besieged by demons and on the brink of death, I risked my life to save you and brought you back to the sect. Su Pingyan's voice articulated each name and past deed with unwavering clarity, revealing the identities of those who had received his benevolence over the years. Ironically, it was these very individuals who now hurled the harshest curses and bore the deepest resentment towards him. He recited a total of 232 names, encompassing both outer and inner disciples, causing the crowd to shift in color, their expressions fluctuating between pale and flushed, while the clamor from below gradually subsided. With each name spoken, Su Pingyan felt as though his heart was bleeding. Yet suddenly, Shun Qingqing's sharp voice pierced the air, striking an ear-splitting note. Su Pingyan, while it's true you saved me, but let us consider a different perspective. Did you not err in this? Did I ever request your salvation? Her icy tone reached Su Pingyan's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the next breath, he erupted into a bitter laugh. Ah, how remarkable it is that such shameless individuals exist in this world. I must confess my poor judgment in discerning character. For years, he had treated Shun Qingqing as family, caring for her in countless ways, only to discover she was a treacherous ingrate. Today, he finally glimpsed her true nature. Alas, it was too late for any recourse. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Su Pingyan as he gazed upon the Tianxuan Sect, the place he had grown up, which he had always regarded as his home. It was disheartening to realize that all his cherished visions had been utterly shattered. Everything had been a facade. After a moment's pause, Su Pingyan's gaze settled upon Lin Jianfeng, his voice low and laced with scorn. My father, Su Linyuan, devoted himself to the sect with unwavering resolve. In the year 6743 of the Tianxi calendar, during the Great War between the Tianxuan Sect and the Xiao dynasty, my father faced 10 foes alone, slaying 6 esteemed masters of the 11th realm, sacrificing his own grievously wounded body to secure victory in that battle. In the year 6754 of the apocalypse calendar, my father ventured deep into the Hengduan Mountains, participating in the encirclement and slaying of a formidable great demon, sustaining grave injuries to assist our sect in capturing the beast. By the year 6776, he went to guard the Demon Tower, a commitment that lasted 20 years, during which he toiled tirelessly and selflessly. His contributions to the sect spanned a century. Yet I never anticipated that his only offspring would be schemed against due to possessing the supreme bone and dual pupils. Facing the threat of having his bones extracted and eyes taken, Lin Jianfeng, you have wronged my father and, more grievously, the ancestors of the Tianxuan Sect. Su Pingyan glared furiously, recounting the myriad accomplishments of his father over the years, each word resonating clearly in the ears of every disciple. From childhood, he had always regarded his father as a paragon. Even when his father departed to guard the Demon Tower when he was merely 5, leading to 2 decades of separation, he harbored no grievances. Yet, he had not foreseen that all his father's efforts would culminate in such a fate. The irony was palpable, the absurdity undeniable. Lin Jianfeng's face fluctuated between hues of green and purple, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Chapter 3. The Extraction of Bones and Eyes. A Fatal Collision. Su Pingyan, cease your nonsensical tirades. It is true that your father contributed greatly to the sect. However, the fact remains that you colluded with demons and pilfered the sect's treasures. One matter must be distinguished from another. Today's execution is in accordance with sect regulations. Lin Jianfeng replied sternly. Yet, his words fell on Su Pingyan's ears like a feeble attempt to obscure the truth. Standing tall and resolute, Su Pingyan displayed no hint of fear. I, Su Pingyan, am guiltless. The machinations against me today arise from my failure to discern character. When my father returns, it will be the time for you to repay your debts. With a thunderous resonance, his declaration summoned the sound of rolling thunder from the clear skies. However, Lin Jianfeng laughed heartily, his gaze condescending, filled with disdain. Your father has been stationed at the Demon Tower for 20 years, unable to advance beyond the 11th realm. Our sect has long since entered the 12th realm of the sacred stage. Would we fear his retribution? Moreover, whether he can emerge from the Demon Tower remains uncertain. Su Linyuan, that prodigious youth of his era, once dazzling in brilliance, is now beyond the path of advancement, forever unable to breach the sacred realm. Originally, Lin Jianfeng's prowess paled in comparison to Su Linyuan's, yet now he had ascended beyond the 12th realm, while Su Linyuan lingered in the 11th. To pose a threat to him was utterly impossible. Su Pingyan let out a muffled grunt, choosing silence. He had faith in his father, the towering figure he revered. Bring forth the extraction of his supreme bone and the seizing of his dual pupils. Lin Jianfeng, unwilling to engage further in dialogue with Su Pingyan, issued a direct command for the extraction and seizure. Yes, 18 elders emerged in unison, forming an octagonal formation, their sleeves releasing chains glowing with an ethereal light, ensnaring Su Pingyan's neck and ankles like a web. Runes flared to life, binding the surging spiritual energy within him tightly to his dantian. Proceed. With the elders' commanding shout, 18 gray figures lunged forth simultaneously. Su Pingyan felt a searing pain radiating from his scapula. As he lowered his head, he beheld the elder in the black robe driving his fingers into the gory crevices of his bones, the knuckles turning pale from exertion. Another elder had pried open his eyelids with a silver hook, the frigid metal scraping against his cornea, the reflection within his dual pupils revealing 18 contorted faces. With a crunch, at the moment the supreme bone was brutally wrenched away, Su Pingyan heard the brittle sound of his own bones shattering. Warm blood splattering onto the runes of the execution platform, causing the dark red patterns to suddenly illuminate, resembling pairs of eyes wide open. He yearned to scream, yet his throat was constricted by a hand as unyielding as an iron clamp. leaving him helplessly watching as his glimmering bone fragments were cast into a glass chalice. While the silver hook slowly excavated his second sight, blood droplets cascaded down from the corners of his eyes, coalescing in the air, as scalding blood surged forth from his empty eye sockets. Suddenly, Su Pingyan erupted in laughter, his voice hoarse and ragged. "You will all perish. My father will never spare you." The 18 elders merely sneered, dismissing Su Pingyan's threats entirely. They retreated, clutching their spoils. As the boy's battered body collapsed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his vacant eye sockets and shoulder, pooling into a small crimson lake on the execution platform. Such a gruesome spectacle stirred the stomachs of countless disciples below, a flicker of compassion crossing their minds. Yet, Lin Jianfeng and Lin Yin paid no heed to this bloody scene, their gazes fixated intently on the supreme bone and the second sight. Despite the bloodshed, the resplendent golden glow illuminated their eyes, filled with insatiable greed. This was the supreme bone and the second sight. Lin Yin licked his lips, his cold countenance betraying unrestrained avarice. Should he possess such a bone, he could venture to the central plains and catch a glimpse of the imperial realm. Lin Jianfeng waved his hand, sweeping his sleeve, and collected the supreme bone and second sight, then coughed lightly, addressing all disciples with a facade of solemnity. "The supreme bone and second sight have been secured. Our sect shall place them in the treasury. And should a young prodigy arise in the future, we may bestow these treasures upon him." His demeanor was one of official duty, leaving no room for criticism. A flicker of fervor ignited in the eyes of the disciples below. If one could obtain the supreme bone and second sight, even a mere pig could instantly transform into a top-tier prodigy. At that moment, from the execution platform, Su Pingyan's voice, hoarse yet contemptuous, echoed across the skies of the Tianxuan Sect. "Lin Jianfeng, you are truly hypocritical. You speak of gifting these to prodigies, yet it is clear you wish to reserve them for your son. It is indeed a tragedy that the Tianxuan Sect is led by someone like you. A millennia of legacy is destined to crumble in your hands." Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Countless disciples below began to awaken to the truth. Indeed, while the supreme bone and second sight were undeniably precious, none of it bore relevance to them. How could Lin Jianfeng possibly grant such invaluable treasures for their use? "Su Pingyan, cease your nonsensical ramblings. You conspired with demons. It is a mercy that I have spared your life. Should you fail to recognize this kindness, I shall not hesitate to send you to your demise." Lin Jianfeng's voice rang out, cold and unyielding, as he threatened without reservation. Despite having granted him a chance at life, this impudent youth dared to speak recklessly. Lin Jianfeng's heart surged with murderous intent. Su Pingyan let out a chilling laugh, suddenly rising to his feet, swaying unsteadily, his body drenched in blood, creating a most terrifying spectacle. All eyes turned toward him, uncertain of his intentions. Even Lin Jianfeng furrowed his brow in confusion. In the next moment, Su Pingyan stood tall, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his hollow eyes reflecting the grotesque faces of all present. "I, Su Pingyan, am at peace with my conscience. If death is my fate, so be it. Today, I have been schemed against, yet in the future, my father shall exact vengeance. I shall descend to the 18th level of hell and await you all." After a maniacal laugh, he gazed toward the demon tower, softly murmuring, "Father, your son cannot fulfill his filial duty. Please forgive me." No sooner had he spoken than, amidst the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Su Pingyan resolutely turned and hurled himself against the stone pillar of the execution platform. With a resounding thud, the sound echoed throughout the sect. Countless disciples were left in shock. Even Lin Jianfeng and his son Lin Yin, along with the elders, had not anticipated such a decisive act from Su Pingyan. He took his own life by crashing into the pillar. Some swallowed hard, unable to meet each other's eyes, while others felt a pang of guilt. In that moment, none believed Su Pingyan had colluded with demons to destroy the sect's treasured possessions. Yet, no one stepped forward to reveal the truth. Only an overwhelming silence remained. After a while, Lin Jianfeng finally spoke. "Su Pingyan has taken his own life out of fear of guilt. Dispose of his body on the back mountain." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he turned to leave, showing no concern. Lin Yin promptly followed. For him, the most pressing matter was to merge the supreme bone with the rejuvenation eye. As for Su Pingyan, his death was inconsequential. Shen Xingqing glanced at Su Pingyan's lifeless body in the pool of blood, her expression complex, biting her lip before turning to depart. Chapter 4. Do not be so foolish in your next life. On the back mountain, two inner disciples clad in azure robes carried Su Ping'an's body, ascending toward the summit. Soon, they reached the peak. Old Ho, do you think Elder Su will emerge to seek vengeance for Su Ping'an's death? Du Cheng inquired with curiosity. Vengeance? Ho Shun'an's tone rose, a hint of disdain crossing his features. That is the demon tower, teeming with countless demons of the 11th realm. Su Linyuan has entered the demon tower. Unless he breaks through to the holy realm, he will never emerge. But what if he does break through to the holy realm? Du Cheng hesitated. Break through to the holy realm? That is even more impossible. Within the demon tower, the spiritual energy is exceedingly sparse, rendering it impossible for anyone to break through to the saint realm. It is said that at the pinnacle of the tower resides a saint-level demon. Should one wish to escape the tower, they must first vanquish this formidable creature. To slay a saint-level demon with mere emperor-level prowess is akin to chasing a mirage. Ho Shunan explained with unshakable confidence. This was precisely why Lin Jianfeng and the elders dared to act against Su Ping'an, although his father possessed considerable strength. Once he entered the demon tower, he would never emerge again. Consequently, Su Ping'an stood alone and vulnerable within the sect. Seizing his supreme bone and extracting his reincarnation, I posed no cause for concern. Upon hearing Ho Shunan's reasoning, Du Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He genuinely feared Su Linyuan breaking free from the tower, wreaking havoc. With a sidelong glance at the timid Du Cheng, Ho Shunan chuckled. There is no need for worry. Even if Su Linyuan were to escape, he would not stir up much trouble. The sect leader has been in the saint realm for many years and possesses formidable strength. Du Cheng nodded, yet confusion creased his brow as he queried. Then why must you insist on dragging me into this task of seizing the corpse? It is entirely thankless labor. Delivering a blood-soaked body to the back mountain yields no reward. This task is utterly miserable. However, Ho Shunan smiled mysteriously. You fail to grasp the situation. This young man is, after all, a scion of an elder. He must possess valuable items. With that, Ho Shunan began to search Su Ping'an's body, soon retrieving 2 spatial rings and a storage bag. Du Cheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This youth is indeed quite affluent, naturally, and his garments are not of ordinary quality. If you strip him of his clothing and cast it down the cliff, once the dust settles, selling the garments on the black market would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit, Ho Shunan remarked with a grin. Du Cheng nodded in comprehension, and before long, the two had thoroughly stripped Su Ping'an's body. Young man, do not be so foolish in your next life. With that, Ho Shunan mercilessly kicked Su Ping'an's body off the cliff. The prospect of retribution from Su Linyuan? Would I truly be intimidated? In the grand hall of the Tianxuan Sect, Lin Jianfeng stood clad in a dark robe, the silver sword patterns embroidered on his sleeves shimmering softly as he gestured. With his fingertips forming intricate seals, he activated the 7 bronze lamps upon the stone platform at the center of the hall. The flames surged dramatically, transforming into serpentine fire of a crimson gold hue, coiling upwards and weaving a tightly knit web of spiritual energy in the air. Surrounding him, 18 elders sat cross-legged in an octagonal formation, their pale beards cascading to their chests, trembling slightly as they recited incantations in unison. Each elder cradled a lustrous spiritual jade in their palms, from which a pale azure spiritual energy seeped forth, coalescing like a gentle stream that flowed along the prearranged array, gradually infusing into Lin Yan's body, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes. Presently, a gaping, ghastly wound marred his previously smooth chest. Amidst the turmoil of flesh and blood, a segment of bone gleaming with a golden hue slowly aligned with his sternum. With each inch of proximity, the surrounding air trembled violently, as if countless miniature thunderclaps erupted within. Beneath his eyelids, 2 shadowy golden pupils began to rotate languidly, at times transforming into vertical slits, other times fracturing into intricate star patterns, resonating with the aura emitted by the supreme bone, yet infused with an unyielding ferocity. Concentrate, Lin Jianfeng commanded in a low voice, hastening the infusion of spiritual energy. Lin Yan was drenched in cold sweat, a sharp pain surging towards the heavens. Gritting his teeth, he endured the agony of the fusion between the supreme bone and the heavy pupils. Time trickled by, though its passage was indiscernible. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. An aura of supremacy surged forth from Lin Jianfeng, who gradually opened his eyes, his golden gaze radiating authority, as if enveloped in an aura of dominance. It is done. Lin Jianfeng exclaimed with delight as he withdrew his spiritual energy, a look of astonishment gracing his face. The fusion of the supreme bone and heavy pupils had succeeded, even more seamlessly than he had envisioned. "Father, I have succeeded," Lin Yin declared, feeling the terrifying aura of supremacy coursing through him. "Excellent. From this day forth, my son Lin Yin shall be a top-tier prodigy, embodying the presence of an emperor," Lin Jianfeng exclaimed, his laughter echoing triumphantly. After years of scheming, the moment had finally arrived. The 18 elders rose to offer their congratulations. "Congratulations, young master, on your successful fusion. You shall undoubtedly transcend to the imperial realm and dominate the continent." Lin Yin, upon hearing their words, could not help but smile, feigning modesty as he waved his hand. "You're all too kind." Shen Qingqing hurriedly approached, her eyes shimmering with affection. "Congratulations, senior brother, on the successful fusion of the supreme bone and heavy pupils. Much gratitude to you, Qingqing. Fear not, once I break through to the imperial realm, you shall be the empress," Lin Yin proclaimed with boldness. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart swelling with joy. The reason she had agreed to seduce Su Ping'an was for this very promise. Should Lin Yin ascend to the imperial realm, her future would be bright. We all have a promising future. As for Su Ping'an, I merely implicated him unjustly. His demise was of his own making, and bears no relation to me. Rest assured, my son, with the supreme bone and heavy pupils, even across the central state, you are among the most gifted. I have already established connections for you. Soon, you shall journey to the central state and study under the esteemed head of the academy. With focused training, the imperial realm is within your grasp," Lin Jianfeng said, beaming as he patted Lin Yin on the shoulder. He had already paved the way. As long as Lin Yin possessed the supreme bone and heavy pupils, entry into the Central State Academy was assured. A formidable power, overseen by an imperial expert, welcoming prodigies from all corners. With the formidable powers of Lin Yan's supreme bone and dual pupils, he could effortlessly become a disciple under the dean. At that moment, Lin Yan's status would undoubtedly soar, and his future ascension to the imperial realm would be as certain as the rising tide. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng's face instantly lit up with excitement. "Thank you, father." Chapter 5. The initial hearing of grim news, Su Linyuan goes mad. Half a month later, at the heavenly profound sect on the 8th level of the Demon Tower, the stone walls of the Demon Tower exuded a chilling aura that had endured for a millennium, with every inch inscribed with talismans meant to subdue evil, casting an eerie greenish glow in the dim light. Su Linyuan stood at the center of the 8th level, his long hair resembling snow, loosely held up by a faded wooden hairpin, with a few strands cascading down his furrowed forehead. His dark robe, worn after a month of fierce battles, had become tattered. Beneath the frayed cuffs, his arms were marred with scars of varying depths, seeping dark red blood. The long sword in Su Linyuan's hand leaned against the ground at a slant, its blade humming with lingering energy, reflecting his murky yet piercing eyes. "Yin Yao, after a month of fierce combat, I have defeated you. Are you convinced?" The creature known as Yin Yao resembled a monkey, not as towering as the average mountain demon. Its limbs were slender yet knotted, gleaming with a pale sheen and covered in a shaggy, grayish coat. This demon, like Su Linyuan, was at the pinnacle of the 11th realm, and their battle had raged for an entire month, ultimately determining a victor. Yin Yao lay prostrate on the ground, its breath feeble and eyes flickering with dread, uttering human words. "Su Linyuan, you are a madman. I concede." It is worth noting that Yin Yao possessed a potent bloodline, inheriting the lineage of ancient great demons, rendering it nearly invincible among its peers. Yet, it had succumbed to Su Linyuan. Over the past month, Su Linyuan had employed a reckless fighting style, risking his own life to wear down his opponent completely. Upon hearing those words, a smile broke through the aged lines of Su Linyuan's face. He then opened his spatial ring, preparing to ingest a medicinal pill to heal his injuries and replenish his internal spiritual energy. Suddenly, as Su Linyuan's gaze fell upon a shattered life token within the spatial ring, his smile froze, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. Not far away, Yin Yao seemed to sense something was amiss with Su Linyuan. Having spent a year or two together, they had developed a certain understanding of one another. In all this time, Yin Yao had never witnessed Su Linyuan in such a state. "Su Linyuan, what is wrong?" As soon as Yin Yao spoke, it caught sight of the crimson hue that had overtaken Su Linyuan's eyes, his hands cradling the broken life token. "What is this?" Yin Yao's throat moved slightly. Tears flowed from Su Linyuan's scarlet eyes, dripping onto the life token, his voice laced with an unprecedented coldness and bitterness. My son is dead. Instinctively, Xianxia took a few steps back. It had never seen Su Linyuan appear so terrifying. The chilling aura and malevolence surrounding him sent shivers down its spine. Who killed my son? Who could it be? Su Linyuan gazed skyward and roared with fury, a tempest of murderous intent nearly engulfing him. Memories of his childhood flooded his mind, particularly the image of Pinyin calling out for his father as he chased after him. The two of them once lay on the grassy hillside, gazing at the starry sky, with the boy always eager to hear stories from his father. Su Linyuan could hardly recall how many times he recounted tales of journey to the west and water margin. He vividly remembered the day he resolved to guard the demon tower, when little Pingyin's eyes brimmed with reluctance. How he longed for his father's presence. Yet, the boy was remarkably understanding, aware that this was his father's duty. When Su Linyuan was to be sent into the tower, Pinyin did not weep or throw a tantrum. He stifled his tears and bid farewell to his father. In a moment of feigned strength, he assured Su Linyuan that he would diligently train, slaying demons and becoming a man like his father. As memories surged forth in a relentless tide, Su Linyuan's fury became uncontainable. Yuan Jingxuan, Lin Jianfeng. When I entered the demon tower, you both promised to keep my son safe. And this is how you fulfilled that promise. Yuan Jingxuan, a venerable elder of the Tianxuan Sect, had stepped forward to assure Su Linyuan that should he enter the demon tower, both he and Lin Jianfeng would ensure Pingyin's safety for life. Furthermore, all sect resources would be made available to Su Pinyin without restriction. It was these words that dispelled Su Linyuan's concerns, allowing him to enter the tower without hesitation. But now his son was dead. At last, Su Linyuan awakened to the bitter truth. He had been deceived. Su Pingyin's death was undeniably intertwined with Yuan Jingxuan and Lin Jianfeng, even if they were not directly responsible. Their failure to protect my son warrants their doom. At that moment, a familiar yet alien electronic voice resonated in Su Linyuan's ears. A tremendous sound echoed from the heavens, heralding the arrival of the system. The strongest choice system of the myriad realms has been activated. Every decision you make will yield the gifts of fate. Choice 1. My son is dead. I no longer have the heart to explain right from wrong. I shall break free from the tower and unleash a massacre. Reward. Super Starter Gift Pack Plus version. Choice 2. My son was murdered? I shall endure. Reward. You must be joking. Are you a Ninja Turtle? You can endure this. Want a reward? Not a chance. The sudden emergence of the system's voice left Su Linyuan momentarily stunned. A century late, the system had finally arrived. Indeed, Su Linyuan was not originally from this world. He hailed from a realm known as Blue Star. 100 years prior, fortune smiled upon him, and he was transported to this world by a great vehicle. Lacking the advantages of a system, he joined the Tianxuan Sect and progressed swiftly, earning a reputation as a prodigy in the eastern wilderness. He broke through the 11th realm at a young age. However, following an unforeseen calamity, his path became fractured, and the road to the sacred realm was nearly severed, prompting him to guard the demon tower to secure more cultivation resources for Pinyin. However, now that Ping is deceased, the need to guard the demon tower has vanished. He let out a cold laugh. I choose one. In the next moment, the system's notifications echoed in Su Linyuan's ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Immortal Scripture Special. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Cultivation Infusion, one time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Sword of Cold Light across 19 continents, low-grade Imperial Martial Art. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Retrospective Compass, low-grade Imperial. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 Nether Mysterious Thunder, high-grade Saint. The notifications continued, detailing countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with Saint-grade elixirs plentiful as dust, and those below Saint-grade weighing in tons. Regaining his composure, Su Linyuan's gaze remained tranquil as he looked at Yin Zhao. Yet this calm demeanor sent a shiver down Yin Zhao's spine. Take me to the 9th layer, came a cold voice. Yin Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Linyuan, you do not intend to challenge that demon saint and break through the tower, do you? I understand your anger, but that is a demon saint. You are certainly no match for it. After years of interaction, Yin Zhao found himself somewhat sympathetic towards Su Linyuan, and thus, he was unwilling to watch him walk towards his demise. Nevertheless, Su Linyuan chuckled coldly. Saint Realm? I'm one as well. Upon finishing his words, the cultivation infusion commenced. Thunderous roars filled the air. Initial stage of the Saint Realm. Mid-stage of the Saint Realm. Pinnacle of the Saint Realm. In mere moments, Su Linyuan's cultivation surged from the peak of the 11th Realm Sovereign to the pinnacle of the 12th Realm Saint, a significant leap across a major boundary. The radiant aura of the Saint oppressed the entire 8th layer of the Demon Tower. His appearance grew increasingly youthful, his white hair turned black, and the wrinkles on his face vanished entirely. Yin Zhao, overwhelmed by the Saint's might, collapsed to the ground, trembling, his eyes filled with boundless fear. Yet, amidst the terror, there was more astonishment. Hold on, we were just having a pleasant conversation, and now you've broken through to the Saint Realm? Is this a game? Moreover, you didn't merely advance from the peak of the Sovereign Realm to the initial stage of the Saint Realm. You leaped directly to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Such terrifying, saintly pressure far surpasses that of the Demon Saint on the 9th layer. Yin Zhao, take me to the 9th layer. Su Linyuan's icy voice resonated again. Yin Zhao dared not resist, nodding repeatedly. The once formidable Demon Emperor appeared utterly submissive before Su Linyuan. In the Demon Tower, 9th layer, hundreds of thick chains intertwined, imprisoning a massive serpent at their center. The serpent's vertically slit pupils measured half a meter in length, and its body was immensely robust, towering several dozen zhang high. Yin Zhao, what brings you to the 9th layer? As the colossal serpent's voice faded, it suddenly caught sight of Su Linyuan behind Yin Zhao. Its slit pupils narrowed, and an overwhelming murderous intent surged forth, directed straight at Su Linyuan. It's you. Decades ago, it was Su Linyuan, alongside several elder sovereigns, who had hunted down this giant serpent in the company of Yuan Jingxuan. The battle had been fierce, resulting in the deaths of 8 elder sovereigns before they finally subdued the beast. That confrontation had sealed the serpent within this tower of demons for years. As decades passed, its hatred only intensified. Thus, upon seeing Su Linyuan's face, it could scarcely contain its desire for vengeance. Daring to step into the 9th level, do you seek death? The serpent hissed, its body shifting slowly, its murderous glare unabashed. Yet, Su Linyuan paid no heed to the serpent's threats. Instead, he unsheathed his sword. In a flash, a resounding clash echoed. The sound of the sword rang out as its energy sliced through the chains binding the serpent. This sudden turn of events left both the serpent and Yin Zhao momentarily stunned. As the chains that had bound it for years vanished, the serpent was overwhelmed with joy, its massive form gliding freely in the 9th level. The sensation of liberation was exquisite. Well done, human, since you have liberated me from my chains. If you are willing to become my servant, I shall spare your life, the serpent declared, baring its fangs. Su Linyuan replied with a cold laugh. Fool, after decades of confinement, you have learned nothing. The serpent was taken aback. How dare he insult it? However, before it could react further, Su Linyuan moved with lightning speed, appearing before the serpent. With a resounding smack, an overwhelming aura erupted from Su Linyuan, his speed so swift that even the serpent could not react in time. Its pupils widened in shock. In an instant, Su Linyuan's mighty strike sent the serpent crashing against the walls of the Demon Tower, causing a violent tremor. The serpent was utterly flabbergasted. Although imprisoned for decades, it was still a mid-level saint beast with exceptional combat prowess. Yet, it had been dispatched by a mere slap from Su Linyuan. What did this signify? It indicated that Su Linyuan was also a powerful saint, and his cultivation had to surpass its own. In that moment, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Linyuan nearly obliterated the serpent. It sensed that should Su Linyuan unleash his full power, it could very well be slain with a single strike. Consequently, the serpent instantly became docile, retreating to a corner, its expression shifting to one of eager submission. What commands do you have, Great One? I'm willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. This sudden change of demeanor left Yin Zhao utterly stunned. Is this the great demon of the sacred realm? Its ability to adapt is truly admirable. Upon witnessing this, Su Linyuan chuckled softly, remarking, "You are not entirely beyond redemption." Had the sky-swallowing python dared to attack him, Su Linyuan would have willingly consigned it to its demise. As his words resonated, the formidable aura of Su Linyuan at the pinnacle of the sacred realm descended heavily upon the sky-swallowing python. Instantly, the python was overwhelmed with fear and prostrated itself, feeling a deep sense of relief for having refrained from acting rashly against Su Linyuan. Otherwise, it would likely have met a fatal end. After all, the disparity between the mid and peak stages of the sacred realm is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Su Linyuan's prowess at the peak seems to surpass that of other great demons of the same stage. The sky-swallowing python had encountered other peak sacred demons, yet none exuded such a terrifying presence as Su Linyuan. Thus, it felt immense gratitude for its wise decision. "As you say, my lord, I shall follow your command without fail." The python hastily replied with a fawning smile. Su Linyuan nodded in satisfaction and then declared, "I want you to lead all the demons within the demon tower to attack the heavenly profound sect and unleash a massacre." What? Is this a test of my loyalty? Who does not know that Su Linyuan is an elder of the heavenly profound sect? It is utterly impossible for him to incite a demon attack against them. Surely, this must be a trial set forth by my lord. With thoughts racing, the sky-swallowing python quickly flattered, "My lord, please do not test me. I have already turned over a new leaf and would never bring calamity upon the world, much less lay a hand on the heavenly profound sect." No sooner had it finished speaking than Xiao's expression turned to one of disbelief. "Seriously, how did you manage to choose every wrong option? It's a miracle you've survived this long. Can't you see Su Linyuan's expression has changed?" Xiao shut his eyes, unable to bear the impending disaster. Bang! Su Linyuan delivered another resounding slap to the sky-swallowing python, sending it sprawling and dazed. "Was I not supposed to pass the test? What is this?" Su Linyuan's icy voice echoed. "The death of my son is inextricably linked to the heavenly profound sect. Today, I shall break free from the tower to seek justice." "You wish to protect the heavenly profound sect?" Upon hearing Su Linyuan's murderous intent, the sky-swallowing python was rendered speechless, and it shook its head vigorously. "No, no, no. The heavenly profound sect's audacity to harm your progeny makes them my greatest adversary. Rest assured, I shall avenge your son and annihilate the entire heavenly profound sect." Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan finally managed to suppress his murderous fury. His gaze sharpened as he looked toward the summit of the demon tower. This tower, being a high-grade sacred artifact, possessed formidable defenses, making escape impossible even for the sky-swallowing python. However, for Su Linyuan, it was merely a trivial obstacle. With a single gesture, he unleashed a sword light that radiated across the 19 continents. The radiant sword energy surged towards the demon tower, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A colossal sound resonated as the indestructible sacred artifact collapsed before the incredulous eyes of the devouring serpent and the malevolent creature, Xianxia. Chapter 7. The Chaos of Demons. No mercy in slaughter. What a terrifying display of power. The devouring serpent swallowed hard, its trepidation intensifying. It had witnessed Su Linyuan's strike with clarity. Should it be directed at it, there would be no escape. How could this human warrior possess such formidable strength? Casting a glance at Xianxia, Su Linyuan proclaimed, "Once the Tianxuan Sect is obliterated, I shall assist you in breaking through to the sacred realm." He then turned his gaze towards the devouring serpent, adding, "If you perform well, I shall not neglect your reward. Advancement shall not be beyond your reach." Hiss! Su Linyuan's enticing offers instantly stirred excitement in both demons, particularly for Xianxia, who had been stuck at the pinnacle of the 11th realm for years. The prospect of a breakthrough to the 12th realm was irresistible. The devouring serpent shared a similar sentiment. Who could possibly resist such an opportunity for advancement? As for the possibility of deception from Su Linyuan, the two demons harbored no concerns. After all, it would be a mere convenience for him to eliminate them, rendering any deceit unnecessary. Thus, they eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes. Rest assured, we shall serve you with utmost loyalty." Su Linyuan acknowledged their commitment with a nod, casually handing them 2 sacred-grade elixirs to restore their demonic power. Neither demon was foolish. They recognized the rarity and value of these elixirs. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they carefully accepted and promptly consumed them to rejuvenate their strength. In the blink of an eye, their demonic energy returned to its former glory, with Xianxia even feeling a vague sense of advancement. With that, their doubts about Su Linyuan's words dissipated entirely. As their power was nearly restored, Su Linyuan instructed, "Prepare to attack the Tianxuan Sect with all the demons from the demon tower." The devouring serpent hesitated, voicing its concern, "My lord, after decades, the strength of that old man from the Tianxuan Sect may have increased significantly. We may not be a match for him. If you do not intervene, I fear we shall not prevail." The old man referred to by the devouring serpent was Yuan Jingxuan, the former sect master who, although no longer in charge, had remained hidden as a senior elder of the Tianxuan Sect. When they previously besieged the devouring serpent, Yuan Jingchuan was already at the mid-sacred realm. Now, after all these years, while the devouring serpent had made no progress, that old man surely had. Thus, the devouring serpent felt a lack of confidence. Upon hearing this, Linyuan narrowed his eyes. When he opened them again, they gleamed a vivid crimson, his voice hoarse and laced with boundless malice. First, I shall seek my son's body. Once found, I shall take that old man's life. Both demons were taken aback by Linyuan's terrifying demeanor, daring not to utter another word, as they nodded respectfully, yes. Upon uttering those words, the colossal serpent and the malevolent fiend instantaneously unleashed their demonic prowess, summoning forth all the demons within the demon tower to march forth towards the heavenly mystic sect. In an instant, the skies above the sect became shrouded in ominous clouds, a suffocating aura of malice rising ominously, casting a foreboding shadow that sent shivers down the spines of countless disciples of the heavenly mystic sect. Meanwhile, Linyuan extended his consciousness, a peak sacred realm awareness enveloping a radius of several thousand miles, as he sought the remains of Su Ping'an through the resonance of his aura. Moments later, Linyuan seemed to sense something. His complexion abruptly shifted, revealing a countenance of grave concern as he murmured two words, back mountain. In the next heartbeat, he vanished into thin air, racing towards the back mountain of the heavenly mystic sect. On the other side, the overwhelming demonic energy permeated the atmosphere, amplified further by the presence of the colossal serpent, which could easily spread its malevolent essence across 3,000 miles. Moreover, each demon within the tower harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards the heavenly mystic sect, having been suppressed for countless years. Now, having broken free from their prison, they could not allow the sect to escape unscathed. Furthermore, emboldened by the backing of Linyuan, their audacity knew no bounds. At this moment, within the grand hall of the heavenly mystic sect, a panicked inner disciple rushed in, exclaiming, "Sect Master, this is dire. The demon tower has been destroyed, and all the demons have emerged, heading straight for our main peak." His face was a mask of terror, as the dark mass loomed ominously, instilling dread like never before. Frankly speaking, he had never before witnessed such a multitude of fiends. What? Upon hearing his words, Lin Jianfeng and the assembly of elders could no longer remain seated, each springing to their feet in alarm. How is this possible? The demon tower is a premium sacred artifact, passed down from our first ancestor. The colossal serpent within could not possibly break free, given its mid-tier sacred realm cultivation. The words came from the grand elder, Chao Tianyuan, who was at the threshold of the sacred realm. Another elder suddenly chimed in. The demon tower has remained intact for so many years. How could it suddenly collapse? Could this be linked to Linyuan? Is he here for vengeance? Lin Jianfeng's expression darkened considerably, as he too harbored this suspicion, though he was reluctant to accept it. After all, Linyuan was merely at the peak of the 11th realm, and with his path severed, he could never hope to transcend to the sacred realm. How could he possibly have escaped? It must have been through some means employed by the colossal serpent that it managed to break free. There was no way this could be attributed to Linyuan. With a grunt of discontent, Lin Jianfeng declared, Linyuan's path is severed. He cannot possibly ascend to the sacred realm. Even if he desires revenge, what can he do against our sect? Moreover, it was Su Ping'an who conspired with demons, undermining our sect's sacred treasures. Our actions were merely in the name of justice. What wrong have we committed? Even at this crucial moment, Lin Jianfeng remained steadfastly righteous. The other elders exchanged glances, each aware of the underlying truth, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. A sense of unease lingered in their hearts. What if Linyuan were to break through the saint realm? What if he sought vengeance upon them? Lin Jianfeng discerned the thoughts swirling among the crowd and grunted softly. Should calamity befall us, my sect shall bear the brunt, with the esteemed elders standing resolutely alongside us. There is no need for concern. Now that the demons have emerged from the tower, we shall seize this opportunity to vanquish them all. Since Lin Jianfeng's breakthrough to the saint realm 15 years prior, his words carried a newfound weight. The elders, upon hearing this, dared not voice further dissent and nodded in agreement. Indeed, at that moment, a resounding voice echoed from outside the hall, that of the devouring sky python. All members of the Tianxuan Sect, heed my words. Today, I have emerged from the tower, vowing to exterminate your sect. From this day forth, Not a single creature shall remain. With a thunderous roar, a fierce battle erupted outside the hall. It must be noted that the demons capable of entering the demon tower possessed at least the strength of the eighth realm, their power immensely terrifying. Lin Jianfeng's expression shifted as he exclaimed, "This is dire. We must swiftly eliminate the demons." Yes. Chapter 8. A father's arrival comes too late. You have suffered. At the foot of the back mountain of the Tianxuan Sect, Linyuan stood barefoot upon the jagged stones, his slender fingers trembling beneath his dark robe. The mountain wind suddenly stilled. As he approached within 10 paces of Su Pingyan's lifeless body, Linyuan's steps abruptly halted. A familiar figure lay on the ground. Imanating Ashidinyoha. Pingyan. The name escaped his lips, tinged with a metallic, rust-like taste. A shudder coursed through Linyuan's heart as he drew closer, each step causing the earth beneath him to fracture like a spider's web. He beheld the youth's head tilted to one side. Empty eye sockets crusted with dark red, coagulated blood, where once vibrant pupils resided now lay 2 gaping voids, their edges marred with torn flesh. The wound at the shoulder blade was grotesque, resembling a gaping bowl, with shattered bones piercing through flesh, exuding a ghastly pallor where once the supreme bone had thrived. A few crows descended upon the youth, pecking at the bloodstains upon him. As Linyuan raised his hand, those dark birds suddenly exploded in midair, transforming into clouds of crimson mist. He extended his fingers, trembling violently as they made contact with Su Pingyan's icy cheek. His fingertip traced the dried bloodstains at the corner of the boy's eye, the mark winding down the bridge of his nose, resembling the scar left from a childhood tumble down the stone steps. "Father." In a daze, he seemed to hear the soft, plaintive call of the boy. Su Linyuan's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening from a force, as his nails pierced through the flesh of his palm. Droplets of blood falling onto Su Pingyan's tattered clothing, merging with the long-dried stains. The boy's body felt as light as a feather, the broken bones in his embrace emitting faint, delicate sounds. He wiped the blood from Pingyan's face with his sleeve, his touch gentle as if caressing fragile glass. Yet no matter how much he wiped, those empty eye sockets could no longer reflect his visage. "They have extracted your supreme bone and seized your dual pupil." Su Linyuan's voice resonated like thunder, the surging spiritual power within him causing the surrounding pines and cypresses to splinter. Witnessing this scene, Su Linyuan realized everything. He had always understood the principle that an innocent man may suffer due to the possession of treasures. Moreover, possessing such unparalleled treasures as the supreme bone and dual pupil would undoubtedly incite envy and greed once known to others. Yet, he had placed too much trust in that old fool, Yuan Jingchuan, leaving Su Pingyan's safety in their hands, only to find it had led to this dire outcome. In this moment, Su Linyuan was engulfed in profound regret. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. His father had arrived too late. His child had suffered. Observing the myriad wounds on Su Pingyan's body, Su Linyuan felt as though his heart was being mercilessly shredded. How could he fathom the extent of the torment his son had endured? To have one's bones extracted and eyes taken while still alive? What a cruel fate. His son had been subjected to such treatment. At this moment, it felt as if a fire ignited within Su Linyuan's chest. His eyes turned crimson, fury obscuring his vision, and an overwhelming intent to kill emanated from him, silencing even the howling winds around. After a century in this realm, Su Linyuan had never felt such rage. "Rest assured, Pingyan, your father has returned to exact justice on your behalf. Those who have harmed you shall not be spared. I shall flay their skin and strip their tendons, tormenting their souls for eternity." Su Linyuan gritted his teeth as he spoke. In his current state, he longed to flay the skin and strip the tendons of all who had wronged Pingyan, even wishing to extract their souls and torment them for a millennium, believing it would quench the fire of his wrath. Su Linyuan gazed down at the hollow-eyed youth in his arms, his fingertips brushing over the gruesome bone scar. The last flicker of warmth in his eyes extinguished. "Today, blood must be repaid with blood. I shall avenge you." With that, Su Linyuan lifted Su Pingyan into his embrace. Glancing toward the peak of Tianxuan Sect, with a swift motion, he propelled himself toward the summit of the sect. At this moment, atop the Tianxuan Sect's peak, Lin Jianfeng's expression was remarkably grim. He had never anticipated the terrifying strength of the sky-devouring giant python. Despite being at the early stage of the Holy Realm and collaborating with over a dozen elders, they could not subdue their opponent, who seemingly held the upper hand. leaving him utterly humiliated. Moreover, the strength of these demons was indeed formidable. Countless disciples of Tianxuan Sect lay dead or wounded below. Shen Qingqing's eyes were filled with palpable terror as she frantically dodged left and right, but the demons relentlessly pursued her. "Someone, please help me!" Shen Qingqing screamed as she fled. Yet, no one responded. Instead, they avoided her, fearing being drawn into her calamity. After all, these demons were fearsome foes, and they were no match for them. At this moment, Shen Qingqing was consumed by fear, and amidst her panic, a figure suddenly flashed in her mind, Su Pingyan. If at this moment, Su Pingyan were still by her side, there was no doubt he would stand before her, shielding her from these malevolent creatures. That young man would forever protect her, vanquishing demons with valor. But Su Pingyan was gone. No one remained to defend Shen Qingqing. A flicker of regret blossomed within her heart. Suddenly, a terrifying assault descended upon her. Shen Qingqing hastily raised her sword to defend herself. Yet the disparity in strength with the demon was insurmountable, and she was violently hurled several meters away, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, her vitality severely diminished. At that moment, Lin Jianfeng felt immense pressure as well. The colossal serpent hissed ominously, "Lin Jianfeng, do you think you can thwart me? Such a dream." In the next instant, the serpent opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of green venomous arrows that whistled through the air. Lin Jianfeng's face turned ashen as he swiftly retreated, desperately channeling his spiritual energy to defend himself. The poisonous arrows shattered his protective barrier. Realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, Lin Jianfeng pivoted, pulling the two elders before him to shield himself from the impending attack. Bang! In an instant, the two elders fell lifeless. The remaining onlookers were struck with astonishment, not merely by the demise of the elders, but by Lin Jianfeng's ruthless nature. Using them as human shields, such cold-hearted tactics revealed a side of Lin Jianfeng they had never witnessed before. Though Lin Jianfeng remained alive, he found himself in a profoundly precarious situation. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, cutting through the air, the wind howling around it. All the demons instinctively ceased their attacks, their gazes fixated upon this figure. Lin Jianfeng looked up, and upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression froze. Gritting his teeth as he spat out, "Su Linyuan." Indeed, the figure was none other than Su Linyuan. The other elders also recognized him, and an ominous premonition washed over them. Chapter 9. You caused my son's death, and now you seek to place blame upon me? Su Linyuan. We entrusted you with guarding the demon tower. In just 20 years, the demons have escaped. Do you not see your crime? Lin Jianfeng seized the initiative, vociferously reprimanding, thus claiming the moral high ground. He followed with a low groan, "If you swiftly vanquish these demons, perhaps you can mitigate your transgressions." The other elders, quick to join in, echoed, "Su Linyuan, guarding the demon tower is your duty. With the demons unleashed, your failure to protect it is a grave sin. You should hasten to atone for your misdeeds. Indeed, what are you still doing? Slay the demons. Yes, Su Linyuan, swiftly redeem yourself, and we may yet show you leniency." The crowd continued their relentless accusations, standing atop their moral pedestal, pointing fingers at Su Linyuan. Though Su Linyuan's expression appeared unchanged, the continuous accusations intensified his murderous intent. Was it not they who had treated my son this way back then? The sky-devouring python roared and stepped forward to express its loyalty. What kind of worthless beings are you to dare punish our master? Today, in the presence of this sacred entity, I shall see who dares to show disrespect. As the words fell, the python emanated a chilling aura of malice, causing even some elders to shudder involuntarily. Lin Jianfeng's pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing. He had initially believed that Su Linyuan could merely collaborate with the sky-devouring python to escape the tower. He never anticipated that he had actually tamed this formidable beast. How could he have accomplished such a feat? With merely peak emperor-level cultivation, how could he subdue a demon sage? Lin Jianfeng was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such musings. He let out a low growl, his voice booming like thunder. "Su Linyuan, in the 300 years since the establishment of our Tianxuan Sect, never has there been a person as despicable as you, colluding with demons to slaughter the sect. If you still possess any sense of honor or shame, you should swiftly retreat with these beasts." The sect leader's words resonated, and the elders echoed in agreement. "Indeed, Su Linyuan, your crimes are heinous. Do you not feel any shame? Depart from Tianxuan Sect at once." Just as everyone believed, Su Linyuan would relent. His cold voice rang out. I, Su Linyuan, have guarded the demon tower for 20 years. When I first entered the tower, Lin Jianfeng, what did you promise me? You vowed to protect my son for a lifetime, did you not? With that question, all eyes turned to Lin Jianfeng. A tightness gripped Lin Jianfeng's heart. Could it be that he had discovered the truth? But immediately he dismissed that thought. Impossible. He had just emerged from the tower. No one in the sect would have informed him. With that in mind, Lin Jianfeng found renewed confidence and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Su Linyuan is norteth coldly. Then with a wave of his hand, he placed Su Pinggan's corpse before the onlookers. His voice turned even colder, filled with a palpable aura of vengeance. Then what is this? My son is dead. His supreme bone has been excavated, and his eyes taken. Explain to me how this came to pass. Lin Jianfeng was taken aback by Su Linyuan's inquiry. He had not expected Su Linyuan to find Su Pinggan's corpse so swiftly. But what did it matter? Steadying himself, Lin Jianfeng replied coldly. Your son, Su Pinggan, colluded with demons to destroy the sect's treasured demon-suppressing pearl. There is ample evidence, and everyone in the sect knows this. Our sect has merely acted in accordance with our regulations to punish Su Pinggan. What wrong have we committed? Colluding with demons? Destroying the sect's treasures? Su Linyuan found the excuses laughable. Such flimsy justifications were hardly worthy of his belief. He knows his son better than anyone. Su Pinggan has always upheld justice, tirelessly vanquishing demons and maintaining his integrity over the years. How could such a person possibly conspire with evil forces? Moreover, the demon suppression pearl is a low-grade sacred artifact. Could his son truly possess the power to destroy such an item? Ridiculous. Su Linyuan's icy gaze swept across the gathered elders, the dozen or so elders. Aware of the details of this matter and harboring guilt, dared not lift their heads under Su Linyuan's terrifying stare, each of them looking down, unable to meet his eyes. After scanning the room, Su Linyuan quickly understood the situation. This group of so-called elders had conspired to frame a disciple. The foundation of the Tianxuan Sect, built over thousands of years, was being tarnished by these individuals. He spoke coldly. Since you claim to have both witnesses and evidence, then tell me, where is the witness? Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng glanced back. Qingqing, please recount what transpired that day. Shun Qingqing was instantly startled. She had just been attacked by that demon and felt weak. Now, facing the scrutiny of so many gazes, her complexion turned even paler. Furthermore, she felt an inexplicable fear when looking at Su Linyuan. Besides, she had indeed falsely accused Su Pinggan, and with guilt gnawing at her, she dared not refute under the pressure of her master. Cautiously, she stepped forward. You are Shun Qingqing, correct? Tell me in detail what happened that day. And should I discover you are lying, even if you were to flee to the ends of the earth, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death, tormented for millennia. Su Linyuan did not conceal the murderous intent in his heart. At his words, Shun Qingqing nearly lost her composure, feeling a surge of anxiety. Unable to find the words to speak, she was terrified, especially when she met Su Linyuan's horrifying gaze. Her heart wavered. Lin Jianfeng, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly positioned himself in front of Shun Qingqing and said, Qingqing, speak the truth without fear. Your master and the Grand Elder will protect you. No one in this realm can harm you. As these words left his lips, Shun Qingqing felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, her master was a figure of sacred cultivation, and with the Grand Elder of the Tianxuan Sect backing her, it seemed impossible for them to fail. With this reassured mindset, she found her voice again. Yes, master. Elder Su, that evening, Su Pinggan lured me into the forbidden area. I witnessed him colluding with the demon, destroying the demon suppression pearl, and attempting to frame me for the act. As soon as Shun Qingqing finished speaking, Su Linyuan scoffed. Utter nonsense. The fabrications you weave are riddled with inconsistencies. I ask you, what did the demon your son colluded with look like, and what was its cultivation level? How did he destroy the demon suppression pearl? If he lured you into the forbidden area, why did he not kill you, but instead spare your life? How did you manage to escape? Su Linyuan's words struck Shun Qingqing like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily disoriented. These matters had not been discussed previously. How could she possibly know how to respond? She cast a pleading glance towards Lin Jianfeng. Observing her distress, Lin Jianfeng inwardly cursed the situation. Chapter 10. Those who slander my son shall suffer eternal torment for millennia. Su Linyuan, it is well known that your son, Su Pinggan, has conspired with demons. Now, as you lead these fiends to attack the Tianxuan Sect, Do you intend to follow in your son's treacherous footsteps? Lin Jianfeng spoke coldly, his piercing gaze fixed on Su Linyuan. Conspiring with demons? What a grand accusation. Su Linyuan scoffed, his voice rising. Lin Jianfeng, if my son is merely a victim of your slander, what then will you do? Lin Jianfeng's brows furrowed at this. Could it be that Su Linyuan had some evidence? That seemed impossible. He had been exceedingly discreet, unless the elders betrayed him and revealed the truth. Su Linyuan could not possibly know. However, the elders were also complicit in the scheming against Su Pinggan. They would never divulge the reality to Su Linyuan. This must be mere bluster. With newfound confidence, Lin Jianfeng declared, if Su Pinggan is indeed innocent of these accusations, I shall take my own life before the entire congregation today. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the 16 elders and the gathered disciples. Very well, Su Linyuan, furious yet amused, had not anticipated Lin Jianfeng's audacity. In truth, with his current cultivation, he could have easily wiped out everyone in Tianxuan Sect without further ado. Yet, he understood that his son, Pinggan, was a man of integrity, harboring a sense of justice. Before his untimely demise, he had been wronged, and Su Linyuan was determined to clear his name in front of all at Tianxuan Sect. Thus, Su Linyuan retrieved the reversal compass. This artifact, known as the reversal compass, was an imperial treasure capable of tracing causality to reveal past events, with numerous remarkable applications. The scriptures of the Scripture Pavilion had long detailed this item, so there was no need for further elaboration. As Su Linyuan's cold voice echoed, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, particularly Lin Jianfeng's. Gazing at the reversal compass in Su Linyuan's grasp, he could no longer maintain his composure. He had never imagined that Su Linyuan possessed such a treasure, an imperial artifact. While its utility in battle might be limited, it served as a terrifying auxiliary tool. It could restore the scenes of past occurrences based on the power of causality. And such items were exceedingly rare. How could Su Linyuan have acquired such a treasure after spending 20 years in the Demon Tower? Not only Lin Jianfeng, but a sense of foreboding also loomed over the 16 elders. Should Su Linyuan uncover their collusion with Lin Jianfeng that led to Su Pinggan's plight, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Su Linyuan paid no heed to the crowd, letting out a cold snort as he extracted a thread of causal power from Su Pinggan, subsequently activating the retracing compass. In an instant, a colossal light screen materialized before the onlookers, revealing the entrance to the forbidden grounds of the Tianxuan Sect. A man and a woman stood at the threshold. Upon seeing their figures, Shen Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. The two individuals were none other than herself and Su Pinggan, and the scene depicted their entry into the forbidden area on that fateful day. As the imagery progressed, Shen Qingqing cautiously uttered, "Brother Pinggan, I implore you, allow me to glimpse the forbidden grounds. I have never laid eyes on a sacred artifact in my lifetime." Upon hearing this, Su Pinggan's face displayed reluctance. "Qingqing, this is ill-advised. The demon-suppressing pearl is a treasure of the sect. Should anything go awry, neither of us could bear the consequences." Despite his caution, Shen Qingqing was unyielding. She grasped Su Pinggan's hand with a pleading gaze. "Brother Pinggan, I am merely curious. I shall only have a fleeting glance and will harbor no ulterior motives." Su Pinggan hesitated, for he had known Shen Qingqing for over a decade and had grown fond of her since childhood, making it difficult for him to refuse a request. What if this? "Brother Pinggan, I swear, I shall only observe the demon-suppressing pearl from a distance and will not touch it. If I violate this oath, may heaven strike me down." Her declaration left Su Pinggan with no retort, and he could only nod hesitantly. "Very well, but merely from afar." "Yea, you're the best." "Brother Pinggan." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Shen Qingqing's eyes. Guided by Su Pinggan, the two entered the forbidden grounds, proceeding cautiously. Upon reaching a distance of several dozen steps from the demon-suppressing pearl, Su Pinggan halted. "Qingqing, that is the demon-suppressing pearl." He gestured towards it, the orb emanating a dense black aura, lying quietly atop a stone pillar. Shen Qingqing's face lit up with delight. In the next moment, without hesitation, she dashed past Su Pinggan toward the demon-suppressing pearl. "Qingqing!" Su Pinggan called out, rushing after her, but he was a moment too late. Shen Qingqing had already seized the pearl, cradling it in her hands. "Brother Pinggan, this is the demon-suppressing pearl. It truly looks extraordinary," she exclaimed with a beaming smile. Su Pinggan's expression changed in an instant. "Qingqing, do not. This item is a precious treasure of the sect. Put it down immediately." "Oh, it's fine, Brother Pinggan. I'll I'll just play with it for a moment. No sooner had she spoken than a sharp crack echoed through the air. The demon-suppressing pearl shattered in her grasp. Indeed, a sacred artifact had just splintered. This sudden turn of events left Su Pingyan utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? How could the demon-suppressing pearl possibly break? In Xianxia's eyes, there was little surprise, as if she had anticipated this all along. Yet, before Su Pingyan, she feigned an unusual fear. Brother Pingyan, what's going on? I had nothing to do with it. The destruction of the demon-subduing pearl is in no way my fault. Her voice trembled. Her tear-filled eyes fixed on Su Pingyan, seemingly on the verge of tears. Su Pingyan, sensing the peculiarity of the situation, quickly replied, "There must be something amiss. We must report this to the sect master immediately." However, just as he was about to turn and inform the sect master, Xianxia grasped his hand tightly. "No, Brother Pingyan, if master finds out it was I who caused this, he will surely punish me severely. You wouldn't want to witness my demise at his hands, would you?" Xianxia's pitiful demeanor tugged at Su Pingyan's heartstrings, causing him to hesitate. If he informed the sect master, Qingqing would face grave punishment. Yet, if he remained silent, what would become of the demon's subduing pearl? At that moment, Xianxia hurriedly interjected, "Brother Pingyan, the demon-subduing pearl has remained in the forbidden area for years without scrutiny. If neither of us speaks of this, no one will ever know. Please, tell me just this once." Gazing at Xianxia's woeful expression, Su Pingyan made a firm decision. Very well. Hearing this, Xianxia was overwhelmed with joy, eagerly taking his hand. "Brother Pingyan, let us leave quickly." Chapter 11. The Heavenly Xian Sect is thriving. At the peak of the Heavenly Xian Sect, a profound silence enveloped the area. All eyes were fixed upon Xianxia. The disciples were utterly astonished to discover that it was Xianxia who had destroyed the demon's subduing pearl and subsequently framed Su Pingyan. Such malice in a woman was beyond their expectations. In that moment, a chill ran down Xianxia's spine. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as anxiety surged within her, exacerbated by the multitude of scrutinizing gazes. Yet, the most terrifying of all was the piercing gaze of Su Linyuan. His sharp eyes radiated an icy aura, a murderous intent that threatened to engulf her. After all, she was the one who had betrayed Su Linyuan's only son. It was because of her that Su Pingyan had been subjected to such torment. Suddenly, echoes of Su Linyuan's earlier words resonated in her mind. He had declared he would flay and torment anyone who bullied Su Pingyan for a millennium. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, deepening her fear. Surely, he wouldn't truly subject me to eternal torment, would he? "Lin Jianfeng, do you have anything to say?" Su Linyuan scoffed coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. Yet, Lin Jianfeng remained unfazed, showing no intention of taking his own life. Instead, he pivoted the conversation, asserting, "This incident is a lapse on our part. We allowed this wicked disciple, Xianxia, to deceive us. While our sect bears some responsibility, the punishment should not be death." Su Linyuan let out a derisive laugh, unsurprised by Lin Jianfeng's response. He had anticipated such a defense. This individual is exceedingly selfish and values his life above all else. How could he possibly contemplate suicide? His words are nothing more than utter nonsense. However, what took Su Linyuan by surprise was that this fellow spoke such words with an unflinching demeanor, which led Su Linyuan to re-evaluate his perception of him. Yet, while Su Pingyan did not destroy the sect's treasured artifact, his attempts to deceive were also misguided. Thus, the sect shall impose a severe punishment on Xianxia in accordance with the sect's regulations, and this matter shall be considered resolved. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke once more. However, Su Linyuan laughed, his laughter dripping with disdain. "Lin Jianfeng, do you truly think you can so easily brush this matter aside? Your optimism is rather naive." A cold sneer escaped Su Linyuan's lips, his icy gaze unyielding and filled with murderous intent. Lin Jianfeng felt an overwhelming pressure. He could hardly fathom that Su Linyuan possessed such means, wielding even an imperial artifact. Simply unfathomable. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Jianfeng asked, his countenance darkening. Su Linyuan narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, "Your kind shall pay 10,000-fold for the suffering my son has endured." Hiss! Upon hearing these words, Lin Jianfeng, along with several elders and disciples, visibly paled, particularly Xianxia, whose legs trembled in fear, her spirit quaking, and her lips quivering. What agony had Su Pingyan endured? The torment of having one's bones extracted. Such suffering is rare in this world. To imagine it multiplied 10,000 times is beyond her comprehension. The mere thought of such a desperate existence, where life is unbearable yet death is unattainable, left her weak in the knees. In truth, it was not only she who felt such terror. The elders shared her dread. Su Linyuan coldly snorted, disregarding the crowd. He desired to witness the extent of the pain endured by Pinyin, and he would ensure these individuals paid their due 10,000 times over. With a flick of his fingers, he activated the compass, and the scene shifted. It was a fortnight ago, depicting the events on the execution platform. The vivid imagery struck each onlooker, and unlike the excitement of that day, fear flickered in their eyes at this moment. On the execution platform, Su Pinyin was bound. In the next instant, 18 elders emerged, wielding various iron chains and hooks. Their countenances were grotesque, resembling tree bark gnawed by demons, with greed oozing from the crevices of their faces. Suddenly, Su Linyuan witnessed the elders' furious shout commanding action. All 18 elders advanced. One elder in dark robes plunged his fingers into the gory crevices of Su Pingyin's flesh. Another elder pried open his eyelids with a silver hook, the cold metal scraping across his eyeball, reflecting the distorted faces of the 18. Crack! The supreme bone was forcefully extracted, the sound of shattering bones resonating throughout the mountain peak, warm blood splattering onto the runes of the execution platform. Su Pinyin yearned to scream, but a hand, akin to an iron claw, choked his throat, and the golden supreme bone was cast into a glass vessel, while the silver hook slowly excavated his heavy pupil. The true spectacle of bone excavation was astonishing. The colossal serpent could not help but gasp in disbelief. It was utterly unexpected for these individuals to be so ruthless. This act of bone excavation and eye-plundering bore a deep-seated enmity. No wonder Su Linyuan was so enraged. Were he in the same position, he would likely be no less composed. It was clear why the master intended to unleash a massacre today. Witnessing such a scene, even an emperor would find themselves stripped of their skin. The serpent silently contemplated, instinctively casting its gaze towards Su Linyuan. At that moment, Su Linyuan's pupils constricted to pinpoints, as if the very air around him had been siphoned away, halting even the howling mountain winds. He beheld his son's vacant eye sockets on the execution platform, and the blurred mass of flesh and blood at his shoulder. After much struggle, he managed to produce a shattered sound from his throat, akin to the scraping of rusted metal. Very well. You dare to extract my son's supreme bone and seize his dual pupils. Your audacity is truly remarkable. The low, gravelly sound of his voice was laden with an overwhelming killing intent that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, instilling a chill in the hearts of all who sensed it. In that moment, from Elder Lin Jianfeng down to every disciple of the Tianxuan Sect, they all felt the overwhelming murderous aura radiating from Su Linyuan, barely able to contain themselves. Tremors coursed through their bodies, their legs quaking, and the terror in their pupils was impossible to conceal. Despite the extraction of his supreme bone and dual pupils, Su Pinyin did not yield. In front of the entire sect, he vehemently accused Lin Jianfeng, his eyes devoid of fear. I, Su Pinyin, stand with a clear conscience. If I am to die today, then so be it. Though I may perish through treachery, my father shall surely avenge me. Seeing his son's resolute gaze, filled not with fear but with unwavering trust, Su Linyuan felt a surge of pride. He believed that, as a father, he would indeed exact vengeance for him. Su Pinyin threw his head back and laughed heartily, whispering towards the direction of the demon tower, "Father, I cannot fulfill my filial duties. Please forgive me." In that moment, gazing into Pingyin's eyes, Su Linyuan fell silent, his heart heavy with guilt. He had never anticipated that, in his final moments, Pinyin would lament his inability to honor his father. What a good child. A tutti admirable son. It was tragic that such a fine young man had to meet his end through such cruel means. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing the figures of Ho Shunin and Du Cheng. They dragged Su Pingyin's lifeless body to the back mountain, pilfering all his possessions, leaving nothing untouched, even stripping him of his garments. After thoroughly robbing him, they callously kicked his body down the cliff. After Pingyin's demise, he lay bare, allowing crows to feast upon his flesh. How absurd! The image froze. Su Linyuan's fury was nearly uncontainable. The Tianxuan Sect, from top to bottom, is indeed commendable. His icy voice echoed. The words "very good" were nearly spat out through clenched teeth, a fervent desire to flay these individuals alive burning within him. Chapter 12. My son is dead. I have no heart to explain right from wrong. At this moment, amidst the throng, Ho Shunan and Du Chang found their legs trembling, collapsing onto the ground, a chilling dread surging through them. It was over, utterly finished. They never anticipated that merely stealing the treasures from Su Pingyan would lead to their exposure, and in front of so many witnesses no less. What awaited them now was the wrath of Su Linyuan. The mere thought of Su Linyuan's threats of skinning and tormenting their souls for a millennium caused them to nearly lose control, their pupils dilating in terror. Just then, Lin Jianfeng, struggling to maintain his composure, gritted his teeth and declared, Su Pingyan has violated the sect's regulations. Thus, we are merely acting in accordance with the rules of the sect. Extracting the essence from his bones is entirely justified. Regulations? Justified? Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's absurd claims, Su Linyuan chakildarkly. Is that so? If that is the case, I shall see where my son's supreme bone and reincarnated eyes have vanished. With that, Su Linyuan grasped a thread of causality linked to the supreme bone and activated the retracing compass. Witnessing this, Lin Jianfeng was instantly rendered speechless, panic flooding his heart. He was acutely aware that the supreme bone and reincarnated eyes had been fused with Lin Yan. If Su Linyuan discovered this, he would surely be driven to madness. Moreover, even if Su Linyuan did not turn his fury upon him, should this matter become known to all the disciples of the sect, Lin Jianfeng's reputation would plummet to an all-time low. Stop! Lin Jianfeng shouted, attempting to intervene. Yet, Su Linyuan showed him no mercy, coldly snorting as he activated the retracing compass. Once the compass was set in motion, only an emperor could disrupt its workings. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the grand hall of the Tianxuan Sect. Lin Yin sat cross-legged, flanked by Lin Jianfeng and 18 elders. The elders, wielding top-tier spirit jade, released a gentle azure aura that flowed like a stream along the prearranged patterns of the formation, gradually infusing it into Lin Yan's body upon the stone platform. A section of bone radiating a golden sheen was slowly aligning with his breastbone, causing the air around them to tremble violently with each inch it approached. Furthermore, beneath his eyelids, two dark golden phantoms of reincarnated eyes began to rotate, at times transforming into vertical pupils, at others splitting into intricate star patterns, resonating with the aura emitted by the supreme bone. This was the fusion of the supreme bone and reincarnated eyes. The sight left all disciples present gasping in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that mere moments after extracting the supreme bone and seizing the reincarnated eyes from Su Pingyan, they were now being fused with Lin Yan. The speed of this operation was astonishing, almost as if it had been premeditated, merely waiting for the supreme bone and reincarnated eyes to be acquired. In that instant, the gazes of all disciples towards Lin Jianfeng shifted dramatically. The talk of sect rules was merely a facade, a guise to benefit his son. It was indeed unbecoming that he could not even wait a few days after obtaining the supreme bone and reincarnated eyes before hastening to integrate them with his son. Such a display was utterly unseemly. Lin Jianfeng's countenance turned exceedingly grim, shrouded in an ominous pallor. He had never anticipated that the elaborate schemes he had orchestrated over the years would be laid bare by Su Linyuan today. It was evident that his standing within the Tianxuan Sect would plummet henceforth. It seemed probable that Lin Yin had successfully fused. The 18 elders, along with Shun Qingqing, stepped forward to extend their congratulations, each one brimming with elation, utterly indifferent to Su Pingyan's fate. In their eyes, Su Pingyan was inconsequential. His contribution of the supreme bone and the heavy eye to Lin Yin was deemed the pinnacle of his existence. What more do you have to say, Lin Jianfeng? Came Su Linyuan's frigid voice. Lin Jianfeng involuntarily shivered. As he lifted his gaze to meet Su Linyuan's blood-red eyes, a pang of trepidation gripped his heart, and his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Su Linyuan, it's all a misunderstanding. Pingyan is already dead, and I am deeply pained. But for the future of our Tianxuan Sect, you must prioritize the greater good and not act impulsively. Whatever compensation you desire, I can provide it. I would even relinquish the position of sect master to you without a word of complaint. What say you? At that moment, fear enveloped Lin Jianfeng. He was uncertain of Su Linyuan's strength, yet he could sense a hint of the formidable aura emanating from him. Su Linyuan had reached the sacred realm, and his power far surpassed Lin Jianfeng's. An instinctual warning told him that should he clash with Su Linyuan, he would surely be the one to perish. Thus, Lin Jianfeng capitulated, offering reparations and even proposing to cede the sect master position to Su Linyuan. Yet, All he received in return was a cold laugh from Su Linyuan. Compensation? The position of sect master? Do you truly think such things could barter for my son's life? Your aspirations are exceedingly naive. Lin Jianfeng gritted his teeth. Then what do you desire? As long as it lies within my sect's capacity, I shall strive to fulfill it. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth, radiating only the chill of death. What I seek is rather simple. I want your lives. All those from Tianxuan who have tormented my son, I shall flay them alive, tormenting their souls for countless eons. The icy timbre of his voice sent tremors through all present at Tianxuan. Su Linyuan, how can you be so blind to right and wrong? Intent on obliterating the ancestral legacy of Tianxuan that has endured for millennia? Lin Jianfeng exclaimed, agitated. Blind to right and wrong? What a farce. My son is dead. I care not for right or wrong. I only desire your deaths. With those words, the expressions of all, including Lin Jianfeng, shifted dramatically. Su Linyuan no longer harbored any intention of further discussion with Lin Jianfeng. The scenes replayed in the compass had ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. His son had perished, tormented by these people. Thus, those from Tianxuan held no right to live. Kill them. Today, let not a single one of Tianxuan remain. The frigid voice pierced the heavens, resonating clearly in the ears of every disciple of the Tianxuan Sect. A wave of terror and dread surged forth, engulfing their hearts. The monstrous serpent and the malevolent beast had long awaited this command, eager to annihilate the Tianxuan Sect, a congregation of inhumane wretches. Their motivation extended beyond the promises made by Su Linyuan. Even as demons, they could not condone the actions of Lin Jianfeng and his ilk, who would not spare their own kin, committing unspeakable atrocities. Thunderous roars erupted as countless demons rampaged, indulging in wanton slaughter. Lin Jianfeng's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to brace himself for battle. Listen well. Su Linyuan has betrayed the sect, colluding with demons, and shows no mercy. His voice reverberated throughout the sect, intended to galvanize the disciples' fighting spirit. Yet, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and with Lin Jianfeng's waning authority, his words fell on deaf ears. A glance at Lin Jianfeng ignited an uncontrollable bloodlust within Su Linyuan. Today, Lin Jianfeng, I shall make you wish for death. With that declaration, Su Linyuan's figure flickered, appearing before Lin Jianfeng in an instant. Boom! A fist struck out, bearing an overwhelming force infused with boundless fury. Oh no! Lin Jianfeng's expression shifted dramatically. The power of that punch exceeded his wildest imagination, prompting him to raise his sword in defense. Chapter 13. Su Linyuan, you are audacious. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jianfeng witnessed his inferior holy weapon shatter at the impact. His eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, Su Linyuan offered him no opportunity to react. The terrifying momentum of the punch continued unabated. Bang! Lin Jianfeng was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. How is this possible? What kind of power is this, capable of destroying my holy weapon? Lin Jianfeng exclaimed incredulously. Su Linyuan's single blow had obliterated his prized artifact, a rare treasure within the Tianxuan Sect, of which there were but few. Such horrifying strength was nothing short of astonishing. Surely, even the esteemed elders could not achieve such a feat as a cultivator of the Holy Realm. The disparity between them was akin to that of heaven and earth. Utterly unfathomable. Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh. You have dug out my son's bones and taken his eyes. Today, I will extract every bone from your body and flay your skin. A cruel smile crept across Su Linyuan's lips as Lin Jianfeng beheld this visage. A shiver coursed through him, and an overwhelming dread enveloped his heart. The thought of being skinned and dismembered loomed ominously. In the next moment, Su Linyuan moved swiftly, appearing abruptly before Lin Jianfeng. His hands lifted slightly, and in the next moment, he plunged them directly into Lin Jianfeng's shoulder blade. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Lin Jianfeng, prompting an involuntary cry. Yet, Su Linyuan paid no heed to his suffering. Instead, a smile lingered on his lips. With a resounding crack, Su Linyuan forcefully shattered Lin Jianfeng's bone amidst the flesh, brazenly extracting it. The bloodied bone dripped continuously as it was removed, and Lin Jianfeng's face contorted in agony at the sight of his own bone. Su Linyuan, You possess a heart of cruelty. He gasped weakly, his voice laced with profound terror. He could scarcely believe that Su Linyuan had truly descended into madness, resorting to such barbarity. The pain was unbearable. Cruel? Su Linyuan is native. Did you ever consider this day when you extracted my son's supreme bone? At these words, Lin Jianfeng fell silent. Indeed, on that fateful day, when Su Ping'an was wrongfully accused by the sect, betrayed by his beloved, and scorned by the disciples, the torment he endured far surpassed the suffering Lin Jianfeng now faced, by tenfold, 100-fold. With disdain, Su Linyuan cast a glance at the bone he had extracted from Lin Jianfeng, then shattered it with a cold laugh. The surrounding elders watched in horror, swallowing hard. Their eyes filled with palpable dread. None dared to step forward to assist, nor did anyone have the courage to voice a word of protest. In truth, they were preoccupied with their own peril. The attack of the devouring python was something they could not withstand even in a united front. Had it not been for Su Linyuan's prior instructions to the devouring python to merely injure these elders without killing them, they would have likely been decimated by now. As Su Linyuan prepared to plunge his hands in once more to extract more bones, a familiar and aged voice rang out, "Stop." He looked up to see the old man Yuan Jingchuan, his youthful visage contrasting with his white hair, clad in a Taoist robe, hovering in midair, seemingly exuding an ethereal presence. Yet, upon closer inspection, his eyes glimmered with intense, murderous intent directed at Su Linyuan. "Su Linyuan, you are outrageous. As an elder of the sect, you unlawfully opened the demon suppression tower, releasing monsters for your own selfish gains, slaughtering the sect. What punishment do you deserve?" Yuan Jingchuan's voice reverberated like thunder, his furious reprimand causing even the devouring python to pause. Below, the disciples of Tianxuan Sect beheld Yuan Jingchuan's figure as if seeing a savior, their eyes alight with hope. "It is the Supreme Elder. This is wonderful. We are saved." Decades ago, this colossal devouring python was captured alive by the Grand Elder, and undoubtedly, his prowess has since become unfathomable. Not only did the numerous disciples find themselves captivated, but even the elders of the Tianxuan Sect were momentarily dazzled. However, Lin Jianfeng was not as elated as one might expect, for at the instant Su Linyuan had struck against him, he sensed that the opponent's strength was indeed superior to that of the Grand Elder. After all, that sacred artifact was shattered by a single punch. Such might was beyond the capabilities of the Grand Elder. Consequently, Lin Jianfeng's concerns remained unabated. "Yuan Jingchuan, you old wretch, to think you were still alive. I had thought you had long since perished." Su Linyuan is native. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jingchuan's countenance darkened to the hue of obsidian, his very breath becoming labored. "Su Linyuan, you are audacious," he bellowed, his majestic aura pressing down over thousands of miles. Sensing the terrifying energy emanating from Yuan Jingchuan, the devouring python shuddered. It surmised correctly. After decades, this old man's cultivation had indeed advanced. Late-stage Saint Realm. This was the source of his confidence. Although the devouring python was in the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, it paled in comparison to Yuan Jingchuan. Unreservedly speaking, the current Yuan Jingchuan could subdue this python within 10 moves. The devouring python cautiously glanced at Su Linyuan, noting his composed demeanor, devoid of any alarm, which calmed its heart. It appeared that Su Linyuan's strength surpassed that of Yuan Jingchuan. This is good. This is indeed favorable. Late-stage Saint Realm. Such formidable power. A cold smirk graced Su Linyuan's lips as his voice turned frigid. Yuan Jingchuan let out a grunt, asserting with overwhelming authority, "In light of your 20 years guarding the demon tower for the sect, I shall spare your life today. Relinquish your cultivation." "Oh, so? Should I be grateful for your benevolence, Yuan Jingchuan?" Su Linyuan replied coldly. Naturally, Yuan Jingchuan, oblivious to any impropriety, insisted vehemently. "My son was brutally slain by having his supreme bone and twin pupils extracted, perishing at Tianxuan Sect. As the Grand Elder, you once promised to protect my son when I entered the demon tower. Now that he is dead, you still wish for me to forfeit my cultivation? Yuan Jingchuan, how truly despicable you are." Suddenly, Su Linyuan burst into laughter, a sound tinged with loneliness and regret. He ought never to have believed Yuan Jingchuan's deceitful words. Had he been under his care, how could his son have met such a tragic end? Yet, faced with Su Linyuan's accusations, Yuan Jingchuan showed no remorse. Retorting coldly, "Your son's supreme bone and twin pupils are supreme talent wasted. It will be better to transfer these gifts to Yin for when he matures." Our Tianxuan Sect shall surely ascend to greatness. Su Linyuan was momentarily taken aback before a chilling voice emerged. So, you were aware of this matter all along? Naturally. Yuan Jingchuan spoke with great confidence. In chapter 14, he remarked, "Old man, were you not quite arrogant? This scheme has been meticulously planned by me for a full 20 years. Ever since your injury compromised your foundation and you became unable to reach the sacred realm, I have harbored this intention. In truth, this matter has always been part of my calculations. From the very day Su Linyuan entered the Demon Tower, I began secretly gathering the formations for transplanting the Supreme Bone and the Reincarnation Eye. After all, such an extraordinary constitution cannot be merely transplanted without the support of superior formations. Otherwise, complications may arise. It took me 20 years to perfect the formation, and finally, half a month ago, the transplant was successful. This accomplishment stands as the greatest achievement of my life. For the sake of the Tianxuan Sect, I believe my actions are justified. Thus, I carried myself with composure, my gaze filled with profound satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan trembled. He could scarcely believe that he had fallen victim to Yuan Jingchuan's schemes from the moment he entered the Demon Tower. A plot spanning 2 decades, solely to seize his son's Supreme Bone and Reincarnation Eye. Well, very well. The fury within Su Linyuan could no longer be contained. He was consumed by an overwhelming rage to flay Yuan Jingchuan alive. Not far away, witnessing Su Linyuan's state, Lin Jianfeng's countenance changed drastically, and he inwardly cursed the situation. Originally, Su Linyuan, this madman, was already enraged. Now, learning that everything had been plotted since 20 years ago, he feared that the entire Tianxuan Sect might face annihilation. Elder, Su Linyuan has gone mad. We must flee, Lin Jianfeng shouted in alarm. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jingchuan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. There is no need for you to panic, Jianfeng. Why should I shy away from his wrath? If he dares to strike against the Tianxuan Sect today and slaughter our disciples, I shall not let him escape easily. At this, Lin Jianfeng was rendered speechless. Just then, a voice echoed in Su Linyuan's ears. Every choice you make carries the gift of fate. Choice 1. Can one endure a scheme that has spanned 2 decades? The Tianxuan Sect must perish today. Reward: 1 high-grade imperial artifact and 1 imperial-level martial art. Choice 2. To spare those who might be spared, let today's events conclude here. Reward: 1-day Imperial Realm Experience card. After hearing this, Su Linyuan chuckled. Choices? Why bother with choices? Today, the Tianxuan Sect shall be annihilated. You old man. I shall extract your soul and torment you for eons. In that moment, Su Linyuan revealed his true power. Boom! The overwhelming sacred and demonic energy surged into the heavens, enveloping the entire Tianxuan Sect. At this instant, whether disciples or elders of the Tianxuan Sect, or even the demons, were all shaken to their cores, as if confronted by some great terror. Is this the peak of the sacred realm? Upon sensing Su Linyuan's aura, Yuan Jingchuan was instantly dumbfounded, his voice trembling as he spoke, his eyes quivering with disbelief. He could hardly believe it. When Su Linyuan initially entered the Demon Tower, his cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and his path had been severed. Logically, it was impossible for him to have broken through to the Saint Realm. Yet, 20 years had passed, and not only had he achieved the Saint Realm, but he had also reached its pinnacle. This level of power instilled profound fear even in him, Yuan Jingchuan, as if he were but a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, utterly powerless before Su Linyuan. Impossible, this cannot be. You clearly had your path severed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You could never step into the Saint Realm in this lifetime. You must have employed some deceptive trick. You are merely posturing. Yuan Jingchuan exclaimed, his agitation palpable. No matter what, he could not accept that Su Linyuan could have breached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm in such a short span of 20 years. It was utterly inconceivable. Posturing? A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Linyuan's lips, his eyes radiating a chilling mirth. Very well, then let me show you the might of my sword. With that, Su Linyuan raised his hand. A sword light cold enough to chill 19 continents surged forth. The dazzling intent of the sword was devoid of any superfluous embellishment, only exuding a singular, icy brilliance. Yet, as the cold light drew nearer, terror etched itself upon Yuan Jingchuan's face. Is this truly an imperial-grade martial art? Yuan Jingchuan's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of sheer horror. He vaguely sensed a trace of imperial essence within the sword intent, leading him to conclude that it could only belong to an imperial-grade martial art, as only such a technique could unleash this degree of might. He could hardly fathom that Su Linyuan's strike was indeed an imperial-grade martial art. However, there was no time for contemplation. Observing the imminent threat, Yuan Jingchuan activated the 9 holy rings in his hands, a set of combined holy artifacts, each a low-grade holy item. When united, they formed a superior-grade artifact. Countless golden blades of light erupted from the rings, raining down upon the sword intent like a torrential storm. Where the blades passed, the air was scorched and charred. Clang! The explosion resonated, shaking the entire Tianxuan Sect. The white jade ground of the main peak cracked open, a chasm widening by several feet. Yuan Jingchuan was hurled away by the shockwave, crashing to the ground, his robe tattered into strips, and a sword intent had wounded his chest, blood gushing forth, creating a ghastly sight. In stark contrast, Su Linyuan remained composed, his demeanor unfazed. That technique had inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, the colossal sky-devouring python breathed a sigh of relief. While it had known Su Linyuan to be formidable, it had not anticipated him to be this powerful. Yuan Jingchuan, the old man, was utterly outmatched. Conversely, the elders and disciples of Tianxuan Sect, including Lin Jianfeng, were in stark disarray, their faces ashen, a sense of impending doom lingering in the air. The Grand Elder had actually been defeated, to be heavily injured in a single strike by a late-stage saint? How could this be possible? It was over. If even the Grand Elder was no match, we are surely doomed today. Among the crowd, the most terrified was still Xianxia. She could never have anticipated that her esteemed master and the venerable elder, whom she regarded as deities, would prove utterly inadequate against Su Linyuan. Their defeat was complete. Had Su Linyuan emerged victorious, the Tianxuan Sect would have faced annihilation today. Furthermore, she would undoubtedly have been subjected to horrific retribution by Su Linyuan. The mere thought sent tremors through Shun Qingqing's body, the fear reflected in her eyes, lingering unshakably. At this moment, a profound regret engulfed her, regret for having betrayed Su Pingon in the past. Now, Shen Qingqing found herself with no other recourse but to fervently hope for the elder's triumph. Meanwhile, Yuan Jingchuan was also gripped by an intense wave of terror. He had initially believed that even if Su Linyuan were to break through to the sacred realm, it would be in its nascent stages, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. Yet, to his astonishment, this individual had attained the pinnacle of the sacred realm, armed with imperial-grade martial arts. Such power rendered any attempt on his life a trivial endeavor. How had he achieved this? Old man, weren't you quite formidable? Stand up and continue the fight. Yuan Jingchuan's countenance shifted through shades of green and purple as he absorbed Su Linyuan's taunts. Chapter 15. To become a ghost? You shan't have that opportunity. Su Linyuan, are you truly intent on obliterating all ties today, devoid of any sentiment? In your moment of desperation, it was I who welcomed you into the sect and nurtured you for a century, leading to your current accomplishments. Do you intend to utterly destroy the Tianxuan Sect? Yuan Jingchuan understood that he could not contend with Su Linyuan through sheer strength. Thus, he was left with no choice but to appeal to their past connection, hoping to persuade Su Linyuan to relent. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. With Pingon's demise, Su Linyuan owed the Tianxuan Sect nothing. On the contrary, the entire sect owed his son a life. His arrival now was solely to demand repayment. Su Linyuan's laughter echoed, his icy gaze betraying no warmth. Yuan Jingchuan, indeed. You were the one who introduced me to the sect when I first arrived. But how dare you claim to have nurtured me? Every resource I obtained was through life-and-death struggles. What has the sect ever provided me? Instead, I fought against the Xiao Empire, hunted the devouring giant python, and guarded the demon tower. Each of these feats a testament to my contributions. And what did you offer me in return? You desecrated my son's sacred bones, seized his dual pupils, drove him to his death, and when he perished, he was left unclothed, pecked by crows. It is not I who owe the Tianxuan Sect, but rather it is the sect that owes me. A thunderous boom resonated, piercing the ears of all present. Even the devouring giant python and the monstrous beast felt an unsettling unrest at Su Linyuan's declaration. Over the years, his achievements had been carved through relentless effort and sacrifice. The sect's contributions were little more than the basic cultivation manual they had provided upon his entry. All subsequent cultivation resources, martial arts techniques, and skills were all exchanged by Su Linyuan with contribution points. He has never owed anything to the heavenly Xian sect. On the contrary, he has rendered remarkable service to the sect, yet he has been met with such a tragic fate. How could one not feel a deep sense of injustice? Upon hearing Su Linyuan's words, Yuan Jingchuan seemed momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. To refute? Yet Su Linyuan spoke the truth. It was not he who owed the heavenly Xian sect, but rather the sect that owed him. They had taken his only offspring, and such a grievance could not simply be erased. Enough, there is no need for further words. My son is dead. And even if the emperor himself were to intervene today, it would not prevent me from annihilating your heavenly Xian sect. With that, his piercing gaze swept over the crowd, particularly those who had bullied and falsely accused his son. I shall flay you and torment your souls for a millennium. As his words fell, a shiver ran through the onlookers. Yuan Jingchuan gritted his teeth and then bellowed. What are you all waiting for? Everyone, follow me into battle. Today, either Su Linyuan dies, or the heavenly Xian sect perishes. In that moment, Yuan Jingchuan fully grasped Su Linyuan's unwavering resolve to destroy the heavenly Xian sect. It was a conflict of life and death that could not be altered. Unless Su Linyuan fell, the war would never cease. As these words left his lips, Lin Jianfeng and the other elders, along with the disciples, came to the same realization. The only course of action was to unite all their strength and utterly slay Su Linyuan if they wished to survive. With that thought in mind, they all unleashed their most powerful attacks, a tempest of assaults and treasures directed towards Su Linyuan. The sky-devouring serpent hastily exclaimed, "My lord, be careful. I shall assist you." However, Su Linyuan merely scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. No need, a bunch of useless beings, what storm can you stir? Useless beings? The sky-devouring serpent halted, silently observing the unfolding scene. In the next moment, a purple lightning bolt manifested in the palm of Su Linyuan. This was a rare celestial lightning, the superior grade 9 nether profound thunder, its power naturally terrifying in nature. Descend. Su Linyuan grinned coldly, and an endless surge of lightning descended from the heavens, nearly enveloping the entire sky above the heavenly Xian sect. The might of the lightning was astounding. It is no exaggeration to say that those beneath the 10th realm of cultivation had no hope of escaping this strike. Yuan Jingchuan's eyes widened in horror, the fear in his expression intensifying. Celestial lightning. How could you possibly possess such a treasure of heaven and earth? At this moment, Yuan Jingchuan truly sensed the approach of death. The earlier strike had already severely wounded him, and with this celestial lightning now looming, he feared he was as good as dead. It was not only him. Countless disciples of the heavenly Xian sect also sensed the ominous presence of death. This lightning was not only wicked but also horrifying. Boom! Boom! The thunder rolled, echoing through the skies, as innumerable disciples fell beneath the 9 nether profound thunder. However, Su Linyuan deliberately reserved some measures. For instance, Shun Qingqing, as well as disciples such as Ho Shunan and Du Cheng, could not be allowed to perish so easily. It would be a disservice to the suffering endured by Ping'an. While the demise of other disciples was inconsequential, these three must not meet such a swift end. As the tempest of lightning subsided, few living souls remained on the battlefield. Yuan Jingchuan was enveloped in darkness, his body charred as he had borne the brunt of Su Linyuan's 9 nether mystic thunder, compounded by a grievous wound from Su's sword, leaving him on the brink of death. As for Lin Jianfeng and the elders, they too were in dire straits, their bodies ravaged by injuries. Had Su Linyuan not shown restraint, they would have likely faced total annihilation. Yet, his mercy was not born of compassion. Rather, it was a means to ensure their suffering was prolonged. Among the remaining disciples, only Shun Qingqing, Ho Shunan, and Du Cheng survived, their eyes devoid of relief, but instead filled with a profound terror. They understood all too well the reason for their survival. It was merely to deepen their agony before death. Faced with such a fate, they contemplated ending their own lives, yet found themselves utterly immobilized, their bodies ensnared by Su Linyuan's will, rendering them incapable of movement. In that moment, even the prospect of death became a luxury beyond their reach. This was the true essence of being unable to seek life or death. Witnessing the horrific scene before him, the colossal serpent, swallowing its fear, felt a shiver down its spine. My word, this is utterly terrifying. With a single strike, an entire sect was obliterated. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? In that instant, it was immensely grateful for not having foolishly engaged Su Linyuan in battle. for such an encounter would have surely led to its demise. I have stated before that I would not allow you to die easily. As he spoke, Su Linyuan approached Yuan Jingxuan, a cruel smile gracing his lips. With a firm grip, he pressed down, and Yuan's eyes widened in an attempt to resist. But it was futile. Crack! His bloodied hands plunged into Yuan Jingxuan's bones, brutally fracturing them. Following this, the excruciating process of skinning and dismembering began. Su Linyuan, if you possess the courage, then kill me. I will haunt you even as a ghost. A wave of intense agony surged through Yuan Jingxuan, prompting a primal scream. At that moment, he was being flayed alive, reduced to raw flesh, a sight both ghastly and grotesque. Su Linyuan merely chuckled softly in response. A ghost? Rest assured, you will not have that opportunity. Chapter 16. Could it be that I have wronged you? Su Linyuan's words were not mere bluster. He had no intention of granting Yuan Jingxuan a chance to become a ghost. After extracting Yuan Jingxuan's bones and skin, he proceeded to draw forth his nearly extinguished soul. A wisp of divine essence fell into his hands, and, at that moment, Yuan Jingxuan's corporeal form had completely lost its vitality, vanishing in an instant. Yet, his spirit manifested an unprecedented sense of panic and dread. The spirit, the quintessence of a warrior, was now ensnared in Su Linyuan's grasp. He yearned to flee, but escape was futile. He could only submit to Su Linyuan's whims. As long as his spirit endured, Yuan Jingxuan could not become a ghost. I have declared that you shall not become a ghost. I intend to torment this spirit for 10,000 years, to appease my son's soul in the heavens. Su Linyuan's chilling voice echoed, sending a shiver through Yuan Jingxuan's essence, which trembled as if it had witnessed an unfathomable horror. As he spoke, Su Linyuan bound and contained his spirit. The others present instinctively shuddered at this sight. Even Lin Jianfeng and the elders could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. Su Linyuan was not jesting. He was utterly serious. If he could extract the spirit of the Grand Elder, what fate awaited the other elders? The thought of being tormented for an eternity was terrifying. Witnessing the scene, Shen Qingqing fainted in sheer fright. At that moment, the Grand Elder of Tianxuan Sect, Chao Tianyuan, suddenly knelt, tears and snot streaming down his face. Elder Su, I beg you, grant me a swift end. Let me die like this. Indeed, the formidable half-step Saint Realm expert, Chao Tianyuan, was not contemplating survival, but rather pleading for a merciful release from the torment that awaited him. He understood that Su Linyuan's character would allow no escape. The other elders, upon hearing this, also fell to their knees, fervently beseeching, Elder Su, do not torment us. We implore you, kill us. Yes, we were not the masterminds. It was the Grand Elder and Lin Jianfeng who orchestrated this. It has nothing to do with us. Grant us a swift release. Their cries of desperation echoed, each one more fervent than the last. However, Su Linyuan merely scoffed, the frost in his gaze unyielding. Oh, it has nothing to do with you? But I saw with my own eyes on the retracing compass that it was your hands that dug out my son's supreme bone and dual pupil. It was you who fused those into Lin Yan's body. Could it be that the retracing compass has malfunctioned and wronged you? Su Linyuan's accusatory tone rendered the assembly speechless with fear. A malfunction of the retracing compass? How could that be? It was an imperial artifact. Furthermore, they had indeed committed those acts that day. There was no denying it. In an instant, the elders' faces turned ashen, their hearts sinking into despair. It was over. They were irrevocably doomed. Indeed, Su Linyuan would not spare them. With a single step, Su Linyuan advanced, arriving before Chao Tianyuan in an instant. As I gazed into the fateful compass, it was you who first struck, ruthlessly using a hook to extract my son's precious eye. On that day, how could you not exhibit even a trace of compassion? Su Linyuan spoke with a cold smile, his face adorned with a grin that, to Chao Tianyuan, resembled the visage of Yama himself. Before Chao Tianyuan could respond, Su Linyuan's hand plunged directly into his eye socket, brutally gouging out his pupil. The sanguine orb eliciting terror from the onlookers. No! A scream erupted. Su Linyuan proceeded without hesitation, methodically skinning, flaying, and refining the soul, a process he executed with alarming expertise, causing the gathered crowd to tremble in fear. Like a harbinger of death, he extracted the souls of all present. The elders of Tianxuan Sect, including Ho Shunin, Du Cheng, and Shen Qingqing, were rendered unconscious, unable to withstand the gruesome spectacle. Yet, Su Linyuan was not devoid of mercy. Such a beautiful moment demanded that they awaken to confront the suffering his son had endured, for only then could true retribution be achieved. Otherwise, how could peace be attained? Thus, he roused the three, and in their heightened awareness, he proceeded to extract their bones, pluck their eyes, flay their skin, and refine their souls. This scene left Lin Jianfeng gasping in horror. A madman, an absolute lunatic. In that moment, Lin Jianfeng regretted immensely, were he granted a single chance by fate. He vowed never to lay a finger on Su Pingyan, treating him with the reverence of an ancestor. Alas, such an opportunity would not arise again. Su Linyuan would not spare him. Behind him, the colossal, sky-swallowing python and other demons watched the blood-soaked spectacle, collectively inhaling sharply, relieved that they were not the ones subjected to such treatment. Now it is your turn. Su Linyuan sneered as he turned his gaze toward Lin Jianfeng. The reason for leaving him until last was to allow him to witness the fate of those before him, to instill unease in his soul, to induce a death steeped in terror. Rest assured, though your son Lin Yin is not here, he is stolen from my son, and he shall never escape this fate. No matter where he hides, I shall find him, flay him, and reunite your family in a most gruesome manner. Su Linyuan's smile was that of a demon. However, Lin Jianfeng remained unfazed, instead responding with a chilling laugh. You may find that opportunity elusive. My son is under the tutelage of the headmaster of the Central Continent Dao Academy, a being of imperial realm strength, the pinnacle of existence on this continent. You shall find it exceedingly difficult to harm my son in this lifetime. With an imperial realm master as Lin Yin's mentor, Lin Jianfeng felt reassured about his safety. After all, could Su Linyuan, no matter how formidable, rival an imperial realm master? Especially one from the Central Continent, whose power was not to be underestimated. Yet, Su Linyuan chuckled softly. I have come to understand the situation at the Zhongzhou Dao Academy, and I appreciate your warning. As for the imperial realm, it is quite possible that I shall soon transcend into it. Fear not. When that time comes, your son shall meet a most tragic fate. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's words and recalling his terrifying rate of advancement, Lin Jianfeng's expression turned frantic, as the prospect of a swift breakthrough into the imperial realm became more plausible. Beast, wretched beast, he muttered. Now, let us attend to matters at hand. Su Linyuan remarked with a cold smirk. Just as he was about to take action, Lin Jianfeng interjected, Wait, I possess information about your wife. If you spare my life and grant me a chance to escape, I will share her whereabouts with you. In an instant, Su Linyuan's spirit was jolted. What did you say? News of Yao Yao? Chapter 17. The Fate of Gong Xinyao. Su Linyuan's wife, Gong Xinyao, had been met during a training expedition 50 years prior. They had fallen deeply in love at first sight and soon became inseparable. Gong Xinyao bore him a child, Su Pingyan. Tragically, 2 years after Pingyan's birth, upon returning from a sect mission, Su Linyuan discovered that Gong Xinyao had met with an untimely demise. Lin Jianfeng had informed him that she had been ambushed by demons, gravely wounded and unable to recover, leading to her death. This revelation had compelled Su Linyuan to guard the demon tower for 2 decades. Hearing his wife's name once again from Lin Jianfeng's lips, even after years of resilience, left Su Linyuan momentarily dazed. He groaned. Xinyao has been gone for 23 years. What news could there possibly be? He believed this was merely a delaying tactic on Lin Jianfeng's part. How could there be any news of someone who had been dead for so long? However, Lin Jianfeng shook his head and asserted, Gong Xinyao is not dead. The word struck Su Linyuan like a thunderclap, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Xinyao not dead? How could that be possible? He had witnessed her lifeless body with his own eyes and had buried her himself. Lin Jianfeng, do you dare deceive me? I've buried Xinyao with my own hands. She cannot possibly be alive. Yet, Lin Jianfeng replied resolutely, that was a ruse of feigned death to escape. She is truly alive. If you are willing to swear an oath to the heavens and spare my life, I will divulge every detail of this matter to you. What do you say? The notion of a feigned death left Su Linyuan utterly astounded. He had never considered that Xinyao might have staged her own demise to evade danger. Yet, observing the earnestness in Lin Jianfeng's demeanor, he sensed no deception. After a moment of silence, Su Linyuan narrowed his eyes and replied, Very well, I accept your terms. As long as you recount the full account of Xinyao's fate, I, Su Linyuan, shall grant you your life today. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's affirmative response, Lin Jianfeng's face brightened with joy, his eyes sparkling with hope. He never anticipated that the truth behind Gong Xinyao departure all those years ago would ultimately save his life. With a light cough, Lin Jianfeng fell into reminiscence. Did you know that Gong Xinyao hails from Zhongzhou? From Zhongzhou? Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng's words, Su Linyuan furrowed his brows in a frown. In the past, he had his suspicions, considering Gong Xinyao young age and her remarkable cultivation at the Saint Realm. Coupled with the myriad treasures she possessed, it was reasonable to assume she originated from a significant power. Little did he expect her roots to lie in Zhongzhou. Please continue. Su Linyuan cast a casual glance at Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng, feeling compelled to divulge the details, recounted Gong Xinyao is from the Gong clan of Zhongzhou, a family with 9 emperors, a formidable force in Zhongzhou. Initially, the Gong clan had arranged a marriage with another prominent family, and it was Gong Xinyao who was to fulfill this arrangement. Upon learning of this, she clandestinely fled Zhongzhou, journeying eastward to the eastern wasteland. There she encountered you, fell in love at first sight, and they wed and bore child. The eastern wasteland, being remote, could have allowed Gong Xinyao to live peacefully with you. However, news of her whereabouts was leaked, reported back to the Gong clan. Enraged, the clan dispatched an emperor and 9 saints to our Tianxuan Sect. At that time, you were away on a mission, and it was my first encounter with an emperor-level powerhouse. The overwhelming imperial pressure rendered me unable to lift my head or meet their gaze. As Lin Jianfeng spoke, he involuntarily recalled the terrifying aura of the emperor-level being. Even decades later, it left an indelible mark in his mind. When the Gong clan's emperor arrived at our Tianxuan Sect, he discovered that Gong Xinyao had become a wife and was even with child, which incited his wrath to the extent of wanting to tear you apart. Subsequently, Gong Xinyao threatened to take her own life if that emperor dared to harm you, which ultimately quelled his fury and spared you. However, before departing, fearing you might seek vengeance against the Gong clan, a futile endeavor, she devised the ruse of faking her death, allowing you to believe she was gone, thus alleviating your burdensome thoughts. As Lin Jianfeng concluded, Su Linyuan's expression transformed dramatically. He had not anticipated that the events of the past unfolded in such a manner. Gong Xinyao, fearing that he would engage in a futile confrontation, had orchestrated a plan for her apparent demise. If you doubt my words, you may visit Gong Xinyao's grave. It is completely empty. Lin Jianfeng, anxious that Su Linyuan might remain skeptical, urged him. Su Linyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze calm yet icy as he inquired, who revealed Xinyao's whereabouts to the Gong clan. The tranquility of his voice carried a chilling undertone. Had it not been for that individual disclosing Gong Xinyao information to the Gong clan, how could Su Linyuan have endured such years of separation, leading to her tragic demise? Lin Jianfeng responded, you are acquainted with that person, Zhang Junrui, the 4th prince of the Xiao dynasty, and now the ruler of the dynasty. Zhang Junrui? Upon hearing that name, a murderous intent surged in Su Linyuan's eyes. In the beginning, Su Linyuan was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the eastern wilderness, possessing formidable combat prowess that rendered him invincible among his peers. Zhang Junrui, endowed with considerable talent, repeatedly challenged him, only to be defeated each time, almost succumbing to the turmoil of his own heart. This led Zhang Junrui to harbor deep resentment towards Su Linyuan. The royal family of the Xiao dynasty was a branch of the Zhang family from Central State, and it was through this connection that Zhang Junrui clandestinely leaked information about Gong Xinyao to the Gong family. In return, he received substantial rewards from them, which allowed him to break through to the sacred realm. His current combat strength and cultivation had already surpassed mine. Initially, after divulging Gong Xinyao's whereabouts to the Gong family, Zhang Junrui was handsomely rewarded. Such rewards from top-tier forces were akin to monumental opportunities for martial artists from the lesser regions of the eastern wilderness. Thanks to the Gong family's accolades, his cultivation progressed rapidly, even surpassing Lin Jianfeng. After Lin Jianfeng finished speaking, he looked up at Su Linyuan, feeling a tinge of anxiety. The information about Gong Xinyao was not something I concealed intentionally. She forbade me from disclosing it. Today, I have revealed everything I know without any concealment. What you just mentioned about sparing my life, it cannot be a falsehood, can it? Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh and withdrew his sword. Of course not. I have made a promise and shall not break it. After all, he had sworn an oath to the heavens. If you were to harm Lin Jianfeng and slay him, although it might pose no immediate issue, it would inevitably summon inner demons when he sought to ascend to a higher realm in the future. This was precisely why Lin Jianfeng insisted that Su Linyuan swear such an oath. Hearing Su Linyuan's response, Lin Jianfeng was overwhelmed with joy and climbed to his feet. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Chapter 18. The annihilation of the Tianxuan Sect is complete. System rewards. Leave? Where do you think you're going? As soon as Lin Jianfeng spoke, Su Linyuan's voice, laced with a semblance of amusement, echoed back. Huh, Su Linyuan. Do you intend to violate your heavenly oath and strike against me? Lin Jianfeng's hair stood on end, his senses sharpening. However, Su Linyuan merely waved his hand with a grin. I certainly will not lay a hand on you. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng let out a long sigh of relief. However, my sparing you does not imply that the devouring serpent will do the same. After all, the animosity between you two runs deep. Su Linyuan remarked with a knowing smile. Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng's eyes widened in horror, as if he had seen a ghost, staring incredulously at Su Linyuan. He glanced at the devouring serpent, nearly spitting out blood from sheer rage. Su Linyuan, are you toying with me? Who does not know that this devouring serpent obeys your every command? Without your orders, how could it dare to turn against me? Lin Jianfeng's elaborate calculations had failed him. He never anticipated that Su Linyuan's murderous intent remained unyielding, employing such a method to orchestrate his demise. Su Linyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he cast a glance at the execution platform. Am I playing with you? You guessed correctly. For 20 years, my son plotted and seized the bones of the Radiant. Did you ever harbor even a shred of compassion? Compassion? Lin Jianfeng fell silent. For 2 decades, he had never felt an ounce of pity. All he had known was the elation of a successful scheme. In the next moment, the devourer python surged forward without hesitation, charging straight at Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng, already wounded by Su Linyuan, was no match for the colossal serpent. With a thunderous roar, he was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth as he glared at Su Linyuan with a mix of rage and despair. Su Linyuan, you despicable coward. Devoid of honor. Even if I die, I will not let you go. Lin Jianfeng shouted, his voice filled with fury as the devourer python continued its relentless assault. Su Linyuan, however, remained unfazed. Honor? I have long since declared that my son is dead. I care not for right or wrong. What is honor to me? Can it resurrect my son? Rest assured, once the devourer python slays you, I shall extract your soul and allow you to endure an eternity of torment. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's indifferent words, Lin Jianfeng's heart plummeted. He yearned to resist, but the devourer python offered no opportunity for such defiance. After all, this was a chance to impress the master, and it would not let it slip away. With a resounding crash, Lin Jianfeng was brutally torn apart by the devourer python. His life extinguished in an instant. As his soul began to dissipate, Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh, swiftly extracting the soul and holding it firmly in his grasp. Dreaming of your soul's dissolution? Not on my watch. Thus, the Tianxuan Sect was utterly annihilated, leaving no survivors from top to bottom. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Su Linyuan's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Annihilation of the Tianxuan Sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ancient Songlong Body, Celestial Grade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Qing Ming Sword, Imperial Grade, Superior. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Great Desolation Prisoner S Finger, Imperial Grade, Intermediate. In the next instant, the essence of the ancient Songlong transformed into azure light, piercing into Su Linyuan's body. In that fleeting moment, his physical form began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. Within him, Su Linyuan observed his meridians transmuting into a shimmering azure golden hue, his bones cracking as they gradually transformed into a radiant golden form. Blood coursed through his veins, surging with a formidable dragon essence that spread throughout his being. Time seemed to lose meaning as Su Linyuan's inner core, the whirlpool of spiritual energy at his dantian, was stirred by the dragon essence. The once murky, spiritual energy gradually purified, coalescing into an azure golden dragon energy core. As the core spun, the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged into him, flowing through the newly forged meridians and transforming into dragon essence that nourished his entire body. As his blood transitioned from a dark crimson to a delicate golden hue, each droplet became imbued with the might of a dragon. This sudden transformation left the devourer python and the other demons in a state of profound astonishment. Particularly the devourer python, being a serpent, felt the inherent suppression from the dragon lineage. Meanwhile, Linyuan, having fused with the ancient azure dragon physique, one of the most formidable forms among the dragon clan, was nearly invincible in corporeal form. Should he cultivate this ancient azure dragon physique to its utmost, he could achieve a physical manifestation of an emperor, effortlessly plucking stars and moons with but a gesture. After a considerable time, Linyuan opened his eyes, and a terrifying dragon aura began to emanate from him. Truly, the rewards from the system were indeed overwhelming. Following the fusion, even at a nascent stage, his physical form had instantly reached a saintly level, even without the use of internal spiritual energy. His physical prowess was sufficient to rival that of a late-stage saint warrior. With a look of delight, Linyuan remarked that, without a doubt, his power had increased tenfold at the very least. If he were to exert his full strength, even an emperor-level expert might not withstand his might. Congratulations, esteemed one, on your remarkable enhancement. The Devourer Python and the other demons, though unaware of how Linyuan had surpassed his previous limits, hurriedly offered their felicitations. Linyuan, maintaining a composed demeanor, merely nodded slightly. The vengeance for Ping and had been largely avenged. However, as the beneficiary of these gains, Linyuan was no longer within the Tianxuan Sect, having already ventured to the Zhongzhou Dao Academy to serve under the academy's headmaster, thus evading a calamity today. Yet, Linyuan would not let him escape unscathed. Ping and those who tormented you have met their demise. The remaining Linyuan, who seized your supreme bone and eye of rebirth, shall certainly repay the debt in kind. Linyuan murmured to the void, as if to console Ping. Nevertheless, beyond the Zhongzhou Dao Academy, his greater concern lay with the Gong family. Narrowing his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered within them. Had it not been for Xianxia's desperate intervention, he would have already fallen to that emperor-level expert of the Gong family. In the eyes of such formidable powers, he was merely a warrior from the eastern wilderness, scarcely more significant than an ant. Moreover, the Gong family had forcibly taken Xianxia back with them. Thus, the bitterness within Linyuan's heart towards the Gong family remained unabated. Had Xianxia survived, the Gong family might have found a path to redemption. But should Xianxia have perished, even if the Gong family boasted 9 emperors, he would ensure their complete annihilation. Linyuan's cold voice resonated as if from the depths of the abyss, instilling a chill in the hearts of those who heard it. Even in the face of a family with 9 emperors, he displayed no trace of fear. With this thought, Linyuan's figure flickered, arriving at a gravesite. This was the resting place of Xianxia, where he had personally interred her. The gravestone bore the inscription, "Here lies the beloved wife, Xianxia." Uzban, Linyuan. Harboring lingering doubts regarding Lin Jianfeng's words, Linyuan resolved to seek the truth for himself. Behind him, the colossal serpent and the fierce beast stood a short distance away, refraining from uttering a word, fearful of inciting Linyuan's wrath. In the next moment, Linyuan resolutely pried open the grave, revealing an ancient bronze coffin before him. "Lin Jianfeng, should you dare to deceive me, I shall make your soul suffer eternally, unable to live or die for countless millennia." Linyuan narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. In an instant, he opened the coffin. With a hum, as the ancient bronze coffin creaked open, Linyuan's gaze shifted from cold detachment to astonished joy. Inside the coffin lay not the corpse of Xianxia, but rather a flowing purple dress. He recognized it as the very garment Xianxia had once worn. Overcome with excitement, Linyuan leapt into the coffin, grasping the purple dress tightly and laughing exuberantly. "Wonderful, wonderful! Xianxia is alive." Chapter 19. Am I a person of great murderous intent? Congratulations, my lord. The colossal serpent and the fierce beast quickly chimed in with smiles, eager to express their congratulations. It seemed imperative to set off for the central continent promptly, but first, the matter of the Xiao dynasty needed addressing. Linyuan murmured to himself. At this moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to reunite with Xianxia. Yet the Xiao dynasty remained a significant threat. The mere mention of the Xiao dynasty ignited a fury within Linyuan that rivaled his anger towards the Tianxuan Sect. The Tianxuan Sect had cost him his only son, while the Xiao dynasty had taken away his beloved wife. Now that the Tianxuan Sect was no more, the next target was the Xiao dynasty. Regaining his composure, Linyuan turned his gaze toward the fierce beast and the colossal serpent, casually tossing them 2 elixirs. The 2 creatures cautiously caught them. "These are top-grade holy elixirs," capable of aiding both of you in breaking through your current cultivation levels. The glimmer of surprise danced in the eyes of the fierce beast and the colossal serpent as they beheld the elixirs. They had never expected Su Linyuan to be so generous, presenting them with 2 top-grade holy elixirs at once. It was truly astonishing. "Thank you, my lord." Su Linyuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shall soon embark for the central continent, where I will likely confront formidable imperial-level adversaries. If you two are unwilling to accompany me, you may part ways." The journey to the central continent would not involve merely one great power, the Daoyuan, the Gong family, and the esteemed families allied with them loomed as formidable foes, danger lurking at every turn. Naturally, Su Linyuan would not compel them to follow him. Upon hearing this, the 2 creatures exchanged glances, their minds devoid of doubt, and promptly declared in unison, "We are willing to follow you, my lord." Neither the fierce beast nor the colossal serpent were fools. Although Su Linyuan was set to face imperial-level foes, they could discern that he was extraordinarily enigmatic. Certainly not an ordinary individual. After all, who could casually produce top-grade holy elixirs without being remarkable? Furthermore, Su Linyuan was generous and kept his word. Following him would undoubtedly yield benefits for both creatures. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan was somewhat taken aback. He smiled and declared, "In that case, I shall not treat you unjustly. You shall first refine the elixirs and break through your cultivation. I will serve as your protector." "Indeed, thank you, my lord." Both Xianxia and the devouring python exhibited expressions of joy. They then proceeded to refine the elixirs. Before long, an immense surge of spiritual energy began to rush toward the 2 demons. 3 days later, with Su Linyuan's protection, their breakthroughs encountered no difficulties, and both successfully ascended. Xianxia advanced to the initial stage of the 12th realm of the sacred domain, his power soaring. The devouring python reached the late stage of the sacred domain. As great demons in the sacred domain can transform into human forms, the 2 followed Su Linyuan, obediently taking on human appearances. Xianxia transformed into a youth resembling a scholar, while the devouring python assumed the appearance of a middle-aged man with a square face. "Very well, let us proceed." Su Linyuan glanced back at the heavenly Tianxuan Sect. With a wave of his hand, the mountains crumbled, and the vast terrain of the heavenly Tianxuan Sect immediately collapsed, transforming into a massive grave that buried the entire sect. As for the body of Su Pinyin, he kept it with him, intending to find a blessed land in the future for a proper burial. During these 3 days, the eastern wilderness was in turmoil. The heavenly Tianxuan Sect, one of the premier powers in the eastern wilderness, had been annihilated, inevitably causing a great uproar. In the capital of the Xixiao dynasty, the court was abuzz. Zhang Junrui wore a countenance as dark as stormy waters, for he had received troubling news in the past 2 days. The heavenly Tianxuan Sect had been destroyed. In truth, this news was advantageous for him and the entire Xixiao dynasty. Yet, the crux of the matter was that the one who had obliterated the heavenly Tianxuan Sect was none other than Su Linyuan. The mere thought of that man instilled a sense of dread in his heart. "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that the destruction of the heavenly Tianxuan Sect stemmed from Sect Master Lin Jianfeng's covetousness. As he seized the supreme bone and the heavy eye from Su Linyuan's son, Su Pinyin, prompting Su Linyuan to emerge from his tower for vengeance. Now, there is not a single survivor left in the entire heavenly Tianxuan Sect. The Supreme Elder Yuan Jingchuan, Sect Master Lin Jianfeng, and 18 elders have all perished in battle." A cautious middle-aged man approached to report. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junrui's already grim expression darkened further. How could Su Linyuan possess the strength to annihilate the heavenly Tianxuan Sect? Was he not supposed to be without a path ahead, unable to break through to the sacred domain? "Your Majesty, joyous news indeed." At that moment, the current Prime Minister of the Xixiao dynasty, Chang Wenzhong, stepped forward with a beaming smile, excitedly proclaiming. Zhang Junrui furrowed his brow. "What joy is there?" Chang Wenzhong replied with a grin. The destruction of the heavenly Tianxuan Sect was due to Lin Jianfeng's excessive greed, having seized Su Linyuan's son's supreme bone and heavy eye. However, our Xixiao dynasty has no such conflicts with him. We can seize this opportunity to claim the territories under the heavenly Tianxuan Sect and establish a favorable relationship with Su Linyuan. Upon hearing Chang Wenzhong's words, the other ministers in the court instantly voiced their agreement. What the Prime Minister says is indeed correct. Yes, our immediate priority should be to seize the cities and all assets under the heavenly Tianxuan Sect. Observing the fervent expressions of the court officials, Zhang Junrui could not help but furrow his brow. his countenance growing increasingly grim, who claimed he bore no enmity towards Su Linyuan. If Lin Jianfeng had severed Su Linyuan's offspring, then he had caused Su Linyuan's wife to part ways with him. In comparison, his actions were arguably more severe. However, these truths remained unspoken. Rubbing his temples, Zhang Juanrui inquired, "Where has Su Linyuan gone, Your Majesty?" According to reports, he appears to have headed towards the Wujimagong. The Wujimagong? Upon hearing this phrase, Zhang Juanrui's expression hardened. What business did Su Linyuan have there? It seemed he bore no grievances against the Wujimagong. Just then, outside the hall, a guard rushed in with urgent news. "Your Majesty, a spiritual vessel has arrived, bearing the emblem of the Zhang family." The Zhang family emblem? That was the direct lineage of the Zhang family from Zhongzhou. Instantly, Zhang Juanrui sprang to his feet, elated beyond measure. As the sovereign of the Xiao dynasty, he was, in truth, merely a branch of the Zhang family, with strength vastly inferior to the main lineage. The arrival of a spiritual vessel indicated the presence of a senior elder from the main branch, possessing half-step imperial realm cultivation. If such an individual were present, Su Linyuan would face certain doom should he dare approach. With this thought, Zhang Juanrui was overwhelmed with excitement and hurried out to greet them. Meanwhile, at the Wujimagong, the colossal sky-swallowing python inquired curiously, "Master, what brings us to the Wujimagong? Are we here to exact vengeance for some grievance?" This spiritual vessel had been procured from the Tianxuan Sect. Su Linyuan shot a glance. "What? Do I seem like a man with a penchant for slaughter?" The sky-swallowing python and the other beast exchanged bewildered glances but dared not voice their thoughts. No, of course not," the python hastily replied. "Su Linyuan Smaiv. The Wujimagong excels in the dark arts. They must possess treasures capable of tormenting souls. Since I have vowed to torment the souls of those from the Tianxuan Sect for 10,000 years, not a single day shall be spared. Naturally, it will not be limited to just those from the Tianxuan Sect. Once I arrive at the Xiao dynasty, I shall extract Zhang Juanrui's soul and subject it to torment for 100,000 years." Upon hearing this, the two beasts exchanged a shuddering glance. Goodness, this was not merely a thirst for blood. It was sheer terror. Chapter 20. The Elder truly keeps his promises. The Wujimagong. Had the Tianxuan Sect truly been annihilated? Monta Kingkeng, the master of the Wujimagong, swallowed hard, incredulous. One of the 6 great powers of the eastern wilderness, with profound strength and foundation, had been wiped out in a single day. What immense power could achieve such a feat? An elder hastily stood up and spoke, "Indeed, there are no survivors from the heavenly Xian sect. The mountains have crumbled, severing the spiritual veins. The one responsible for the sect destruction is the former elder, Su Linyuan." He then briefly recounted the events leading to the annihilation of the sect. After hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of calm wash over them. It turned out to be a matter of vengeance leading to the sect's downfall. "Oh, then it is of no concern," Lin Jianfeng remarked. "It is only fitting that someone as ruthless as him should face such an end. The act of extracting bones and blinding the eyes is something even the wicked demon palace has not inflicted upon its own. How laughable it is for the heavenly Xian sect, which prides itself on being a righteous faction, to engage in such deeds." With this newfound understanding, Emo Qing felt relieved, taking a sip of tea with a smile. Just then, a disciple rushed in, breathless, reporting to the palace master, "An individual has come to pay his respects." "Who is it?" Emo Qing replied, his gaze remaining unyielding. "He claims to be Su Linyuan." Crash! At the sound of those 3 syllables, Emo Qing's fingers trembled, his grip faltering, causing the teacup to shatter on the floor. The expressions of the elders in the wicked demon palace shifted dramatically. What brings this harbinger of death here? Has he not had enough with the heavenly Xian sect, and now seeks to obliterate our palace as well? Panic ensued among the assembly. Emo Qing steadied himself and rose, declaring, "Everyone, let us meet this esteemed Su." Though Emo Qing was older than Su Linyuan, the latter's formidable prowess compelled him to address him with deference. "Yes," the gathered elders replied as they swiftly made their way outside. Outside the wicked demon palace, Su Linyuan hovered in midair, accompanied by the towering sky-devouring python and the fearsome Yanyu, both transformed into human forms. The overwhelming aura of these 2 formidable beings was laid bare, instilling trepidation in the disciples stationed outside. Emo Qing and the elders sped towards the scene. Approaching, Mo Qingsong sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the two formidable figures beside Su Linyuan, while the man himself seemed even more unfathomable. Gazing upon him felt akin to staring into a bottomless abyss, impossible to confront directly. I am Mo Qingsong, the palace master of the Wicked Demon Palace, and I humbly greet you, esteemed Elder Su. I did not expect your esteemed presence and regret not welcoming you properly. I hope you will forgive this oversight. Mo Qingsong lowered his stance significantly, his eyes filled with reverence. It must be said, the Wicked Demon Palace has endured for so long due to its perceptiveness. Su Linyuan offered a slight smile and waved his hand, saying, Palace Master Mo, you are too kind. I wish to know the purpose of my visit to the Wicked Demon Palace. Please, if there is anything I require, I trust you will not refuse. Mo Qingsong replied respectfully, Esteemed Elder, whatever you desire from our Wicked Demon Palace, we shall not hesitate to fulfill. The group of elders behind him, once renowned as powerful figures throughout the eastern wasteland, now displayed utmost submissiveness, their faces adorned with smiles. Having long heard of the Infinite Demon Palace as the pinnacle of the demonic path in the eastern wilderness, one wonders if there exists any artifact capable of tormenting the soul. An artifact for soul torment? Mo Qingsong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Linyuan's purpose for visiting the Infinite Demon Palace was such. He had assumed the visitor sought to annihilate his clan. Breathing a silent sigh of relief, he quickly donned a smile and replied, Indeed, we possess a sacred artifact known as the Soul-Devouring Banner, a low-grade sacred item capable of absorbing the souls of martial artists, allowing for their torment and even commanding them to fight. However, due to its limited quality, it can only absorb souls of the Saint Realm at most. Upon finishing his words, Mo Qingsong shifted his gaze and commanded, Elder, swiftly retrieve this sacred artifact to present to Senior Su. The elder, having heard this, dared not hesitate and promptly bowed respectfully yes. He then turned to depart. Pleased with Mo Qingsong's demeanor, Su Linyuan smiled. In that case, I am most grateful. Senior Su, you are too modest. This is but a duty. May I inquire about the intended use of the Soul-Devouring Banner? Mo Qingsong asked cautiously. If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, I shall consider it as though I have not asked. Fearing that Su Linyuan might take offense, Mo Qingsong added hastily. Su Linyuan chuckled softly. It is nothing of great consequence. Lin Jianfeng and the individuals from the Tianxuan Sect seized my son's supreme bone, extracted his reincarnation eye, and ultimately drove him to his demise. Prior to annihilating the Tianxuan Sect, I vowed to extract their bones, take their eyes, skin them alive, and torment their souls for a millennium. Now, the extraction of bones and eyes and the skinning have all been completed. Only the tormenting of the souls remains. I cannot renege on my promise. Monta King, the elders of the Infinite Demon Palace. What? Did you hear that? Upon uttering these words, even Mo Qingsong, a formidable figure in the demonic path, felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined that such a terrifying individual existed in this world, one who would not even spare the dead, insisting on using a sacred artifact solely for the purpose of torment. It was ruthless. In comparison, he felt utterly unworthy of the title of demon. Nonetheless, while these thoughts crossed Mo Qingsong's mind, he dared not express them aloud, stammering instead, Ahem, Senior, you truly keep your promises. Before long, the elder of the Infinite Demon Palace returned with the Soul-Devouring Banner in hand. Without hesitation, Mo Qingsong erased his own imprint from the banner and handed it over to Su Linyuan. Although a low-grade sacred artifact is quite precious, Mo Qingsong would not gamble with his life. Senior Su, I have removed all imprint from this soul-devouring banner. You may use it freely. Ah, you are considerate. Su Linyuan nodded, accepting the soul-devouring banner. With a mere thought, he inscribed his own soul imprint upon it, thereby gaining control over the banner. This item is quite remarkable. A splendid treasure. Not only can it torment souls, but it can also command the souls contained within the soul-devouring banner. However, the quality of this soul-vanquishing banner is rather low, capable of imprisoning only the souls of those in the sacred realm, rendering it of little use to Su Linyuan. It may serve merely to torment Lin Jianfeng and Yuan Jingchuan, among others. In the next moment, Su Linyuan released dozens of souls, casting them into the soul-vanquishing banner. Not far off, Mo Qingsong and the other elders observed closely. Among the souls were two from the sacred realm, namely Yuan Jingchuan and Lin Jianfeng. while the rest comprised elders and several disciples from the Tianxuan Sect. Su Linyuan was not jesting. His intent was indeed to inflict suffering upon these individuals. At this realization, those present instinctively swallowed hard. Such cruelty, truly ruthless. Soon, the soul-vanquishing banner activated, and Su Linyuan constructed a realm akin to the underworld within it, designed specifically for Lin Jianfeng and his companions. This underworld was replete with tormenting punishments such as mountains of blades, seas of fire, and boiling oil, all exceedingly severe. However, a slight shortcoming was that Lin Yin had retreated to the central continent. Yet, Su Linyuan was unperturbed. Once he journeyed to the central continent to eliminate Lin Yin, he could reunite their family. "Thank you, Master Mo," he expressed, tossing a bottle of pills as a token of gratitude. "Is this a sacred-grade pill?" Upon seeing the pills, Mo Qingsong's eyes widened in astonishment. A mere toss yielded a sacred-grade pill, a treasure of immense value in the entire eastern wilderness. It was certainly not inferior to the soul-vanquishing banner that Mo Qingsong had just provided. In fact, this item could assist him in breaking through his cultivation, surpassing even the value of the banner. "This esteemed one, this item is far too precious." Mo Qingsong's words were interrupted by Su Linyuan, who waved his hand dismissively. "I dislike owing favors. It's merely a bottle of pills, nothing of consequence." Upon hearing this, Mo Qingsong's spirits soared, his eyes brimming with excitement. This bottle of pills would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to a new level. "Thank you for your generosity, esteemed one. If you do not mind, please rest for 2 days in my Wujimo palace. We shall welcome you with utmost hospitality," he said respectfully. However, Su Linyuan shook his head. "No need. I must go to the Xiao dynasty to take a life." "To kill in the Xiao dynasty? Who does the esteemed one intend to slay? My Wujimo palace can assist." Mo Qingsong was determined to curry favor with Su Linyuan and hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Yet, Su Linyuan smiled, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "You cannot assist in this. I intend to kill Zhang Junrui of the Xiao dynasty along with the entire royal family." Zhang Junrui? Upon hearing this name, Mo Qingsong's mind seemed to freeze, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Was he out of his mind? Having just annihilated the Tianxuan Sect, he was now set to slaughter the entire Xiao dynasty. The two foremost powers of the eastern wilderness were on the brink of destruction at his hands. Madness. This was sheer madness. "Respected senior, it is said that the royal family of the Xiao dynasty is a branch of the Zhang family from Zhongzhou, with an extraordinary lineage. If you were to take action against the Xiao royal family, it would likely provoke the displeasure of the Zhang family," Mu Qingsong cautiously warned. "The origins of the Xiao dynasty are well known among the major powers of the eastern wilderness, which has solidified its transcendent status. After all, although Zhang Junrui is merely a branch of the Zhang family, who can say whether he has any ties to the main lineage? If the Zhang family of Zhongzhou were to be enraged, no power in the eastern wilderness would be able to withstand such retribution." However, Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh, not even lifting his eyelids, and calmly replied, "The Zhang family of Zhongzhou, so what?" These 8 simple words instantly startled Mu Qingsong. One must understand that the Zhang family of Zhongzhou is a formidable force, with imperial realm experts stationed within. Such a power, with a mere stomp of their foot, could shake the entire eastern wilderness. How could the Wujimagong dare to oppose such a titan? Yet, Su Linyuan exhibited no fear and even sought to annihilate the Xiao dynasty. Consequently, upon hearing Su Linyuan's words, Mu Qingsong fell silent, relegated to a position of meek acquiescence. Su Linyuan smiled, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "All right, I appreciate your assistance today. Farewell." With that, he turned decisively to leave, followed closely by the colossal serpent and the fierce beast. Watching the trio depart, Mu Qingsong's eyes shimmered with profound awe. "Palace Master, yesterday, the Xiao dynasty invited our Wujimagong to the imperial capital to eliminate Senior Su Linyuan. Do you think we should still go?" An elder behind him inquired. The day prior, before Su Linyuan's arrival, the Xiao dynasty had sent an envoy to request Mu Qingsong's presence in their court to join forces in the assassination of Su Linyuan, promising exceedingly generous rewards. Zhang Junrui had invited the remaining major powers of the eastern wilderness to this battle, with Wujimagong being no exception. Initially, Mu Qingsong had hesitated, for the benefits offered by the Xiao dynasty were substantial, and he feared that Su Linyuan might take action against Wujimagong. Thus, he pondered whether to ally with the other powers to eliminate this unpredictable variable. However, after witnessing Su Linyuan today, Mu Qingcong immediately reconsidered. Of course we shall not go. This esteemed senior Su possesses unfathomable strength. In his presence, I feel as though I am but a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, beyond comprehension and dare not to fathom. Moreover, the two individuals accompanying him are both transformed from sacred beasts, and one of them I cannot even discern their cultivation level, suggesting their power surpasses my own. As a mid-stage sacred realm expert, Mu Qingcong's inability to perceive even the strength of Su Linyuan's followers underscores the terror of his might. The audacity of Zhang Juanrui to contemplate action against such an existence is nothing short of madness. Of course, he was unaware of the conflict between Zhang Juanrui and Su Linyuan, but he could sense the undercurrents of tension. After all, Su Linyuan aimed to annihilate the Xiao royal family, while Zhang Juanrui sought to unite several formidable factions to eliminate Su Linyuan, which undoubtedly harbored significant animosity. Naturally, he could not serve Zhang Juanrui and wade into this murky water. The elders behind him displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. The strength of this esteemed Su was indeed terrifying. Just wait and see. The Xiao dynasty is likely to face a tremendous downfall. Perhaps from this day forth, the Wujimagong would reign supreme in the eastern wilderness. 2.5 days later, Su Linyuan soared on his sword, accompanied by the colossal serpent, Yanhui, heading straight for the Xiao dynasty. In the distance, the three could already see the imperial capital. A fierce glint flickered in Su Linyuan's eyes. Zhang Juanrui, if it weren't for you back then, how could Xianxia have been forcibly taken back by her family? How could I have ended up with a fractured family? Though Su Linyuan had gained a system and his power had surged, he would rather forego this system if it meant living peacefully with his wife and children. Master, ahead lies the imperial capital of the Xiao dynasty. Allow me to challenge them. Yanhui volunteered. Su Linyuan squinted and shook his head, saying no need. Upon uttering these words, Su Linyuan strode forward, standing atop the city wall, drawing countless gazes toward him. Zhang Juanrui, come forth and meet your demise. His furious roar echoed throughout the imperial capital. Instantly, his proclamation caused many to gasp in shock. Who is Zhang Juanrui, the sovereign of the Xiao dynasty? A distinguished practitioner at the 12th realm, one of the most formidable figures in the eastern wilderness, fortified by the immense influence of the central continent. To audaciously demand Zhang Juanrui to come out and die was nothing short of hubris. On the city wall, the commander of the imperial guards bellowed. Who dares to disrespect his majesty? You seek death. Su Linyuan's eyes narrowed as he let out a cold laugh. A mere peak warrior at the 11th realm dared to speak insolently. Utterly ridiculous. With a mere flick of his hand, the great wilderness captive sky, fingers shot forth. The commander of the guards widened his eyes in sudden realization, attempting to evade, only to find escape utterly impossible. A thunderous crash resounded as the esteemed commander of the Xiao Imperial Guards, a peak warrior at the 11th realm, was obliterated in an instant. This unforeseen scene left everyone present in profound shock. Faces turned ashen and eyes filled with terror. What kind of combat prowess was this? With a simple gesture, he had extinguished a peak warrior of the 11th realm. Only a sage-level powerhouse could wield such might. Chapter 22. If you seek death, do not blame me. At this moment, within the imperial capital of the Xiao dynasty, Zhang Juanrui sat upon the dragon throne. He had long been aware of Su Linyuan's arrival in the capital. Yet his countenance bore no trace of the anticipated panic. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. For at this moment, in the court, aside from the Wujimagong, the top powerhouses of the remaining 3 major factions in the eastern wilderness had all gathered. In the realm of the 10,000 Swords Sect, the Tianxuan Sect, and the illusory Moon Pavilion, these 3 formidable forces stand on par with the previously renowned Heavenly Profound Sect. Presently, all their elite forces are assembled here, and to make matters worse, a prominent elder from the royal lineage is also in attendance. Thus, Zhang Juanrui harbors no trepidation towards Su Linyuan. Has the endless demon palace yet to arrive? Zhang Juanrui's voice bore a hint of dissatisfaction. A day prior, he had dispatched emissaries to summon the endless demon palace. Yet no one had appeared by this moment. Reporting to your majesty, there has been no news from the endless demon palace. An official spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Juanrui narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering within. The endless demon palace had shown an utter lack of respect. Despite personally extending an invitation, They had not only failed to attend, but had also neglected to communicate. He made a mental note, resolving to settle the score with them after he dealt with Su Linyuan. If they choose not to come, so be it. Once I eliminate Su Linyuan, I shall claim all the resources left by the heavenly profound sect without sharing a morsel with Mo Qingtsong. With that, Zhang Junrui rose, his expression brimming with fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, Su Linyuan has committed heinous acts against the sect. If we do not eliminate him, the Eastern Desolation region will know no peace henceforth. We must ensure that this scoundrel does not escape today. As his words echoed, the assembly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Su Linyuan shall surely meet his demise today. Indeed, with the combined might of the prominent forces of the Eastern Desolation, how could we fear a single individual? Precisely. As he listened to their affirmations, a satisfied smile graced Zhang Junrui's face. He nodded cheerfully. In that case, let us proceed. Upon the walls of the imperial city, Su Linyuan soared through the air, standing atop a long sword. He observed as over 100 figures swiftly approached from the palace, each radiating formidable energy. Seeing this, a faint smile curled upon Su Linyuan's lips. It seems Zhang Junrui was well aware of my arrival and has summoned the major forces of the Eastern Desolation. Yet, this is of little consequence. To me, these so-called top-tier forces are nothing more than a collection of insignificant entities, hardly worthy of concern. A thunderous roar echoed around him as the winds howled. Clad in his dragon robe, Zhang Junrui looked down from his lofty position, brimming with confidence. Flanked by the formidable warriors of the Xiao dynasty alongside the elite from the 10,000 Swords Sect, the Radiant Sun Sect, and the Illusory Moon Pavilion. There were no less than 10 mighty beings at the Saint Realm. Su Linyuan, you possess audacity indeed, daring to provoke me in the imperial capital of the Xiao dynasty. Zhang Junrui scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with boundless malice. Had Su Linyuan chosen to remain in the demon tower of the heavenly profound sect in a state of quietude, it would have sufficed. Yet, he had foolishly ventured out and dared to tread upon the capital. Was this not an invitation to death? However, the murderous intent in Su Linyuan's eyes gradually solidified, and a chilling voice emerged. Zhang Junrui, it was you who betrayed my wife's whereabouts to the Gong family, leading to my complete familial ruin. This grudge, which has lingered for 23 years, has allowed you to live in comfort for far too long. Today, I have come to claim your life. From this moment forth, not a single member of the Xiao dynasty shall remain. A chilling voice filled with an air of unrelenting murder echoed, and the terrifying pressure of the sacred realm instantaneously enveloped the imperial capital of the Xiao dynasty, causing countless powerful figures to shudder involuntarily. At this moment, all eyes converged upon Zhang Junrui. Initially, they were curious as to why Su Linyuan had come to the imperial capital. It turned out that he harbored a deep-seated enmity with Zhang Junrui, one that was irreconcilable and fierce. How ridiculous! Gong Xinyao is a disciple of the Gong family in Central Continent. What was wrong with me revealing her whereabouts? Zhang Junrui's gaze betrayed not a hint of fear as he met Su Linyuan's stare, responding coldly. Every choice you make bears the gifts of fate. Choice 1. Had it not been for the betrayal, would you have faced the loss of your family? Annihilate the Xiao dynasty. Reward: 1 infusion of cultivation, a celestial-grade body refinement technique, and an imperial-grade martial art. Choice 2. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Withdraw. Reward: 10 imperial-grade runes and a bottle of imperial-grade elixirs. The voice of the system's choices rang in his ears. Su Linyuan let out a cold chuckle. Even without rewards, he would undoubtedly choose the first option. After all, it was Zhang Junrui who had brought about his familial devastation. He vowed not to rest until this vendetta was avenged. With a silent resolve, he made his choice and stepped forward. Indeed, there was nothing wrong with my actions. However, since you have caused my family's ruin, I shall today annihilate your entire clan and torment your soul for eternity. Does that seem excessive? As for the others, Su Linyuan's gaze swept coldly across the crowd, and he spoke with icy resolve. This is a private matter between Zhang Junrui and myself. If you other martial artists for various sects wish to avoid death, you would do well to flee at once. Otherwise, you too shall be buried alongside the Xiao dynasty, and I will not spare your sects either. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's proclamation, the assembled powerful figures exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. They had been tempted by the conditions laid out by Zhang Junrui, driven by greed to take action. Yet Su Linyuan's words instilled hesitation within them. After all, the tragic fate of the Tianxuan Sect was still fresh in their minds. Their sect annihilated, their mountains crumbled, a great force extinguished in an instant. Should Su Linyuan emerge victorious in this battle, they too could face the obliteration of their sections. Seeing the effect of Su Linyuan's words on the crowd, Zhang Junrui quickly interjected, "There is no need for you all to be swayed by his rhetoric. He is but one man. How could we, 10 venerable masters of the sacred realm, fail to subdue him? Moreover, I have the formidable Zhang family backing me, a force of imperial caliber. Why should I fear a mere Su Linyuan?" As soon as Zhang Junrui's words fell, the crowd brightened with realization. Indeed, Zhang Junrui was not alone. He had the formidable Zhang family behind him. It was said that an elder from the Zhang family had arrived in Central Continent, currently residing within the palace. With such an elder in attendance, victory was assured. Upon this realization, the resolve of the gathered individuals solidified. The words of His Majesty ring true. Su Linyuan, devoid of humanity and merciless, deserves to be vanquished by all. Taoist Zhang's assertion holds merit. Today, we shall unite to slay him. Indeed, we can eliminate a scourge from the eastern wilderness. The leaders of the three formidable factions, Wanjianmen, Linyuan Sect, and Huanyue Pavilion, voiced their unwavering support for Zhang Junrui. After all, should we succeed in vanquishing Su Linyuan, not only would we earn Zhang Junrui's rewards, but we would also lay claim to the myriad resources left behind by the Tianxuan Sect. Such temptations were too alluring to resist. Observing this, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a cold smile. A band of fools. I had no intention of slaying so many. But if you seek your demise, I shall not be held accountable. As his words fell, Su Linyuan's aura surged dramatically, and the powerful sense of oppression sent chills down the spines of those nearby. His cultivation level reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. The pinnacle of the sacred realm. Zhang Junrui narrowed his eyes, coldly declaring, "What of the pinnacle of the sacred realm? Everyone attack together. Let's eliminate Su Linyuan today." Chapter 23, Overreaching. Had it been earlier, Zhang Junrui might have harbored some trepidation regarding Su Linyuan's peak sacred realm cultivation. However, with a half-step Emperor Realm elder stationed within the palace, what did he have to fear? With 10 sacred realm cultivators joining forces, even if they could not defeat Su Linyuan, the elder's intervention would make his annihilation child's play. Thus, confidence surged within him. The remaining sacred realm powerhouses, too, did not hesitate, rallying in response. While Su Linyuan's strength was formidable, they were no weaklings either. Boom! In an instant, 10 sacred realm powerhouses launched their attacks simultaneously. Among them, Zhang Junrui possessed the greatest strength, being in the late sacred realm. As the ruler of the Xiao dynasty, he had the formidable Zhang family lineage backing him, numerous sacred artifacts at his disposal, and had practiced various sacred tier martial arts, rendering his combat prowess far superior to that of his peers in the eastern wilderness. Thus, when faced with Su Linyuan, a peak sacred realm cultivator, he felt no fear. Overreaching. Su Linyuan scoffed, slightly raising his hand. The great wilderness prisoner of heaven finger. Boom! A massive azure golden finger imprint tore through the air, its edges entwined with the ethereal silhouette of a dragon. As it passed, the attacks of the 10 sacred realm cultivators melted away like snow in the fire. This spectacle left the onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment. What manner of attack is this? Impossible. Such a terrifying martial art exists in this world. What level is this? Zhang Junrui's pupils constricted as he hastily summoned the most profound royal Tao of true dragon protection, golden dragon energy surging from his pores, coalescing into 3 layers of armor upon his body. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the imperial capital. The shockwave from the battle extended for dozens of miles, obliterating weaker martial artists in the vicinity into mere fragments. This is indeed an imperial-level martial art. Its power is utterly terrifying. Moreover, under the formidable cultivation of Su Linyuan at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, the unleashed might is beyond description. After an unknown passage of time, once the remnants of the battle subsided, the onlookers glanced around, their eyes filled with intense dread. The Grand Elder of the Illusory Moon Pavilion has fallen. As they surveyed their surroundings, each person swallowed hard, their expressions etched with fear. The Grand Elder of the Illusory Moon Pavilion, an early-stage Holy Realm martial artist skilled in the art of illusions, had charged to the front line without any defensive artifacts, thus suffering the brunt of the impact. Yet, her demise sent shockwaves through the crowd. After all, although her combat prowess was not particularly formidable, she was nonetheless a Holy Realm expert. And to fall so easily under Su Linyuan's assault, without even withstanding a single strike, was utterly shocking. A Holy Realm being had perished with such alarming ease. Even Zhang Juanrui felt his breath quicken, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Su Linyuan's strength appeared to surpass his expectations by a considerable margin. As for the other Holy Realm experts, while they had survived, they bore differing degrees of injury from Su Linyuan's attack. The opportunity to preserve their lives had long been granted, yet they failed to cherish it, and now they must all prepare to meet their demise. Su Linyuan was not a person driven by a thirst for blood, yet he was certainly no saint. He had already offered these individuals a chance. Their failure to appreciate it was their own misfortune. It was time to send them on their way. Zhang Junrei gritted his teeth and spoke coldly. Everyone, Su Linyuan will not spare us today. We must fight him to the death. Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt they had no other recourse. After all, having chosen to stand against Su Linyuan, it was now a matter of life or death. Attack! In an instant, a barrage of assaults commenced. From the north, the leader of the Burning Sun Sect unleashed his blazing sword, a scorching inferno capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. As a late-stage Holy Realm expert, his combat strength was formidable. With his move, the attack from the Illusory Moon Pavilion and the Xiao dynasty converged. The sky was filled with a flurry of sword lights and blade shadows, the intense vibrations echoing forth. It could be said without hesitation that even a peak Holy Realm warrior would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Master, we shall come to your aid. Yin Yao and the Devouring Serpent quickly stepped forward. No need, step back, Su Linyuan replied with a smile. Although the siege of 9 Holy Realm warriors appeared quite formidable, to him, they resembled nothing more than insignificant insects, unworthy of concern. With a mere gesture, Su Linyuan summoned the Qingming's sword into his grasp. In the next moment, he unleashed a sword light that chills the 19 continents. Boom! A terrifying sword aura erupted from Su Linyuan's hand, the white sword radiance sweeping through. The sword energy spreading like wildfire. In an instant, countless martial artists were struck with fear by this overwhelming sword energy. Break! The sword energy surged wildly, and the combined assault of the 9 revered martial artists was entirely extinguished in an instant. However, the ordeal was far from over. An endless radiance of sword light surged towards the onlookers. Zhang Juanrui's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this sword energy be so terrifying, carrying the weight of imperial pressure? I cannot withstand it. Feeling the sheer terror of the sword energy, Zhang Juanrui was thrown into a panic. He was not alone. The other Sacred Realm warriors were equally alarmed. Boom! A dreadful explosion erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the imperial capital to tremble. The massive city walls crumbled under the force of the shockwave. Countless martial artists below were obliterated by this overwhelming power. As the tumult subsided, the crowd gazed up to witness a scene of unparalleled horror. How could this be possible? Among the 9 revered, 6 had perished. Below, innumerable martial artists stood in stunned silence. These were Sacred Realm powerhouses, not mere cabbages. To lose 6 of them in an instant was unfathomable. Only Zhang Juanrui, Feng Lixian, the leader of the Linyuan Sect, and by Xianxia, the Grand Elder of the Wanjian Sect, remained. The 3 survivors were all late-stage Sacred Realm practitioners, each donning protective sacred artifacts. Yet, even Su Linyuan's strike had severely injured them, shattering their defenses as well. The trio coughed up blood, their eyes gleaming with profound terror, as if they had just faced an unimaginable horror. How could this be? Within the sacred might lay a trace of imperial aura. Such power was utterly unprecedented. Feng Lixian and Bai Jianxin swallowed hard, and a deep sense of regret surged within them. Had they known Su Linyuan was so formidable, they would never have dared to confront him. Now, they were gravely injured, their sect's other Sacred Realm warriors had fallen, and the losses were devastating. Moreover, if Su Linyuan emerged victorious, their sect would likely face annihilation. What catastrophic loss! At this moment, Zhang Juanrui was equally astonished. He had never anticipated Su Linyuan possessed such strength. Having interacted with many martial artists from the Central Continent, none of those top talents could match this level of terror. Chapter 24. Elder of the Central Continent. As an elder of the Tianxuan Sect, How could he possibly rival the prodigies of the central continent? Zhang Juanrui's disbelief was palpable. Although Su Linyuan had once gained renown throughout the eastern wilderness in his youth, that fame was limited to that region and could not compare to the prodigies of the central continent. Yet now, Zhang Juanrui had to concede that Su Linyuan's strength, even among the same realm prodigies of the central continent, was likely among the very best. At this moment, behind Su Linyuan, the colossal sky-eating python and the fierce Xianxia were also taken aback. This was their first encounter with Su Linyuan's true prowess, and it was indeed terrifying. Perhaps this was not even his true strength. Initially, there was no intention to slay so many. The goal was merely to eradicate Zhang Juanrui and the imperial family of the Xiao dynasty. However, your actions have compelled me to take this drastic measure. The combined forces of the Tianxuan Sect, Linyuan Sect, and Huanyue Pavilion likely amount to hundreds of thousands of warriors, all destined for demise due to your misguided decisions. Su Linyuan's cold smile revealed his frigid gaze, devoid of any emotion. He had not intended to engage with these three major factions, seeking only a personal vendetta. Yet, these foolish individuals insisted on provoking him. Thus, there was no alternative. His unwavering principle was to eliminate the root of the problem. Since the three factions had chosen to confront him, it was only natural that Su Linyuan would not spare them. Upon hearing these words, Fang Laixian and Bai Jinshan's pupils constricted sharply, as if they envisioned the tragic fate of their disciples at the hands of Su Linyuan. In that moment, their regret reached its zenith. No, Senior Su, it is entirely my fault, Fang Lieshuan's fault, and has nothing to do with Linyuan Sect. I beseech you to spare the lives of everyone in Linyuan Sect. Fang Laixian, the esteemed late-stage Saint Realm Master and leader of Linyuan Sect, found himself weeping before Su Linyuan, devoid of any pretense, filled only with boundless remorse. Seeing this, Bai Jinshan swiftly echoed his sentiments. Yes, it is all our fault, and the sect bears no responsibility. I implore you to spare the lives of the tens of thousands of disciples of Linyuan Sect. Bai Jinshan was acutely aware that Su Linyuan had annihilated the entire Tianxuan Sect. If he resolved to destroy Linyuan Sect, no one could intervene. Thus, he could only plead for Su Linyuan's mercy. However, as he listened to their desperate pleas, Su Linyuan merely responded with a frosty smile, his gaze sweeping over the two. The opportunity has already been afforded to you, yet your foolishness led you to provoke me. Your demise is well-deserved. As for the sects behind you, I am one who favors eradicating the root of the issue. Moreover, sending you to hell alone would be rather dull. How delightful it would be to bring others along for companionship in the netherworld, allowing for some conversations in the afterlife. Fang Laixian and Bai Jinshan were momentarily rendered speechless. Is this truly the words of a human? To massacre hundreds of thousands merely to ensure the two of them have company in hell? Madness. Zhang Junrui let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Do not plead with him. Though he is powerful, I still have other means. With that, he directed his gaze towards the direction of the palace and raised his hands, proclaiming, Elder, I beseech you to intervene. Elder, I beseech you to intervene. His voice resonated throughout the entire imperial capital. Su Linyuan curiously glanced toward the palace, his expression calm. If his intuition served him correctly, the elder within the palace should hail from the Zhang family of Zhongzhou. It was precisely this individual that afforded Zhang Juanrui his audacious confidence. Thunderous echoes resounded. As the words fell, an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing the sacred realm, suddenly enveloped the capital city. This force was not chaotic and rampant. Instead, it was as formidable as a deep abyss or towering mountain, gradually emanating from the depths of the imperial palace. Wherever it spread, pedestrians on the streets fell to their knees, and even the city's protective enchantments activated, trembling slightly under the weight of the pressure, as if they might shatter at any moment. The guards atop the city walls looked up, only to see a dark purple figure gliding toward them from the direction of the palace. With each step, golden runes shimmered in the air, and even the winds became docile, while the clouds parted to create a path. Observing this presence, Su Linyuan furrowed his brow. Clearly, this individual possessed strength that exceeded his expectations. The aura emanating from this person hinted at a semblance of imperial realm energy, yet it had not fully transformed, indicating a considerable gap from achieving true imperial status. This was what they referred to as a half-step imperial realm. Su Linyuan swiftly discerned the cultivation level of the elder from the Zhang family, whispering softly to himself, as the figure approached. Clad in a dark purple robe adorned with golden thread depicting 12 imperial patterns, each step illuminated the designs with a faint glow. Surrounding him were subtle golden flecks, a signature of a half-step imperial powerhouse. He twirled 3 strands of white beard with his left hand, while his right hand donned an imperial jade ring, akin to the one belonging to Zhang Juanrui. The character Zhang on the ring radiated imperial might, causing the spiritual energy of the world below to swirl visibly, converging toward him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Juanrui's face brightened with joy, a broad smile gracing his features as he knelt before everyone without hesitation. Disciple Zhang Juanrui pays respects to Elder Xianling. This individual was named Zhang Xianling, an elder of the Zhang family from Central State, possessing a cultivation level of half-step imperial realm. Even within the Zhang family, his status was not insignificant. Zhang Juanrui, being a mere branch disciple from the remote eastern wilderness, could not possibly compare. You worthless fool! 10 sacred realm warriors couldn't best a single one. Zhang Xuanling's voice resonated from above, neither amplified nor diminished. Yet it reached every ear with an undeniable authority. Hearing the disdain in his words, Zhang Juanrui felt a pang of frustration, yet he dared not retort, bowing his head in submission. In the next moment, Zhang Xuanling's gaze shifted towards Su Linyuan, his aged eyes flashing with a glint of murderous intent. Young man, to cultivate to the peak of the sacred realm in this small corner of the eastern wilderness demonstrates some degree of capability. However, how dare you provoke a disciple of the Zhang family? Though merely a branch, it is still a grave offense. The Zhang family of Central State was notoriously domineering. Even if Su Linyuan had only challenged a branch disciple, to them, it represented a provocation against the entire Zhang family, a capital offense. However, I am a connoisseur of talent. If you are willing to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, recognizing me as your master, I could spare your life and even take you to Central State. What say you? Zhang Xuanling's voice echoed slowly, laced with temptation. Moments ago, he had been attentively observing the battle between Su Linyuan and others within the imperial palace. And to his astonishment, he realized that Su Linyuan's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, within the Eastern Wilderness domain, there existed such remarkable talents, which was truly unexpected. Consequently, he entertained the notion of subduing the young man. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Juanrui was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? The elder intended to take Su Linyuan to the central continent, back to the main family? This had always been his fervent desire, and he never anticipated that Su Linyuan would fulfill it. Chapter 25. My wife and children are no concern of the Zhang family. Nevertheless, in response to Zhang Xuanling's overtures, Su Linyuan merely chuckled derisively and shook his head, stating, I have no interest. No interest? Zhang Xuanling's brow furrowed, his expression immediately darkening. He presumed that Su Linyuan lacked understanding of the significance of the Zhang family in the central continent, and thus spoke again. Young man, my Zhang family in the central continent is an imperial lineage, boasting hundreds of thousands of descendants, with formidable experts reigning over the territory. We are not a small place like the Eastern Wilderness domain. Are you certain you do not wish to join my Zhang family? The prestige of an imperial lineage hardly required elaboration. It was the greatest honor of Zhang Xuanling's life. Yet, Su Linyuan regarded this with disdain, smiling as he remarked, the Zhang family is indeed impressive, but surely they cannot compare to the Gong family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuanling's expression stiffened. The Gong family, renowned for having produced 9 emperors, was an immense powerhouse that the Zhang family could never hope to rival. Each of the 9 emperors was extraordinary, their combat prowess far surpassing anything the Zhang family could muster. Elder Xianling, his wife, is indeed Gong Xinyao. Zhang Juanrui cautiously interjected from his side. However, upon hearing the name Gong Xinyao, Zhang Xianling suddenly understood. So, he was the so-called waste husband of the Gong family's young lady. This was common knowledge, even among the major factions of the central continent. In an instant, Zhang Xuanling's initial inclination to recruit Su Linyuan evaporated. For if the Gong family were to learn of his attempt to bring Su Linyuan to the Zhang family, it would spell disaster. Since he could not recruit him, the only recourse left was to eliminate him. Zhang Xianling narrowed his eyes, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. I see now, you are merely a waste, a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. The young lady of the Gong family is hardly a match for someone like you. Had it not been for my informing the Gong family of her whereabouts, you might have truly tasted what is beyond your reach. Zhang Xuanling's words dripped with contempt. In his view, Su Linyuan, a mere warrior from the remote eastern wilderness domain, was unworthy of even aspiring to the young lady of the Gong family. Such thoughts were beyond even the esteemed elder of the Zhang family. However, no sooner had he spoken than the azure dragon energy surrounding Su Linyuan surged violently, the previously dissipated malevolence coalescing into a palpable force, freezing the very air. His brows knitted into a tight frown, his voice as frigid as ancient ice, each word laced with a chilling malice. Is it true that you were involved when Xinyu was taken away? The cold voice did not provoke any apprehension in Zhang Xianling. He chuckled nonchalantly. Of course, it wasn't just me. The entire Zhang family played a part. Do you, a mere waste, still wish to seek revenge? How utterly laughable. With that, Zhang Xianling burst into laughter, disregarding Su Linyuan entirely. Even if that boy had breached the sacred realm, what of it? He, a formidable presence on the brink of the imperial realm, had barely grazed the threshold of such power. How could a sacred realm warrior possibly compare? Moreover, he was merely a sacred realm warrior from the eastern wilderness, a region lacking in merit. It goes without saying that facing the pinnacle of the sacred realm from the central continent, he could easily handle 5 adversaries. And against the pinnacle of the sacred realm from a lesser place like the eastern wilderness, facing 10 would pose no challenge at all. Thus, he dared to provoke, utterly unafraid. Is that so? Su Linyuan's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. The shattering of my family is tied to your central continent's Zhang family. Initially, I had no intention of exterminating your clan, but it appears now that your family deserves to perish. His voice was chillingly cold. Originally, he had intended to settle accounts with Zhang Juanrui and the Xiao dynasty. If the central continent's Zhang family chose not to seek vengeance, that would have sufficed. However, he had not anticipated that those involved in Xinyu's abduction included them. His family's devastation was inextricably linked to their actions. Given this, he resolved to send them all to their doom. Behind him, the colossal sky-devouring python and the fierce Yin Miao instinctively shivered. They understood Su Linyuan's demeanor all too well. Back when he annihilated the Tianxuan Sect, he bore the same countenance. Now, however, his aura was far more terrifying than when he had obliterated the Tianxuan Sect. Yet, as Su Linyuan's words lingered in the air, Zhang Xuanling's laughter erupted once more. What a joke! My Zhang family is an imperial lineage. How dare a mere sacred realm warrior act so brazenly? You truly are ignorant of your own limits. In Zhang Xianling's eyes, Su Linyuan was nothing more than a fool blind to reality. The imperial lineage boasted its own powerhouse at the imperial realm. How could a mere Su Linyuan ever hope to match that? Zhang Juanrui smirked, his lips curling in derision. Su Linyuan, you are truly hopelessly foolish. That imperial realm expert from the central continent could crush you with a mere flick of his hand. The pressure of the imperial realm was something Zhang Juanrui had been fortunate enough to witness once. It was far beyond what mere sacred realm warriors could contend with. Is that so? You need not concern yourselves. You shall never see it again. The audacity! Zhang Xianling's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes revealing a glint of lethal intent. But as his words fell, Su Linyuan's figure suddenly vanished from sight. His disappearance was not a mere teleportation. It was the primal speed of the ancient dragon form. With his azure golden dragon aura transforming into a fleeting shadow, causing the very fabric of space to ripple gently. In the next moment, a brilliant azure and gold sword light erupted as the Qingming sword was activated, swiftly transforming from a point to a plane, creating a circular moon of approximately 10 feet in width. The dragon shadow upon the sword roared fiercely, descending upon Zhang Xianling with lethal intent. A single sword radiated coldness across 19 continents. Below, Zhang Juanrui felt a tightening in his chest at the sight of this sword, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Trembling with fear as he shielded Zhang Xianling, he was genuinely terrified. After all, Su Linyuan had just slain 6 venerable warriors of the sacred realm with a single strike, and he himself bore grave injuries. Zhang Xianling furrowed his brow, inwardly cursing the cowardice of his companion. With a sudden motion, he raised his right hand, the imperial patterns on his dark purple robe glowing brilliantly as a silver halo manifested from his palm. The Silver Moon Cycle. This was the Zhang family's supreme martial art. The Silver Moon Cycle, its edges inscribed with intricate runes, enhanced by the power of a half-step to the imperial realm, serving as his ultimate attack. With a resounding clash, The azure and gold sword light collided with the silver halo, unleashing a shockwave far surpassing the previous 9 saint battle. The dragon shadow within the sword struck the runes on the halo, producing a thunderous roar. As the intertwining azure and silver radiance formed a curtain of light that upheaved the ground within a 100-foot radius, causing even the defensive array of the distant imperial city walls to collapse. Witnessing this scene, the bystanders were filled with trepidation. Zhang Juanrui nearly lost his composure. Being closest to Zhang Xianling, he could more acutely sense the terror embodied in Su Linyuan's attack. After an indeterminate period, as the residual waves dissipated, the crowd beheld Zhang Xianling gasping for breath, blood dripping from his wounds. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only an overwhelming glimmer of greed. That long sword in your possession is an imperial artifact. Chapter 26. Old man, aren't you quite powerful? Zhang Xuanling's gaze flickered, brimming with insatiable greed and astonishment. Though wounded by Su Linyuan's strike, the injuries were not severe. At this moment, he paid little heed to his own wounds. Rather, he was exhilarated by the sight of the long sword in Su Linyuan's hand, an authentic imperial artifact. Even within the Zhang family of Zhongzhou, such treasures were seldom seen. How could this youth possess such a divine relic? It was an utter waste of such a treasure. Hearing this, Zhang Juanrui was taken aback. How could Su Linyuan, lacking any significant background, possibly own an imperial artifact? It was inconceivable. Youth, should you hand that imperial artifact over to me, I could spare your life today. What say you? Zhang Xianling coaxed, his greedy voice echoing. However, Su Linyuan scoffed, Old man, spare my life? Yet I have made no such promise to spare yours. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianling was infuriated. Humph, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Today, I shall thoroughly slay you and seize your imperial artifact. Such a treasure should not be squandered in your hands. With that, Zhang Xianling narrowed his eyes, his palms suddenly glowing with a blinding silver light. As a gleaming white circular sacred artifact emerged from his bosom, hovering in midair. This artifact is known as the moon-slaying holy wheel. A superior sacred weapon with a diameter of 3 feet, its edges adorned with serrated spikes, each inscribed with a miniature rune. The moon-slaying holy wheel is no ordinary sacred weapon. It emanates a profound aura of lethality. Should an average sacred realm expert encounter this wheel, they would likely be swiftly annihilated. Yet, Su Linyuan remains undeterred, letting out a cold chuckle, 9 nether profound thunder. With a resounding roar, dark purple lightning fills the sky like a spider's web. Su Linyuan waves his hand, and countless bolts of thunder descend with tremendous force, covering an expanse of several hundred miles, enveloping the entire imperial capital. Thunder dragons, born of the profound lightning, surge toward Zhang Xuanling's moon-slaying holy wheel. Boom! The clash of lightning and the wheel sends shockwaves through the air, and even Zhang Xuanling's composure falters, his eyes trembling in disbelief. Heavenly anomalous thunder? Who is this youth to wield such a celestial treasure? It is truly astonishing. One must recognize that anomalies such as the 9 nether profound thunder are rare even in the central state, let alone the eastern wilderness. Despite being an esteemed elder of the Zhang family, on the verge of the imperial realm, he has never possessed such a treasure. Moreover, Su Linyuan's 9 nether profound thunder is of exceptionally high quality, an authentic top-tier treasure. Even the Zhang family would be envious. Crash! The surface of the moon-slaying holy wheel instantly cracks, with pale golden shards and silvery, cold energy erupting from the fissures. This superior sacred weapon, capable of shattering stars, is severely wounded by the 9 nether profound thunder. But this is not the end. Su Linyuan sneers, extending a finger to deliver a precise strike. Great wilderness prison sky finger. His voice, infused with dragon might, reverberates as his right index finger thrusts forward, transforming into a 10-zhang-tall, azure golden dragon-shaped finger imprint. Where it lands, Zhang Xuanling's protective aura shatters like glass, and his dark purple robe is torn asunder, revealing a ghastly wound on his chest. The might of this mid-tier imperial martial art needs no elaboration. Zhang Xianling screams as he is sent hurtling backward, crashing into the city wall of the imperial capital, barely stabilizing himself. He coughs up blood, his face is pale as a sheet, his protective aura long since breached. In this moment, he is left weak and trembling, terror flickering in his eyes. Not only he, but all around him stand in stunned disbelief. Zhang Juanrui, Feng Laixian, and Bai Jianshan, Late-stage Sacred Realm experts swallow hard, a chill coursing through their bodies. How could this be possible? Su Linyuan has effortlessly defeated a half-step Imperial Realm elder from the Central State? Such a display of power is enough to terrify everyone present. How can it be that a mere peak Sacred Realm cultivator has bested Elder Xianling? Zhang Juanrui's lips tremble, his complexion ghostly pale. It is crucial to note that his greatest reliance has been this elder from the Central State, Zhang Xianling. Yet now, his strongest ally lies gravely injured, leaving him to fend for himself. As for Fang Laixian and Bai Jianxun, an overwhelming sense of regret now consumed them entirely. They had initially believed that eliminating Su Linyuan would be an effortless task, utterly devoid of complications. After all, with 10 Sacred Realm experts joining forces and an elder from the Central Continent overseeing the operation, how could anything possibly go awry? However, at this moment, they were utterly dumbfounded. 7 of the 10 Sacred Realm practitioners had fallen, and the elder from the Central Continent was grievously injured. In stark contrast, Su Linyuan stood unscathed, exuding an aura of formidable strength, seemingly having not exerted himself at all. It was over, utterly over. Linyuan Sect was bound to face the calamity of annihilation. At this moment, Fang Laixian spoke with a pale visage, lamenting how a fleeting moment of greed could lead to the impending destruction of a sect with a legacy spanning millennia. His regret was profound. Bai Jianxun, too, was engulfed by regret, feeling it even more acutely. Initially, many elders within the sect had opposed the course of action, urging him to reconsider and avoid such treacherous waters. Yet, his arrogance led him to believe that a mere junior like Su Linyuan could never be his match, especially with so many forces allied against him, ensuring an inevitable victory. Consequently, he had vehemently dismissed the counsel of the other elders. Little did he know, this would lead to catastrophic consequences. As for Su Linyuan, he cast a disdainful smirk, unfazed by the thoughts of those around him. His gaze shifted towards Zhang Xianling, and he taunted, "Old man, weren't you just brimming with confidence? Come on, let us continue the fight." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xianling spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura further dwindling and his complexion as pale as a ghost. Emerging from the shadows, Zhang Xianling lifted his gaze towards Su Linyuan and declared, "Su Linyuan, you must understand, you are opposing my Zhang family of the Central Continent. Should my family's Emperor realm be enraged, we could easily obliterate you 100 times over." In this dire moment, he had no other recourse. Unable to best Su Linyuan, he resorted to invoking the authority of his imperial lineage to intimidate. Yet, Su Linyuan remained indifferent, grinning maliciously, his smile brimming with an icy malevolence. "An Emperor realm expert? I am eager to see how your Zhang family intends to kill me. Alas, you may not witness it, for today you shall surely perish." At these words, a chill ran down Zhang Xuanling's spine, an ominous premonition spreading through him. This young man truly intended to slay him. Had it been anyone else, he might have doubted their resolve, but Su Linyuan was an unequivocal madman. If he vowed to act, he would not feign. With that thought, Zhang Xianling wasted no time and turned to flee. Indeed, a formidable half-step Emperor realm expert from the Central Continent was now making a hasty retreat. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. Chapter 27. Fleeing? A pipe dream. Elder Xianling. Zhang Juanrui trembled as he called out, but Zhang Xianling paid him no heed, accelerating his escape. Damn it, this kid is too bizarre. Here is a fluent, high-impact English translation that preserves the tone, pacing, and intimidation of the original scene. Not only did he possess imperial-grade martial arts, but he also wielded an imperial weapon, and on top of that, he even had heavenly anomalous lightning, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Who the hell would dare mess with someone like this? Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best choice. As long as he could return to the Zhang family and summon the clan's Emperor realm ancestor, this brat would surely die. However, Su Linyuan was never going to let the old man escape so easily. The corner of his mouth curled upward as he sneered inwardly. "Run? You're dreaming." As the words fell, Su Linyuan's figure vanished from where he stood. His speed was astonishing, far faster than even Zhang Xianling, a half-step emperor. That was only natural. Zhang Xianling had already been heavily injured by Su Linyuan, his speed greatly reduced. More importantly, Su Linyuan possessed the primordial azure dragon body, an immortal-grade physique whose enhancements were terrifying beyond measure. Not only his physical strength, but his speed, defense, and endurance were all monstrously amplified. After all, clouds follow the tiger, winds follow the dragon. The dragon race was innately swift. With such a supreme physique, Su Linyuan's speed had surged to its absolute limit. Boom! Within 1 or 2 breaths, Su Linyuan appeared directly in front of Zhang Xianling. A faint smile hung on his face as he looked down at him from above. How is this possible? How do you possess such terrifying speed? Zhang Xianling was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't win. He couldn't escape. An unprecedented terror spread through his heart. At this moment, he could even smell the scent of death. That is not something you need to worry about, Su Linyuan said with a gentle smile. Just accept death obediently. No, I'm an elder of the Zhang family. My life tablet is enshrined in the clan. If you kill me, the aura tracing art will immediately lock onto you. When that happens, the Zhang family's ancestor will personally hunt you down and destroy you. Zhang Xianling shouted in terror. Imperial clans of Central Zhou all possessed such tracing techniques. As a clan elder of high status, Zhang Xianling had a life tablet within the family. If he died outside, the tablet would shatter, allowing the clan's experts to use the remaining aura within it to pinpoint the killer's location. If Su Linyuan dared to kill him, what awaited him would be the boundless fury and vengeance of the Zhang family. After all, killing a Zhang family elder was no different from openly declaring war on the Zhang clan. Such provocation, how could a dignified imperial clan ever tolerate it? Hearing this, Su Linyuan smiled. Is that so? I'd like to see what the Zhang family can actually do to me. In any case, Su Linyuan had never planned on sparing the Zhang family. His broken family, his wife torn from him, had the Zhang family's fingerprints all over it. If the Zhang family were not destroyed, his heart would never know peace. As his words fell, Su Linyuan did not hesitate. He swung his sword. The azure nether sword roared to life. A terrifying sword aura descended from the heavens. Zhang Xianling's eyes widened in sheer horror, but resistance was utterly futile. No. All his unwillingness and despair turned into a final scream, which was completely annihilated within the descending sword light. In the distance, Zhang Junrui, Feng Laixian by Xianxia, and countless martial artists from the imperial capital were utterly astounded by the scene before them. A venerable elder of the Central State imperial clan, a being of half-step emperor realm cultivation, had been so effortlessly slain, it was simply inconceivable. He had lost his mind, truly having killed Elder Zhang Xianling. What a lunatic. An outright madman. Zhang Junrui, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard, nearly rendered speechless by terror. He could scarcely believe that Su Linyuan had indeed taken Zhang Xuanling's life. He was all too aware of the Zhang family's might, with 2 ancestral figures of the emperor realm and over 100 formidable saints within their ranks. Such a colossal power valued its reputation above all else. How could a mere martial artist from the eastern wilderness, without any backing, expect to escape unscathed after slaying an elder of the Zhang family? When the ancestral figures of the emperor realm emerged, Su Linyuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. How could such a madman exist in this world? Feng Laixian and Bai Jianshan were no better off. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would never have waded into such murky waters. After dispatching Zhang Xianling, Su Linyuan wasted no time, swiftly extracting the elder's soul and sealing it within the soul-devouring banner. The old man's soul power was formidable, straining even the banner's capacity. Fortunately, Su Linyuan forcibly suppressed it, even annihilating a portion of Zhang Xuanling's soul to ensure it fit within the confines of the banner. Having lost his family, the elder's demise had played a part in that tragedy, and Su Linyuan would not allow him to escape death so easily. The soul must endure torment for at least 10,000 years. Subsequently, with a flick of his hand, Su Linyuan gathered Zhang Xuanling's storage ring and other possessions before incinerating his corpse completely. After completing these tasks, he let out a cold chuckle and, in a flash, appeared before Zhang Junrui and the others. Now it is your turn. Feng Laixian and Bai Jianshan, upon witnessing this, fell to their knees, weeping profusely as they pleaded. We beseech you, esteemed senior, spare our lives. This entire affair is Zhang Junrui's fault, and we are in no way involved. We hold no grievances against you. It was merely our foolishness that led us here. Their desperate pleas starkly contrasted their earlier bravado. Who could have anticipated that Su Linyuan was such a harbinger of death? Had they known, even with the courage of 1,000 men, they would not have dared to act so recklessly. Now, they comprehended why Mo Qingtsong from the Wujimagic Palace refrained from intervening. He must have been aware of Su Linyuan's terrifying prowess, opting to stay away. Su Linyuan looked down upon the two, his calm gaze revealing no hint of emotion. He was not a mindless killer, yet neither was he a saint. Had the two not attempted to strike him, Su Linyuan might have shown them mercy. Alas, they had foolishly chosen to attack him, seeking to extinguish his life. Thus, there was no choice but to send them to their demise. In the next life, remember to use your intellect. Greed comes at a cost. Su Linyuan spoke coolly, devoid of any intention to show mercy. As his words echoed, he raised his hand amidst the astonished gazes of the two. The great wilderness prisoner's finger. A brilliant beam of light surged forth, aimed directly at their forms. The two attempted to evade, yet found themselves with no means of escape. With a thunderous crash, their corporeal bodies disintegrated in an instant, reduced to mere fragments, leaving not a single intact corpse behind. Such a gruesome spectacle sent chills down one's spine. The two bore no profound enmity towards him. Thus, Su Linyuan, in his grandeur, refrained from extracting their souls to place within the soul-devouring banner. However, Zhang Juanrui was a different matter altogether. A cold smile played on Su Linyuan's lips as his icy gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 28. Annihilation of the Xiao dynasty. Zhang Juanrui shuddered, a wave of terror sweeping over him. Did he not wish to flee? Yet, how could he escape when even the formidable elder Xianling, a half-step emperor, could not elude Su Linyuan's grasp? It was utterly impossible. Su Linyuan, the events of the past were merely misunderstandings. It is the Bao clan that wielded their power oppressively, and I hold them in great disdain. Zhang Juanrui quickly shifted the blame, attempting to absolve himself of any culpability. But how could Su Linyuan be so easily deceived? A misunderstanding? I rather preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Juanrui momentarily faltered. That defiant attitude? Was it not due to the backing of Zhang Xianling? Who could have foreseen that the old man was so inept, unable to best Su Linyuan, and instead meeting with a counterattack? Now, all the saint-level powerhouses lay dead, leaving him utterly alone. Do you know how Lin Jianfeng met his demise after seizing my son's supreme bone and dual pupils? Su Linyuan's tone shifted as he suddenly brought up Lin Jianfeng. Zhang Juanrui was taken aback. How did Lin Jianfeng die? In his skeptical gaze, Su Linyuan spoke slowly. He seized my son's supreme bone and dual pupils, so I flayed him alive, stripped him of his flesh, extracted his bones and eyes, and refined his soul, imprisoning it within the soul-devouring banner to endure a millennium of torment. With that, Su Linyuan produced the soul-devouring banner. Zhang Juanrui recognized this artifact at once. It was a sacred relic of the infinite demon palace, now in Su Linyuan's possession. Subsequently, Su Linyuan presented it to him. Within the soul-devouring banner lay the 18 layers of hell, each layer a realm of unending suffering, where dozens of souls were being mercilessly tormented. Zhang Juanrui's gaze fell upon several familiar souls. One was Lin Jianfeng, the sect master of Tianxuan Sect, and the other was Yuan Jingchuan, the esteemed elder of Tianxuan Sect. These two were enduring the tortures of the 18 layers of hell within the soul-devouring banner, beset by blades, flames, and lightning. The cries of anguish echoed throughout the banner, a cacophony of despair. Zhang Juanrui's eyes narrowed as he also recognized elder Zhang Xianling, who had just been slain by Su Linyuan. At this moment, he was engulfed in an unsettling tremor, as countless assaults assailed his spirit, causing this elder of Xianin to endure immense suffering. This scene left Zhang Juanrui paralyzed with fear, swallowing hard and retreating unsteadily. To experience such torment for millennia, what terror that would entail. Zhang Juanrui dared not even contemplate it. Su Linyuan, having retrieved the soul-vanquishing flag, coldly remarked, "You are the reason I lost Xianxia, my family shattered, and nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the archers. Were it not for you, Xianxia would not have been taken, my son would not have had his bones plundered. The origin of all this calamity lies with you." Su Linyuan's teeth ground together, his eyes betraying an insatiable thirst for vengeance. If Lin Jianfeng was guilty of slaying Pinyin and committing heinous acts, then Zhang Juanrui was the architect of this entire disaster. The very source of it all. Had Zhang Juanrui not informed the archers, Xianxia would not have been abducted, he himself would not have entered the demon tower, and Pinyin would have been spared from Lin Jianfeng's merciless grasp. In other words, Zhang Juanrui's culpability surpassed even that of Lin Jianfeng. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Juanrui trembled violently, his body shaking like a leaf in the wind. No, no, no. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was wrong. I truly recognize my errors. In that moment, the imperial dignity he once possessed crumbled, his voice tinged with desperation as his knees struck the gravel ground, leaving 2 trails of blood. The hem of his dragon robe was askew due to his trembling, the embroidered 5-clawed golden dragon brushing against the scorched earth, stripping away large swathes of gold thread. He dared not raise his gaze, fixating instead on the soles of Su Linyuan's boots, even his breath restrained. Yet, his pleas for mercy were ultimately futile. How could Su Linyuan possibly show him leniency? Recognize your errors? Very well. I shall consign you to the soul-vanquishing flag for a millennium of reflection. Su Linyuan grinned, but to Zhang Juanrui, these words struck like a thunderclap. A millennium of torment within the soul-vanquishing flag. How could he endure such suffering? No, no. Zhang Juanrui, in a frenzy, attempted to flee. But with a mere wave of Su Linyuan's hand, his physical form was ensnared in a powerful grip. Then, with a resounding boom, a fist was unleashed. An unimaginable force surged toward Zhang Juanrui's crown, and in his horrified gaze, his skull shattered under the sheer might. This was the skull of a late-stage Saint Realm expert, yet it crumbled with such ease, revealing the terrifying extent of Su Linyuan's power. With Zhang Juanrui's skull fractured, he inhaled his last breath. Seizing the moment, Su Linyuan unhesitatingly extracted his soul and cast it into the soul-vanquishing flag. Zhang Juanrui's spirit let out a final, anguished wail. Yet there was no escape. He was doomed to endure torment for a millennium within the flag. With vengeance exacted, Su Linyuan sighed in relief. After 23 years, his grudge had been avenged. However, he felt no joy as he had envisioned. Instead, a shadow of worry clouded his heart. It was not the retribution from the Zhang family that troubled him, but rather the uncertainty of Xianxia's fate. Though she had been taken by the archers, he hoped she was unharmed. Su Linyuan had known Xianxia for many years and understood her temperament all too well. If Xianxia were coerced by her family into marrying someone she did not love, her disposition would likely drive her to take drastic measures. This was the source of Su Linyuan's deepest concern. With Ping'an already gone, he could not bear to lose Xianxia as well. It was imperative to hasten to Zhongzhou without delay. Su Linyuan murmured to himself, "Master, with these individuals deceased, what shall we do about those in the palace?" Inquired the colossal, sky-devouring python cautiously. Su Linyuan collected his thoughts and cast a fleeting glance toward the palace. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Eliminate them. Leave no trace of the royal family of the Xiao dynasty. Alongside them, eradicate the Tianxuan Sect, the Linyuan Sect, and the Huanyue Pavilion." Su Linyuan was not one to show mercy. He understood the necessity of eradicating the roots of his adversaries. Presently, the royal family of the Xiao dynasty, along with the Tianxuan Sect and the Linyuan Sect, were devoid of any saint-level experts. With the strength of the sky-devouring python and the fierce Yin Jiao, they could carry out their slaughter without restraint. Of course, they were not alone in this endeavor. He suspected that Mo Qingtsong, being an astute individual, would not remain idle while the Tianxuan Sect and the Linyuan Sect faced destruction. Thus, he entrusted this task to the 2 beasts. "Yes, we shall obey," they responded, darting toward the palace. In the next moment, the vast palace erupted in chaos. As the formidable 11th-tier monarchs stationed within were swiftly dispatched by the 2 beasts with a single strike, Su Linyuan hovered in the air, calmly observing the palace's direction, devoid of any compassion. Every action, however small, bore its consequences. Meanwhile, far away in the Zhang family ancestral land, a tempest brewed. Chapter 29. The Fury of Zhongzhou. The Emperor's Gaze. In the Zhang family's ancestral ground, a place where the family's life tokens were kept, dozens of elders had gathered. The shattering of Elder Xuanling's life token was unfathomable. How could he, who had merely ventured to the eastern wilds, be harmed? At that moment, Zhang Tian, the family head, wore an exceedingly grim expression as he spoke darkly. It was inconceivable that Zhang Xianling could encounter danger in such a trivial place. The destruction of his life token was unprecedented in the family's history. How dare someone lay hands on the Zhang family? I implore you, family head, to summon our ancestor and utilize the qi tracking method to locate the culprit. An elder exclaimed in fury. Indeed, Zhang Tian nodded in agreement. He then employed a communication talisman to directly contact one of the family's ancestors. Boom! Moments later, The ancestral ground reverberated with a series of ominous sounds as a terrifying imperial pressure descended, causing all to momentarily hold their breath. Fortunately, this was the ancestor of the Zhang family, whose intent was not malevolent, and normalcy was quickly restored. Mu Tian, what brings you to summon me? The venerable ancestor of the Zhang family spoke solemnly. I must report, ancestor, that one of our elders, Zhang Xianling, was slain while journeying to the eastern wilderness. His life token has shattered. I implore you to employ your qi manipulation techniques to trace the perpetrator's whereabouts. Upon hearing Zhang Mutian's words, the elder's brow furrowed, and a hint of anger laced his voice. How long has it been since someone dared to lay a hand on a member of the Zhang family? Such audacity is utterly reckless. Very well. He simply responded with a single affirmative, causing a flicker of joy to appear on the faces of Zhang Mutian and the other elders. Subsequently, the ancestor harnessed a strand of qi from the shattered life token and invoked a secret technique. A pair of colossal, gilded eyes manifested in the heavens, following the trail of qi as if traversing countless miles through the river of time, gazing towards the direction of the eastern wilderness. Time passed, and far away in the distant expanse, Su Linyuan felt a subtle discomfort as if something were watching him. The sensation was deeply unsettling. Could it be that a certain imperial figure from the Zhang family is spying on me? Su Linyuan murmured to himself. Indeed, such a possibility loomed large. However, while the emperor, he could not simply appear before him and extinguish his life. By the time he arrived in the eastern wilderness, he would likely have already ascended to the imperial realm himself. Shall I cower before his brilliance? Nonsense. Without hesitation, Su Linyuan rose to his feet, his stature proud as he gazed towards the central continent. He wielded the Qingming sword and struck towards that direction. The resplendent sword intent radiated magnificently, and the overwhelming sword aura commanded respect. The Zhang family is but this. He scoffed, unperturbed. After a while, Su Linyuan sensed the gaze that had been fixed upon him dissipate. Meanwhile, in the central continent's Zhang family, the ancestor let out a low grunt, his voice resonating like thunder, causing Zhang Mutian and the other elders to tremble with unease. Could it be that the ancestor has failed to locate the one who killed Elder Xianling? Zhang Mutian inquired cautiously. However, the Zhang ancestor snorted, his tone laden with dissatisfaction. I have indeed found him. This individual is even more audacious than I had imagined. It is sheer insolence for a mere Saint Realm warrior from the eastern wilderness to dare swing a sword at me. Although he had only used qi manipulation to observe from afar, without descending in person, it was still the gaze of an emperor. The fact that a mere Saint Realm warrior exhibited such arrogance was utterly intolerable. Zhang Mutian and the others were curious, uncertain of what this individual had done to provoke such fury from the ancestor. The Zhang ancestor grunted again before continuing. This person is currently outside the imperial capital of the Xianxia dynasty in the eastern wilderness. This is his aura. He has slain an elder of our Zhang family and shown disrespect towards me. You must ensure his demise. With a grand gesture, the Zhang ancestor bestowed dozens of compasses upon them. Within this compass lies the essence of Su Linyuan, enabling all present to seek his location by following its direction. Upon witnessing this, the assembly did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. We shall obey. The elder of the Zhang family uttered a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze vanishing into the ancestral grounds, leaving Zhang Mutian and the elders behind. This individual not only slaughtered the elders of the Zhang family, but also displayed disrespect towards the ancestor. Such a person must be eliminated, for the Zhang family shall face no peace henceforth. I command the family disciples to mobilize. You shall accompany them in the search, utilizing the compass to guide you to the eastern wilderness and utterly annihilate this wretch. As Zhang Mutian's words concluded, the elders all clasped their hands in salute, affirming, yes. An hour later, the entire Zhang royal family of the Xianxia dynasty was extinguished, leaving no survivors. The grand imperial city had transformed into a desolate ruin. The colossal sky-devouring python and the malevolent Yin Miao returned to report. Master, the Zhang royal family has been entirely eradicated. Well done. Just as these words fell, a voice from the system echoed in Su Linyuan's ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the choice. The obliteration of the Xianxia dynasty's royal family. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 infusion of cultivation, special. Congratulations, host, for obtaining ancient Kunpeng body refinement technique, immortal grade. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Imperial Star River Fist, mid-tier imperial. The host may proceed with the infusion of cultivation. Shall be done now? Upon hearing the system's voice, joy illuminated Su Linyuan's face. Infuse. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced the infusion. The system's infusion bore no hidden dangers or side effects, and he would not squander the opportunity to enhance his strength, especially as he sought revenge in the central continent. Suddenly, the heavens and earth transformed. The once clear sky was engulfed by ominous clouds, obscuring all perception. In the next moment, a golden pillar of light, exceeding all imagination, plummeted from the void, crashing down upon Su Linyuan's head like a cascading river of stars. The terrifying spiritual energy contained within the pillar surged forth without hindrance, directly flooding into his meridians. The ancient dragon body within him resonated with this force, emitting a series of dragon-like roars. The surrounding azure gold spiritual energy surged violently, expanding from a mere 100 zhang to 1,000 miles. As intricate golden imperial patterns began to materialize within the energy, each pattern pulsating as if alive. Is this the aura of the imperial realm? The sky-devouring python and Yin Miao stared, dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, everything was fine. How could he have suddenly broken through to the imperial realm? This speed is astonishing. However, now was not the time for contemplation. The overwhelming pressure of the imperial realm was unbearable for the two beasts, instinctively retreating several dozen miles, their eyes filled with reverence. This terrifying aura was unlike anything they had ever encountered. The grandeur of Imperial might left them gasping for breath. The infusion of power from the golden pillar continued unabated, and Su Linyuan's bones began to emit a series of crisp cracks, not shattering, but transforming. Chapter 30. Achieving the Imperial Realm. Uncertain of the passage of time, the golden beam of light began to gradually dissipate, while Su Linyuan's aura grew increasingly formidable. Suddenly, a powerful sound reverberated through the heavens. Su Linyuan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with profound astonishment. This is the Imperial Realm, indeed a transformation beyond all previous expectations, Su Linyuan remarked with a smile. In the next moment, he raised his hand to grasp the void, and a massive azure golden hand coalesced from ether. With a gentle squeeze, the vast imperial capital shattered, reduced to a cloud of ashes. This exemplifies the might of the imperial realm, capable of severing the rivers of stars with a mere gesture. Effortlessly obliterating an entire city is a trivial feat, to put it bluntly. Su Linyuan's current strength surpassed his previous self by at least a. Now, he could extinguish his former self with just one hand. Such terrifying power instilled him with immense confidence. Not far away, the sky-devouring giant python and the malicious beast stared in awe, hastily approaching to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, Master, on achieving the Imperial Realm, becoming the first Imperial expert in the Eastern Wilderness in millennia. Their words of praise concealed an overwhelming excitement within. After all, though Su Linyuan had previously been immensely powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, even half-step Imperial experts were no match for him. Yet, that was merely the sacred realm. Now, Su Linyuan had genuinely broken through to the Imperial realm, a bona fide emperor. This not only signified a monumental enhancement in strength, but also a substantial elevation in status and identity. Correspondingly, the status of the two beasts naturally rose as well. They were now true Imperial servants. Who would dare to show them disrespect? Although the two were unaware of the sudden breakthrough Su Linyuan had achieved, they wisely refrained from probing too deeply, as it was their master's secret. Su Linyuan waved his hand cheerfully. No need for excessive courtesy. You two, go and annihilate the Tianxuan Sect, the Linyuan Sect, and the Huanyue Pavilion. As soon as Su Linyuan's words fell, the two beasts eagerly nodded. Yes, we shall attend to it at once. This was the first task entrusted to them, following their master's ascension to the Imperial Realm, and they were determined to execute it flawlessly. With that, the two beasts set off unhesitatingly toward the Tianxuan Sect, the Linyuan Sect, and the Huanyue Pavilion. Merely extinguishing sects was a simple endeavor. Even though these three sects had once been the most formidable forces in the Eastern Wilderness, without Sacred Realm warriors to defend them, they were now nothing. After the two beasts departed, Su Linyuan turned his gaze to the system. Host, Su Linyuan, cultivation, early Imperial Realm, physical body, late Sacred Realm, physique, ancient Sanglong body, immortal grade, techniques, supreme immortal scriptures, special, ancient Kunpung body refinement method, immortal grade, martial arts, One sword illuminates the cold 19 continents, low-rank imperial technique. Great Wilderness Captive Heaven Finger, mid-rank imperial technique. Emperor S Star River Fist, mid-rank imperial technique. Weapons, Azure Void Sword, high-rank imperial weapon. Special, 9 Nether Profound Thunder, high-rank sacred artifact. Upon breaking through the imperial realm, the system seemed to have evolved, revealing a comprehensive attribute panel that displayed all his cultivation information. This panel was visible only to him, invisible to others. Gazing upon his attributes, Su Linyuan smiled. Such power, even among Imperial Realm cultivators, undoubtedly placed him in the upper echelon. The only deficiency was a slight weakness in cultivation. Nevertheless, he had just emerged from the tower a few days prior, and already he had ascended to the Imperial Realm. Such a rapid pace of cultivation, if known, would surely drive the martial artists of the entire continent into a frenzy. The sky-devouring giant python and the vengeful beast would require some time to eliminate the 3 sects, providing him the perfect opportunity to focus on refining his physical body and to explore the mysteries of the primordial Kunpung body refinement technique. This technique was a celestial-grade body refinement art, far surpassing the highest-tier imperial techniques of this continent. He recalled that the Xiao dynasty possessed a thunder pool, reputed to be formed from a sacred-grade anomalous thunder, which would serve as an excellent place for physical training. After a moment of contemplation, Su Linyuan made his decision. The thunder pool of the Xiao dynasty, known as the Purple Bamboo Forest, was exceedingly precious, accessible only to royal descendants for cultivation. Su Linyuan, already well-informed, flickered away, heading straight for the Purple Bamboo Forest. Now, having broken through the Imperial Realm, his speed had surged, enabling him to tear through space and traverse it effortlessly. Coupled with the enhancement of the primordial Azure Dragon body, his velocity reached its zenith, perhaps unmatched even by mid-stage Imperial Realm cultivators. In mere moments, he arrived at the Purple Bamboo Forest, now unguarded. With a wave of his hand, he dismantled the defensive array. As he stepped inside, an onslaught of lightning surged towards his physical form, though this lightning power posed little threat to him now. If he could refine and devour it using the primordial Kunpung body refinement technique, he anticipated a significant enhancement in his physical strength. Su Linyuan murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he ventured deeper, where the power of the lightning intensified. He promptly activated the primordial Kunpung body refinement technique. This body refinement art was extraordinarily profound, harnessing the devouring power of the primordial Kunpung to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thereby enhancing the physical body. Endowed with the terrifying devouring capability of the Kunpung. Indeed, the strength of this technique lay in its ability to consume any top-tier spiritual entity, could be wholly absorbed and subsequently utilized to bolster the physical body. A truly remarkable phenomenon. Thunder rumbled as countless bolts of lightning surged violently into Su Linyuan's form. Within the Purple Bamboo Grove, the power of thunder and lightning was incessantly devoured and absorbed by Su Linyuan. The violet bolts surged into his body as effortlessly as a droplet of water merging into the vast ocean, stirring no tumultuous waves. After all, this ancient Kunpung body refinement technique was of celestial quality, its excellence surpassing all expectations. 3 days elapsed, and nearly all of the thunderous energy within the grove had been consumed by Su Linyuan. He opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, as his physical form crackled with sounds reminiscent of thunder. Even while standing still, he exuded an aura of formidable oppression. In just 3 days, he had entirely absorbed the thunderous might of the Purple Bamboo Grove, successfully elevating his physical prowess to half-step Emperor realm. Su Linyuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Just 3 days prior, his physical body was merely at the late Saint realm, yet in this brief span, he had ascended to half-step Emperor realm. Had it not been for the depletion of the thunder in the grove, he could have achieved the Emperor realm without any hindrance. This advancement significantly augmented his combat capabilities. Throughout history, few had attained the Emperor realm in body alone, let alone simultaneously breaking through in both body and cultivation. Such an existence was virtually non-existent across the entire continent. Su Linyuan rose and gradually exited the Purple Bamboo Grove. At that moment, the devouring serpent and Yin Zhao had awaited him outside for quite some time, accompanied by Mo Qingtsong. Chapter 31. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Greetings, Master, the three proclaimed reverently as Su Linyuan emerged from the grove, bowing deeply. Particularly, Mo Qingtsong's eyes brimmed with awe, nearly spilling over. Just days ago, standing before Su Linyuan felt akin to gazing into an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in mystery. However, the presence before him now was anything but simple. Su Linyuan appeared almost ethereal, as if he were a figment of the void. Even with divine perception, one could glean nothing. This was not due to a decline in Su Linyuan's strength. Rather, it was a testament to his ascension, reaching a level of purity that rendered him inscrutable. Mo Qingtsong had sensed the overwhelming imperial might days prior, realizing that Su Linyuan must have breached the emperor realm. At that moment, he was consumed by regret. Though he wisely refrained from opposing Su Linyuan, he lamented missing the opportunity to align himself with such a powerful ally. Thus, upon learning that the devouring serpent and Yin Zhao had received orders from Su Linyuan to annihilate the three major sects, Mo Qingtsong wasted no time, gathering all the formidable forces of the Wujimagic Palace to assist, simply to present himself before Su Linyuan. Do not stand on ceremony. Su Linyuan gestured dismissively toward the trio. Reporting to you, Master, with the assistance of Palace Master Mo, the Sunfire Sect, Illusory Moon Pavilion, and the Sword Gate have been completely eradicated, leaving no survivors. The devouring serpent stepped forward and declared. Su Linyuan nodded, for this outcome was entirely within his expectations. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingtsong felt a surge of gratitude. For the devouring serpent had acknowledged his existence before Su Linyuan, a profound boon indeed. He hastily responded, I merely endeavor to contribute a modest effort. Yet I never anticipated that you, esteemed senior, would so swiftly ascend to the realm of emperors. It is indeed admirable. Your talent and brilliance are unparalleled. Truly the foremost individual in the Eastern Wilderness, nay, even in the entirety of the continent. Monta King unabashedly extolled praises. To be candid, such thoughts had crossed his mind as well. Merely 3 days prior, when Su Linyuan met him, he was at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. Now, upon their reunion, he had already transformed into a formidable emperor. Such a pace of cultivation could scarcely be matched, akin to a rocket in flight. Unless, of course, one were to possess exceptional advantages. Unbeknownst to Mo Qingtsong, just a few days earlier, Su Linyuan had merely reached the peak of the 11th realm, and now he had become a 13th realm emperor. Had he been aware, his heart would surely shatter at the revelation. Su Linyuan responded with a smile. There is no need for such formality. Master Mo Qingtsong hastily replied. I've already instructed my people to organize all resources from the 3 sections. I estimate that in a couple of days, we shall have everything prepared to hand over to you, esteemed senior. The resources of the Tianxuan Sect, Linyuan Sect, and Huanyue Pavilion are vast, yet Mo Qingtsong dared not claim them for himself, fearing retribution from Su Linyuan. However, Su Linyuan chuckled, there is no need for that. You may keep the resources of the 3 sects for your own use. I have no need for them. From this day forth, I shall set forth to the central continent. Although the Tianxuan Sect, Linyuan Sect, and Huanyue Pavilion may appear as colossal entities to outsiders, their resources are merely trivial in Su Linyuan's eyes. Such resources are abundant to him. He could acquire as much as he desired. Thus, he dismissed them, granting the resources to Mo Qingtsong. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingtsong stifled his excitement and inquired eagerly, Senior, are you departing for the central continent today? Might you possess a detailed map? The distance between the central continent and the eastern wilderness is immeasurable, with turbulent time-space storms acting as barriers. Without an accurate map, one might easily become ensnared in such a storm and lose their way. The infrequent communication between these 2 regions stems from their vast separation and the terrifying time-space storms that lie between. Even ordinary Saint Realm warriors would find it impossible to traverse such storms. A moment's lapse could lead to demise. However, Mo Qingtsong suddenly recalled that Su Linyuan had already transcended to the Emperor realm. Such power was beyond his imagination. Therefore, he added, however, esteemed senior, with your breakthrough to the Emperor realm, I presume traversing such time-space storms poses no issue. I have perhaps overthought this matter. Following Mo Qingtsong's remarks, Su Linyuan, intrigued, how do warriors from the eastern wilderness manage to enter the central continent? Without hesitation, Mo Qingtsong explained, to answer your question, esteemed senior, ordinary warriors from the eastern wilderness generally travel to the central continent via the special spiritual vessels of the Wanbao Tower, which provide precise maps and are capable of withstanding time-space storms. However, The cost of a single journey aboard these vessels is quite substantial. The Wanbao Tower is a formidable force that spans the central continent and the eastern wilderness, as well as other realms, enjoying an esteemed reputation. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan felt a spark of curiosity towards the Wanbao Tower. 2 decades ago, when he entered the Demon Tower, the Wanbao Tower had yet to establish its presence in the eastern wilderness. Thus, Su Linyuan was unfamiliar with it. Noticing Su Linyuan's intrigue, Mo Qingtsong approached to recount the origins of the Wanbao Tower. Su Linyuan listened intently, absorbing the information. The Wanbao Tower operates as a vast commercial enterprise. Provided one has sufficient wealth, even imperial artifacts can be procured. Similarly, to journey to the central continent and traverse the space-time storm, one must rely on either their physical prowess or the spirit vessels provided by the Wanbao Tower. Although Su Linyuan held great confidence in his own physique and cultivation, believing he could navigate the space-time storm unscathed, it seemed prudent to board a spirit vessel for a stable passage to the central continent. After all, should he lose his way, it would not bode well. Moreover, Su Linyuan's curiosity about the Wanbao Tower was piqued, making the visit all the more appealing. I see. Thank you, Sect Master Mo, for your guidance. I shall pay a visit to the Wanbao Tower. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingtsong promptly produced a spatial ring and handed it over, saying, I am aware of your unparalleled strength, esteemed elder, and that you may regard a few spirit stones as trivial. However, the Wanbao Tower's business revolves around spirit stones, and lacking them could lead to complications. I hope you do not find this distasteful. Mo Qingtsong had thoroughly considered the situation. He anticipated that although Su Linyuan possessed numerous treasures, he likely lacked spirit stones. Thus, he had prepared several 100 million spirit stones, ample for Su Linyuan's expenditures. Su Linyuan was taken aback. He did not expect Sect Master Mo to be even more meticulous than he had imagined. With a smile, he replied, In that case, I shall not refuse. Thank you, Sect Master Mo. With that, Su Linyuan accepted the spatial ring. Mo Qingtsong felt a surge of excitement at Su Linyuan's gratitude, which held far more value than the resources offered by the 3 sects of the Jianmin, Linyuan Sect, and Huanyue Pavilion. After all, the goodwill of an Emperor Realm expert was exceedingly rare, and given Su Linyuan's exceptional talent, he may very well advance further in the future. With his words spoken, Su Linyuan wasted no time and set off towards the Wanbao Tower, accompanied by the sky-eating python and the prying demon. As he watched the trio depart, Mo Qingtsong found it difficult to contain his emotions. Chapter 32. Miss You. Xianxia City. This city is strategically located among the 6 major powers. Though the city itself is modest in size, no one dares to cause a disturbance here. Previously, even the disciples of the 6 major powers refrained from causing trouble in this place. This is due to the formidable backing of the Wanbao Tower, a significant force hailing from the central continent. Although this is merely a branch in the eastern wilderness, no one would dare to offend it. Upon entering this, one is greeted by a vibrant scene bustling with martial artists. Su Linyuan, along with the sky-eating python and the prying demon, concealed their true cultivations, blending in as ordinary prodigies. At this moment, within the Wanbao Tower Miss, the Heavenly Profound Sect, the Zixiao Dynasty, the Wanjian Gate, the Liang Sect, and the Illusory Moon Pavilion have all been annihilated by a single individual. Now, 5 of the 6 major powers in the eastern wilderness have been vanquished. Spoke an old man clad in gray robes, his voice laced with astonishment. Though these esteemed sects held little significance in the central continent, they were among the premier powers in the eastern wilderness, boasting a legacy spanning thousands of years. The sheer magnitude of their destruction at the hands of one person was unfathomable. The lady referred to as Miss was named Yuan. She wore a flowing white dress adorned with cloud patterns, its hem swaying gently with her breath like snowflakes dancing in the wind. Her features were delicately refined, her brows resembling misty, distant mountains, and her eyelashes long and graceful like butterfly wings. Her petite nose was charmingly shaped, and her lips bore a natural cherry blossom hue. Her hair, unadorned in a complex hairstyle, was loosely held up by a jade hairpin, with a few stray strands cascading down her cheeks. She nodded slightly and inquired with curiosity, "Has his identity been ascertained?" The old man replied respectfully, "Indeed, Mississippi. His identity has been confirmed. His name is Su Linyuan, a former elder of the Heavenly Profound Sect. He brought about the sect destruction after they seized his son's supreme bone and rare eyes." Subsequently, he assailed the Xiao dynasty, exterminating all the sacred realm experts of the Wanjian Gate, Linyuan Sect, and illusory moon pavilion. It is conservatively estimated that his strength lies at the threshold of the Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Hanyuan's curiosity piqued. The threshold of the Emperor realm is indeed remarkable. Elder Wang, it would be prudent to engage with this individual and explore the possibility of recruiting him into our Wanbao pavilion. The threshold of the Emperor realm is undoubtedly a formidable power in the eastern wilderness, and such strength would not be considered weak in the central continent, serving as a backbone for many factions. Thus, Yu Hanyuan felt compelled to extend an invitation. However, Elder Wang shook his head, saying, "That is unwise. He has slain an elder of the Zhang family in the central continent who is at the threshold of the Emperor realm and has shown disrespect towards their ancestor. I suspect the Zhang family has issued a kill order against him. While the threshold of the Emperor realm is indeed a commendable force, being targeted by the Zhang family poses a significant threat. To incur the wrath of an imperial family for the sake of a mere half-step Emperor realm warrior seems rather imprudent." Yu Hanyuan furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Elder Wang continued, "Moreover, this individual has not only offended the Wang family, but has also crossed the Bao family and the Lei family. He is the husband of Gong Xinyao." The moment Elder Wang uttered these words, Yu Hanyuan's desire to recruit Su Linyuan extinguished instantaneously. She could not help but draw a sharp breath. Who would have imagined that this seemingly insignificant warrior from the eastern wilderness would offend so many powerful factions in the central continent before even setting foot there? The Zhang family, while relatively average in strength, paled in comparison to her Wanbao pavilion. However, the Bao family, boasting 9 emperors, was a formidable force and truly fearsome throughout the central continent. As for the Lei family, they were even more extraordinary, recognized as a superpower. What then is a superpower? Every word and action possesses the power to tremble the entirety of the central continent. Even the esteemed Wanbao Tower pales in comparison before the Lei family. Moreover, the current atmosphere within Wanbao Tower is far from tranquil. Although her father holds the esteemed title of Tower Master, his advancing age has significantly diminished his strength, leading to an escalation in the ambitions of the several deputy masters vying for power. He struggles to maintain control. Thus, Yu Hanyuan naturally would not offend the numerous formidable forces within the central continent for the sake of a mere half-step Emperor realm figure, Su Linyuan. If that is the case, then she shall let him fend for himself. Yu Hanyuan spoke with an air of indifference, though her words suggested otherwise. She harbored little belief that Su Linyuan could survive. Setting aside the threats from the Gong and Lei families, the retribution from the Zhang family alone would be more than he could withstand. Unless, of course, Su Linyuan could break through to the Emperor realm. But how could that be possible? Even in the central continent, those stuck at the half-step Emperor realm are as numerous as the stars. Yet only a rare few can truly ascend to the Emperor realm. This barrier stands as an insurmountable chasm, such as the case in the central continent, let alone for a mere warrior from the eastern wilderness. "Your words carry great weight," Elder Wang remarked cautiously. "The spirit vessel is set to depart for the central continent today. The Tower Master had sent word a few days prior, requesting your prompt return. Might you be returning today?" Upon hearing this, Yu Hanyuan's gaze deepened, and she sighed. Although her father is the Tower Master of Wanbao, appearing to bask in glory, he has recently found himself in a precarious position. As his daughter, she cannot remain indifferent. It is her duty to return and alleviate her father's burdens. "Very well. I shall return with you." "Yes." Elder Wang responded with delight, promptly turning to make the necessary arrangements. At the port of Xianxia City, Su Linyuan, having exchanged spirit stone for the monstrous Tianxuan python and the fierce yen foam, awaited the spirit vessel. The journey to the central continent is not without its costs. One must submit 500,000 spirit stones. The 3 of them collectively paid 1,500,000 spirit stones. Were it not for Mo Qingsong's generous advance, he would have struggled to gather such an amount. While waiting, he was surrounded by numerous young prodigies, their cultivation levels ranging from the 7th to the 9th realm. Boom! After a long wait, Su Linyuan spotted a colossal spirit vessel approaching from a distance, exuding a majestic aura that expanded for hundreds of miles. This vessel was indeed a top-tier sacred artifact. No wonder the fare was set at 500,000 spirit stones. Such an enormous artifact requires considerable energy to operate. As the spirit vessel descended, the assembled prodigies prepared to board, while the warriors of Wanbao Tower began to maintain order. Su Linyuan stood at the end of the line, his cultivation concealed, thus avoiding any undue attention. At that moment, boom, a sound like the rending of the air echoed, and all eyes turned to see an elder accompanied by a stunning woman in a white dress approaching. The moment she appeared, her breathtaking beauty captivated countless young talents from the eastern wilderness below. Ah, I never anticipated that the eastern wasteland would harbor such exquisite beauty. I had not heard of her until now. This lady is none other than Miss Linyuan, the head of the Wanbao Tower in the eastern wasteland. Do you truly believe you can pursue a swan's flesh? It follows that this Miss Yu hails from the central continent. Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered even more astonished. Yu Hanyuan cast a faint, indifferent glance at the assembly of martial artists below, showing no sign of After calmly withdrawing her gaze, she descended directly onto the spirit vessel. Chapter 33. Do you also wish to join the academy? Su Linyuan regarded Yu Hanyuan with a tranquil expression, his eyes as placid as water, devoid of ulterior thoughts. The head of Wanbao Tower, with her origins in the central continent, was indeed remarkable. However, he had already reached the 13th realm of the emperor level, regardless of her esteemed lineage. It did not pose a significant threat to him. Once Yu Hanyuan entered the cabin, the others began to file in, boarding the spirit vessel. Su Linyuan and the two companions, the devouring giant python and Yin Miao, had purchased premium cabins, which offered ample space and private rooms. Unlike the other martial artists who were cramped together. Thus, the price was a substantial 500,000 spirit stones, certainly more than a mere trifle. Half an hour later, a resounding hum filled the air as the spirit vessel took flight, heading towards the central continent. Within the cabin, Su Linyuan felt no discernible turbulence. Truly, this was a top-grade holy vessel, exceptional in its performance. He chuckled softly but did not dwell on it. After all, no matter how formidable, it was merely a holy artifact. He focused his mind and began to cultivate. The Taishang Xianjing, this particular cultivation method, was indeed extraordinary and profoundly intricate. Su Linyuan immersed himself in its study. For half a month, the spirit vessel soared at high speeds, during which Su Linyuan remained in seclusion, gaining significant insights. On this day, Su Linyuan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of impure air. Rising to his feet with a smile, he found that the unfamiliarity of his recent breakthrough into the Emperor Realm had completely dissipated. He could now fully harness the power of the Emperor Realm, controlling his internal energy with ease. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Su Linyuan opened the cabin door to find a servant standing respectfully at the entrance, who spoke with deference. Senior, this evening, my lady has organized a bonfire banquet on the deck of the spirit vessel and has come to invite you to the feast. Upon hearing the servant's words, Su Linyuan pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well. I shall tidy myself and join you shortly. It was a perfect opportunity to unwind, having fully mastered his own powers in recent days. After a brief preparation, Su Linyuan stepped out of the cabin, followed closely by the devouring giant python and Yin Miao. As he arrived on the deck of the spirit vessel, Su Linyuan noticed numerous young prodigies gathered together, engaged in lively conversation. However, Miss Yu Hanyuan had yet to arrive. Not particularly concerned, he strode forward and found a suitable spot to sit down. At that moment, a young man approached with an ingratiating tone. In this instance, the Zhongzhou Dao Academy is recruiting disciples. With Wei's extraordinary talent and strength, he is undoubtedly destined to enter the academy, and perhaps even attract the favor of the elders, becoming their personal disciple. His flattery instantly brought a smile to Wei Ran's face, causing the corners of his mouth to rise involuntarily. Oh, not all. All of you outstanding individuals possess strengths that rival my own, and each of you will certainly have the opportunity to showcase your grandeur. Brother Wei Ran is the legitimate son of the Wei family, a noble lineage. Even the Zhongzhou Dao Academy must show some respect to the Wei family. Chimed in a female cultivator beside Wei Ran, smiling. The Wei family is a top-tier power in the eastern wilderness. It's standing only second to the 6 major forces. Currently, apart from the Wujimagong, the remaining 5 forces have been annihilated by a mysterious powerhouse, of which they are well aware. This, indeed, is a tremendous boon for the Wei family. After all, with the destruction of those 5 forces, the Wei family, as a leading force of the second tier, naturally qualifies to ascend to prominence and will subsequently receive a portion of the resources left behind by those 5 forces, undoubtedly propelling the family's strength to new heights. Although the Wei family may not rival the Wujimagong, their power will certainly experience a significant surge. Wei Ran, endowed with remarkable talent, has already reached the pinnacle of the 8th realm at a tender age. Such prowess, within the context of Zhongzhou's elite, is hardly insignificant. Thus his entrance into the academy is virtually assured. This is the source of Wei Ran's confidence. Sister Feng Shui, you flatter me. The Feng family's strength is not inferior to that of my Wei family, and with your innate talent, entering the academy should be a matter of course. We shall certainly assist each other when the time comes, Wei Ran said cheerfully. Feng Shui hails from the Feng family in the eastern wilderness, which, while not quite as strong as the Wei family, is still quite formidable, and the two have known each other since childhood. Of course, when we reach the academy, I will certainly look up to Brother Wei Ran, she replied, causing Wei Ran's heart to bloom with joy, lifting his spirits immensely. Around them, the other elites from the eastern wilderness began to chime in with their compliments. Indeed, we will certainly support one another. Yes, we shall follow Brother Wei. Listening to their praises, Wei Ran felt elated, allowing himself to daydream of entering the Zhongzhou Dao Academy, gaining the attention of the elders, and rising triumphantly in an exhilarating tale of success. While he reveled in his thoughts, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the direction of Su Linyuan and his companions. Until now, while the others had been showering him with compliments, these three remained silently seated, uttering not a word, which stirred a sense of displeasure within Wei Ran. After all, he is the legitimate son of the Wei family and a future prodigy of Zhongzhou. It was simply outrageous that these three showed no acknowledgement whatsoever. Which forces do you three belong to? I have never seen you before, Wei Ran suddenly inquired. Most individuals present were familiar with one another, as they hailed from various major forces in Zhongzhou. Those who could travel on this spiritual vessel to participate in the academy selection were certainly not ordinary. However, none among them had ever encountered Su Linyuan, the sky-devouring python, and Yen Miao. Su Linyuan cast a faint glance at him and replied calmly, "There is no significant power, merely a few loose cultivators." Loose cultivators? Upon hearing these words, Wei Ran's expression grew even more disdainful. In the eyes of a scion like him, what difference was there between loose cultivators and refuse? Are the three of you also heading to the Dao Academy? Wei Ran's condescending voice floated through the air. Su Linyuan simply responded with a placid As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted from the crowd, seemingly mocking. Three loose cultivators. And they dare to aspire to join the Central State Dao Academy? That is a mere dream. Do you even look at your own ages? At your stage? You'd likely be eliminated at the first hurdle. The crowd did not conceal their scorn. After all, with Su Linyuan and his companions hailing from humble beginnings, they appeared rather aged. How could such individuals possibly qualify for the academy? Feng Shui smiled sweetly at Su Linyuan and remarked, "This uncle of yours is quite advanced in years and still harbors aspirations of entering the academy. In my opinion, it would be wise to extinguish that thought early. The Central State Dao Academy only accepts prodigies. Unless you are as young and talented as Brother Wei Ran, you might as well give up." Her words elicited delight in Wei Ran, who inwardly relished the moment. However, he feigned denial, saying, "Alas, Sister Feng Shui, though this uncle is indeed advanced in years and would surely fail the Academy's assessment, one cannot extinguish another's passion for the path." This was a blatant falsehood. Chapter 34. It is still that Su Ping'an who is too foolish. Listening to the mockery, Su Linyuan maintained his composure, feeling no anger within. The reasoning was simple. In his view, these so-called prodigies of the eastern wilderness were nothing more than a swarm of ants. As a mighty figure of the imperial realm, there was no need for him to be riled by such insects. Yet, the sky-swallowing python and the gluttonous beast, upon hearing these fools dare to insult their master, were filled with indignation and were about to rise to teach these so-called prodigies a lesson. However, Su Linyuan raised a hand to stop them. At that moment, a graceful figure approached, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Even Wei Ran, the prodigy of the eastern wilderness, found himself irresistibly drawn to her. "Miss you." The crowd rose collectively, paying their respects. Yu Hanyuan's status and strength were beyond comparison, although they were all prodigies of the eastern wilderness. In the presence of this young lady from the Central State, they were nothing significant at all. She surveyed the surroundings with a faint smile. But upon noticing Su Linyuan's calm demeanor, even remaining seated, her brow furrowed slightly, a fleeting displeasure crossing her face. How impudent of this mere loose cultivator from the eastern wilderness to display such a lack of decorum. Nevertheless, she refrained from expressing her irritation in front of everyone, and instead said, "There is no need for such formalities." With that, Yu Hanyuan took her seat. and the assembled prodigies followed suit, sitting down in unison. The graceful and astute Han Yuan was well aware that the esteemed talent from the eastern wasteland were heading to the central continent to enroll under the tutelage of the Tao Academy. Thus, she took it upon herself to extend her heartfelt congratulations in advance, wishing them a smooth passage through the assessments, with the prospect of glimpsing the imperial realm in their future. This evening, she had arranged a modest banquet and offered a selection of fine wines as a prelude to her felicitations. As her words faded, an endless stream of attendants arrived, bearing an array of exquisite dishes, the enticing aromas wafting through the air. These culinary delights were far from ordinary. Even the simplest of meat dishes were crafted from the flesh of 8th-tier demonic beasts, offering considerable benefits to martial artists. The assembled talents were captivated, their eyes gleaming with delight as they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, miss you. Truly, you embody the grandeur of a lady from the central continent. We shall remember your gracious hospitality today, miss you, and should you ever need our assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Their excitement was palpable. Han Yuan, upon hearing their praises, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Her elaborate efforts to host these young paragons from the eastern wasteland were not without purpose. Firstly, as the Wanbao Tower primarily engaged in commerce, cultivating friendships with these young prodigies would undoubtedly facilitate better business prospects in the future. Secondly, although individuals like Wei Ran appeared to possess only average cultivation, a significant portion of this was attributed to the lack of resources in the eastern wasteland. Should they join the Tao Academy, their strengths could potentially flourish remarkably. It was always wise to forge beneficial connections. Soon, the gathering raised their cups in a toast, enjoying the demonic beast meat as the atmosphere grew lively. "Are you all aware of the recent sensation from the eastern wasteland, the esteemed Su Linyuan?" At that moment, a voice from the crowd captivated everyone's attention. Clearly, the topic of Su Linyuan, a figure currently in the limelight, sparked the interest of all present. Even Han Yuan glanced over with curiosity. "Hurrian, do you perhaps possess some insider information?" Wei Ran inquired, intrigued. The individual known as Hurrian was named He Lian Tiexiong, the scion of the esteemed He Lian family from the eastern wasteland. This family had once been an affiliate of the Tianxuan Sect, thus they were well versed in its affairs. He Lian Tiexiong, raising his cup with a jovial demeanor, stood to speak. "My family shares a close relationship with the Tianxuan Sect. In years past, I had the fortune of meeting the esteemed Su Linyuan's descendant, Su Ping'an." Su Ping'an? Upon hearing this name, Su Linyuan's gaze sharpened, almost betraying his composure. He Lian Tiexiong continued. Su Ping'an was indeed a tragic figure. Although endowed with the supreme bone and extraordinary dual pupils, he garnered little attention from the sect, faced severe resource constraints, and was relegated to guarding the sect's forbidden grounds, ultimately meeting a lamentable demise. The reason Su Linyuan has unleashed his wrath is tied to the incident where Su Ping'an's bones and eyes were usurped. Subsequently, Lin Jianfeng entrusted these gifts to his son, Lin Yan, for refinement. It is said that Lin Yan has already journeyed to the Central Tao Academy to study under the headmaster. As He Lian Tiexiong's revelations unfolded, the expressions of the gathered crowd varied, reflecting their intrigue and concern. They were astonished to learn that Lin Yan had survived and had even joined the Zhongzhou Tao Academy under the tutelage of the headmaster. This was hardly surprising, given that he possessed the supreme bone and the heavy pupil, exceptional talents that rendered him an extraordinary figure even in all of Zhongzhou. Yu Hanyuan's beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered how to establish a connection with Lin Yan. In her view, although Su Linyuan had forcefully annihilated the Tianxuan Sect and the Xiao dynasty, along with the 5 major forces of the eastern wilderness, he was merely a decaying corpse in a grave, unable to last long. After all, he had offended the Zhang, Gong, and Lei families of Zhongzhou. A mere half-step Emperor Realm warrior who had made enemies of such formidable forces had little chance of survival. Conversely, Lin Yan, having acquired Su Ping'an's supreme bone and heavy pupil, was endowed with extraordinary gifts, making his ascension to the Emperor Realm a distinct possibility in the future. If one were to invest early and cultivate a good rapport with him, it would undoubtedly benefit Wanbao Tower. As for Su Ping'an, who had been stripped of his bone and eyes, leading to his demise, what concern was that to her? Businessmen prioritized profit. Upon hearing this, the martial artists expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated that the Tianxuan Sect, which prided itself on being a righteous sect, would engage in such despicable acts. Indeed, the act of extracting bones and seizing eyes was appalling, and it was shocking that Lin Jianfeng would dare to do so in front of the entire sect. Such actions were so heinous that even the demonic sects might refrain from committing them against their own disciples. Wei Ran, however, held a different perspective. With a cold laugh, he remarked, to put it bluntly, Su Pingyan was simply foolish and too trusting of his sect. As for his father, Su Linyuan, he is equally naive. Do you all realize that he not only eradicated the Tianxuan Sect, but also annihilated the royal family of the Xiao dynasty? It must be noted that the royal family of the Xiao dynasty is a branch of the Zhang family in Zhongzhou. This man has already attracted their attention, and his downfall is merely a matter of time. Wei Ran's eyes were filled with arrogance. In his view, Su Pingyan was foolish, and his father, Su Linyuan, was even more so for daring to offend the imperial family of Zhongzhou. Was this not a path to ruin? As soon as Wei Ran finished speaking, Feng Shui chimed in with a smile. Brother Wei is quite right. That father and son are indeed foolish. The crowd nodded in agreement, laughing in concurrence. However, from a corner, Su Linyuan's voice calmly resonated. It seems that the Wei family considers themselves more astute than Su Linyuan. Wei Ran frowned upon hearing this. Recognizing the solitary cultivator he had just mocked, and sneered, naturally, my Wei family has a lineage spanning thousands of years. How could a waste like Su Linyuan compare? You, a mere solitary cultivator, dared to discuss the Wei family. Chapter 35. The Zhang family's investigation. The disciples of noble families are often so arrogant, and Wei Ran was no exception. He believed that someone like Su Linyuan, a solitary cultivator, was unworthy of even mentioning the name of the Wei family, let alone comparing himself to it. Feng Shui shot him a disdainful glance, her sharp voice cutting through the air. What are you? A mere solitary cultivator. The scattered cultivators are indeed less than dogs. Behind Su Linyuan, the colossal serpent and the fierce beast were seething with rage, eager to rise and rend these individuals to shreds. However, Su Linyuan waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile gracing his lips as he stood. Is that so? I propose a wager. Within a month, both the Wei and Feng families shall be obliterated from the annals of history, never to return. With that, he turned to depart, the serpent and fierce beast following closely behind. Dealing with the Wei and Feng families did not necessitate Su Linyuan's direct intervention. A simple message to Mo Qingtsong would suffice. With the might of the Wujimagong, annihilating the Wei and Feng families would pose no challenge. Moreover, Su Linyuan suspected that Mo Qingtsong would be more than willing to assist. As for the younger generation, Wei Ran and Feng Shui, he refrained from immediate action against them. Their destination was the Central State Dao Academy, and coincidentally, he too intended to journey there. However, unlike them, Su Linyuan was not going to be a mere student. He aspired to become the Grand Elder of the Academy. It would be then that Wei Ran and Feng Shui would find themselves in a dire predicament, unable to escape their fates. Su Linyuan was not without the capacity for tolerance, but Wei Ran had sought his own demise. To insult Su Linyuan was one thing, but to dare disparage his son, Pingyan, was utterly intolerable. How could Su Linyuan possibly let that go unpunished? Watching Su Linyuan's retreating figure, Wei Ran's expression darkened considerably, especially upon hearing Su Linyuan's curse against the Wei family. He felt an overwhelming urge to flay him alive. Yet, being aboard the spirit vessel of the Wanbao Tower prohibited any violent actions, so he forced himself to suppress his fury. He resolved that once they reached the Central State, he would ensure Su Linyuan would pay dearly. A mere scattered cultivator, daring to speak such arrogance, truly oblivious to his own mortality. Feng Shui's expression mirrored Wei Ran's displeasure as she echoed his sentiments. Rest assured, Brother Wei, during the Academy's assessment, we shall not let this person escape unscathed. Indeed, Wei Shui, you need not worry. This individual shall undoubtedly fail the examination. The day of the assessment will mark his downfall. A myriad of talented individuals rose to voice their agreement. Firstly, they relied on Wei Ran's exceptional abilities for support, which was only fitting. Secondly, as disciples of prestigious families, they found Su Linyuan's audacity to be utterly intolerable. After all, with their numbers, eliminating him during the assessment would be far from a challenge. Upon hearing these words, Wei Ran's demeanor improved significantly. However, Yuan Yuan furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes glinting with suspicion. Su Linyuan's reaction had taken her by surprise, and a notion began to take root in her mind. Could it be that this individual is Su Linyuan? Impossible. How could he dare venture to the central state? It was well known that the Zhang family had issued a death warrant against him, and the Gong family lurked in the shadows. Should Su Linyuan arrive in the central state, with his half-step into the Emperor realm, he would undoubtedly face certain death. It cannot be. It must not be Su Linyuan. Yu Hanyuan shook her head, dispelling such an absurd thought. That night, within the cabin of Su Linyuan's ship, after sending away the monstrous giant python and the disdainful yin, Su Linyuan sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation. For several consecutive days, Su Linyuan did not venture outside. Leading Wei Ran and Feng Shui to believe he was fearful, prompting them to scoff at him. 5 days later, as the spirit vessel neared the territory of Zhongzhou, it was unexpectedly intercepted by a group of martial artists, seemingly on patrol aboard another spirit vessel. Inside the cabin, Yu Hanyuan furrowed her brow, perplexed. Logically, there should be no martial artists obstructing the route to Zhongzhou, and the sudden appearance of this group raised suspicions. Elder Wang spoke up. Miss, judging by their attire, they must belong to the Zhang family of Zhongzhou. The Zhang family of Zhongzhou? Upon hearing this, Yu Hanyuan's tightly knitted brow gradually unfurled. She surmised that the Zhang family had come to block the way in search of Su Linyuan. It seemed that this time, the Zhang family was determined to exact vengeance. Intenton tering sununtai Linyuan torstai shirits. Since that is the case, let us go out and take a look. With that, Yu Hanyuan strode forth to the deck. At this moment, the martial artists of the Zhang family had completely surrounded the Wanbao Tower spirit vessel, led by an elder who had reached the half-step Emperor realm. I am Yu Hanyuan of Wanbao Tower. May I inquire as to the reason for the Zhang family's elder intercepting my Wanbao Tower spirit vessel? Yu Hanyuan proclaimed with clarity. The elder of the Zhang family, known as Zhang Haichao, furrowed his brow upon hearing Yu Hanyuan's name. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of the Wanbao Tower's master, holding a position of great esteem. The strength of Wanbao Tower even subtly surpassed that of his own Zhang family. However, at this moment, he could not afford to retreat. Miss Yu, I am Zhang Haichao, and under orders from our ancestor, I must inspect the merchant vessels arriving from the eastern wilderness to search for Su Linyuan, who has slain one of our elders. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Zhang Haichao declared loudly. Inspect the spirit vessel? Yu Hanyuan squinted her eyes. There is no way Su Linyuan is aboard my Wanbao Tower spirit vessel. I implore Elder Zhang to search other vessels. Although an inspection seemed trivial, Yu Hanyuan represented the dignity of Wanbao Tower. To allow the Zhang family's martial artists to examine her vessel so easily would be a significant affront to their reputation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haichao's expression hardened. Just as he pondered his next move, 3 streaks of light approached swiftly from a distance. Zhang Haichao looked over, recognizing the familiar auras belonging to 3 elders of the Zhang family. Elder Haichao, quickly intercept this spirit vessel. According to the compass provided by our ancestor, Su Linyuan is indeed aboard this vessel. The voices of the 3 elders echoed, tightening Zhang Haichao's heart, prompting dozens of Zhang family disciples to encircle the spirit vessel entirely. Yu Hanyuan's expression shifted dramatically. Su Linyuan is on the spirit vessel? How is that possible? This cannot be true. Every individual aboard my Wanbao Tower spirit vessel has been meticulously verified, and Su Linyuan is absolutely not among them. The voice of Yu Hanyuan was undeniably sharp. However, the figures of 3 elders stood prominently before the spirit vessel, forming a triangular formation. The leading figure coldly snorted and said, Miss Yu, we harbor no intention of becoming adversaries with the Wanbao Tower, but the compass bestowed by our ancestor indicates that Su Linyuan is aboard this vessel. If you refuse to yield, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. This man, named Zhang Feng, was the 5th elder of the Zhang family, possessing both strength and status. Yu Hanyuan was well aware of his background, which caused her to feel conflicted. Behind her, Elder Wang leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Miss, the Zhang family warriors are not here with good intentions. It would be prudent to allow them to conduct their search. Chapter 36. He is Su Linyuan. Elder Wang, alone, could not contend with the 4 elders of the Zhang family. The current circumstances were overwhelmingly in their favor, and any rash resistance could lead to dire consequences. Although permitting the Zhang family to search the spirit vessel would tarnish the reputation of the Wanbao Tower, this matter of life seemed far more significant than mere face. Upon hearing Elder Wang's words, Yu Hanyuan's expression gradually softened. With a graceful wave of her hand, she retracted the protective barrier of the vessel and coldly declared, I hope the esteemed elders of the Zhang family can indeed uncover the whereabouts of Su Linyuan today, Otherwise, Wanbao Tower shall not let this matter rest. Zhang Feng sneered. I kindly request Miss Yu to summon everyone aboard the vessel. Yu Hanyuan cast him a frosty glance, and then instructed Elder Wang to comply. Soon, a multitude of talented martial artists emerged onto the deck of the spirit vessel, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Feng Shui, visibly anxious, trembled as she hid behind Wei Ran. Brother Wei, what on earth is happening? Why have so many warriors suddenly appeared? Wei Ran, equally perplexed, felt a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. I don't know either. In no time, everyone gathered on the deck. Yu Hanyuan coldly remarked, Elder Zhang, all those you sought are present. Is there any sign of Su Linyuan? Her sharp rebuke immediately caused Zhang Feng's brow to furrow. How dare Amir Jr. at the 11th realm speak so boldly? Had it not been for her affiliation with the Wanbao Tower, he would have already dealt with her. He grunted softly. Miss Yu, are you certain there are no others aboard the vessel? Yu Hanyuan's brow knitted slightly, as a thought suddenly struck her. Several figures emerged in her mind, and she turned to Elder Wang, stating, Where are those three? Go and fetch them. Yes. Elder Wang turned to summon Su Linyuan and the others. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind. No need. As the words fell, everyone turned to see Su Linyuan, along with the giant python and the dread beast, making their entrance. The moment the three appeared, the compass in Zhang Feng's hand began to tremble violently. He is Su Linyuan. This object was bestowed by the ancestral spirits, capable of tracing the direction of Su Linyuan's aura. At present, the compass trembles violently, indicating precisely the location of Su Linyuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The elders of the Zhang family and their disciples adopted a vigilant demeanor, their weapons at the ready. Yu Hanyuan was also taken aback, instinctively distancing herself from Su Linyuan, retreating a few steps. Could this truly be Su Linyuan? Yu Hanyuan never anticipated that the middle-aged man before her was indeed Su Linyuan. How dare he venture to Zhongzhou? Has he lost his mind? Nonetheless, the most apprehensive among them were Wei Ran, Feng Shui, and the others. It was over. That day I insulted him so profoundly. He would certainly not let me off lightly. Wei Ran's lips turned pale as he trembled, speaking in fear. Although he had never encountered Su Linyuan, he had heard much about his infamous reputation while at the Wei residence. He was nothing short of a relentless killer, having single-handedly annihilated the 5 major powers of the Eastern Wilderness, an unprecedented feat. Beside him, Feng Shui stammered, Wei Ran, do not worry. This man is targeted by the Zhang family, and today he will undoubtedly meet his demise. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran's eyes brightened, and he exhaled in relief. That makes sense. Today, the Zhang family has dispatched 4 esteemed elders and over 100 disciples solely to eliminate Su Linyuan. Under such circumstances, he cannot possibly escape. With this thought, Wei Ran's heart settled. Su Linyuan, you have killed my Zhang family elders and obliterated our branch. What punishment do you deserve? Zhang Feng scoffed, his half-step Empyrean pressure descending heavily upon Su Linyuan. However, Su Linyuan merely chuckled coldly, his expression unyielding. What punishment do I deserve? Your Zhang family has caused my family to fracture, my kin to perish, and now you wish to kill me? You dare to turn the tables? I must ask you, what punishment does your Zhang family deserve? Su Linyuan's rebuke instantly incited the wrath of Zhang Feng and the other Zhang warriors. How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! A mere waste from the Eastern Wilderness dares to question the Zhang family of Zhongzhou. Who does he think he is? Does he even have the right? A creature no greater than an ant. If you surrender today, I might spare your life, but should you resist, I shall execute you without hesitation. Zhang Feng grunted ominously, his murderous intent palpable as he unsheathed a sacred weapon. Behind him, 3 elders also adopted a wary expression, their lethal aura bearing down. Yet, to Su Linyuan, their attacks appeared feeble. Even Su Linyuan, disinterested in utilizing the Qingming sword, a legendary weapon, merely flicked his sleeve, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly propelled the 4 elders away. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. How could this be possible? With a mere flick, he had repelled 4 elders at the threshold of Imperial Realm. What kind of power did he possess? Yu Hanyuan's lips trembled slightly as she whispered in disbelief. This spectacle shattered her worldview. She had assumed that Su Linyuan was doomed today, yet he effortlessly countered the fierce assault of the 4 elders with a single move. But that was not the end. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Su Linyuan lightly tapped his fingers. The great wilderness, prisoning heaven finger. A resounding boom echoed. With a gentle gesture, he harnessed boundless imperial might, suffocating the warriors around him, who could only wish to prostrate themselves on the ground. This imperial-grade martial art, which Su Linyuan had been unable to fully unleash prior to breaking into the imperial realm, now revealed its true power. One finger, obliterating the heavens. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the sky, as blood mist enveloped the surroundings. The crowd gazed in a daze. Where the 4 Zhang family elders had stood, only Zhang Feng remained. The other 3 elders had perished. Zhang Feng's survival was due to his retreat behind the 3 elders and the activation of a one-time protective sacred artifact. This item, of exceptionally high quality, was nearly as powerful as an imperial weapon, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from an ordinary imperial realm expert without succumbing. It had been bestowed by the ancestor, and only 3 such artifacts existed within the entire family. That very artifact had just been destroyed by Su Linyuan. Although he had narrowly escaped death, Zhang Feng was engulfed in an abyss of fear. Only those who had truly faced Su Linyuan's assault could comprehend the extent of his terror. Chapter 37. My lady, you are mistaken. He is already an imperial realm expert. What power do you possess? Zhang Feng stammered, trembling. Is this truly the battle prowess of a half-step imperial realm warrior? Madness. Su Linyuan smiled without speaking, casually remarking, that sacred artifact saved your life. I wonder if you possess another. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's expression changed drastically. In that moment, he distinctly sensed the presence of death. He realized that if he did not flee immediately, he would surely perish. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he turned and ran, pushing his spiritual energy to its limits in a desperate escape. However, Su Linyuan, observing this, remained as tranquil as water. With a faint smile, he raised his hand slightly in Zhang Feng's direction. The great wilderness, prisoning heaven finger, a dazzling white light surged forth at an incredible speed. And despite Zhang Feng's frantic attempt to accelerate by burning his essence blood, he could not evade Su Linyuan's attack. The white light engulfed him in an instant, leaving Zhang Feng unable to utter a single plea for mercy. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded, and blood mist filled the air. A formidable half-step emperor-level expert met an untimely demise with astonishing ease. This scene left all present utterly dumbfounded. It is important to note that this was a legitimate half-step emperor, hailing from the central continent, steeped in profound heritage and possessing terrifying might. Yet before Su Linyuan, he appeared as fragile as paper, succumbing to death effortlessly. The disciples of the Zhang family were instantly paralyzed with fear, with the 4 elders brutally slain. How could these young disciples hope to withstand Su Linyuan's onslaught? Consequently, they exchanged terrified glances before fleeing in various directions. The colossal serpent and the fierce beast hastily declared, "Master, we shall pursue and eliminate them." Not necessary. Su Linyuan waved dismissively, revealing a dark purple lightning bolt in his hand. The 9 nether profound thunder. Threads of lightning spread like a spider's web, enveloping the entire sky in an instant, cascading down upon the Zhang family warriors. The lightning seemed to possess sentience, striking each Zhang disciple with uncanny precision. With his recent breakthrough into the Emperor realm, Su Linyuan's divine consciousness could disperse into hundreds of thousands of strands in an instant, each capable of controlling a precise bolt of lightning. Boom! In the mere span of a breath, every Zhang disciple present was obliterated by the force of the lightning, disintegrating into nothingness amidst the vast expanse of the world. This spectacle left Yuan and her companions trembling in horror. Notably, Wei Ran felt his heart plummet. Gazing at Su Linyuan's figure, which seemed to straddle the line between divine and demonic, he found it hard to breathe. Recalling the insults he had hurled at Su Linyuan and his progeny, his legs quivered, nearly buckling beneath him. At that moment, having annihilated the Zhang warriors, Su Linyuan's gaze shifted towards those on the spirit vessel. His dark eyes sent shivers through everyone present, including Yuan, the esteemed daughter of the Wanbao Tower. She remained uncertain of Su Linyuan's disposition towards her. After all, he had just decimated the 4 elders of the Zhang family. She could hardly believe he would fear the Wanbao Tower that stood behind her. Esteemed Senior Su, my apologies for any disrespect shown. Yuan was the first to react, hurriedly bowing in reverence before him. Regardless of whether the Zhang family could ultimately defeat Su Linyuan, for now, their lives rested firmly in his hands. leaving no room for carelessness. Upon witnessing this, Wei Ran fell to his knees, weeping profusely as he bowed deeply towards Su Linyuan. Esteemed Senor Su, I was blinded by folly to have insulted you. I implore you, please forgive my transgressions and spare me. Not only Wei Ran, but also Feng Shui and the other prodigies from the eastern wasteland joined in kneeling. After all, they too had once disrespected Su Linyuan, and doing so in his presence only heightened their terror. To put it bluntly, should Su Linyuan desire it, none of them would survive this day. However, Su Linyuan currently harbored no intention of slaughtering these individuals. Since they were bound for the Zhongzhou Dao Academy, there would be ample time to engage with them later. The others were of little consequence, but the likes of Wei Ran and Feng Shui were not ones he could easily forgive. After all, their insults were not only directed at him, but also at Ping'an. To insult a father in the presence of his son, especially one who has passed away, would be too lenient a fate if he did not dispatch them on the spot. As for the Wei and Feng families, Su Linyuan planned to send a message for Mo Qingtsong to take action. He wanted to see both families utterly eradicated within a month. Surely, this trivial matter was well within Mo Qingtsong's capabilities. Best of luck to you all. With that, Su Linyuan turned to leave. At that moment, Yu Hanyuan hastily rose and said, Senior Su, I am the daughter of the Wanbao Tower, as master. Your elimination of the 4 elders of the Zhang family has undoubtedly caused a tremendous uproar. The path ahead in Zhongzhou will surely be fraught with peril for you. I suggest you retreat to the eastern wilderness or seek refuge in other territories for the time being. Retreat to avoid danger? We'll laugh. There is no need for your concern. Su Linyuan cast a calm glance her way, his voice devoid of emotion. Despite Yu Hanyuan's exquisite appearance, he felt no fondness for her. Such merchants are the most calculating. If he were correct in his assumptions, she would likely hold him in low regard. As the words fell, Su Linyuan's figure flickered, and with the colossal python and the fierce beast, he sped towards Zhongzhou. The distance to Zhongzhou was not far, and there were no temporal storms to impede him. Thus, traveling with the 2 beasts required little effort. Watching Su Linyuan depart, the remaining individuals collectively exhaled in relief. Even Elder Wang instinctively sighed, his back drenched in sweat. What a pity, such formidable strength, yet he chooses to court death. Yu Hanyuan gazed at Su Linyuan's retreating figure and sighed, her tone laced with disdain. In her view, no matter how powerful Su Linyuan was, he would inevitably meet his demise when facing an emperor-level expert. His journey to Zhongzhou was nothing short of a self-imposed death sentence. However, Elder Wang trembled slightly and shook his head, still haunted by fear, saying, No, miss, you are mistaken. Yu Hanyuan furrowed her brow. Elder Wang, this Senior Su is not merely at the half-step emperor level as we surmised. He has already transcended to the emperor realm. What? At these words, the disdain on Yu Hanyuan's face was instantly replaced by shock, her heart racing. Elder Wang, you must be joking. How could he possibly be an emperor? In all these years in the eastern wilderness, when has there been an emperor-level expert? This is absolutely impossible. Yet, Elder Wang spoke with unwavering conviction. Absolutely correct. Just moments ago, when he unleashed that terrifying pressure of the Empyrean realm, I sensed it in the Master. And it is quite possible that the Master's strength pales in comparison to this individual. Chapter 38, The Zhang Family's Fury. Hiss. At this moment, Yu Hanyuan was truly taken aback. She was well aware that Elder Wang would never deceive her. This meant that Su Linyuan was indeed a formidable Empyrean stronghold, likely even surpassing her father's prowess. But how could a mere warrior from the eastern wilderness possibly breach the Empyrean realm? That wretched place could never offer the opportunity to ascend to such heights. Yet, clearly, this was not the time for such thoughts. Yu Hanyuan's heart was now filled with regret. The Empyrean realm and the semi-Empyrean realm are entirely distinct concepts. If they could recruit Su Linyuan, they could directly alleviate her father's current predicaments. Even antagonizing the Zhang family would pose no issue. As for the Gong family, now that Su Linyuan had ascended to the Empyrean realm, it was unlikely they would risk enmity over a mere legitimate daughter. In other words, with Su Linyuan's breakthrough into the Empyrean realm, he would become a coveted asset upon entering Zhongzhou. After all, an Empyrean combatant is a force to be reckoned with in any faction. Elder Wang, is there still a chance for us to recruit Su Linyuan? Yu Hanyuan spoke solemnly. Recruit? Elder Wang shook his head decisively, concern etched upon his face. Miss, our priority should not be whether we can recruit Senior Su, but rather how to quell the discontent in his heart. In recent days, their treatment of Su Linyuan has been quite unfavorable. They have openly and covertly belittled both Su Linyuan and his father, Su Pinggan. Hearing this, Yuan Yuan felt a tightening in her chest and bit her lip. Indeed, the foremost issue now should be to consider how to placate Su Linyuan's grievances. Should he harbor thoughts of revenge, her father's situation would only worsen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Rant's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his pupils reflecting deep terror, utterly devoid of his previous bravado. He could hardly believe that the casual cultivator he had mocked was, in fact, the infamous Su Linyuan. It's over, it's all over. The Wei family is doomed. And we may not survive this either. Wei Ran lamented, his face ashen. Feng Shui bit her lip delicately and spoke cautiously. No, Brother Wei. As long as we enter the Xianxia Dao Academy, under the protection of an Empyrean stronghold, Su Linyuan will not stir up any trouble. Moreover, he is currently in Xianxia and has offended the Zhang family. Perhaps in due time, the Zhang family's Empyrean ancestor will eliminate him. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in Wei Rant's heart. Yes, as long as they could successfully enter the Xianxia Dao Academy, what could Su Linyuan possibly do to them? After all, there would be an Empyrean stronghold overseeing them. It makes sense to enter the academy. They must pass the assessment. Wei Ran seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Fervently expressing his thoughts, a few regained their confidence. Zhang family of Xianxia. How outrageous. It is utterly preposterous that 5 of our esteemed elders have been slain. This infuriates me. Zhang Mutian, the patriarch of the Zhang family, roared with indignation. For many years, the Zhang family had never encountered such a calamity. Witnessing the fall of 5 half-step emperor-level elders in succession, this not only significantly weakened the Zhang family's strength, but also severely marred their reputation. A blow that the patriarch could scarcely endure. Before Zhang Mutian, the family's ancestor also wore a grim expression. He grunted softly and declared, "Those who dare to act recklessly, how dare they come to Xianxia? You all shall search for this person's whereabouts. I shall personally strike and obliterate his very soul." Hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of delight. The ancestor was indeed a formidable emperor-level powerhouse, renowned for his might, and with his involvement, Su Linyuan would undoubtedly face certain death. Yes, we shall obey. With that, the group dispersed to seek out Su Linyuan's location. Such was the Xianxia Dao Academy, truly incomparable to the sects of the Eastern Wilderness. Gazing at the sprawling expanse of the academy below, Su Linyuan marveled. Behind him, the sky-devouring python and the 2 demon creatures also revealed looks of astonishment, for it was their first encounter with such magnificent architecture. Indeed, the Xianxia Dao Academy, renowned across the continent, was extraordinary. Master, there are numerous powerful presences within the academy. If we attempt to seize it by force, we may not fare well. The sky-devouring python cautioned. Just a fleeting sense revealed over 100 auras not weaker than his own. After all, he was merely at the late stage of the Saint Realm, and facing such a colossal institution, he felt somewhat inadequate. However, Su Linyuan chuckled lightly. When did I ever say I intended to attack the academy? But Lin Yinfeng's son, Lin Yin, is within the academy, having become a disciple of the headmaster. If we do not act against the academy, how shall we slay him? The sky-devouring python hesitated. Su Linyuan shook his head. Although the headmaster of the academy is an emperor-level being, the academy is not solely reliant on him. During his time in the Eastern Wilderness, Su Linyuan had acquired some intelligence about the academy from the Wanbao Pavilion. The Xianxia Dao Academy was immensely vast, boasting a comprehensive educational system, thus attracting countless prodigies from across the land. Within the academy, there were 2 emperor-level figures. One was the headmaster, named Yu Li Chuan, and the other was the esteemed elder, Qin Shengfeng, who was advanced in years and whose vitality waned, with little time left to him. It was this latter individual whom Su Linyuan sought. As his consciousness expanded, the entire interior of the Xianxia Dao Academy unfolded before him with clarity. After Su Linyuan broke through to the Emperor Realm, under the formidable enhancement of the supreme immortal scripture, the strength of his soul was remarkably superior to that of other practitioners at the same level. Although he was merely at the early stage of the Emperor Realm, his soul strength could rival that of those in the mid-stage. Soon, a faint smile graced Su Linyuan's lips as he exclaimed, "I found it. The esteemed Elder Qin's location is atop a remote peak within the Dao Academy. Let us go and engage in a meaningful conversation with that venerable elder." With that, Su Linyuan led his two companions towards the mountain range where Qin Shengfeng resided. Meanwhile, within the Dao Academy, Linyuan furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, he sensed a wave of spiritual fluctuations. Could someone be probing the academy? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Unless it was a mid-stage Emperor Realm practitioner, it would be impossible to conceal their presence from him. A typical early-stage Emperor Realm practitioner attempting to investigate the academy would undoubtedly be detected immediately. It was likely a mere illusion stemming from the recent pressures he had been facing. With a wry smile, Linyuan rubbed his temples and resumed his administrative duties. Chapter 39. The supreme bone and heavy eyes of the one before me were taken from my son at the back mountain of the Dao Academy. A tremendous imperial might pressed down upon the entire mountain range. At that moment, the venerable elder Qin Shengfeng, who was in seclusion within a thatched cottage, abruptly opened his eyes. "Grandfather, what is happening?" Beside him stood a young lady, her lips parting gently. Her eyes sparkled like water. Her skin fair and smooth, a picture of purity akin to a freshly bloomed lotus. This was Qin Shengfeng's beloved granddaughter, Xianxia, renowned as one of the twin prodigies of the Dao Academy. Someone is approaching, and their intentions do not seem benign. Let us accompany grandfather to investigate. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. As the grandfather and granddaughter exited the cottage, they beheld the youthful figure of Su Linyuan. "Who might you be, and what brings you to our Dao Academy?" Qin Shengfeng observed Su Linyuan with caution, his right hand firmly gripping the fabric of his robe, prepared for confrontation. Though this individual appeared youthful, his aura was alarming, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth. It was evident that he posed a potential threat. In response, Su Linyuan smiled amiably, saying, "Elder Qin need not be so anxious. I am Su Linyuan, hailing from the Eastern Wilderness." Eastern Wilderness? Upon hearing these words, both Qin Shengfeng and Xianxia displayed evident surprise. When did a top-tier martial artist emerge for the Eastern Wilderness? "The reason I have come to the Dao Academy is to seek a position within its ranks." As Su Linyuan's words fell, Qin Shengfeng's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. A dignified Emperor Realm practitioner seeking a position at the Dao Academy was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. "Uncertain of your capabilities, I shall test whether you possess the requisite qualifications." With that, Qin Shengfeng's figure flickered as he took action. This was not only to gauge Su Linyuan's strength, but also to probe further, for he had never heard of this individual's name in the central region. A subtle smile graced Su Linyuan's lips as he unleashed a powerful punch. The Emperor's Galaxy Fist, a martial technique of imperial caliber, radiating the majestic and domineering aura of a sovereign. Qin Shengfeng immediately sensed the terrifying energy emanating from it, his expression tightening, yet his movements remained unimpeded. The two fists collided with a thunderous roar. Boom! The violent sound erupted, but prior to their clash, Su Linyuan had already erected a protective barrier on the mountain's rear to prevent detection by others in the academy. The terrifying shockwaves from their clash nearly tore the entire shield asunder. Xianxia was filled with dread. Had Qin Shengfeng not shielded her behind him, the residual force of their attacks alone would have shattered her very soul. After all, this was a battle between two formidable Emperor Realm warriors, and she, a mere sovereign realm fighter, stood no chance against such might. Qin Shengfeng's countenance grew grave as he was forced back several dozen steps by Su Linyuan's strike, letting out a muffled groan, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Although he had not exerted his full strength, merely testing the waters, he realized that Su Linyuan too had refrained from deploying his complete power. In other words, this individual's prowess surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Especially notable was the overwhelming strength of his physique, which was truly formidable. This person was undoubtedly a dual cultivator of body and martial arts. Otherwise, such might would be unattainable. Contemplating this, Qin Shengfeng was even more astounded. It must be noted that the path of dual cultivation is fraught with challenges, and breaking through to the Emperor Realm is an even greater feat throughout the continent's history spanning millions of years. Few have achieved such heights. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Xianxia exclaimed anxiously as she rushed to support Qin Shengfeng. He waved her off and then turned his gaze towards Su Linyuan. "I did not anticipate your strength to be so terrifying. I am no match for you." Qin Shengfeng readily conceded defeat, sensing that Su Linyuan bore him no ill will. "Su Linyuan smiled graciously. I am honored. With your capabilities, you could easily be a distinguished guest in any faction within the central region, or even establish your own sect, attracting countless martial artists. Why then seek a position in my academy? Qin Shengfeng, filled with perplexity, inquired further. After all, Su Linyuan's strength was exceedingly fearsome. A dual cultivator whose combat prowess rivaled that of mid-level Emperor realm warriors. Moreover, at such a young age, his potential seemed limitless, possibly even advancing beyond the mid-level Emperor realm to the late stages. A talent of such caliber, even in the central region, would undoubtedly be a remarkable presence in the annals of history. Should he establish his own sect, it is likely that countless exceptional martial artists would eagerly join him, thereby carving out their own territory without a doubt. In response to Qin Shengfeng's perplexity, Su Linyuan's smile gradually faded, and he slowly uttered two words: revenge. Revenge? Upon hearing this, both Qin Shengfeng and his granddaughter Qin Shuren were even more bewildered. Su Linyuan's enemy resides within the Dao Academy, yet given his strength, who within the academy could possibly rival him? The prospect of avenging himself seemed almost trivial. Su Linyuan began to speak. This year, there is a person in the Dao Academy named Linyuan. Linyuan? Qin Shengfeng was unfamiliar with him. But Qin Shuren's expression shifted to one of surprise. I know Linyuan. He is a new disciple, taken under the wing of the dean. He possesses the supreme bone and the heavy pupil eyes, and his name as a prodigy has already resonated throughout the entire central continent. How could you have enmity with him? Qin Shuren was filled with confusion. After all, how could an emperor-level powerhouse have a grudge against a young prodigy? The two should be worlds apart. However, upon hearing Qin Shuren's words, Qin Shengfeng was utterly astonished. The supreme bone and heavy pupil eyes, such exceptional talents have been welcomed by the dean himself. It was well known that with such gifts, the probability of breaking through to the emperor realm in the future was nearly certain. In other words, in a few decades, the dean would surely produce another emperor-level powerhouse from his disciples. At that moment, Su Linyuan suddenly spoke again, his cold voice seeming to emanate from the depths of the abyss, profoundly chilling. The supreme bone and heavy pupil eyes that he possesses were taken from my son. What? At this revelation, the grandfather and granddaughter exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. The supreme bone and heavy pupil eyes belonging to Linyuan were, in fact, seized. I hail from the eastern wilderness heavenly profound sect. Initially, I guarded the demon tower, but Linyuan's father, the sect master, conspired with the sect to extract my son's bones and eyes, discarding his remains in the back mountains. Upon learning of my son's demise, I emerged from the tower and annihilated the heavenly profound sect, but Linyuan had already fled to the Dao Academy. He spoke calmly, yet his words sent shivers down the spines of Qin Shengfeng and Qin Shuren. The notion of extracting bones and eyes was a despicable act beyond imagination. As for the annihilation of the heavenly profound sect, it was entirely justifiable. If someone were to commit such atrocities against his sole granddaughter, Qin Shuren, it was likely that Qin Shengfeng would be even more relentless than Su Linyuan. Chapter 40. Su Linyuan, the Elder of the Dao Academy. I joined the Dao Academy solely for the purpose of revenge. I wonder if Elder Qin would be willing to assist me? Su Linyuan spoke slowly, his tone steady. Qin Shengfeng furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. In truth, this matter was entirely advantageous for him. Why? Setting aside the fact that the Lin father and son were guilty of heinous crimes deserving of death, if he could leverage Lin Yan's demise to draw Su Linyuan, this emperor-level powerhouse, into the Dao Academy, it would certainly be a monumental achievement. Moreover, Lin Yan is the direct disciple of the esteemed Dean Lichuan, and the two have always been at odds. Should Lin Yan meet his demise, it would indeed serve as a boon for him. With this thought in mind, Qin Shengfeng no longer hesitated and spoke forth. Lin Yan is guilty of heinous crimes deserving of execution. I shall acquiesce to the request of Daoist Su. However, it would be a disservice to Daoist Su's prowess to confine him merely to the role of an instructor. Therefore, I propose that you join our academy, holding an equal status to mine, both serving as grand elders of the academy. One cannot deny the sincerity of Qin Shengfeng's offer. Not only did he agree to Su Linyuan's entry into the academy, but he also granted him the esteemed position of Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuren was taken aback. The status of Grand Elder is no trifling matter, nearly equivalent to that of the Dean, possessing the power to command the majority of the Academy's resources. Such an honor bestowed upon a newly inducted martial artist was indeed unexpected. Even Su Linyuan found himself somewhat surprised. In that case, I thank you, Daoist Qin. Su Linyuan replied graciously, his demeanor warm and amiable. Indeed, it is as it should be. Qin Shengfeng beamed with delight. Thus, I shall announce this to the entire academy today. However, Su Linyuan raised his hand and interjected. The Lin father and son have slandered my child and have sought to harm him. I too shall employ the same methods to ensure they suffer, as they have made my son suffer. Therefore, I kindly ask that Daoist Qin keep my name and identity confidential for the time being. His voice, cold and piercing, carried a palpable pressure that caused Xianxia to shudder involuntarily. She could distinctly sense the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Su Linyuan. Very well. We shall adhere to your wishes, Daoist Su. Qin Shengfeng readily agreed. This is the Grand Elder's decree I possess. I now bestow it upon you. With this token, you may freely access the Academy's resources, and your status shall be equivalent to mine. Furthermore, I have acquaintances among the elders and instructors within this academy. You may consult them at your discretion. I will ensure Charon remains by your side, so you may inquire with her whenever you have questions. Within the academy, there exist two factions, one under the Dean's command and the other under that of the Grand Elders. Over the years, as Qin Chengfeng's lifespan dwindles, his faction has gradually been suppressed. With Su Linyuan to bolster their standing, everything shall change. As he spoke, Qin Shengfeng handed a crimson token to Su Linyuan, which bore the prominent character for Qin. Accepting the token, Su Linyuan smiled and said, "Thank you. By the way, I observe that your cultivation encompasses both martial and spiritual refinement, yet your physical form has yet to transcend the imperial realm. Our academy possesses the Burning Heaven Tower, an enigmatic structure that greatly aids in the refinement of the body. You should consider visiting it." Qin Shengfeng appeared to have recalled something and added, "The Burning Heaven Tower is extraordinarily profound, particularly beneficial for physical cultivation, and is renowned throughout the entirety of Zhongzhou." From the moment Su Linyuan perused the archives of the Dao Academy at the Wanbao Tower, he had taken note of this particular tower. To his surprise, Qin Shengfeng would bring it up unprompted, which naturally endeared him to Su Linyuan. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall venture into the Burning Heaven Tower to explore it further. Farewell." With that, Su Linyuan, accompanied by the colossal sky-devouring python and the menacing Yin Miao, transformed into a streak of radiant light and proceeded directly towards the Burning Heaven Tower. Observing Su Linyuan's retreating figure, Qin Charon voiced her confusion. "Grandfather, you seem to be overly generous towards him, don't you think?" Regardless of Su Linyuan's formidable strength, Qin Shengfeng's kindness towards him is rather excessive. Not only did he grant him the position of elder, but he also allowed Su Linyuan to command his own token and the elders and instructors under his command. It's worth noting that they had only just met for a mere quarter of an hour. Such actions are indeed hasty. However, Qin Shengfeng merely chuckled and shook his head. "Charon, you are still young and have not encountered many people. Su Linyuan, our friend, is but 100 years old, hailing from the remote eastern wilderness. Yet he has attained the Emperor realm and follows the path of dual cultivation in both body and martial arts. Do you understand the difficulties inherent in this journey?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Charon furrowed her brow. Even as the daughter of an Emperor realm expert, she had to concede that Su Linyuan's path of dual cultivation was exceedingly arduous. Throughout the continent's history of millions of years, few had succeeded. Su Linyuan stood at the threshold of the Emperor realm, with his physical body already half a step into it. He was almost there, noticing his granddaughter deep in thought. Qin Shengfeng continued with a smile. His origins may be humble, yet he has achieved such heights, indicating that Su Linyuan must possess extraordinary fortune and opportunities. As the saying goes, the elderly grow wise. Having lived for thousands of years and met countless individuals, I know how terrifying such a person can be. His future accomplishments are undoubtedly limitless, which is why I wish to cultivate a friendship with Su Linyuan. Moreover, while I perceive a heavy aura of malevolence around, it is directed solely against his enemies. His willingness to risk his life and journey alone to the central continent for the sake of vengeance speaks volumes of his sincerity and loyalty. Such a person cannot possibly be a treacherous villain, Qin Shengfeng asserted confidently, stroking his beard with a smile. Qin Charon listened, her understanding deepening. She was astonished that her grandfather could discern so much in such a brief encounter. "I see now," she nodded in realization. "Grandfather, your years are few, and your lifespan is dwindling. With your parents having fallen in their youth, should there come a day when you are no longer with us, Yuli Chuan will likely seek to undermine you in every way. If you can forge a strong bond with Su Linyuan, you will have a support system when that day arrives. Remember this." Qin Shengfeng gazed up at the sky, speaking with a somber tone. This was also the reason behind his boldness. With his lifespan nearing its end and a long-standing enmity with Linyuan, he knew that, should he depart, Chern would undoubtedly become a target. The tale of Su Linyuan and his descendant Su Ping and profoundly moved him. Did he not harbor concerns about what would become of his cherished granddaughter after his demise? Grandfather. Qin Shu Rant's eyes glistened with unshed tears, reddening with emotion. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan, wielding a token, extended his consciousness and swiftly located the fiery tower. This tower, soaring 9 stories high, required entrance to begin at the 9th level before descending through its depths. However, the further one ventured down, the more intense the flames became, rendering it insufferable for ordinary warriors. At the entrance of the fiery tower, Su Linyuan, holding the Elder's token, gained entry with remarkable ease. Chapter 41. This fellow Taoist is resolutely protective. Indeed, the fiery tower was extraordinary. Even at the 9th level, one could feel the searing power of the flames, which seemed to wash over the flesh. Standing on the 9th level of the tower, Su Linyuan displayed a look of astonishment. As he probed deeper with his consciousness, he ventured all the way to the 1st level, where the scorching flames posed a challenge even for typical sanctified warriors. Something is amiss. Su Linyuan is gaze sharpant, revealing a hint of curiosity. Beneath the fiery tower, it appeared that a pulsating life force was stirring, a manifestation of extraordinary fire. Moreover, the quality of this flame was impressive. If he could consume it, his physique might undergo a transformation, enabling him to break through to the imperial realm from his current half-step status. With this thought in mind, Su Linyuan no longer hesitated and strode purposefully downward. The 9th level was crowded with disciples, primarily newly admitted students of the Tao Academy, whose cultivation levels typically hovered around the 7th realm. As he descended, the number of disciples dwindled. By the time he reached the 3rd level, he could no longer see any sign of them. Here, only a few elders from the academy could venture further. Of course, even those elders needed to utilize spiritual energy for protection. Relying solely on their physical bodies would not suffice against the fiery forces present. Had it not been for the formidable physiques of the 2 demons, both great monsters of the sanctified realm, they would have struggled to endure. Upon entering the 2nd level, the 2 demons noticeably faltered in their ability to proceed. Master, we can only advance this far, Yin Yao gasped, each breath accompanied by the profound power of flames. Very well, you 2 shall cultivate here while I continue downward. With that, Su Linyuan clasped his hands behind his back and continued his descent with an air of tranquility. Although the temperature at this level was quite high, it posed no threat to him, a warrior on the brink of the imperial realm. Witnessing Su Linyuan's ease and composure, the 2 demons were left in awe. Just how formidable was their master's physique? Upon reaching the 1st level, Su Linyuan distinctly sensed a qualitative change in the fiery power, which nearly solidified into a tangible form. Here, even late-stage, sanctified warriors utilizing spiritual energy for protection would struggle to endure for long. However, this environment was perfectly suited for my cultivation. Su Linyuan smiled faintly, sitting cross-legged in the very center. After a brief moment, he commenced the operation of the ancient Kunpeng body refinement technique. The most remarkable feature of this technique is its insatiable appetite. It devours all spiritual entities to temper the physical form. The searing power of flames served as a prime nourishment. Suddenly, the entire 1st layer of fiery energy surged tumultuously. An incessant stream of flames erupting from the depths below, rushing towards Su Linyuan's corporeal form. To his delight, he sensed a loosening at the bottleneck of his physical prowess, and, seizing the moment, intensified his exertion of the ancient Kunpeng body refinement technique. Within the confines of the burning heaven tower, boundless flames surged wildly towards Su Linyuan. Meanwhile, the disciples of the academy training on the upper levels wore expressions of confusion. They were taken aback to discover that the previously scorching flames had plummeted significantly, with the temperature continuing to decline rapidly. What sorcery is this? How could the fiery energy diminish so drastically in an instant? Cursed be it, just when they were on the verge of a breakthrough, such an anomaly occurred. Could there be some internal turmoil within the burning heaven tower? This matter must be reported to the Academy at once. It is worth noting that the burning heaven tower has existed for tens of thousands of years, but such an occurrence has never been witnessed before. The disciples grumbled as they exited the tower, some hastily reporting the incident to the Academy. Soon, a continuous stream of elder instructors arrived to investigate. though none dared to approach. The intense flames were likely only survivable by those of Imperial realm strength. The onlookers scrutinized for a considerable time, yet discerned nothing unusual. Just then, a figure clad in a dark robe descended with a resounding thud. His square face radiated authority, exuding a commanding presence. This was Linyuan, the head of the academy. "Greetings, headmaster." The assembled elders and disciples promptly bowed in respect. Linyuan responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, then turned his gaze towards the burning heaven tower, narrowing his eyes as a palpable aura of menace emerged. "There is someone cultivating within the tower. This individual is not one of our academy's disciples." The terrifying imperial energy emanating from Linyuan resembled that of an ancient behemoth, concealing his presence from all but Linyuan. Such a figure had never graced their academy. What? At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The anomalous state of the burning heaven tower was due to someone cultivating within? What level of prowess did this individual possess? No wonder they felt a scrutinizing consciousness today. It must belong to this person. How audacious for an outsider to attempt to pilfer the cultivation resources of our academy. Such a transgression warrants execution. As he spoke, Linyuan's imperial aura manifested, his raised hand conjuring thousands of radiant swords suspended before him, just as he prepared to unleash his attack to eradicate Linyuan completely. A voice echoed from not far away. "Hold on." As the crowd turned their gaze towards the sound, they beheld the figure of the esteemed elder Qin Chengfeng descending before the burning sky tower. Observing Qin Chengfeng's presence, Linyuan's attack did not dissipate. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this, elder?" Qin Chengfeng chuckled amiably and responded, "There is no need for the dean to be anxious. The one cultivating within the burning sky tower is not an outsider, but rather a newly appointed elder of the academy." The revelation of a newly appointed elder sent shockwaves through those present. When did the academy acquire another elder? Linyuan's heart raced with alarm. This old fox had secretly recruited an emperor-level powerhouse. How could it be that I, as the dean, remain oblivious to the emergence of another elder? Qin Chengfeng had anticipated Linyuan's reaction. With a smile, he stroked his beard and continued, "This esteemed friend has been well acquainted with me for quite some time, possessing strength far surpassing my own. He has only just joined the academy today, and I had initially intended for him to complete his cultivation within the burning sky tower before announcing it to the entire academy." Linyuan's brow furrowed as he coldly retorted, "Such actions by the elder are likely against protocol. I do not recognize this person's identity. I kindly ask the elder to step aside." As he spoke, the murderous intent in Linyuan's eyes intensified. He could not allow this individual to cultivate smoothly within the burning sky tower, nor permit him to become an elder. It would be best to eliminate him entirely during this critical moment of breakthrough. Otherwise, with two emperor-level beings suppressing him, his reputation as dean would plummet to the depths, an outcome he could not abide. However, Qin Chengfeng remained steadfast, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. "I have taken it upon myself to protect this esteemed friend. If the dean wishes to challenge me, then let us engage in combat." Chapter 42. This matter is absolutely impossible. The moment Qin Chengfeng's words left his lips, a palpable tension gripped those present. While they were well aware of the discord between the elder and the dean, it was rare to witness such open confrontation, let alone the prospect of physical conflict in public. Such a situation was exceedingly unusual. Linyuan narrowed his eyes, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. The audacity of Qin Chengfeng to risk a confrontation for the sake of an unknown rogue suggested that this individual was far from ordinary. Should he truly ascend to the position of dean, Linyuan feared he would be unable to maintain his authority. With this thought, Linyuan's murderous intent deepened. Regardless of the circumstances, the rogue within the burning sky tower must be eliminated today. Just as Linyuan prepared to take action, a sudden, earth-shattering rumble echoed, shaking the ground as if a dragon were stirring beneath the surface. The disciples of the academy swayed unsteadily, gripped by fear. What is happening? Why has there been such a tremendous upheaval? Is the earth shifting? No, the source of this tremor emanated from within the burning sky tower. Suddenly, someone pointed out that the source of the disturbance was indeed the burning sky tower itself. As Linyuan's gaze turned towards the burning heaven tower, a sudden jolt of alarm surged within him, an ominous premonition spreading wildly in his heart. Could it be that he was devouring the otherworldly flame contained within the tower? As a realization struck him, Linyuan's eyes widened in horror, and his composure shattered instantly. Who was this individual, capable of consuming such a formidable flame? It is worth noting that this otherworldly flame, terrifying in its essence, had existed for over 10 millennia, having awakened a semblance of intelligence. While it had yet to reach the level of imperial flames, it was not far from it. Even a formidable practitioner like Linyuan at the imperial realm would find it nearly impossible to restrain such a being, let alone consume and refine it. This was an utterly impossible feat, yet now, within the burning heaven tower, an imperial practitioner was indeed refining it. This person's power was unfathomable, and Linyuan could not allow him to succeed in his endeavor. Otherwise, there would be no place for him within the Tao Academy. Resolutely, Linyuan retrieved an imperial artifact, a longbow radiating a mesmerizing black-golden luminescence. This bow, named Chasing Radiance, was a remarkable low-grade imperial weapon. Elder, the otherworldly flame within the burning heaven tower, is the very foundation of our academy. This individual seeks to devour it, jeopardizing our foundation. I implore you to step aside. I shall personally eliminate him. Linyuan declared, his voice resonating with righteous fervor, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Seeing Linyuan wield the Chasing Radiance, Qin Shengfeng understood that he was genuinely intent on killing Su Linyuan. If that were the case, Qin Shengfeng could not allow him to succeed. Absolutely not. I have stated before, to harm that esteemed friend, you must first step over my lifeless body. With that, Qin Shengfeng waved his hand, revealing a silver spear, a low-grade imperial weapon named Silver Moon. The two imperial practitioners faced each other, neither willing to yield. This confrontation sent shivers down the spines of the elder disciples, who instinctively recoiled. The clash of imperial forces was nothing short of terrifying. Very well, since the elder refuses to yield, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I shall see just how much lifespan you have left. Linyuan sneered. Since Qin Shengfeng sought his own demise, he would bear the consequences. An aged relic, with little time left, dared to challenge him. This was the perfect opportunity to severely injure him, leaving the Tao Academy with only his voice to be heard. With that thought, Linyuan wasted no time. He activated the longbow, and a piercing arrow soared through the air, racing towards Qin Shengfeng. As the black-golden arrow sliced through the fabric of space, the imperial energy coiling around its tip scorched the air into a faint black trail, even tearing a slender gash in the clouds above the academy. Qin Shengfeng realized that Linyuan was indeed intent on taking his life. Very well, I shall gladly experience the headmaster's prowess. Qin Shengfeng let out a muffled grunt, his silver moon spear sweeping horizontally with a sudden ferocity. As the spear thrummed with energy, a silver-white tiger-shaped phantom leapt forth from its tip. The white tiger roars to the heavens. With a resounding roar, the ground fractured, deep fissures appearing as the disciples of the academy lost their grip on their weapons. The elders hastily erected protective barriers, yet even they were jolted, their vitality surging, as arrows collided with the silver moon spear. The moment the black-golden imperial aura clashed with the silver spear light, a circular shockwave radiated from the point of impact. The academy's white jade balustrades shattered like paper, and ancient trees were uprooted. Linyuan's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that Qin Shengfeng, nearing the end of his lifespan, could unleash such formidable power. The Grand Elder has concealed his true strength well. Linyuan scoffed, his left hand gliding over the bow arm of the Chasing Radiance bow. The black-golden imperial aura surging from his fingertips, illuminating the patterns on the bow's body. If you seek death, I shall grant it. He drew the bowstring taut. This time, not a single arrow, but a trio of black-golden arrow clusters entwined with imperial energy. As the arrow clusters formed, the surrounding space began to warp, as if the very heavens and earth would be pierced by their might. Qin Shengfeng steadied the silver moon spear against the ground, his chest rising and falling slightly. Having just absorbed Linyuan's blow, the imperial power within him stirred, his lifeblood threatening to dissipate. Yet, as he met Linyuan's fierce gaze and recalled the devouring flames of Su Linyuan within the burning sky tower, he gritted his teeth and infused the silver moon spear with a surge of imperial energy. If you wish to move that fellow, you must first pass through me. The white tiger shakes the mountains. The silver moon spear plunged into the earth, the silver-white tiger phantom swelling to a towering height of 10 zhang. As the tiger's claws struck the ground, the academy's blue stone tiles shattered completely, the tiger's eyes igniting with an even brighter brilliance. The three black golden arrow clusters shot forth. The tiger's phantom opened its massive jaws, unleashing a silver-white wave of energy. The wave collided with the arrows, producing a deafening roar. Two of the arrow's imperial flames were extinguished by the wave, leaving only the central arrow, still infused with residual imperial power, hurtling towards Qin Shengfeng's heart. Qin Shengfeng sidestepped the arrow, but the imperial energy from its tail struck his shoulder, instantly staining his dark robe crimson. He staggered back 2 steps, the silver moon spear trailing sparks against the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Lichuan. The headmaster is indeed formidable. It must be said that Yu Lichuan's strength was truly terrifying, undoubtedly surpassing his own, and he was perilously close to the mid-imperial realm. Furthermore, with Qin Shengfeng's lifespan dwindling, his power had significantly waned, far from his peak. Thus, faced with Yu Lichuan's full assault, he was evidently at a disadvantage. Grand Elder, you are no match for me. If you are wise, you will step aside quickly, or else. Yu Lichuan narrowed his eyes, the unspoken threat palpable in his words. Qin Shengfeng chuckled coldly. This matter is absolutely impossible. Chapter 43. If the headmaster wishes to pursue a vendetta with me, is it too much for me to unleash a single technique? Qin Shengfeng was acutely aware that his aging body had little time left to endure. In stark contrast, Su Linyuan, still in his youth, possessed extraordinary combat prowess and was destined for greatness. By risking his life to protect Su Linyuan today, he ensured that in the future, Su would safeguard his only granddaughter. This could be seen as an unspoken accord forged between them. At that moment, the commotion within the burning sky tower intensified, with countless fiery serpents swirling, their searing heat causing the onlookers to involuntarily gasp. They had never before witnessed such a terrifying wave of heat. It could be said without hesitation that should this otherworldly flame escape the confines of the burning sky tower, it would render the surrounding tens of thousands of miles barren. Damn it, the individual refining the flame was nearing completion. He had to be dealt with swiftly. Yu Lichuan gritted his teeth, growing increasingly anxious. Through the aura emanating from the burning sky tower, he discerned that Su Linyuan was at a critical juncture in refining the otherworldly flame. If he did not act quickly to eliminate him, Su might indeed succeed. A sovereign adept at refining otherworldly flames would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent, one he believed he could not contend with. Thus, the murderous intent in Yu Lichuan's eyes deepened, a chilling malice reaching for the heavens. Elder Taishang, you have forced my hand. With that proclamation, Yu Lichuan raised his hand, drawing a bow and knocking an arrow, as black and gold radiance enveloped the entire sky. In an instant, the area above the academy was shrouded in darkness, as if something terrifying was slicing through the void. Falling sun, Yu Lichuan snorted coldly, and above, an arrow transformed into a dark sun, plummeting from the sky as if the sun itself were descending. This was a mid-tier imperial martial art, and Yu Lichuan's ultimate move. The power of this strike was sufficient to flatten half the academy. Eliminating Qin Shengfeng and the burning sky tower was certainly within reach. In truth, Yu Lichuan would never resort to such a lethal technique unless faced with a life-or-death crisis, much less unleash it within the academy. Even if he were to emerge victorious, the devastation wrought upon the academy would be immense. Yet now, with the stakes concerning his position as the academy's head, he could not afford to be careless. Even if it meant risking the destruction of half the academy, he had to act. The rogue within the burning sky tower must die today. Qin Shengfeng recognized the horror of this technique and resolved himself to his inevitable demise. With only a limited span of life remaining, he thought it best to seize this opportunity for a final confrontation. Just as Qin Shengfeng prepared to ignite his vital essence for a desperate struggle, a thunderous sound erupted. A sword chi, slicing through the air from behind him, bore an icy chill that threatened to shatter the descending dark sun. Qin Shengfeng trembled, the vital energy he had gathered in his palm abruptly halting. He could distinctly sense that the power within that sword chi was not only overwhelmingly potent, but also carried a familiar, chilling sharpness. Was this the aura of Su Linyuan? Could it be that his friend had successfully refined the otherworldly flame? At this realization, Qin Shengfeng's face lit up with surprise. If Su Linyuan were to successfully refine the exotic flame, Yu Lichuan would absolutely not dare to act so arrogantly. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded across the skies above the Dao Academy. Countless disciples stood in the distance, staring blankly at the scene before them. Even the elders could not help but swallow hard. This level of combat was far beyond what they could intervene in, even as Saint Realm or Half-Step Emperor Realm experts. A mere ripple of the battle's aftershock would be enough to severely injure them. They could only watch from afar. How is this possible? Linyuan's expression stiffened as disbelief filled his face while he stared toward the burning heaven tower. He refined it so quickly? How on earth did he? Gritting his teeth, Linyuan refused to believe what he was seeing. His all-out attack had been shattered so effortlessly. Worse still, the rebounding shockwave had invaded his internal organs, leaving him with minor injuries. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Qin for your assistance today. At that moment, Su Linyuan's voice drifted calmly out from within the burning heaven tower, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Had Qin Shengfeng not stepped in to block the attack earlier, Su Linyuan's refinement of the exotic flame might very well have been interrupted, even if it wouldn't have seriously injured him. Interrupting cultivation, especially when it concerned forging a body to ascend to emperorhood, was no trivial matter. In other words, this was an act of obstructing one's Tao. Thus, Su Linyuan had already etched Lichuan's name deeply into his heart. When the opportunity arose in the future, he would strike and kill him in one decisive move. Upon hearing this, Qin Shengfeng felt a surge of joy. Knowing that his actions had not been in vain, he hurriedly replied with a smile, "You're too kind. Fellow Taoist, this was simply my duty." Inside the burning heaven tower, Su Linyuan's gaze turned toward Lichuan. That gaze pierced through the tower itself, carrying an icy chill that shot straight at him. "It seems that Academy Master Yu intends to fight me to the death. You've launched so many attacks. Surely it wouldn't be excessive for me to return just one, would it?" Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh as killing intent surged forth. Lichuan shuddered uncontrollably. Though it was only a single move, he dared not show the slightest carelessness. What filled his heart was nothing but boundless vigilance. He could not see through Su Linyuan's true strength, but he could clearly sense that this man was terrifying, far beyond someone like the old fox Qin Shengfeng. Great desolate heaven-imprisoning finger. Boom, rumble, rumble. As Su Linyuan's cold shout rang out, deafening roars erupted from within the burning heaven tower. A finger shadow, condensed to the extreme, materialized out of thin air. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be clenched by an invisible hand, emitting creaking, cracking sounds. Even the air itself felt drained away, leaving everyone present so suffocated they could barely breathe. Lichuan's pupils shrank violently. Every hair on his body stood on end as a chilling sense of death surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within that finger technique. It was several times stronger than his own falling sun move. It carried a dreadful pressure capable of imprisoning heaven and earth alike. Nearby, Qin Shengfeng was also utterly shaken, though the attack was not aimed at him. The sheer terror of its power was enough to instill fear in anyone who witnessed it. No. Lichuan's complexion changed dramatically as he hastily retrieved the ancient treasure of the Academy, the Xianxia mirror, a medium-grade imperial artifact that had withstood the full force of a mid-stage imperial realm expert a century ago. This mirror could summon the power of mountains and rivers as a barrier, serving as Lichuan's ultimate life-saving trump card. "Block it," he commanded, pressing both hands upon the mirror's surface, forcibly activating its maximum potential. In an instant, the mirror radiated a brilliant light, and a colossal luminous barrier surged upwards, revealing a continuous, undulating illusion of mountains, seemingly compressing the entire mountain range within its confines. However, in the next moment, the crimson shadow of a finger pierced through the air, carrying a devastating force capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, crashing violently against the barrier. The earth-shattering roar reverberated throughout the entire academy, as the mountain illusions upon the barrier shattered like glass. The Xianxia mirror emitted a piercing wail, its surface becoming riddled with fine cracks. With a resounding clang, it was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, utterly shattered. Lichuan, akin to a kite severed from its string, was violently hurled by the residual wave from the finger strike, spewing blood uncontrollably, and only managed to come to a halt after colliding with a stone pillar beside the blazing heaven tower. How is this possible? Lichuan slumped to the ground, his gaze vacant and filled with disbelief. He had employed the Academy's treasure and yet could not withstand even a single strike from his opponent. Just how formidable was this rogue cultivator? Chapter 44. A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. At this moment, Lichuan felt an overwhelming sense of panic. He could never have imagined that he would be so severely injured, unable to endure even a single attack. Surely, even a mid-stage Imperial Realm expert could not be this terrifying. What was this individual's true strength? Does the Academy head wish to continue? Came the chilling voice of Su Linyuan, echoing with an otherworldly coldness that sent a shiver down Linyuan's spine, deepening his unease. He promptly shook his head, hurriedly exclaiming, "A misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Since you have taken on the position of the Academy's Grand Elder, it is a blessing for us. If this strange fire can be refined and assist you in any way, it would indeed be our Academy's fortune. I shall not disturb your seclusion any longer." With that, Yu Lichuan turned without hesitation, his figure transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from sight in an instant. He was genuinely terrified, fearing that Su Linyuan, in a fit of displeasure, might slay him right there. He could sense the chilling aura emanating from his opponent. After all, he had nearly impeded Su Linyuan's refinement of the strange fire, a grievance that could not be overlooked. Should Su Linyuan's killing intent arise, he could indeed annihilate him on the spot. Thus, he fled at the first opportunity. Watching Yu Lichuan flee without looking back left the assembled elders and disciples utterly dumbfounded. Was this still the dignified and incorruptible Academy head they revered? How could he run so swiftly? Qin Shengfeng was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment, he burst into hearty laughter, bowing in the direction of the blazing heaven tower. "I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention, my esteemed friend. Had it not been for Su Linyuan's timely assistance, I would have undoubtedly faced certain demise at the hands of Yu Lichuan's formidable assault." Su Linyuan, with a warm smile, replied, "Dear Qin, you are too modest. I must extend my gratitude to you for safeguarding me." Upon hearing this, Qin Shengfeng felt a surge of joy within. "My friend, this is but my duty," he replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. "You should focus on solidifying your cultivation. I shall take my leave for now." "Very well." Su Linyuan nodded, innocent. Without hesitation, Qin Shengfeng transformed into a streak of light and swiftly made his way to the back mountain. Below, the assembled elders and disciples exchanged glances before respectfully bowing in the direction of the burning heaven tower, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder." Though they had never laid eyes upon this venerable figure, the sheer prowess demonstrated in effortlessly incapacitating the Academy's head left no room for dissent. There is no need for such formalities. The strange fire within the burning heaven tower has been extinguished, and it shall no longer serve as a training ground for the disciples. However, I shall offer compensation for this matter in the future, Su Linyuan declared. Upon hearing his words, expressions of joy illuminated the faces of the crowd, who hurriedly responded, "Thank you, esteemed elder." As a revered elder of the Academy, Su Linyuan's mastery over the strange fire rendered him beyond reproach, and no one dared to voice objections. Yet, his promise of compensation assured that he would not disappoint them. Soon after, the crowd dispersed. At this moment, within the burning heaven tower, Su Linyuan sat cross-legged, an ethereal aura emanating around him. He lowered his gaze to his hands, noticing a faint crimson luminescence coursing beneath his skin, as if a gentle flame flowed through his veins. This was the power of the thoroughly refined strange fire, now seamlessly integrated with his corporeal form, becoming part of his very flesh and bones. His shoulders appeared increasingly robust, the contours of his muscles subtly outlined beneath his dark robe, not exaggerated like a brute, yet each inch contained the might to shatter mountains and split stone. With a deliberate motion, Su Linyuan grasped the Qingming sword beside him and struck his arm decisively, causing a shower of sparks to erupt, yet leaving no mark upon his flesh. The prowess of a physical body at the imperial stage is indeed formidable. Even a weapon of the highest caliber like the Qingming sword could not draw a single drop of blood from me, he thought, a smile gracing his features. Although he had not unleashed his full strength, the fact that such an imperial weapon could not inflict any harm spoke volumes of Su Linyuan's extraordinary physical might. Host, Su Linyuan, cultivation, early stage of the imperial realm. Physical body, early stage of the imperial realm. Constitution, ancient Songlong body, celestial grade. Technique, supreme celestial canon, special. Ancient Kunpung body refining method, celestial grade. Martial arts, a sword like cold across 19 continents, low-grade imperial martial arts. Great wilderness prison sky finger, mid-grade imperial martial arts. Imperial Star River fist, mid-grade imperial martial arts. Weapon, Qingming sword, high-grade imperial weapon. Special, 9 nether profound thunder, high-grade sacred. looking at his attribute panel. A satisfied smile curved across Su Linyuan's lips. I've just finished devouring the exotic flame, and my realm is not yet fully stabilized. Once I completely consolidate my cultivation and leave seclusion, that day will be Lin Yan's day of death. Su Linyuan's gaze turned dark and distant. I see cold light flickering within his eyes. On the other side, Yu Lichuan fled back to the Dao Palace in a state of utter dishevelment. Master, are you all right? Seeing how battered Yu Lichuan looked, Lin Yan, who had just finished cultivating, hurried forward to support him. I'm fine. Yu Lichuan endured the pain within his body and quickly stuffed a saint-grade pill into his mouth. Before long, the injuries inside him gradually stabilized, and he let out a long breath of relief. After a short while, Yu Lichuan opened his eyes, his aura slowly calming. However, his injuries had not truly healed. They were merely suppressed for the time being, preventing them from worsening. To fully recover, it would likely take at least half a month. Master, who on earth injured you so badly? Linyuan asked, his face filled with confusion. After all, his master was the head of the Central State Dao Academy, a dignified Emperor Realm expert. There were very few people in the world capable of harming him. Hearing this, Yu Lichuan let out a deep sigh, a trace of worry flashing through his eyes. An unknown rogue cultivator, he has now become a supreme elder of our Dao Academy. He has closely associated with Qin Shengfeng. In the future, he will likely be an enemy rather than a friend. Su Linyuan's strength was simply too terrifying. With nothing more than a single finger strike through the void, Yu Lichuan had been gravely injured. Had the man gone all out, Yu Lichuan feared he would have fallen on the spot. Unless he could break through to the mid-emperor realm as soon as possible, he would have no way to contend with such a monster. Thinking of this, Yu Lichuan sighed again. Linyuan, starting today, I will enter closed-door cultivation. First, to recover from my injuries. Second, to break through to the mid-emperor realm as quickly as possible. During this time, if anything arises, inform your senior sister. She will assist you. Yu Lichuan placed great importance on Lin Yan, his final disciple. With both a supreme bone and heavy pupils, Lin Yan had at least a 90% chance of advancing to the emperor realm in the future. That was precisely why Yu Lichuan valued him so highly. Once Lin Yan broke through to the emperor realm, a single lineage producing two emperors would surely become a legendary tale. Although Lin Yan felt somewhat reluctant, he had no power to change Yu Lichuan's decision. He could only reply respectfully, yes. Chapter 45. Forcing the twin beauties of the Dao Academy in the blink of an eye. 10 days quietly passed. During this time, a large number of disciples flooded into the Central State Dao Academy to participate in the Academy's entrance examinations. These prodigies came from all regions, each one possessing extraordinary talent. Within the crowd, several people wore bright smiles, their eyes filled with undisguised excitement. That's great. We all passed the second round of the examination. As long as we clear the third round, we'll be able to officially enter the academy. Feng Shui beamed, her face practically radiating excitement. Being admitted into the Central State Dao Academy was an honor beyond compare. In the future, the sacred realm holds great promise, and even the imperial realm may not be beyond reach. Wei Ran could hardly contain his delight. As long as we pass the assessment and gain entry into the Central State Dao Academy, with the Academy's protection, Su Linyuan will surely find himself at a loss against us. Wei Ran declared confidently. In his view, the Central State Dao Academy boasts two formidable figures in the imperial realm and countless in the sacred realm. Such a colossal entity could not possibly be challenged by a mere Su Linyuan. Once they successfully join the academy, the threat posed by Su Linyuan will dissipate on its own. The others shared this sentiment as well. Indeed, no matter how influential Su Linyuan may be, he cannot extend his reach into the academy. Perhaps, after a few months of cultivation within the academy, we might even hear of his demise at the hands of the Zhang family. Ha ha ha, precisely. Laughter filled the air as they envisioned Su Linyuan being crushed by the Zhang family's emperor. The thought was exhilarating. All right, everyone, tomorrow's third round of assessments is crucial. It will determine whether we can smoothly enter the academy. Let us all prepare diligently tonight. Wei Ran proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, Brother Wei. The group nodded in unison. In a remote mountain range belonging to the academy, Qin Chern approached respectfully, clad in a flowing moon-white gown embroidered with silver lotuses. The hem brushed against the bluestone bricks, causing the lotus patterns to shimmer faintly with ethereal light. Ever since witnessing Su Linyuan's ability to severely injure the academy's president, Yu Lichuan, Qin Shuren was thoroughly astounded. Coupled with the numerous admonitions from Qin Shengfeng, her demeanor had grown increasingly reverent. Shuren has arrived, Su Linyuan said, turning with a smile. By your command, Senior, Shuren has invited Sister Lu to join us. Qin Shuren announced. The Sister Lu she referred to as Lu Xiyun, a direct disciple of Yu Lichuan and the other half of the Academy's renowned duo alongside Qin Shuren. For a long time, Sister Lu had relied on her esteemed status as the president's protege to overshadow Qin Shuren in cultivation, and the two had never gotten along. However, with Su Linyuan's involvement, the tides had begun to turn. As her words fell, Lu Xiyun cautiously stepped forward. In contrast to Qin Shuren's graceful composure, Lu Xiyun exuded an icy demeanor. Her skin was a cool porcelain white, devoid of any color, yet it glimmered like cold jade. Her jawline was sharp, and her lips, nearly transparent pink, appeared even more distant when pressed tightly together. Moreover, her deep, ink-black eyes resembled a frozen pond, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The slight downward curve of the corners added an air of aloofness. This icy beauty was undeniably enticing, and it was no wonder she was hailed as one of the Academy's exceptional talents, for she indeed deserved such recognition. However, this allure held little significance for Su Linyuan. Disciple Lu Xiyun has met with the Supreme Elder. Lu Xiyun respectfully bowed, her expression a tapestry of complexity, her brow furrowed, and a sense of unease gnawed at her heart. Initially, she had no intention of attending, for the Grand Elder had a contentious relationship with her master. Their animosity had even erupted into fierce conflict. However, Qin Shuren had proclaimed that should she fail to appear, the Grand Elder would personally come to summon her. This revelation startled Lu Xiyun considerably. It is worth noting that, despite the Grand Elder's recent induction into the Tao Academy, their power was unfathomable. With but a single finger, they had severely injured her master and had even refined the strange fire within the Burning Heaven Tower. Such a formidable being was beyond the defiance of a mere 11th-tier monarch-level warrior like her. Moreover, her master was currently in seclusion, and should Su Linyuan choose to act, there would be no one to safeguard her. Uncertain of the Grand Elder's intentions for summoning her disciple, Lu Xiyun, feeling increasingly anxious, finally ventured to inquire. As Su Linyuan remained silent for an extended period, a slight smile played upon Su Linyuan's lips as they replied, I wish to request your assistance. Assistance? At these words, Lu Xiyun's heart tightened instantly. As a mere monarch-level warrior, what could she possibly offer to the Grand Elder? Was it to become the Grand Elder's furnace? The thought sent a shiver through her body as a wave of fear washed over her. Catching her drift, Su Linyuan cast her a glance and clarified. Yu Lichuan has recently taken on a disciple named Linyuan, correct? Linyuan? Why would the Grand Elder mention him without reason? Did they perhaps know each other? Indeed, her master's new disciple, Lin, was exceptionally gifted, possessing the supreme bone and dual pupils, with a significant potential to attain the Emperor realm. Could it be that the Grand Elder was acquainted with him? Lu Xiyun dared not conceal the truth and spoke candidly. Su Linyuan chakel kuli indeed. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would recognize him. The supreme bone and dual pupils that Lin Yin possesses were taken from my offspring. I require your assistance in reclaiming them. Will you oblige? What? Reclaim them? Su Linyuan's words left Lu Xiyun utterly astounded. She had never imagined that her junior's supreme bone and dual pupils had been seized from the Grand Elder's progeny. Now, the Grand Elder sought retribution, wishing for her junior to experience the same fate of having his essence extracted. Yet, Lu Xiyun hesitated, not due to any special feelings for Lin Yin. After all, he was merely a newly initiated disciple, and their time together had been brief. How could any affection have blossomed? Her concern lay in the implications of aiding Su Linyuan. When her master emerged from seclusion, how would she explain her actions? Lu Xiyun was acutely aware of her master's regard for Lin Yin. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and declared, if I were to assist the Grand Elder in this matter, I would surely face my master's wrath upon their return. I implore you to seek another. Seek another? Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh, and the overwhelming pressure of his imperial realm descended heavily upon Lu Xiyun. In that instant, she felt as if she were plummeting into an abyss, struggling to breathe. Fear, an overwhelming, paralyzing fear, gripped her. It was a sensation she had never encountered before. After a moment, Su Linyuan released his oppressive aura, gazing down at Lu Xiyun with a condescending demeanor. If you are unwilling, I shall flay you alive and extract your very soul. Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiyun's legs weakened, a wave of terror washing over her. In that moment, she bore no semblance of the icy, celestial being she once was. However, should you choose to assist me, I shall ensure you receive your due rewards. Moreover, I speak the truth when I say that it will not be long before your master, Linyuan, meets his inevitable demise. At that time, I shall personally intervene to protect you. What say you? Chapter 46. Lu Xiyun's Submission. Su Linyuan offered a sweet promise after a harsh blow. To him, Yu Lichuan was a personal adversary, and it would not be long before he sent him to the depths of hell. He promised to safeguard Lu Xiyun and provide her with cultivation benefits. Surely, Lu Xiyun was not foolish. She would come to understand this clearly. Indeed, in her mind, a fierce internal battle raged, and after much contemplation, she finally made her decision. In that case, the disciple is willing to lend my strength to the elder. Lu Xiyun spoke with utmost respect. The reason for her acquiescence was simple. First, Su Linyuan's power to slay her master Yu Lichuan was no mere jest. He was capable of it and would undoubtedly follow through. Second, she clearly understood that should she refuse today, her fate would be sealed, and she would likely suffer in unimaginable ways. Better to comply, for with Su Linyuan's protection, she had no fear of Yu Lichuan's retribution. Very well. Su Linyuan's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. I wonder how the elder plans to proceed? Of course, I intend to make Linyuan endure the same excruciating torment that my son experienced. I shall ensure his suffering is magnified 1,000-fold. So Linyuan is native. Then beckoned to Lu Xiyun, come closer. Soon, he revealed his entire scheme to her. This plan had been meticulously crafted over time. Only in this manner could Lin Yan's agony be maximized. As Lu Xiyun listened, her heart raced with dread, an icy chill creeping up her spine. She could scarcely believe that this elder was capable of such ruthlessness. A silent mourning for Lin Yan surged within her. Do you understand? So Linyuan Ingguayev. Lu Xiyun's expression tightened as she quickly clasped her hands together. The disciple understands. Good, then go. Su Linyuan waved his hand, and Lu Xiyun, without a moment's hesitation, turned and departed. Once she emerged from the mountains, she realized with dismay that her back was drenched with sweat, her heart racing, and her legs trembling uncontrollably. The oppressive aura of Su Linyuan was overwhelmingly formidable. He was indeed a genuine powerhouse of the imperial realm. This level of pressure, even a master had never exhibited, thought Lu Xiyun to herself, feeling a sense of unease. After Lu Xiyun had distanced herself, Su Linyuan turned his gaze toward Xianxia. Sharon, has the Tao Academy been recruiting new disciples recently? Su Linyuan inquired slowly. Yes, we are currently in the third round of assessments, Xianxia replied respectfully. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Why would Su Linyuan show interest in a mere academy assessment? Among the martial artists participating in this assessment, there are a few from the Eastern Wilderness, led by one named Wei Ran. Please give them special attention and ensure their admission to the academy, Su Linyuan stated calmly. Xianxia nodded eagerly, exclaiming, they are fortunate indeed to have caught the esteemed Su's favor. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Su Linyuan shook his head decisively. No, I encountered them on my way to Zhongzhou, and they insulted Ping and in my presence. Allowing them to join the academy will only facilitate my revenge upon them. So Linyuan remarked. Xianxia stood dumbfounded, having assumed that these individuals were receiving special attention due to their merit, only to discover they had offended Su Linyuan and were now subject to his retribution. In that moment, she silently mourned for Wei Ran and his companions. Offending Su Linyuan. One could only imagine the dire consequences they would face upon entering the academy. It would not be an exaggeration to say they would wish for death. Enough. Go attend to it. Su Linyuan waved dismissively. Understood. 3 days later, upon stepping into the threshold of the Zhongzhou Tao Academy, Wei Ran and his companions found it utterly extraordinary. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was far more abundant than that of the Eastern Wilderness. In such an environment, the prospect of reaching the sacred realm was within reach. Their hearts surged with excitement and elation as they crossed into the academy. They had journeyed from the Eastern Wilderness solely to join this institution, and today, their dreams had been realized. They were now genuine disciples of the Tao Academy. Feng Shui could hardly contain her smile. She had feared that they would perish at the hands of the formidable 9th-level demon during the third round of assessments. Fortunately, Qin Xianzi had intervened, or they would never have gained entry into the academy. During the third round, the trio had inadvertently wandered into the territory of a 9th-level Purple Mansion demon. Had it not been for Xianxia's timely intervention in slaying the beast. They would have surely met their end. The others chimed in eagerly that Xianxia is stunningly beautiful, perhaps even surpassing Miss Yu. It is said she is the cherished granddaughter of the Grand Elder, of noble lineage. Why would she suddenly come to our aid? Could it be that she has taken a liking to Brother Wei and came to assist us on his behalf? Indeed, it is quite possible. They excitedly speculated, lifting Wei Rant's spirits high as he began to indulge in delightful fantasies. If that were the case, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune from the heavens. I shall not dwell on the unparalleled beauty of the enchanting Qin, who transcends the mundane realm. Merely considering her background, being the direct granddaughter of the esteemed elder, supported by a formidable figure of imperial strength, one can easily envision the prospects of aligning oneself with such an entity. The path to transcending the sacred realm would undoubtedly become an effortless endeavor, with the tantalizing possibility of glimpsing the threshold of imperial power. This allure is simply irresistible to any aspiring martial artist. With a cheerful wave of his hand, he remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us not indulge in fanciful talk. I have not previously acquainted myself with the enchanting Qin. Our encounter was purely coincidental." Despite his words, visions of Qin Charan pursuing him began to dance in his mind, a most delightful reverie. Meanwhile, Feng Shui, standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses and refrained from voicing her thoughts. At that moment, in another part of the dwelling, in the room of Lu Xiyun, Linyuan stood at the threshold, cautiously pushing open the door. Earlier, Lu had summoned him to her quarters. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a fragrant aroma, a signature scent belonging to his senior sister. A surge of joy surged within him, conjuring fantasies of what might unfold. Considering that she had requested his presence alone, Linyuan pondered whether he should acquiesce or fervently agree. Just then, the captivating figure of Lu Xiyun emerged before him, draped in a flowing white gown that accentuated her pristine complexion. The sight left Linyuan utterly parched with desire. "Senior sister, you summoned me. What is it you wish to discuss?" he stammered, swallowing hard. "Junior brother, come and sit." Lu Xiyun beckoned, patting the bed beside her, the implication unmistakable. Linyuan, filled with excitement, hurriedly approached and took a seat before her. In the next moment, to his astonishment, Lu Xiyun began to unfasten his garments. "Senior sister, what are you doing? This seems rather inappropriate." Linyuan's heart raced. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that his usually aloof and frigid senior sister could exhibit such behavior in private. Chapter 47. How could Lu, a woman, jest with her own purity? Lu Xiyun remained silent, her hands continuing their task. Though she was reluctant, her actions were dictated by the orders of the elder, to which she could only submit. Her delicate hands roamed over Linyuan's form, and before long, he found himself completely unclothed, a mix of hesitation and eagerness washing over him. His gaze fixated on Lu Xiyun, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he struggled to contain his desires. Just then, with a sudden motion, Lu Xiyun violently tore away her upper garments, revealing a glimpse of her delicate skin, starkly reflecting in Linyuan's astonished eyes. Linyuan inhaled sharply, his throat suddenly parched. Although he was uncertain of his senior sister's intentions, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. Just as he prepared to push Lu Xiyun down, a piercing scream erupted. "Ah, Linyuan, what are you doing? How dare you drug me and attempt to force me?" The scream, infused with spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the entire Dao Academy. Countless disciples clearly heard the cry and roar, their hearts jolted in alarm. They were all too familiar with that voice. It belonged to Lu Xiyun, one of the Academy's dual prodigies. As for Linyuan, the name was not foreign to them. He was the newly accepted direct disciple of the Academy head. How audacious he was to drug Lu Xiyun and attempt to coerce her. This instantly struck a nerve within many disciples. After all, Lu Xiyun, known as the Ice Goddess, was deeply etched in the hearts of the disciples, who could endure seeing their goddess being forced against her will. In an instant, throngs of disciples furiously surged towards Lu Xiyun's quarters. At that moment, Linyuan, seated on the bed, was utterly stunned, staring blankly at Lu Xiyun, his previously firm demeanor crumbling. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" he asked in bewilderment. A strange smile crept across Lu Xiyun's lips. "Linyuan, you are doomed." Those simple 8 words sent a chill coursing through Linyuan, raising the hairs on his skin. Doomed. Just then, he heard a thunderous commotion outside, countless disciples were angrily rushing towards Lu Ximin's residence. Oh no! Linyan's expression changed dramatically as realization struck him. He hastily rose and dashed towards the door. Lu Ximin, witnessing this scene, did not intervene, a cold smirk gracing her features. Everything was under her control, or more accurately, under the control of the esteemed elder. As Linyan pushed open the door, he was met with a throng of academy disciples standing at the entrance. His nakedness incited outrage among the multitude, especially those who had secretly harbored feelings for Lu Ximin. Seeing their goddess subjected to such humiliation shattered their hearts, and they longed to tear Linyan apart. At that moment, Lu Xinyun stumbled out, clutching her tattered garments, her alabaster shoulders and subtle curves exposed to the crowd. Yet, contrary to the excitement one might expect, the disciples were consumed by fury. What had Lu Xinyun endured? Linyan was truly a beast, showing no mercy even to his senior sister. Such audacity was intolerable. Linyan, the rogue, deserved severe punishment. Indeed, how dare one administer drugs to Sister Lu and force her against her will? Such a heinous crime deserves the most severe retribution and must not be easily forgiven. The disciples of the Tao Academy glared furiously, their eyes ablaze with indignation, wishing to rend Linyan to pieces on the spot. Upon witnessing this, Linyan panicked, hastily covering his modesty with one hand as he stammered an explanation. No, it is not as it seems. I did not drug Sister Lu. She is slandering me. It was she who tore my clothes off, and her garments were ripped by her own hand. Please believe me. However, his desperate defense only fell on deaf ears, sounding increasingly jarring to the crowd. Cursed be he. Not only did this scoundrel force Sister Lu, but he also dares to defame her. How outrageous. Linyan, you are speaking nonsense. Sister Lu is a paragon of virtue, the goddess in the hearts of countless disciples within our academy. How could she ever slander you? A disciple shouted in fury. Indeed, how could Sister Lu, a woman of such integrity, jest with her own reputation? Another female disciple, seething with rage, stepped forward to voice her indignation. Her words resonated with the crowd, as they all echoed in agreement. Absolutely. Sister Lu would never joke about her honor. It must be that Linyan, this wretched brat, has indeed drugged her and seeks to tarnish her name. With this realization, their fury intensified. Without hesitation, they surged forward, seizing Linyan and commencing a merciless beating. No, this is not how it is. I am innocent. Sister, why do you wrong me? Linyan cried out amidst the onslaught, but his pleas were drowned out by their unrestrained wrath. Lu Ximin, observing the scene from within the room, felt a pang of compassion, yet the terrifying pressure exerted by the Grand Elder swiftly extinguished her empathy. A dead friend is better than a dead Taoist. My junior brother, endure this suffering. After all, you seize your extraordinary gifts from the progeny of the Grand Elder. What you reap is what you sow. Time passed, and Linyan, bruised and battered, heard a disciple declare, Linyan has drugged Sister Lu, attempting to force her against her will, and subsequently slandered her. Such malicious intent must be taken to the law hall for severe punishment. Indeed, let it be taken to the law hall. We shall accompany you. The crowd rallied, resolute in their vow to restore justice for Sister Lu. Soon, they hoisted Linyan, a tide of disciples flowing towards the law hall. Among them, Wei Ran and Feng Shui joined the fray, eager to witness the spectacle unfold. Such a significant event was rare, and to witness it on their very first day in the sect was indeed a stroke of incredible fortune. They strode towards the law hall, filled with exhilaration. Lu Ximin, too, did not hesitate and, in her tattered garments, made her way to the law hall. Today, within the Tao Academy's law hall, an unprecedented commotion erupted. Countless disciples surrounded the hall, clamoring to demand justice for Lu Ximin. Boldly, Linyan, do you recognize your crimes? The law enforcement master, Yi Chengping, spoke coldly. His frigid voice enveloped a trace of divine majesty, causing Linyan to tremble in fear, his legs turning to jelly as he fell to his knees with a thud. Hastily pleading, Master, I am wronged. It is Lu Ximin who has falsely accused me. Wronged? Yi Chengping sneered. With both witnesses and evidence at hand, do you still dare claim innocence? To harm and falsely accuse a fellow disciple is a capital offense. Will you not confess your guilt? Capital offense. Upon hearing this, Linyan's composure shattered in an instant. Just then, Lu Ximin approached, leaning close to Linyan's ear and whispering, Junior brother Lin, just admit it. Rest assured, I will persuade the master to spare your life. Linyan was momentarily taken aback. Why does this sound so familiar? These are my own words. Chapter 48. You dare to slander your senior sister. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Linyuan raised his head to meet Yi Changping's icy gaze, and his heart tightened. Yet in this moment, he could not confess. If he did, not only would he face disciplinary action, but he would also be unable to hold his head high before the disciples of the academy in the future. Moreover, his master was the head of the academy. As long as he resolutely denied his guilt, he doubted these people could do anything to him. Having come to this conclusion, Linyuan lifted his chin, a determined expression on his face, as he declared, I do not confess. This is all a fabrication by Lu Ximin. Fabrication. Yi Changping Sikofut. You were found stark naked in junior sister Lu's room, and her garments were shredded to pieces. How do you explain this? You wouldn't claim that it was junior sister Lu who undressed you, and that she tore her own clothes, would you? Linyuan quickly retorted, yes, that's exactly it. It was Lu Ximin who undressed me, and she tore her own dress. None of this has anything to do with me. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he provoked a furious outcry from the gathered disciples of the academy. How absurd! It was utterly astonishing to discover such a despicable person in the world. One who would force senior sister Lu and then turn the tables with accusations. Truly shameless. Indeed, what kind of person is senior sister Lu that she would slander you? A celestial being such as her would never joke about her own integrity. This is impossible. Exactly. How dare you slander senior sister? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Linyuan's words incited a chorus of condemnation from countless disciples, their eyes ablaze with fury and jealousy. After all, Lu Ximin was the ice goddess in the hearts of innumerable disciples. How could she possibly commit such acts? This was simply inconceivable. Moreover, Linyuan appeared to be no virtuous character. His talent had earned him a place as the personal disciple of the headmaster, further intensifying the resentment against him. Yi Changping let out a cold snort and then turned his gaze towards Lu Ximin. Junior sister Lu, is the situation as Linyuan describes? Without hesitation, Lu Ximin replied, certainly not. Linyuan attempted to drug me with malicious intent, aiming to tarnish my reputation. Fortunately, my cultivation is sufficiently advanced, allowing me to forcibly suppress the effects of the potion. Otherwise, he might have succeeded. I beseech the Lord of the Hall to seek justice on my behalf. My only request is for fairness. Upon hearing these words from Lu Ximin, Linyuan's heart plummeted to the abyss. He looked at Lu Ximin in disbelief, unable to comprehend why his fellow disciple would slander him, especially since there was no conflict of interest between them. Indeed, Linyuan's attempt to violate a fellow disciple, coupled with his refusal to admit guilt, warrants the death penalty according to the regulations of the Tao Academy. The cold voice of Yi Changping echoed throughout the academy. The numerous disciples present were filled with excitement, their voices rising like a tsunami. The Lord of the Hall is wise. In the midst of this, only Linyuan appeared ashen, as though he had consumed a dead fly, his discomfort palpable. Panic surged within him, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He could not fathom how events had escalated to this point. Wait! At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the law enforcement hall, restoring a hint of color to Linyuan's face. Lord E. Linyuan is a direct disciple of the dean. To condemn him without the dean's consent is rather inappropriate. A resounding voice proclaimed, and soon after, a figure strode in with purpose. It was the Grand Elder of the Academy, Yi Jinping. This individual wielded half-step emperor-level cultivation, his combat prowess rivaling that of Yi Changping. More daunting was the fact that Yi Jinping was a direct subordinate of the dean, always following Yu Lichuan's lead. Though he did not understand why two direct disciples of Yu Lichuan would turn against each other, he could not allow Linyuan to perish unjustly. After all, Linyuan possessed the supreme bone and the heavy eye, both of which garnered Yu Lichuan's favor. If a verdict were to be passed, it should only occur after Yu Lichuan emerged from seclusion. However, Yi Changping had his own backing, previously receiving support from the Supreme Elder Qin Shengfeng, and now he was bolstered by another Supreme Elder, Su Linyuan. This newly arrived elder was no ordinary figure. With a mere gesture, he had severely injured Yu Lichuan, which instilled him with considerable confidence. Moreover, today's mission had been expressly assigned to him by Su Linyuan, making it all the more unlikely for him to yield easily. The Grand Elder's words are misplaced. I preside over the law enforcement hall to uphold justice within the academy. Linyuan's actions in drugging and attempting to defile Lu Ximin are substantiated by both testimony and evidence. Should we show leniency merely because he is the dean's disciple? Yi Changping Sikofutkoldi. Upon hearing this, He Jinping's expression faltered, a hint of surprise crossing his features. He had anticipated that invoking the dean's name would compel Yi Jinping to show some deference. To his astonishment, Yi Jinping offered no such concession, suggesting that there were deeper implications at play. With this in mind, Yi Jinping narrowed his eyes and spoke in a chilling tone. Lord Yi, have you truly considered your course of action? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. When the dean emerges and blame is cast upon you, do not say I did not warn you. Such threats might have caused ordinary elders to cower in fear. However, at this moment, Yi Jinping exuded unwavering confidence. He smiled and declared, there is no need for the Grand Elder to trouble himself. If you do not wish to perish alongside Linyuan, then step aside. Yi Jinping's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words had escaped Yi Jinping's lips. Yet, a subtle sense of foreboding crept into his mind, indicating that something was amiss. Yi Jinping's demeanor was alarmingly resolute. The target of his hostility was none other than the headmaster's favored disciple, a prodigy endowed with exceptional talent. Such a fierce stance was bound to provoke suspicion. Could it be that this matter was somehow connected to the newly appointed Grand Elder? A chill ran down Yi Jinping's spine at the thought. If today's events were indeed linked to that Grand Elder, trouble loomed large. Reluctantly, he took a few steps back, unwilling to be the scapegoat in this volatile situation. Observing this, Yi Jinping's lips curled into a slight smirk. He then raised his hand and commanded, bring forth Linyuan and bind him. I shall personally oversee his execution. Yes. Several disciples from the law enforcement hall hastily advanced, preparing to restrain Linyuan. In an instant, Linyuan was thrown into a state of panic. He quickly retreated 2 steps, gritted his teeth, and withdrew a token from his pocket. LVC mean, Yi Jinping, you leave me no choice. With those words, Linyuan steeled his resolve and crushed the token. A resonant hum reverberated throughout the law enforcement hall. Was that the headmaster's command? Yi Jinping's heart tightened. He had not anticipated that Linyuan would grant such a token to Linyuan. The true power of this token lay in its ability to preserve life. Once Linyuan shattered it, no matter where he was, Linyuan would be instantly informed and would hasten to his aid. As the last syllable left his lips, thunder rumbled ominously above the law enforcement hall, heralding the arrival of an overwhelming imperial presence. In the next moment, Linyuan appeared, his expression dark and foreboding. Greetings, headmaster. The crowd hurriedly bowed in respect. Yi Jinping, you possess immense audacity to lay hands on my favored disciple. Linyuan's fury was palpable, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yi Jinping's actions were a blatant challenge to his authority, utterly intolerable. Chapter 49. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Linyuan, and this is my son, Su Ping'an. The oppressive weight of imperial might bore down upon Yi Jinping, making him feel as though a mountain had descended upon him, instilling a sense of panic within. Yet, in this critical moment, he understood that he must not falter. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, Headmaster, Linyuan has drugged Master LV, intending to defile her. He was caught red-handed yet refuses to admit his guilt. According to the regulations, he ought to be executed. Defile LV see me? Linyuan was taken aback, astonished that Linyuan could commit such an atrocity. His gaze fell upon LV Simin, who appeared disheveled, her white dress torn as if savaged by another. Master, this is a grave injustice. I did not do it. It was Lu Xiyun who slandered me. She deliberately lured the disciple into the room and stripped me of my clothes, all in a scheme against the disciple. Linyuan spoke with tears streaming down his face, his words earnest. Upon hearing this, Linyuan's gaze sharpened as he turned to Lu Simin, keenly sensing her evasive expression, as if she were concealing something. His intuition told him that there was certainly a problem at hand. Simin, why would you falsely accuse your junior brother Linyuan? Linyuan's voice was frigid, the overwhelming pressure of his imperial aura weighing heavily upon Lu Simin. She wavered momentarily, struggling to maintain her footing. Yet, she could distinctly feel that her master's oppressive presence was far less daunting than that of the Grand Elder. Having chosen to align herself with the Grand Elder, she had no path of retreat, only a singular route toward darkness. Master, I did not slander junior brother Linyuan. It is he who seeks to defile me. Lu Simin gritted her teeth and declared resolutely, stubborn and unyielding, if you do not speak the truth, today I shall purge the sect and strip you of your cultivation. Linyuan was evidently angered, recognizing that Lu Simin was undoubtedly lying. However, He could not comprehend why she would take such an act. Accusing Linyuan brought her no benefit. Just as Lu Ximing was on the verge of succumbing to Linyuan's terrifying imperial pressure, a voice, half smiling and half mocking, echoed from the distant heavens. How utterly ludicrous, Director Yu! Instead of apprehending the perpetrator who sullied Lu Shizi's, you seek to strip her of her cultivation. What a tyrant you are in your role as director. The crowd turned to the source of the voice, catching sight of a figure traversing the air, slowly making their way toward the law enforcement hall. However, upon recognizing the appearance of the newcomer, the crowd's brows furrowed in confusion, each expressing that they had never encountered this individual before. Yet, among them, Wei Ran and a few others were left dumbfounded, their legs trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? Su Linyuan, how could he possibly be in the Dao Academy? Wei Ran's voice faltered, a wave of fear washing over him as a foreboding sense crept into his heart. Feng Shui was also stunned, yet her expression bore significantly less concern. How could a mere half-step Imperial Realm warrior dare to intrude upon a stronghold guarded by Imperial powerhouses, let alone mock the director? What did he think of himself? In her eyes, Su Linyuan, a mere half-step Imperial warrior, daring to speak to an Imperial powerhouse in such a manner was tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, Wei Ran's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, he was clearly seeking his own demise. Su Linyuan may be stronger than them, but they were now disciples of the Dao Academy. How could he possibly act against them? Furthermore, the audacity with which he ridiculed the director was sheer folly. Perhaps soon, when the director retaliated, he would not even have a complete corpse left. With this thought, a hint of excitement surged within Wei Ran. Who are you? Yu Lichuan narrowed his eyes, a tempest of murderous intent directed at Su Linyuan. His intuition told him that this individual was far from ordinary. Indeed, it was highly probable that this matter was closely linked to him. However, Yu Lichuan scoured his memories and found no recollection associated with Su Linyuan. Among the formidable warriors of Zhongzhou, there was no one like him. Su Linyuan approached Lu Xiyun with a cheerful demeanor and remarked nonchalantly, Director Yu, your memory seems to be quite poor. Just half a month ago, I severely injured you with a mere finger. It hasn't been long, yet you've forgotten. What? Upon hearing these words, Yu Lichuan was instantly taken aback, and the elders and disciples present widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? This man was the very one who had incapacitated Director Yu with a single finger? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, especially among those elders and disciples who had witnessed the event. Observing the shocked expressions of those around him, Wei Ran felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He turned to a fellow disciple of the Dao Academy and curiously asked, is this person well known? When the disciple realized Wei Ran was brazenly pointing at Su Linyuan, he was startled and quickly lowered his hand. You must not point. He is our newly appointed Supreme Elder. Just half a month ago, he severely injured the director with a single finger. His strength is unfathomable. The disciple spoke with awe on his face, recounting that battle, which he had witnessed firsthand as the most terrifying confrontation of his life. However, upon hearing this, Wei Ran and Feng Shui, along with the others, were momentarily petrified. Gasping for breath, what had he just said? Su Linyuan was the new Supreme Elder of the Dao Academy, and he had incapacitated a powerhouse like the director with a single finger? My heavens, what level of strength did he possess? The realization struck them that their decision to join the Dao Academy was akin to sheep entering a tiger's den. Suddenly, they recalled that when Su Linyuan expressed his intention to join the academy, it was to take on the role of Supreme Elder. It was all over. They were doomed. Was it too late to leave the Dao Academy now? Feng Shui swallowed hard, speaking tremulously. It's too late. Our entry into the academy was likely orchestrated by this Supreme Elder. Wei Ran seemed to grasp the situation. That was why Xianxia had come to their aid. Everything was the doing of this Supreme Elder, Su Linyuan. Since they had already caught his attention, there was no possibility of escape. Their only hope now lay in the hope that Director Yu Lichuan could eliminate Su Linyuan on the spot. Otherwise, they would surely meet their demise. In the midst of this turmoil, while Wei Ran and his companions were in a state of panic, Director Yu Lichuan was equally tense, his heart racing. Is it really you? Yu Lichuan's pupils dilated, and he involuntarily staggered back a few steps, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. He never imagined that this newly appointed Supreme Elder would be so young, far surpassing his expectations. Su Linyuan smiled faintly and said calmly, Director Yu, according to the Academy's regulations, Linyuan ought to face execution. If you find it difficult to take such action, I can assist you." With that, he waved his hand, directly capturing Linyuan within his grasp. This scene immediately startled everyone present. Linyuan, upon witnessing this, was struck with immense fear. He could not comprehend why. Having just entered the academy and having offended no one, this esteemed elder would seek his demise. "No, esteemed elder, I have never wronged you. There must be some misunderstanding between us," Lin Yin exclaimed in panic. "Misunderstanding?" Su Linyuan's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. "I believe there is no misunderstanding. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Linyuan, and this is my son, Su Ping'an." Chapter 50. Do you have any evidence, fellow Taoist Su? Su Linyuan. Upon hearing these three words, Lin Yan's mind erupted as if struck by thunder. A chill instantly coursed through his body, reaching the very core of his being. He stiffly turned his head to behold that face, which bore a smile both mocking and sinister, causing his heart to plummet into despair. Su Linyuan had not emerged from the demon tower for 20 years, thus Lin Yin had no recollection of him. However, he was indeed the biological father of Su Ping'an. That visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Ping'an, with several striking similarities. Yet, he should be stationed within the demon tower. How could he suddenly break free? Moreover, his father had distinctly stated that Su Linyuan's path to enlightenment was severed, and he would never transcend to the sacred realm. How could he, then, transform into a formidable figure of the imperial realm? This was inconceivable, and now that he appeared here, what could be the circumstances surrounding his father and the entire Tianxuan Sect? Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yin was suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of dread, a wave of terror washing over him. Meanwhile, Yu Lichuan was oblivious to the complexities of the situation. He furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. "Fellow Taoist Su, is it appropriate for you to attack my direct disciple relying on your own cultivation? Regardless of any misunderstandings between you, they are merely minor disputes. As a distinguished figure of the imperial realm, is it truly worth sullying your dignity over such trivial matters? Misunderstanding? Minor disputes?" Su Linyuan chuckled, his smile exuding a chilling aura. "Director Yu, if your offspring were to be subjected to such a violation, would you, as a mighty figure of the imperial realm, allow the perpetrator to go unpunished?" "Of course not," Yu Lichuan replied without hesitation. "Even if it meant traversing the heavens or descending into the underworld, I would seek their life." As he uttered these words, he pondered why Su Linyuan had posed such a question. However, it was not long before he found his answer. Dean Yu had this thought, and so did this esteemed one. Lin Yin, hailing from the eastern wilderness domain's heavenly profound sect, was the son of his sect's master. Together with his father and the entire heavenly profound sect, Lin Yin had excavated my son's supreme bone and seized his dual pupils. My son met an unjust demise, crashing against a pillar, his body left to be devoured by vultures on the back mountain. Tell me, should I not exact vengeance upon him? As Su Linyuan's words echoed, the atmosphere erupted into an uproar. Every elder and disciple was filled with disbelief. Even Yu Lichuan, the dean of the Tao Academy, displayed a glimmer of incredulity in his eyes. The supreme bone and dual pupils belonging to Lin Yin were taken from Su Linyuan's offspring. Such a nefarious act was truly heinous. Behind him, Yi Changping, the head of the law enforcement hall, finally grasped the situation. He understood why the venerable elder would conspire against a newly admitted disciple. So, it was Lin Yin's demise was well-deserved. In the hall, the expressions of the disciples transformed dramatically. They were astonished to learn that Lin Yin was not only a scoundrel who sullied Sister Lu, but had also committed such unspeakable atrocities, rendering him utterly detestable. To excavate bones and seize eyes, this man's heart had already rotted to the core. It was no surprise he had defiled Sister Lu. Who would have thought such a despicable villain could emerge from our Tao Academy? If he does not perish, I willingly withdraw from the Academy. Indeed, if he does not perish, we shall all withdraw from the Academy. The disciples were filled with righteous indignation, their voices rising in fervor, their resolve unwavering, even leaving the elders present in shock. Nevertheless, they could comprehend the gravity of the situation. After all, if Lin Yin could commit such vile acts, far worse than those of the demonic path, against their fellow disciples, none could accept it. Furthermore, Lin Yin had now become the dean's prized disciple, holding a position of great prestige. If one day, should they, as ordinary disciples, encounter opportunities only to have them forcibly taken by Lin Yin, how could they remain complacent? Thus, all disciples of the Academy stood resolutely against Lin Yin. This scene caused Yu Lichuan considerable distress. Why must he seize the supreme bone and dual pupils of Su Linyuan's offspring? Was he courting death? Yet, Linyuan was indeed his chosen disciple. With the potential to eventually transcend the imperial realm, he was reluctant to relinquish him so easily. Does fellow Taoist Su possess any evidence? He inquired. Without witnesses or material proof, it may be difficult to convince others. With the death of a person, Yu Lichuan was certain Su Linyuan lacked evidence. As long as no proof was presented, there remained room for negotiation. Witnesses and material proof? Su Linyuan is knitted, casting a glance and pointing towards Wei Ran and a few others. They are warriors from the eastern wilderness domain. They should be well aware of the situation. Let them speak. As his words fell, the crowd turned to follow the direction of Su Linyuan's finger. Even Wei Ran and the others were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why, at such a crucial juncture, Su Linyuan would compel them to speak. Their minds were in disarray, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Yu Lichuan narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "You all hail from the eastern wilderness. Speak truthfully about the situation that transpired. I am the head of the Tao Academy, and you need not fear any harm coming to you." Upon hearing these words, Wei Ran and the others felt a flicker of hope. They had already fallen under Su Linyuan's scrutiny. If they could secure the favor of the Academy head at this moment, it seemed unlikely that Su Linyuan would dare to act against them. A powerful Emperor realm expert should be able to protect them, after all. Reporting to the head, Senior Brother Lin Linyan's supreme bone and heavy eye are indeed his own, Wei Ran carefully stated after a moment's contemplation. Hearing this, Lin Linyan exhaled a long breath, as if catching a glimpse of hope for survival. "Excellent. You have spoken the truth, and I shall ensure your safety," Yu Lichuan replied, satisfaction evident on his face, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. He then cast a glance at Su Linyuan that bore a hint of provocation. "Friend Su, have you heard? This matter may very well be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Su Linyuan sneered, casting a calm and emotionless glance at Wei Ran and the others, as if in his eyes they were already beyond salvation. In truth, his earlier invitation for them to speak was an opportunity, a chance for them to redeem themselves. Had they answered well, he might have spared their lives, merely stripping them of their cultivation. Unfortunately, they proved to be fools and squandered their chance. "This item is known as the reversal compass, and I trust you are familiar with it," Su Linyuan declared, imbuing the compass with imperial energy and activating it. A colossal screen materialized before the assembly, displaying the harrowing scene of his son, Su Pingan, being brutally mutilated. At the forefront, with a fierce countenance, stood Lin Linyan, the headmaster's prized disciple. Chapter 51. The Alliance of Two Emperors, Merely Two Fools. The graphic depiction of Su Pingan's dismemberment ignited a fervor among the disciples of the Academy, their wrath reaching a boiling point. The image of Su Pingan, defiant to the end, colliding with a pillar to his demise, provoked an uncontrollable outburst of rage from the onlookers. How outrageous! This is utterly intolerable. How could there be such heinous individuals, with irrefutable evidence laid bare? What further discourse was necessary? Until Lin Linyan is dead, my heart cannot find peace. Indeed, Lin Linyan must die. Behind Su Linyuan, Lu Xiyun beheld this scene for the first time. In that instant, she finally grasped why Su Linyuan would go to such lengths for a disciple, and she understood the fury that resided within him. Were she in his position, she might even act with greater ferocity than Su Linyuan himself. Yu Lichuan, the esteemed master, though silent, had long since cursed Lin Yan's ancestors in his heart. "Did you think yourself clever? You dare to covet the supreme bone and the reincarnated eyes of Su Linyuan's progeny? Have you a death wish? Furthermore, you have brought upon yourself a tremendous loss of face before the disciples of the Tao Academy, and your reputation has plummeted to an abyss. It is evident that as long as Su Linyuan exists, his standing will remain a significant blow to yours." With a cold sneer, Su Linyuan's chilling voice echoed, "Director Yu, should you attempt to obstruct me today, I do not mind slaughtering emperors." The crowd shuddered at his words, none doubting the veracity of his threat. To be blunt, had Yu Lichuan truly chosen to intervene, he would indeed be facing the wrath of a slaughtering emperor. Yu Lichuan was taken aback, fully aware of Su Linyuan's strength and determination. This man possessed the capability to carry out his threats. The injury inflicted by a mere finger had taken Yu Lichuan half a month to fully recover from. Seeing the hesitation in Yu Lichuan's eyes, Lin Yan panicked. In such dire circumstances, if Yu Lichuan did not come to his aid, he would be doomed. "Master, please save me," Linyuan cried out desperately. Yet Linyuan remained unmoving, still weighing his options, for offending Su Linyuan was no trivial matter. In a moment of resolve, Linyuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Master, I possess information regarding the secret realm of the Emperor Haoyan. If you choose to save me, I am willing to share this knowledge." At the mention of the name Haoyan Emperor, Linyuan's pupils constricted, his heart racing as an indescribable excitement surged within him. The Haoyan Emperor was no ordinary figure. He had emerged 300,000 years ago, dominating an entire era and rendering all its prodigies breathless. It was said that he later shattered the void and achieved immortality. Yet, 300,000 years have passed, and the truth of this tale is shrouded in mystery. What is certain is that the Haoyan Emperor possessed terrifying strength. Should one gain entry to the secret realm he left behind and acquire his legacy, the potential to transcend into the later stages of the Emperor realm or even attain immortality becomes a tantalizing possibility. In that moment, desire and greed took hold, and Linyuan found himself swayed. "Friend Su, I sense there are complexities to today's events. Perhaps we should deliberate further," Linyuan suggested. "Deliberate further?" Su Linyuan scoffed. But before he could respond, a powerful sound cleaved through the air, an overwhelming imperial pressure enveloping the entire Dao Academy. In the next moment, an elder clad in purple robes stood suspended in the air, his face a mask of fury. "Su Linyuan, step forth. You have slain 5 elders of the Zhang clan. Today, I demand blood for blood." A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the Dao Academy. As countless disciples looked up, their eyes filled with profound terror. Some of the weaker practitioners were nearly prostrating themselves on the ground. Before them stood an emperor, a wrathful being of immense power. When an emperor is enraged, countless corpses lie in their wake. Who would not tremble in fear? Yet, the instigator of this chaos, Su Linyuan, remained composed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, tinged with disdain. The Zhang family had arrived rather swiftly. They could have lingered a while longer, but their insistence on courting death left them to blame for their fate. With a cold laugh, Su Linyuan's figure flickered, standing effortlessly in the air, his tranquil eyes devoid of any emotion. "You, Zhang family, have caused my family to be torn apart, and yet you dare to approach me? Truly, you are oblivious to the gravity of your actions." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Zhang family suddenly stiffened, a murderous glint flashing in his murky eyes. What a joke! A mere loose cultivator from the eastern wilderness dares to speak so arrogantly. I shall see what you are truly capable of. As he spoke, the elder prepared to strike. Wait! Linyuan's figure flashed, positioning himself between the two in the sky. The elder of the Zhang family frowned, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. "Director Yu, this is a private matter between my Zhang family and Su Linyuan. Are you truly willing to intervene on his behalf?" The elder felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, Linyuan was not without strength. If he was resolute in defending Su Linyuan, slaying him today would not be an easy feat, however. Linyuan shook his head. "Not at all. Su Linyuan seeks to harm my disciple, and as his master, I cannot stand idly by. I am willing to join forces with you, Zhang Daoist. To eliminate Su Linyuan." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Zhang family secretly sighed in relief, but then he laughed heartily. "This individual is merely at the half-step emperor realm. I alone can capture him." Linyuan shook his head in response. "No, Su Linyuan has already reached the emperor realm, and his combat prowess is formidable. Zhang Daoist, do not underestimate him." The elder's expression tightened at these words, his eyes glimmering with shock. Yet, that astonishment was soon replaced by delight. Su Linyuan, a mere warrior from the eastern wilderness, had recently only been at the half-step emperor realm. How could he have advanced to the emperor realm in such a short time? This speed was truly astonishing. He must possess an extraordinary opportunity. Should he obtain it, he would surely advance further, breaking through to the mid-emperor realm and significantly extending his lifespan. With this thought, the elder's eyes reddened. "In that case, I shall join forces with you, you Daoist, to capture this man. However, upon success, his corpse shall belong to me." Linyuan nodded without hesitation. "No issue." His true interest lay in the secret legacy of the Haoyan Emperor mentioned by Linyuan. Su Linyuan's corpse was of no concern to him. The two reached a mutual agreement, their intent to kill radiating fiercely. Su Linyuan observed 2 fools conspiring together and couldn't help but chuckle. What a pair of simpletons. Chapter 52. Even burning one's vital essence is insufficient, my young brother. A flicker of disdain danced in Su Linyuan's eyes. although these two possessed considerable strength. Both being seasoned early-stage emperors on the brink of mid-stage, to him, they were utterly worthless. As long as they were not mid-stage emperors, they posed little threat to him. Indeed, even among mid-stage emperors, only a select few could challenge him. Just as Su Linyuan was poised to act, an irate voice rang out. "You Lichuan, you traitor! Collaborating with outsiders to target the Grand Elder of the Tao Academy is utterly unacceptable." With that, Qin Shengfeng positioned himself in front of Su Linyuan. He had been in seclusion, recuperating from the injuries sustained in his previous battle against Yu Lichuan. That confrontation had taken a toll on him, and had it not been for Su Linyuan's timely intervention, he might have met his demise. Consequently, at this crucial moment, he could not bear to watch Su Linyuan face a 2-on-1 confrontation. "Elder Qin, I advise you to step aside. Otherwise, given your dwindling lifespan, your demise is all but assured," Yu Lichuan sneered, a cold smile gracing his lips. It was well known that Linyuan held the secret legacy of the Haoyan Emperor. Securing it would ensure Yu Lichuan's advancement to mid-stage and even late-stage emperor would be unimpeded. Thus, even if it meant severing ties today and eliminating Qin Shengfeng, he was determined to obtain information about that secret realm. After all, once he ascended to late-stage emperor, the overall strength of the Tao Academy would surely soar. Furious, Qin Shengfeng turned to Su Linyuan and said, "Taoist friend, I shall burn my vital essence to carve a bloody path for you. After you slay Linyuan, make your swift exit from the Tao Academy." The combined might of two seasoned emperors was formidable. Even someone of Su Linyuan's extraordinary combat prowess might not be able to contend with them. Hence, Qin Shengfeng contemplated paving a bloody path for Su Linyuan. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, presenting him with choices. Your every decision is accompanied by the gifts of fate. Choice 1. 2 emperors join forces? Then let us fight. Slay both emperors. Reward: a sword formation, emperor tier, and a bottle of emperor-grade elixirs. Choice 2. Collaborate in an underhanded assault. If so, flee. Reward: a technique of agility, emperor tier. In an instant, Su Linyuan made his decision. I choose 1. With such incompetent adversaries, there was no need for him to retreat. Su Linyuan calmly advanced, patting Qin Shengfeng on the shoulder. "Taoist friend, there is no need for such anxiety. Step back and observe. These two are but insignificant creatures to me." Insignificant creatures? Such audacity! Yu Lichuan and the Zhang family patriarch's faces flushed with anger. With a cold smirk, Su Linyuan leisurely withdrew the Qingming sword. "I am eager to see if you two possess the capability to withstand even a single strike from me." With those words, Su Linyuan raised his hand and drew his sword. A single stroke of brilliance swept across the 19 continents. Although this move was merely an unremarkable low-grade imperial martial art, it was more than sufficient to deal with the two of them. Moreover, the Qingming sword was of exceptionally high quality, a true superior imperial artifact. A thunderous roar erupted as the long sword was unleashed, a dazzling flash of white light that initially appeared as a mere line in the distance, but in the blink of an eye transformed into a vast expanse, overwhelming sword energy engulfing the entire sky like a torrential downpour, sending chills down one's spine. Not far away, Yu Lichuan and the Zhang family patriarch were instantly struck by a wave of icy dread, an inexplicable fear swelling within them. The might of this sword was immense. What rendered the two even more unsettled was their instinct, which warned them that they might not be able to withstand this attack. However, with no path of retreat, they could only grit their teeth and brace for the onslaught. Yu Lichuan drew his bow and knocked an arrow, directly employing his trump card, the falling sun. Above the heavens, an arrow transformed into the shape of a black sun, descending from the sky. The Zhang family patriarch, not to be outdone, raised his hand to unleash the family's ancestral imperial martial art, the Tai Chi 8 Desolation Palm. The two formidable imperial realm experts joined forces to confront Su Linyuan alone. A deafening explosion resonated throughout the Tao Academy as the overwhelming imperial energy clashed, tearing the surrounding space into fragments, and the turbulent air currents swept chaotically. The elders and disciples below struggled to maintain their footing, their bodies trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Qin Shengfeng intervened in time, shielding the elders and disciples. Otherwise, the terrifying air currents would have surely torn them apart in an instant. After all, the destruction wrought by the full force of 3 imperial realm powerhouses was beyond comprehension. As the 3 attacks collided, Qin Shengfeng gazed on, his previously tranquil eyes now filled with profound shock. How could this be possible? He stammered. To his astonishment, Su Linyuan's sword energy had effortlessly shattered the combined attack of Yu Lichuan and the Zhang family patriarch in an instant, as if it were mere paper, easily obliterated. This scene equally astonished Yu Lichuan and the Zhang patriarch. Not good. Their faces turned pale as they beheld the sword energy surging towards them, descending in an instant. With a resounding crash, the two Imperial Realm powerhouses were sent flying by Su Linyuan's strike, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spraying forth. What level of power is this that could be so terrifying? Yu Lichuan and the Zhang patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning the veracity of what they had just witnessed. Is this truly the strength that a mere early-stage Imperial Realm martial artist can unleash? It was simply inconceivable, especially for the Zhang patriarch, who could hardly believe that the attack just executed had originated from Su Linyuan. He had once battled a mid-stage Imperial Realm expert a century ago. Yet the power unleashed then paled in comparison to the terrifying might of Su Linyuan. What extraordinary fortune does this young man possess? Despite having recently broken through to the initial stage of the Emperor Realm, he wields such formidable power. I have stated it before, both of you are fools, one more inept than the other. The voice of Su Linyuan echoed ominously throughout the Dao Academy, resonating clearly in the ears of every disciple. It was a profound humiliation for a powerful being of the Emperor Realm to be subjected to such derision. Yet they found themselves unable to retort, let alone dare to respond, as Su Linyuan's previous assault had left them grievously wounded. Since you two have dared to strike at me today, prepare to meet your demise together. Su Linyuan sneered, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him. This sent a shiver down the spines of Yu Lichuan and the Zhang family patriarch. Exchanging a knowing glance, they realized that Su Linyuan was intent on a fight to the death, leaving them no choice but to risk everything. Friend Zhang, if we do not fight for our lives now, it seems we both face imminent peril, Yu Lichuan said gravely. The Zhang patriarch nodded in agreement. Though he was advanced in years and had little time left, now was not the moment to ponder his lifespan. If they did not devise a means to slay Su Linyuan, it would be his own demise. Moreover, should they seize the fortuitous opportunities possessed by Su Linyuan, breaking through to the mid or even late stages of the Emperor Realm would not be out of reach. Very well, I shall see just how formidable this individual truly is. The Zhang patriarch steeled himself, and in an instant his vital energy surged like a tumultuous sea, a torrent of blood essence erupting within him. Yu Lichuan mirrored his actions, both of them two powerful beings of the Emperor Realm, igniting their blood essence with the singular aim of vanquishing Su Linyuan. Burning blood essence? It pales in comparison, my young friend. Su Linyuan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Although Yu Lichuan and the Zhang patriarch exuded a formidable aura, it was still insufficient in the eyes of Su Linyuan. Perfect. I shall use both of you to test the might of my physical form. With that, Su Linyuan sheathed his Qingming sword. Instantly, his aura surged, transforming him into a colossal humanoid beast, radiating a terrifying ancient presence. Emperor's Starry River Fist. Su Linyuan unleashed his full vitality, his blood surging like molten lava. The dark robe he wore billowing with the force of his energy, its edges glowing faintly with a crimson hue. As he stepped forward, the bluestone slabs of the Dao Academy shattered explosively, countless fragments soaring into the air as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, piercing the air with a shrill roar toward Yu Lichuan and the Zhang patriarch. With no avenue left for retreat, both Yu Lichuan and the Zhang patriarch could only muster their last efforts to confront him. Boom! Boom! The violent clash of their attacks sent tremors throughout the entire Dao Academy. Such a terrifying onslaught left even the esteemed Elder Qin, Chengfeng, unable to intervene, causing him to stagger back several steps, raising a protective barrier of vital energy to shield himself along with the other elders and disciples of the Academy. Fortunately, his position did not place him at the heart of the battle. Otherwise, in a mere instant, the protective barrier would have surely shattered. Elder Taishang, how could this conflict be so terrifying? The residual force from their three-way confrontation would likely tear apart even those of us who are half a step from the Imperial Realm. Trembled the master of the law enforcement hall, Yi Chengping. Had it not been for the elder's protection, he would have long since succumbed to the aftermath of this fierce battle. Qin Chengfeng, upon hearing these words, felt a disbelief within his heart. It must be understood that the formidable offensive displayed by Linyuan and the Zhang clan's ancestor was entirely due to their burning essence blood. Yet, Su Linyuan unleashed a genuinely terrifying power. Even through Qin Shengfeng's discerning eyes, he could faintly perceive that Su Linyuan seemed to possess the upper hand. No, more precisely, Yu Lichuan and the Zhang clan's ancestor were on the brink of defeat. In the arena, Su Linyuan's imperial aura and sheer physical prowess surged forth, exhibiting an astonishing combat strength. To Yu Lichuan and the Zhang clan's ancestor, it seemed as though they were not contending with a man, but rather a monstrous humanoid entity, whose power was frightfully overwhelming. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the two streaks of light were directly blasted away, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a deep pit in the obsidian floor, dust swirling up and drawing the attention of numerous elders and disciples. Linyuan also cast his gaze toward the commotion. Yet unlike the others, his eyes were filled with an unfathomable terror. For among those two figures was none other than his master, Yu Lichuan. In stark contrast, Su Linyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil, looking down from above with an air of indifference, his aura exceedingly stable, as if he had hardly engaged in any battle at all. The act of burning essence blood by the two adversaries appeared to him no more than the antics of clowns. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld Yu Lichuan and the Zhang clan's ancestor in a pitiful state. Both were grievously wounded, blood pouring from their mouths, their auras drastically diminished. Particularly, the Zhang clan's ancestor, who was already near the end of his lifespan, had not only burned his essence blood, but was now grievously injured by Su Linyuan, rendered on the brink of death. As for Yu Lichuan, his condition was scarcely better. His internal organs were nearly displaced, and his injuries were so severe that he would require at least a year and a half to heal. Even more tragic was the profound psychological trauma he endured. Half a month prior, Su Linyuan had severely wounded him with a mere finger. Today, another punch had left him on the verge of death. Despite both being of the same realm, the disparity in their true strengths was as vast as the heavens and the earth. How could he reconcile such a difference within his heart? Su Linyuan gazed at the two figures in their wretched state, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. If you two insist on seeking your demise, I shall oblige. Today, I shall escort you both to the depths of hell. His frosty voice pronounced their death sentence, beginning with the Zhang clan's ancestor. You, Zhang family, have brought ruin to my family, leading to the estrangement of my wife and children, and you have repeatedly struck against me. Today, following your demise, I shall personally descend upon the Zhang family and uproot it entirely, annihilating every last one of your kin. The voice of Su Linyuan resonated with a chilling intensity, causing the elder of the Zhang family to tremble involuntarily. Though the elder was unafraid of his own demise, after all, his lifespan had come to an end, and death was an inevitability. He could not remain calm in the face of Su Linyuan's intention to obliterate the entire Zhang lineage, a legacy built over millennia. No, Su Linyuan, if you dare lay a hand on my family, I shall ensure that, even in the underworld, I will not rest until I have avenged myself. The elder gritted his teeth, blood staining his lips. Not rest. Rest assured, you shall not have the opportunity to descend into the underworld. Su Linyuan scoffed. He was known for his ruthless approach, favoring absolute eradication. The elder, despite being a formidable being of the imperial realm, was no match for Su Linyuan's unyielding resolve. He intended to ensure that the elder's very essence would be obliterated. As his words echoed, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the elder before his horrified gaze. Boom! With a single strike, the elder of the Zhang family fell, an imperial being extinguished in an instant. This scene left all present utterly stupefied. It had been years since an imperial realm expert had perished in such a manner in the central continent, let alone by the hands of someone as audacious as Su Linyuan. Yet this was not the end. Following the elder's demise, Su Linyuan seized his soul, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he shattered it, scattering it into the void. Alas, the quality of my soul-devouring banner is too low. It cannot even contain a soul of the imperial realm, let alone one of the sacred realm, Su Linyuan lamented, regretting that the elder would not experience the torment encapsulated within the banner. As the elder's essence was extinguished, the heavens opened, and a rain of blood began to fall, seemingly mourning the loss of this imperial figure. A cruel expression adorned Su Linyuan's face, resembling that of a deity of slaughter, as his gaze shifted toward Yu Lichuan, who was now utterly paralyzed with fear. He could not fathom that Su Linyuan had indeed slaughtered an Imperial Realm expert with such merciless efficiency, leaving no quarter even for the soul. "It is your turn," Su Linyuan spoke calmly. Yu Lichuan, in a state of panic, began to plead for his life. No, 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 Su, my friend, this is all a misunderstanding. I should not have acted against you. I implore you to spare me this once. I shall never dare again." Tears streamed down Yu Lichuan's face, his demeanor betraying that of a dean. However, Su Linyuan remained unmoved, responding with a cold smirk. "Previously, when I was refining extraordinary flames, you dared to strike against me, and I spared your life. Yet, you have shown no regard for your own safety, and today you still have the audacity to challenge me. If you do not perish, my heart shall remain unsettled. So, it is best for you to embark on your journey." Chapter 54. The Reincarnation and Resurrection Sword Array, Superior Imperial Grade. As Su Linyuan's words fell, he acted without hesitation. The Qingming sword erupted with a dazzling white light, and the fierce sword energy swiftly engulfed Yu Lichuan, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could he, the esteemed head of the academy and a formidable figure in the Imperial realm, meet his end in such a manner? This was an unbearable reality for him. Yet, the truth was undeniable, and Su Linyuan would not grant him another chance. Boom! In that instant, as the sword energy consumed him, countless disciples below stood in a daze, their eyes wide with shock. The headmaster was truly dead. The esteemed elder had indeed slain the headmaster. Such an act had never before occurred in the academy's history, spanning hundreds of thousands of years. However, Su Linyuan paid no mind to the thoughts of the disciples. To him, Yu Lichuan was an enemy, not a friend. Their relationship was one of life and death. Today, having dared to strike against him, the only resolution was to eradicate the threat completely. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: Reincarnation and Resurrection Sword Array, High-Grade Imperial Tier, and 10 Longevity Pills, Mid-Grade Imperial Tier." The detailed announcement brought a smile to Su Linyuan's face. The Reincarnation and Resurrection Sword Array was a formidable high-grade Imperial Tier formation, terrifying in its power, subtly linked to the forces of reincarnation. When the array was activated, the shimmering sword shadows revealed glimpses of reincarnation. Any warrior entering the array would endure the torment of reincarnation, their body and soul subjected to relentless purification by its power. It could be said that this sword array was not only immensely powerful, but also capable of affecting the very soul. As for the longevity pills, while they held no value for Su Linyuan, for Imperial Realm warriors like Qin Shengfeng, whose lifespans were nearing their end, they were akin to miraculous elixirs. Why? Consuming just one would extend one's life by 1,000 years. A millennium of life is no trivial matter. Of course, there was a significant drawback. Only one pill could be consumed, as the second would lose its efficacy. Yet, for all Imperial Realm powerhouses in Zhongzhou, this was a treasure that could drive them to madness with envy. After all, everyone faces the inevitable end of their lifespan, and the prospect of extending it by 1,000 years equates to living a second life. With the sword array and pills in hand, Su Linyuan felt elated. At this moment, the Zhang family in Zhongzhou was in turmoil akin to a great earthquake. The elders of the Zhang family were rendered mute, their eyes filled with palpable fear. It felt as though the sky had fallen for them, as the Imperial Realm ancestor who had long protected the Zhang family had perished. The fall of a powerful Imperial Realm figure was no trivial matter for any major force. It could determine the survival of an entire lineage. In the Grand Hall of the Zhang family, a somber atmosphere prevailed, with white spiritual banners adorning the space. Zhang Muti, the family head, and the elders wore grave expressions, their faces etched with sorrow, but overshadowed by sheer terror. The ancestor has ascended. Zhang Mutian spoke solemnly. Our ancestor has traced the whereabouts of Su Linyuan and set off yesterday with the intention of slaying him. However, today we receive the news of the shattering of the ancestral command medallion. Based on my deductions, it is highly probable that our ancestor was slain by Su Linyuan, who may have ascended to the realm of the emperor, wielding numerous formidable techniques. As Zhang Mutian's words hung in the air, the elders exchanged glances, each taken aback. No one anticipated that a solitary rogue cultivator emerging from the eastern desolation could vanquish their clan's ancestor, whose prowess seemed to surpass their own, suggesting a potential breakthrough into the Emperor's realm. "Master, If our ancestor was indeed killed by Su Linyuan, given this person's temperament, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Our Zhang clan may very well face retribution, one elder mused after a moment of contemplation. Although he could not fathom how Su Linyuan achieved such a feat, the fact remained that their ancestor was dead. This indicated that Su Linyuan must possess a hidden trump card capable of slaying an early-stage emperor. If that is the case, our clan is in peril, another elder remarked. While the Zhang clan still had an emperor realm expert stationed, his cultivation was merely at the early stage, and his combat prowess paled in comparison to the fallen ancestor, rendering him incapable of confronting Su Linyuan. The fifth elder speaks wisely. Our immediate concern should not be mourning our ancestor's demise, but rather strategizing on how to withstand Su Linyuan's retribution. Another elder exhaled deeply, articulating his thoughts. Zhang Mutian shared this sentiment. At that moment, a flicker of regret coursed through him. Had they not offended Su Linyuan back then, the Zhang clan would not have found itself in opposition and would likely have avoided this dire outcome. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. Su Linyuan would not easily spare the Zhang clan. You are correct, and I intend to seek aid from the Gong clan without delay. What do you all think? Zhang Mutian proposed a solution to request assistance from the Gong clan. Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes brightened at once. This is an excellent plan, given that Su Linyuan abducted the Gong clan's direct daughter, inciting their wrath, now that Su Linyuan has entered the central state. The Gong clan harbors an intense hatred for him. If we could enlist their help, slaying Su Linyuan would be within reach. Indeed, the Gong clan was renowned for having 9 emperors a century ago, and their might has only grown since. If they could dispatch a mid-stage emperor to deal with Su Linyuan, his demise would be assured. Well said. The elders nodded in agreement. After all, the Gong clan's strength vastly surpassed that of the Zhang clan. A century ago, the Gong clan's prowess was already legendary, and 100 years later, it could only have intensified. If they could mobilize a mid-stage emperor to confront Su Linyuan, the latter's fate would be sealed. Excellent. Seeing no dissent among you, I shall personally visit the Gong clan to request their dispatch of a powerful cultivator. With that, Zhang Mutian rose without hesitation. This matter requires urgency. I will set off for the Gong clan at once. As his words faded, he no longer lingered, his feet lightly tapping the ground as he transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the Gong clan. Time was of the essence for the Zhang clan. If we do not swiftly seek assistance from the archers, the Zhang family will be in grave danger. Outside the Grand Hall of the Dao Academy, the atmosphere had frozen to a chilling point following the death of Dean Yu Lichuan. He Jinping, a direct descendant of Yu Lichuan, secretly sighed in relief, grateful that he had refrained from antagonizing Su Linyuan at that moment. Otherwise, he feared he would share Yu Lichuan's fate. This supreme elder was truly terrifying, capable of extinguishing 2 emperors with but a gesture. Such a feat is exceedingly rare throughout the annals of Central State history. At this moment, the most terrified among the crowd was Linyuan. His body had crumpled to the ground, utterly weakened. The death of his master served as a harsh awakening, making him realize that he no longer had any protection. No one could shield him from the impending wrath of Su Linyuan. Elder Su, I was wrong. It was all my fault. I should not have treated Ping in that way. I implore you, for the sake of our shared sect, spare me this once. If you do not mind, I am willing to offer you my son to serve you in your old age. Chapter 55. My son's revenge is fulfilled. Now the Zhang family must perish. Linyuan knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He was even willing to acknowledge a thief as his father in his desperation. However, Su Linyuan would never permit such a farce. You truly are a dreamer. Su Linyuan is native. I promised your father that I would ensure a reunion for you both. How can I go back on my word? In the next instant, the soul-devouring banner appeared in Su Linyuan's hand. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, as such a ruthless artifact is rarely seen in this world. With a wave of his hand, specters emerged from the banner, their anguished cries echoing in the air, clearly tormented beyond measure by this dreadful relic. Upon witnessing these souls, Linyuan was utterly dumbfounded, for he recognized them all too well, his father, the Supreme Elder, and Xianxia. He could not fathom that Su Linyuan was so utterly depraved, not only annihilating the entire Tianxuan Sect, but also tormenting their very souls within the soul-devouring banner. A demon. He was nothing short of a demon. This scene sent shivers through the elders and disciples of the Dao Academy, a display of sheer horror. Even Qin Shengfeng was taken aback, though he soon understood when he recalled the incident involving Su Linyuan's offspring having their bones dug out for their eyes. After all, Who could endure such a violation? Next, I shall extract your bones to seize your eyes, and then I will draw forth your soul to torment it within my soul-devouring banner for an eternity. Su Linyuan, his pearly white teeth sending chills down one's spine, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling dread in all who beheld him. No. Linyuan was thoroughly panicked, hastily imploring, Elder Su, as long as you spare my life, I can divulge the secrets of the Emperor Haoyan's hidden realm to you. This Emperor Haoyan is quite formidable, and if you were to inherit his legacy, you would undoubtedly break through to the late stage of the imperial realm. In a desperate bid for survival, Linyuan was willing to share what he knew about the secrets of the Emperor Haoyan with Su Linyuan. Unfortunately, Su Linyuan showed little interest. The late stage of the imperial realm was something he could achieve sooner or later, especially since he possessed a system. What opportunity could possibly eclipse the advantages of having system? It was simply impossible. Thus, with a cold sneer, Su Linyuan dismissed Linyuan's plea, stating, "No need. I am not interested." With a wave of his hand, he summoned Lin Yan into his grasp. Without hesitation, he plunged both hands into Lin Yan's eyes, forcibly extracting his precious double pupil. Ah, Su Linyuan, may you meet a terrible end. Lin Yan could not fathom how anyone could be uninterested in the opportunities offered by a hidden realm. However, Su Linyuan was entirely disinclined to listen to his ramblings. After removing the double pupil, Su Linyuan proceeded to extract his supreme bone. The bloodied bone radiated a golden glow, reflecting in the eyes of every disciple present. Some of the more timid disciples dared not to gaze upon such a gruesome sight. They had never heard of anyone unearthing bones so brazenly in front of so many witnesses. Friend Su truly acts with decisiveness, Qin Chengfeng remarked, devoid of any semblance of pity. After all, the supreme bone and double pupil were rightfully Su Linyuan's progeny. They had been forcibly taken from Su Ping'an. The return of these treasures was only just. Lin Yan's anguished cries resonated throughout the entire academy, sending chills down the spines of countless disciples. Upon completing his grim task, Su Linyuan's cold gaze held no emotion as he waved his hand, instantly extracting Lin Yan's soul, which he then cast into the soul-devouring banner. Thunderous roars filled the air as the soul-devouring banner activated. The 18 layers of hell, meticulously constructed by Su Linyuan, sprang to life in that moment. Once Lin Yan's soul entered, the torment he endured was even more excruciating than the extraction of his bone. This horrifying scene left many disciples in a state of shock. Their eyes filled with terror and dread as they looked upon Su Linyuan. As for Wei Ran and Feng Shui, they were rendered utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground as those around them quickly distanced themselves, wary of being caught in the fallout. Su Linyuan chuckled coldly as he retracted the soul-devouring banner. At last, he had avenged Ping'an. A sense of indescribable exhilaration washed over him, and even his own cultivation seemed to advance a few notches. How shall we deal with the elders? The master of the law enforcement hall, Yi Changping, hastily inquired, pointing towards Wei Ran and the others with an obsequious demeanor. Ever since witnessing Elder Su Linyuan's prowess, he had become an ardent admirer, fixated on aligning himself with Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan cast a fleeting glance at Wei Ran and the others, and then calmly stated, "You may handle it." His ambiguous response implied that he entrusted Yi Changping with the task of managing the situation. The latter immediately understood that, given the esteemed position of the Grand Elder, it would be beneath him to deal directly with a few newly initiated disciples. Thus, it was a tacit instruction to discreetly eliminate them. Understood, Yi Changping replied, instructing several disciples from the enforcement hall to escort Wei Ran and the others away. Qin Chengfeng stepped forward, smiling broadly as he clasped his hands in greeting to Su Linyuan. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Su, on avenging your great grievance." Su Linyuan offered a slight smile and waved his hand. "I must extend my gratitude to you, Taoist Qin, for today's events. Fellow Taoist Su is being modest. Even without my assistance with your prowess, avenging yourself would have been effortless," Qin Chengfeng replied. Having witnessed Su Linyuan's true strength today, he was thoroughly impressed. The might he possessed was unparalleled across the central continent, likely unmatched by anyone below the mid-Empyrean realm. Taoist Qin, the Zhang family dared to make a move against me, and I intend to eradicate them. Would you care to accompany me? Su Linyuan extended the invitation with a cheerful demeanor. Qin Shengfeng felt a stirring within. yet hesitated as he considered his own circumstances. To be frank with you, fellow Taoist Su, I was gravely injured by you Linyuan, and my lifespan is already severely diminished. Even if I were to join you against the Zhang family, I fear I would be of little assistance. This matter is trivial. Su Linyuan laughed heartily, revealing a pill in the palm of his hand. The moment the pill appeared, an aromatic fragrance filled the entire Tao Academy, intoxicating numerous disciples. However, Qin Shengfeng, a formidable figure at the Empyrean level, recognized the extraordinary nature of the pill at first glance, sensing its profound connection to longevity. His throat felt dry. Feludao Su. Is this pill perhaps an Empyrean grade elixir? Su Linyuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, this is the Empyrean grade 1,000-year longevity pill. Consuming it will extend your life by a millennium. Gasp! At Su Linyuan's revelation, Qin Shengfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. No one understood the value of a 1,000-year lifespan better than he did. Is this truly for me? He could scarcely believe that such a pill was intended for him. Su Linyuan smiled as he placed the pill into Qin Shengfeng's hands. Of course. Take this pill and join me in annihilating the Zhang family. Chapter 56. Aiming at the Zhang family. Qin Shengfeng's heart surged with excitement. It was important to note that such a 1,000-year longevity pill, even in the vast central continent, would incite envy among countless powerful beings, leading to fierce competition and bloodshed. Even reclusive experts at the late Empyrean stage would find it difficult to resist such temptation. After all, a single pill could grant a millennium of life. Its efficacy was monumental. With a heart racing and hands trembling, Qin Shengfeng cradled the 1,000-year longevity pill. In the next moment, he no longer hesitated and swallowed it whole. Buzz! A resonant hum surged within him, the potent medicinal energy instantly dispersing, and he seemed to be like a withered tree rejuvenated by the arrival of spring. His previously dwindling lifespan remarkably replenishing at that moment. The white hair upon his head began to transform back to black at a visibly rapid pace, and the withered hands lost their wrinkles. Although he had not reverted to youth, he had been transformed from a frail elder into a robust middle-aged man. Such miraculous effects left the assembled elders and disciples drooling with envy. Although they still had ample years ahead, who would not desire to extend their lifespan by a millennium? In that instant, fervor filled everyone's eyes, and even those loyal to the Academy's director found themselves secretly swayed toward Su Linyuan. This esteemed elder, of remarkable origin, casually wielded a potion that could extend life by 1,000 years. If they were to earn Su Linyuan's favor, who knows what opportunities might arise in the future? With this thought, the hearts of the crowd grew increasingly restless. Before long, Qin Shengfeng successfully absorbed the full effects of the potion, and he let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, his excitement spilling over. Friend Su, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Qin Shengfeng felt the increase in his lifespan profoundly, and his exhilaration reached its zenith. A millennium of lifespan. With such an extension, he could attempt to break through to the mid-emperor realm, and even the late stages thereafter. Su Linyuan, with his mysterious lineage and generous demeanor, promised only benefits in following such a person. With a cheerful smile, Su Linyuan replied, "You are too kind, friend Qin. Now that your lifespan has greatly increased, would you be willing to accompany me to the Zhang family?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shengfeng immediately perked up and responded, "Of course." As soon as Qin Shengfeng finished speaking, the elders and disciples of the Academy declared in unison, "We are willing to assist the esteemed elder in annihilating the Zhang family." The resounding voice echoed throughout the Academy, especially among the elders, who were filled with passionate zeal, each eager to make a strong impression before Su Linyuan. "Excellent," Su Linyuan said, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand. "Then let us depart, swords aimed at the Zhang family." Soon, countless elders and disciples began to mobilize. This was their first time participating in a clan extermination, and it was against an imperial family, which filled them with both surprise and excitement. Before long, numerous spiritual ships and war vessels soared from the Academy, heading straight for the Zhang family in Zhongzhou. The overwhelming momentum instantly drew the attention of surrounding powers, leaving everyone bewildered as to what could have transpired to incite such fervor in the Academy. In Zhongzhou, the Gong family stood as a premier force, boasting a 9 emperors lineage and a profound heritage that made them a formidable family throughout the region. Not to mention within the Gong family, there resided an ancestor in the late emperor realm who remained in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. The esteemed ancestor is indeed extraordinary. In his youth, he was a formidable presence that overshadowed the entirety of the central continent. Subsequently, he surged forth like a tidal wave, breaking through to the late emperor realm, becoming the unwavering anchor of the Gong family, seldom venturing outside. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Gong family, the family head, Gong Changkong, furrowed his brow, his gaze heavy with concern. Is what you say truly the case? That wild man of Xianxia, a wandering cultivator from the eastern wilderness, has arrived in the central continent, and his cultivation has indeed breached the emperor realm? Not only Gong Changkong, but even the other venerable elders within the hall displayed incredulous expressions in their eyes. How could an insignificant creature from the eastern wilderness dare to set foot in the central continent, and moreover, achieve such a formidable cultivation? Yet, Zhang Mu Tian, with a solemn countenance, declared, "This matter is undoubtedly true, with not an ounce of falsehood. My family's ancestor personally ventured to the Tao Academy, intending to slay, but the command talisman shattered, leading to his demise. This individual's strength has assuredly surpassed the Emperor realm, and his combat prowess is formidable. Thus, I have come to implore the Gong family to dispatch a powerful warrior to eliminate Su Linyuan." Upon hearing these words, the assembly fell into silence once more. Only Gong Changkong's gaze, shrouded in a deep aura, flickered with surging fury. Had it not been for Su Linyuan's meddling, their family would have long since forged a matrimonial alliance with the Lei family. He had dispatched an Emperor Realm elder with the intention of eradicating Su Linyuan and the entire Tianxuan Sect to assuage his pent-up resentment. However, due to Xianxia's life-threatening insistence, he had to relent and spare Su Linyuan. Nevertheless, this did not quell the anger brewing within him. Moreover, had it not been for Su Linyuan, Xianxia would not have found herself in this predicament. Gong Changkong rose abruptly, coldly snorting. "Third elder, Su Linyuan is a villain of the highest order, deserving of execution. Accompany the head of the Zhang family and ensure Su Linyuan is utterly obliterated. Bring his remains back to me." Gong Changkong understood that since Su Linyuan had arrived in the central continent, there would be no peace for the Gong family. Should he learn of Xianxia's plight, a tumult would undoubtedly ensue. Thus, it was better to preemptively eliminate him. Furthermore, what solidified Gong Changkong's resolve was the alarming rate at which Su Linyuan had advanced. To breach the Emperor realm at such a young age, this mere wandering cultivator from the eastern wilderness had attained such a level of cultivation and combat capability, raising suspicions about whether he possessed some significant fortune. Therefore, to thoroughly eliminate him and seize his opportunities was of utmost importance. The third elder, Gong Liheng, hastily rose, respectfully clasping his hands. "Yes, I shall diligently obey the family head's command." Having said this, Gong Liheng addressed Zhang Mu Tian with calmness. "Let's proceed. Head of the Zhang family, lead the way." Though the Zhang family was also an imperial clan, they were vastly inferior when compared to a top-tier force like the Gong family. Moreover, Gong Liheng was a mid-level Emperor realm cultivator. Thus he held no reservations towards Zhang Mu Tian, who was merely a half-step into the Emperor realm. Although Zhang Mu Tian felt a sense of indignation, to have secured the assistance of a powerful figure from the Gong family was a monumental triumph, and he hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, please follow me, Elder San." He bowed slightly, gesturing for the elder to proceed. Elder San nodded calmly. Soon, the two transformed into streaks of light, swiftly making their way toward the Zhang family. Watching their departing figures, Gong Changkong's gaze deepened, and his usually tranquil eyes revealed a rare flicker of disturbance. It had been many years since anyone had surprised him so profoundly. Su Linyuan was the first to achieve this. However, after today, all would return to dust. Regardless of the opportunities he possessed, they would ultimately belong to the Gong family. Chapter 57. The Zhang family's grand formation, capable of annihilation. The Zhang family, an imperial clan of Zhongzhou, held dominion over a vast territory, spanning 1,000,000 miles, with tens of thousands of family disciples. A number so staggering it left many in awe. Yet, on this day, a violent commotion erupted above the Zhang family, which had remained tranquil for many years. Countless spirit ships blotted out the sun, casting a shadow over the entire Gong family, drawing the attention of numerous martial artists from various clans. What transpired? Why were there so many spirit ships? Could it be an assault on our Zhang family? Impossible. Who would dare to challenge the esteemed Zhang family in such a vast Zhongzhou? Hiss, the banners on those spirit ships resemble those of the Tao Academy. Indeed, the Tao Academy has always been reclusive, Why would they suddenly deploy such a formidable fleet against our Zhang family? The overwhelming display instantly sparked rampant speculation among the Zhang family disciples. After all, they were unaware of the news regarding their ancestral patriarch's demise. However, the elders of the Zhang family were fully aware and had long been prepared, with the protective ancestral formation activated to safeguard the entire Zhang family territory. Moreover, another elder, Xianxia, had emerged from seclusion to guard the ancestral domain. Can we hold our ground with the family head still absent? The elder of the Zhang family inquired cautiously. Xianxia scoffed. Rest assured, this formation is the very foundation of our Zhang family. It withstood a full-force strike from a mid-stage imperial realm powerhouse millennia ago. Although its power has diminished somewhat over the ages, it remains impenetrable to mere initial-stage imperial realm warriors. Xianxia's confidence was unwavering. In his view, there was no need to seek aid from the Gong family. As long as they remained within the protective formation, Su Linyuan would find himself at a loss. Hearing Xianxia's words, the elders felt a semblance of reassurance. Just then, the spirit ships drew ever closer, soon halting above the ancestral grounds. Thousands of vessels filled the skies, clearly representing nearly the entirety of the Tao Academy's strength. It was difficult to fathom that the usually reclusive Tao Academy would mobilize such formidable resources. What could their intentions be? Annihilation? As the crowd gazed on, two figures slowly emerged from the spirit ships, one old, one young. The elder was none other than Qin Shengfeng, the esteemed elder of the Tao Academy, whom Zhang Xianxia recognized immediately. As for the young man, though he was unfamiliar to him, he stood alongside Qin Shengfeng, suggesting that he must be the Su Linyuan they spoke of. Elder Qin, my Zhang family bears no animosity towards you, yet your Tao Academy has taken such drastic measures. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Zumi's voice was cold as he stood within the grand formation. Qin Shengfeng replied with a sneer, though we hold no grudge. Your Zhang family is at odds with Taoist Su, and that makes you my enemy, as well as the enemy of the entire Tao Academy. His words were unequivocal, clearly taking a stand in support of Su Linyuan. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on Su Linyuan was an adversary to both Qin Shengfeng and the Academy itself. One could not help but tremble at his resolute tone. Su Linyuan stepped forward, drawing the attention of all. At a mere century of age, he was astonishingly young for an emperor-level expert. The Zhang family has caused my family untold suffering, leading to the shattering of my home, and has repeatedly struck against me. Today, I have come to extinguish your entire lineage. His voice was frigid, resonating with a palpable killing intent throughout the Zhang ancestral grounds. Zhang Zumi's eyes were filled with disdain as he retorted, "Is that so? I am eager to see how you plan to contend with my Zhang family." This grand formation could withstand the full force of an emperor-level mid-stage attack. He was confident that Su Linyuan could not breach it. Having never clashed with Su Linyuan, he was unaware of the latter's true strength. Yet the protection of his family's formation bolstered his confidence. Seeing the confidence of Ancestor Zumi, the elders and disciples of the Zhang family felt their own spirits lift. This formation was capable of withstanding the might of a mid-stage emperor, and Su Linyuan, being merely an early-stage emperor, could not possibly break through. Is that so? Su Linyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the formation before him, interest sparking within him. In that case, I shall see if this formation can withstand the onslaught. With that, Su Linyuan's aura surged, an overwhelming imperial energy filling the skies above the Zhang family. Great desolation, prison heaven finger. Boom! A colossal finger descended from the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming oppressive force that struck down in an instant. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the finger collided with the grand formation. The once stable formation quaked violently, causing those within to struggle to maintain their footing. Furthermore, cracks began to appear upon the surface of the formation. How can this be possible? The Zhang family's grand elder stammered. Su Linyuan's single strike had inflicted significant damage upon the formation, and those within felt the terrifying power it possessed. This individual's strength was truly formidable. Another elder swallowed hard, a hint of fear creeping into his demeanor. Zhang Zumi himself was astonished. Even he, with his full power unleashed, could not harm the grand formation. Yet, Su Linyuan's single finger had unleashed such overwhelming force. However, he forcibly steadied himself and feigned indifference, declaring, "Su Linyuan is nothing extraordinary. The grand formation remains intact. I advise you to retreat while you can, lest today be your demise." My demise? Su Linyuan chaquedodebli. A bunch of ignorant fools. Just as Su Linyuan was about to take action, Qin Shengfeng stepped forward, saying, "Friend Su, allow me to lend you a hand." "There's no need." Su Linyuan waved his hand dismissively. "I intend to test the strength of my corporeal form." Since his breakthrough to the imperial realm, Su Linyuan had yet to truly showcase his formidable prowess. With that, Su Linyuan's aura surged dramatically, his body expanding rapidly, emanating the ferocious essence of a primordial beast. In the next moment, Su Linyuan vanished and reappeared outside the Grand Formation, fingers coalescing into a fist as he struck with ferocity. Imperial Star River Fist. Inside the formation, Xianxia watched in disbelief as Su Linyuan audaciously attempted to breach the array with sheer physical strength. He burst into laughter. "Su Linyuan, have you lost your mind? To think you could dismantle my Zhang family's formation with mere physical prowess. How utterly laughable." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when the previously scattered cracks across the formation began to spread with alarming swiftness. The entire array was riddled with fissures, a cacophony of cracking resonating throughout, and the smile on Zhang Xiandai's face abruptly froze. With a thunderous roar, the grand formation shattered. This spectacle left Zhang Xiandai and the elders of the Zhang family wide-eyed, their expressions betraying sheer disbelief. How could this be? Our Zhang family's formation could withstand the full force of a mid-imperial realm attack, yet it has been breached. Zhang Xuandia's pupils constricted, an ominous premonition settling in his heart. Chapter 58. The flabbergasted ancestor Xiandai. With one strike it's gone? The sight of Su Linyuan shattering the Zhang family's formation astounded everyone present. Countless elders and disciples of the Zhang family stood dumbfounded, trembling with fear, their legs nearly giving way beneath them as a wave of terror surged through their hearts. Could a formation capable of withstanding an all-out strike from a mid-imperial realm expert be so easily destroyed? Who in the Zhang family could possibly withstand Su Linyuan now? In other words, the Zhang family was on the brink of annihilation. Gulp! Many disciples instinctively swallowed hard, sensing the chilling breath of death. As the sole remaining imperial realm expert of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiandai's fear only intensified. His eyes brimmed with questions. This is illogical. How could Su Linyuan, a mere early-stage imperial, achieve such a feat with such apparent ease? This formation, even if he, Zhang Xiandai, exerted his utmost effort, would likely take him 10 days or half a month to dismantle. Yet Su Linyuan accomplished it in merely 2 moves. Amidst his confusion, he was overshadowed by an even greater sense of dread. At the moment the Zhang family's grand formation shattered, there was no longer a force within the clan capable of withstanding Su Linyuan's onslaught, not even the venerable ancestor of the Zhang family. This grand formation, it seemed, was not as formidable as one might expect. Su Linyuan smirked contemptuously, his disdainful gaze piercing the hearts of every Zhang warrior with searing intensity. A formation that had been inherited for millennia was rendered inconsequential by his mere words. Who could possibly bear such a provocation? The elder of the Zhang family trembled. "What shall we do, Ancestor Zuimi?" He could not fathom Su Linyuan's impending actions, which would undoubtedly herald a merciless retaliation against the Zhang clan. Observing the helpless expressions on the faces of the elders, Zhang Zuimi felt a heavy weight in his heart, his countenance paling considerably. He too was at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, as the pillar of the Zhang family, he was compelled to stand firm. "Su Linyuan, do you truly desire a relentless confrontation with my Zhang family, a fight to the bitter end? Allow me to be frank. Our clan leader, Zhang Mutian, has already set forth to the Gong family to summon reinforcements. Soon, a mid-imperial realm expert will arrive to our aid. If you possess any sense, you would depart at once. Today's events shall not be pursued by my Zhang family." Zhang Zunmi steadied himself and invoked the name of the Gong family, attempting to leverage their reputation to deter Su Linyuan. However, the moment he uttered the name Gong family, it only intensified the murderous aura within Su Linyuan. "A fight to the death? Does your Zhang family even have the right?" Su Linyuan scoffed, filled with derision. Even the entirety of the Zhang clan combined would not be enough to match his strength. To think they could engage him in a life-or-death struggle was utterly laughable. Since the Gong family intends to intervene, then so be it. Years ago, my wife Xinyao was taken by them. Today, I shall demand an explanation from the Gong family. Should my wife still be alive, they may yet escape death. If she is not, the Gong family shall have no reason to exist. Su Linyuan's icy voice resonated throughout the Zhang family, the palpable aura of slaughter betraying his unmasked intent. All present understood that his words were devoid of pretense, stemming from a place of genuine conviction. If Gong Xinyao were truly dead, not only would the Zhang family face annihilation, but the Gong family would also stand no chance of survival. Yet, upon hearing Su Linyuan's almost deranged proclamation, Zhang Zunmi's expression twisted in disbelief. Su Linyuan, you have truly lost your mind. The Gong family boasts 9 emperors. Even a mere mid-imperial realm expert from their ranks could easily slay you. Should their late-stage ancestor choose to engage, even if you possess 10 lives, it would not suffice. The Gong family was protected by a late-stage imperial realm ancestor. Although that elder had aged considerably, he remained a genuine late-stage powerhouse, far beyond the capabilities of a mere early-stage rogue cultivator like Su Linyuan. Nevertheless, Su Linyuan did not respond, merely offering a cool, dismissive smile. You need not concern yourself with that. Regrettably, this scene shall remain unseen by you. As the words fell, Su Linyuan, unwilling to engage in further discourse, narrowed his eyes, and a chilling glint of murderous intent erupted from his gaze, rushing toward Zhang Xiandai. The latter, suddenly alarmed, seemed to sense that Su Linyuan intended to strike, and hastily retreated, seeking to evade the impending assault. However, all efforts were in vain, and far too late. Su Linyuan would not grant him such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, illuminating the atmosphere with a frigid brilliance that surged toward Zhang Xiandai. The latter's expression changed drastically, for he could feel the terrifying might of the sword energy as if it were poised to consume him entirely. An instinctive realization dawned upon him. He could not withstand the power of this strike. Yet retreat was no longer an option. The sword energy approached with alarming speed, leaving him no choice but to defend. He summoned every protective measure within his arsenal, artifacts, defensive techniques, and martial skills, all to no avail. With a thunderous crash, dozens of protective barriers shattered instantaneously before him, and the sword energy's ferocity remained unabated as it struck his corporeal form. A deafening boom echoed, and Zhang Xiandai was sent flying, crashing down into the ancestral grounds of the Zhang family, the tremendous sound reverberating for miles around. The elders of the Zhang family, witnessing the spectacle, were instantly struck with horror. Ancestor Xiandai, they cried, rushing toward the location where Zhang Xiandai had fallen. They retrieved him from the depths of a massive crater, trembling in disbelief at the reality before them. The venerable Zhang Xiandai, a formidable figure from the central continent, had been severely injured in a single move by a wandering cultivator from the eastern wilderness, without even a chance to retaliate. Impossible. This cannot be. We are clearly of the same realm. How could I lack the ability to withstand even one of his strikes? Zhang Xiandai spat a mouthful of blood, and to his dismay, he felt his resolve shatter. As a distinguished figure of the imperial realm in the central continent, he possessed profound strength and potential for future greatness. Yet he could not endure a single attack from Su Linyuan, a mere rogue from the eastern wilderness. The magnitude of this disparity was unbearable. Of course, it was not only he who struggled to accept this reality. Every elder and disciple of the Zhang family shared in his disbelief. The imperial realm of the central continent seemed, after all, to be merely a facade. I foretold it. The Zhang family shall face annihilation today, and none shall stand in my way. Su Linyuan sneered, brandishing his Qingming sword. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from the heavens. A mere wretch from the eastern wilderness speaks boldly. Today, you shall learn what it means to be overshadowed, for there are always greater powers beyond. The voice approached with growing clarity, and as Su Linyuan squinted into the sky, he discerned a streak of light drawing near, gradually materializing before him. Chapter 59. If my wife Xinyao dies, the Gong family shall perish. Before them stood an elderly man, exuding an aura of profound restraint. With his hands clasped behind his back, his dark robe motionless, and the air around him seemingly solidified, devoid of any sound. Behind him stood another figure, disheveled and drenched in sweat, Zhang Muxing, the head of the Zhang family. The venerable elder before them was none other than Gong Liheng, the third elder of the Gong family, whom Zhang had summoned for assistance. Upon sighting Gong Liheng, Qin Shengfeng, who stood behind Su Linyuan, visibly paled. Though he had lived many years and was familiar with many of the powerful figures in Zhongzhou, he did not possess intimate knowledge of them all. Yet, he recognized Gong Liheng, a formidable elder with significant authority within the Gong family, trusted by the family head and a warrior at the mid-imperial realm, renowned for his unparalleled combat prowess. As Gong Liheng made his presence known, Qin Shengfeng stepped forward, aligning himself beside Su Linyuan. He spoke with clarity. Elder Liheng, what brings you here? This matter is a conflict between our academy and the Zhang family, and it would be best if the Gong family refrained from interference. After uttering these words, he hastily transmitted a message to Su Linyuan. Friend Su, this man is the third elder of the Gong family, Gong Liheng. At the mid-imperial realm, we are not his match. He conveyed this in a whisper, fearing that Su Linyuan might act impulsively, which could lead to dire consequences. The disparity between the mid and early imperial realms was not to be underestimated. However, Su Linyuan remained composed, unperturbed by the situation. He replied through his thoughts, Friend Qin, rest assured, I never embark on ventures without certainty. No sooner had Su Linyuan's words fallen than Gong Liheng scoffed, Qin Shengfeng. I come at the behest of the family head to claim Su Linyuan's life. This matter does not concern you. Out of respect for your status as a senior elder in your academy, I have no desire to harm you. Should you choose to withdraw now, I may yet spare you. But if you persist in your folly, I shall be compelled to eliminate you alongside Su Linyuan. As he spoke, a crimson spear materialized in Gong Liheng's grasp. The Blood Fiend Spear, a renowned artifact that had earned him great acclaim, a mid-grade imperial weapon of exceptional quality. In his earlier days, while still at the early imperial realm, he had used this spear to slay 2 early imperial cultivators and severely injure another. Such remarkable feats quickly spread throughout Zhongzhou. Now, having ascended to the mid-imperial realm with years of accumulated experience, his combat strength was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Few could best him even among those at the mid-imperial level, underscoring the formidable nature of his presence. Taken aback by Gong Liheng's unequivocal threat, Qin Shengfeng momentarily faltered. Friend Qin, Su Linyuan's voice suddenly resonated. He speaks the truth. This matter does not concern you, so you should retreat. Upon hearing this, Qin Shengfeng shook his head resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. If not for your assistance, friend Su, I would not have lived for a millennium. It is not in my nature to repay kindness with ingratitude. Since you have chosen to stand against the Gong family, I shall stand with you. I shall not hesitate to forfeit my life, for I have lived enough. Indeed, Qin Shengfeng was gambling, even going all in, leaving no avenue for retreat. He had unwavering faith in Su Linyuan, a loose cultivator emerging from the East Wilderness. Achieving such heights was undoubtedly blessed by extraordinary fortune. This was the very essence of his gamble. Qin Shengfeng's resolute declaration took both Gong Liheng and the members of the Zhang family by surprise. It was a situation fraught with peril, yet he chose to involve himself. Had he lost his senses? Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan erupted into hearty laughter. Thank you, Taoist Qin. However, there shall be no need for your intervention in the upcoming battle. I find that the elder of the Gong family is hardly formidable. Su Linyuan's voice was piercingly sharp, instantly darkening Gong Liheng's countenance. To be humiliated by a mere loose cultivator from the East Wilderness was an affront of the highest order. You seek your own demise, then I shall not hold back. Gong Liheng's aura surged violently, his grip tightening around the Blood Fiend Spear. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Yet, Su Linyuan remained remarkably composed, gazing at Gong Liheng with a measured calmness. What has become my wife, Xianxia? Where is she? The mere mention of Gong Xianxia caused Gong Liheng's expression to falter. He scoffed disdainfully, as a man on the verge of death. Knowing such things is futile. At these words, a surge of murderous intent welled up in Su Linyuan's eyes. Refuse to speak? Then I shall cripple you, and see if you choose to divulge the information. With that, he resolved to settle matters through action. In an instant, his figure flickered, and he surged forward with astonishing speed, making a beeline for Gong Liheng. At this moment, he was consumed by an urgent desire to uncover Xianxiao's whereabouts. Having sensed something amiss in Gong Liheng's evasive gaze, it seemed that something had befallen Xianxiao. This realization ignited a sense of unease within him, compelling him to subdue Gong Liheng and extract the truth. With a flash of his sword, he unleashed a chilling arc of light that sliced through the air toward Gong Liheng. The latter merely chuckled derisively, a mere parlor trick. As he spoke, he activated the Blood Fiend Spear, Heavenly Demon Blood Shadow. A torrential downpour of spear shadows cascaded like rain. Although Su Linyuan's sword energy was extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing that of a typical initial stage Emperor Realm cultivator, Gong Liheng showed no signs of fear, dismissing the sword energy entirely. Bang! The clash of sword energy and spear shadows erupted in a violent tempest, sending countless elders of the Zhang family hurtling backwards for hundreds of meters. Even the family head, Zhang Mutian, was forced to retreat rapidly. From a distance, he watched the fierce confrontation with trepidation. Such a level of combat was beyond his capacity to intervene. Even the residual energy from their battle could potentially tear him apart. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, he had sought outside assistance from the Gong family. Otherwise, the Zhang family would surely have been doomed today. No one could withstand Su Linyuan's might. With the three elders of the Gong family present, Su Linyuan was undoubtedly doomed today. Zhang Mutian's hearty laughter echoed in the air. Not far away, Su Linyuan was forcefully repelled by Gong Liheng's attack, retreating several dozen meters, which only reinforced Zhang's belief and heightened his excitement. You, a mere rogue cultivator from the eastern wilderness, dare to boast so recklessly? Today, I shall turn you into a dead dog. After pushing Su Linyuan back, Gong Liheng's confidence soared, and he scoffed contemptuously, regarding Su Linyuan as inconsequential. An early-stage Emperor realm warrior, no matter how formidable, was still merely an early-stage emperor, limited in strength. The Emperor realm was a realm unlike any other, a true chasm separating levels. To defeat a mid-stage emperor with early-stage prowess was an exceedingly rare feat in the continent's history, spanning hundreds of thousands of years. How could Su Linyuan possibly be among those few? At that moment, Su Linyuan suddenly heard the voice of the system in his mind. Every choice you make bears the gift of fate. Choice 1. Provoking the Gong family may bring great trouble. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Quickly retreat to the eastern wilderness. Reward: 1 high-grade Emperor artifact, 1 superior-grade Emperor-level cultivation method. Choice 2. A family torn asunder, all due to the Zhang family. Annihilate the Zhang clan and slay the 3 elders of the Gong family. Reward: 1 mysterious gift package. Chapter 60. The Reincarnation Sword Array. Flee. A slight smile curved Su Linyuan's lips, a subtle arc of defiance. These few individuals were not worthy of such a consideration. I choose option 2. Su Linyuan stepped forward, his Qingming sword bursting forth with radiant light. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat. Each clash of blade and spear caused the surrounding space to shatter and tremble, creating an aura as if it could tear apart reality. The ancestral grounds of the Zhang family, spanning thousands of miles, were engulfed by the terrifying shockwaves of their battle, obliterating countless weaker disciples into mere fragments. Even those slightly stronger could not withstand for long, dissipating into clouds of blood mist. This scene left Zhang Mutian, the family patriarch, feeling quite unsettled. After all, countless Zhang disciples had suffered grievous injuries and death at the hands of Su Linyuan. How could he swallow such a grudge? He resolved that should Su Linyuan be defeated, he would surely eradicate the entire Dao Academy. In the blink of an eye, 100 exchanges had passed, and Gong Liheng's initial disdain gradually morphed into astonishment. This boy was able to hold his ground against him for 100 exchanges without being defeated. He was using his full strength, showing no mercy. What kind of combat prowess did he possess? Such strength was uncommon for an early-stage Emperor realm warrior. The Gong family elder's level of skill was indeed unexpected. Su Linyuan's mocking voice drew a frown from Gong Liheng, the rage in his eyes barely contained. How could a mere wretch from the eastern wilderness dare to humiliate a respected elder of the Gong family? It was utterly outrageous. The arrogant youth, today, you are undoubtedly doomed. With that declaration, Gong Liheng disregarded all else, unleashing an even more ferocious display of combat prowess and aura as he charged towards Su Linyuan. That frenzied state was precisely what Su Linyuan desired. He had intentionally provoked his opponent. A smirk graced his lips as he sheathed the Qingming sword. Imperial Star River Fist. A thunderous roar erupted as he unleashed his fist, an amalgamation of unparalleled physical strength and the spiritual energy coursing within him, elevating the might of this blow to an extraordinary zenith. Not far away, the gravely wounded Zhang Zumi's gaze was dim, his mind replaying the scene of Su Linyuan shattering the grand formation with that very punch. It became evident that Su Linyuan had not yet unleashed his full potential. The power of this strike was even more terrifying than before. In that instant, Zhang Zumi's already fractured Dao heart shattered further, as he stared blankly in the direction of Su Linyuan, murmuring, "I do not comprehend. How can a mere rogue cultivator from the Eastern Desolation possess such terrifying strength? With a resounding crash, Gong Liheng was sent staggering back hundreds of steps by Su Linyuan's punch, his eyes filled with incredulity. How could this be? A tightening sensation gripped his heart, and he cast a wary glance towards Su Linyuan, a bizarre thought flickering in his mind. The power unleashed by Su Linyuan seemed to surpass his own. This revelation ignited a fury within Gong Liheng. Firstly, he was wary of Su Linyuan's exceptional talent in cultivation and combat. Secondly, jealousy welled within him. How could a mere rogue from the Eastern Desolation, an outsider, be more formidable than the seasoned powerhouses of the Central Continent? Driven by myriad emotions, Gong Liheng's rage flared as he summoned the blood-fiend demon spear, charging towards Su Linyuan with lethal intent. Yet, this was precisely the moment Su Linyuan had awaited. As Gong Liheng approached, unguarded, a cold smile crept upon Su Linyuan's lips, a peculiar arc forming. He then raised his hand, and 3,000 long swords burst forth from his spatial ring. Each sword, retrieved from the treasure vault of the Dao Academy, was of at least low-grade sacred artifact caliber, with 10 being of the finest quality. In his effort to amass these 3,000 swords, Su Linyuan had nearly emptied the vault of the entire academy. Reincarnation Sword Array. Su Linyuan Beyovith. As the 3,000 swords hovered in the air, forming a sword array that encircled Gong Liheng, the array shimmered with radiant light, exuding an essence of reincarnation, a chilling aura of murderous intent. Nearby, all onlookers were rendered speechless at the sudden emergence of this sword array. What manner of technique is this? Zhang Mutian's eyes widened in shock. Sword arrays were exceedingly rare, let alone high-tier ones, which seldom graced the world. Furthermore, wielding such an array required immense mental fortitude. Thus, when Su Linyuan invoked this technique, it instantly captivated the attention of all present. Zhang Zimi's gaze flickered, his lips trembling slightly. This is a sword array. Moreover, this sword formation possesses an exceptionally high grade, at least of the inferior imperial tier. If I were to find myself within it, I would likely be obliterated in an instant. Zhang Xiandai was acutely aware of his own limitations. The might of this reincarnation sword formation was far beyond his capacity to withstand. Should he step into the formation, he would be utterly annihilated in a fleeting moment. At this juncture, any remnants of defiance he harbored towards Su Linyuan evaporated entirely, replaced by a profound fear rooted deep within his soul. Such a prodigy was truly extraordinary, a rarity throughout the ages. One could only imagine the heights Su Linyuan would ascend to had he not fallen. Zhang Xiandai felt a twinge of regret. Had he not opposed Su Linyuan back then, perhaps everything would have unfolded differently, and the Zhang family might have soared to great heights. But alas, it was all too late. Within the sword formation, Gong Liheng, whose mind was previously consumed by rage, now experienced an unusual flicker of fear. How could this young man command the sword formation? Moreover, its power surpassed that of the Gong family's own inferior imperial tier sword formation by countless degrees. The Gong family had inherited sword formations for many years, yet theirs was merely of the inferior imperial tier, far less intricate than Su Linyuan's reincarnation sword formation. Gong Liheng understood the formidable nature of sword formations, and the reason he had not learned his family's technique was simply due to his inability to master it. The complexities inherent in sword formations were vast, and with his talent, it was exceedingly difficult to grasp. Additionally, as he primarily focused on spear techniques, he had refrained from delving into sword formations. Recognizing the profound intricacies of sword formations, Gong Liheng cast aside his underestimation and prepared to break the formation. It was already too late. Su Linyuan narrowed his eyes and promptly activated the sword formation. A deafening roar echoed as the ominous energy of reincarnation surged forth. And 3,000 long swords erupted, unleashing a terrifying onslaught that even made Gong Liheng, at the mid-imperial realm, feel a chill run down his spine. He quickly summoned his blood-fiend spear to defend. However, the relentless sword Qi assaulted his form, surrounding him with a barrage of attacks. Gong Liheng struggled to fend off the relentless strikes, attempting to shatter the formation, yet he found the defenses impenetrable. Damned! This young man possesses exceedingly strange methods. Blood trickled from the corner of Gong Liheng's mouth, his body marred with injuries, and he was drenched in blood, his eyes glinting with deep trepidation. But it was not over yet. Su Linyuan's lips curled into a smirk as he coldly declared, Chapter 61, threats. Is the ancestor of the Gong family truly formidable? I refuse to believe it. No sooner had Su Linyuan's words escaped his lips than he raised a hand, and a torrent of sword qi transformed into a manifestation of true reincarnation, pressing down upon his foe. In that moment, Gong Liheng felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss, a chilling sensation enveloping his entire being, rendering him paralyzed with fear. The true essence of reincarnation. This was the ultimate strike of the reincarnation sword formation. The essence forged from sword energy is of an exceptionally high caliber, rendering martial artists below the late Emperor realm utterly incapable of resistance. Even those at the late Emperor realm may not entirely withstand the influence of this profound truth. A deafening explosion erupted, transforming all assaults into a cascading beam of light directed at Gong Liheng, reverberating through the heavens and resonating across thousands of miles. Around them, even Zhang Yuxing, a martial artist at the cusp of the Emperor realm, was forcefully thrown back by the residual force, his internal vitality surging chaotically. Meanwhile, with Qin Shengfeng safeguarding the others, there were no significant issues on that side. However, Qin Shengfeng, caught in a state of bewilderment, was more exhilarated than confused. Although he had suspected that Su Linyuan would not perish easily and must possess some hidden card, he never anticipated the sheer terror of Su Linyuan's trump card. This sword formation was overwhelmingly powerful. As an established early Emperor realm expert, nearing mid-Emperor realm prowess, entering the sword formation would surely spell doom. He had already felt the terrifying energy emanating from within the formation. Yet, as an ally of Su Linyuan rather than an adversary, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed he had taken the right gamble. After an indeterminate duration, the colossal explosion in the sky gradually waned, the rising mushroom cloud slowly descending. The onlookers peered through the dust towards Gong Liheng's direction, their hearts brimming with curiosity and tension. "Elder Gong, are you all right?" Zhang Yuxing stammered, his voice trembling as he beheld Gong Liheng in a disheveled state, blood pouring from his body. It was evident that Gong Liheng was in dire condition, his aura severely depleted. The earlier attack from Su Linyuan had undoubtedly inflicted substantial damage, or he wouldn't be in such a plight. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Gong Liheng finally succumbed to the pressure he had long suppressed. "It's nothing, I'm fine," he grunted, attempting to reassure those around him. However, his words elicited a derisive laugh from Su Linyuan, who scoffed. "Old man, still pretending. How could you be fine? That last move of mine was executed without reservation." A typical mid-Emperor realm martial artist would likely have perished instantly. Yet, Gong Liheng, being one of the top mid-Emperor realm experts of the Gong family, possessed extraordinary combat prowess and considerable protective artifacts, which had spared him from immediate death. However, this did not imply he was truly unscathed. At this moment, his meridians were nearly severed, and his internal organs were completely dislocated, leaving him devoid of fighting capacity. Upon being seen through by Su Linyuan, Gong Liheng's face flushed with embarrassment, his heart sinking. Indeed, he was in a precarious situation, utterly lacking the strength to continue fighting. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with Su Linyuan. "Su Linyuan, I indeed lack the strength to continue fighting, but how much better is your situation? The sword formation we just witnessed is of exceedingly high caliber, yet it also exacts a tremendous toll on the imperial energy within. I refuse to believe that you possess a significant reserve of imperial energy. Indeed, the power of that sword formation is truly terrifying, but the consumption is equally substantial. I cannot accept that your imperial energy can be replenished endlessly. This is utterly impossible." Su Linyuan, however, was quite candid as he waved his hand and smiled, saying, "You are correct. At this moment, I possess barely a fraction of my imperial energy. However, I neglected to mention that my physical form has long since transcended the imperial realm. Even with sheer physical prowess, eliminating you worthless beings should pose no challenge." "What?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present froze, especially for Gong Liheng, who gazed incredulously at Su Linyuan, his eyes reflecting utter shock. Su Linyuan has mastered both physical and martial arts. His physical form has also ascended to the imperial realm. No wonder when he unleashed that imperial Star River fist, he resembled an ancient behemoth. It all makes sense now. With that, Su Linyuan took a single step forward, his pure physical strength manifesting instantly, bearing down heavily upon Gong Liheng. The latter felt an immediate weight, almost succumbing to the urge to prostrate himself on the ground. "I ask you, where is Xianxia?" Su Linyuan's voice was icy, his gaze penetrating, the cold glint within sending a shiver through Gong Liheng. Yet he met Su Linyuan's interrogation with a calm shake of his head, showing no sign of submission. I do not know. Do not know? Su Linyuan narrowed his eyes and scoffed. Since you are unwilling to divulge, I shall not press further. Regardless, I will soon assault the Gong family. And if I do not find Xianxia, then the Gong family will have no reason to exist. His intuition told him that Xianxia was likely in dire straits, intensifying his sense of urgency. He must swiftly ascend to the Gong family to ascertain the situation. To annihilate my Gong family? Su Linyuan, you truly are an unmitigated fool. Gong Liheng scoffed. The reason my Gong family has stood firm in the central state for so many years is due to our ancestral elder at the peak of the imperial realm. If you were to kill me today, the elder would undoubtedly hunt you down. When that peak imperial powerhouse intervenes, your demise would be inevitable. How could you possibly talk of extinguishing my Gong family? In that moment, Gong Liheng brimmed with confidence, his eyes radiating intense self-assurance. Why? Because he was an elder of the Gong family. If he were to perish, that peak imperial ancestor would never let it slide. A peak imperial powerhouse possesses terrifying combat prowess, truly standing at the pinnacle of the entire continent. If the elder were to act, what chance would Su Linyuan have to survive? It would be a certain death. Thus, he was gambling, betting that Su Linyuan would not dare to kill him. And in this gamble, he felt an overwhelming 99% certainty. As long as Su Linyuan retains his sanity and possesses a desire to live, it is utterly inconceivable that he would take his own life. After all, as long as Gong Liheng remains alive, there exists a potential for reconciliation between Su Linyuan and the Gong family. Behind him, Qin Shengfeng expressed his concerns, stating, my friend Su, a formidable being at the late stage of the Emperor realm exists on an entirely different plane. Not to mention the early stage of the Emperor realm, even a coalition of 10 mid-stage Emperor realm warriors may not stand a chance against a single late-stage Emperor realm powerhouse. The ancestor of the Gong family has ascended to the late stage of the Emperor realm long ago, and his profound heritage is immensely deep. If we were to offend him, it is likely that we would face certain death. Unlike Su Linyuan, he was acutely aware of the terror that late-stage Emperor realm beings embody. To challenge such an existence is akin to courting death. However, upon hearing these words, a smile crept onto Su Linyuan's lips. Is that so? I refuse to believe it. Chapter 62. The Fate of Xianxia. Don't know? Then perish. Su Linyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor composed, and his tranquil gaze revealed no hint of fear. It seemed to him that the so-called late-stage Emperor Realm warriors were of little consequence. What the late-stage Emperor Realm? If I wished to slay you, even the most formidable among them would be powerless to stop me. Su Linyuan spoke with calm assurance. His profound gaze and resolute tone sent a shiver through those present. Such unequivocal declarations clearly indicated that he was earnest, not jesting. This madman truly seems to regard late-stage Emperor Realm beings with disdain. It is essential to recognize that such powerhouses are invariably the ancestors of the great clans and sects, each one possessing extraordinary combat prowess and an overwhelming presence that dominates the central continent. Few dare to show them any disrespect. Yet, Su Linyuan is a remarkable exception. In his eyes, the late-stage Emperor Realm is hardly worthy of concern. He possesses a system of unparalleled potential. Ascending to the late stage of the Emperor Realm is merely a matter of time, and this time will not be long in coming. Moreover, with the death of his offspring and the disappearance of his wife, Xianxia, he finds himself utterly alone, devoid of any support. What reason does he have to fear the threats of others? Quite the contrary, it is the Gong family that should be wary. After all, he can flee if he cannot contend with them. However, with so many from the Gong family, once he sets his sights on them, escape would be impossible. I refuse to believe that you harbor no fear of the late-stage Emperor Realm ancestor. I find it even harder to believe that you dare to kill me. Gong Liheng lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he addressed Su Linyuan. His eyes brimmed with unwavering confidence. He was convinced that Su Linyuan's previous words were mere bravado, a facade to mask his true feelings. How could there possibly exist someone in this world who dismisses late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouses? Yet, upon hearing Gong Liheng's words, Zhang Zimi's heart sank, accompanied by an ominous premonition shared among the elders of the Zhang family. In the bygone days of the Eastern Wilderness, during the reign of the Xiao dynasty, the fallen ancestor of the Zhang family had similarly threatened Su Linyuan. employing the technique of energy manipulation to cast a gaze upon him from millions of miles away as a form of intimidation. Yet, what was the outcome? The ancestor of the Zhang family met his demise, and now their adversaries have come knocking at their door. Now, as Gong Liheng resorts to the same tactics of intimidation, can his fate be any more favorable than that of the Zhang family? The answer is undoubtedly in the negative. A slide from Grace to Linyuan sleeps, revealing a hint of cold derision. Is that so? I must say, you are the very definition of a fool. No sooner had he spoken than Su Linyuan waved his hand, summoning the Qing Ming sword to life. Several streams of sword energy shot forth, aiming directly at Gong Liheng's corporeal form. In that instant, Gong Liheng's heart plummeted into despair, a profound sense of dread spreading through him. Boom! Boom! The sound of continuous explosions echoed. The onlookers turned their gaze to the scene, where Gong Liheng appeared utterly wretched. His legs had been completely severed, reduced to mere powder by the sword energy unleashed by Su Linyuan, vanishing into the ether. Now bereft of his legs, Gong Liheng's condition deteriorated further, his complexion as pale as parchment, his breath weak and feeble. To speak frankly, even a casual saint-level warrior could easily slay him now. Su Linyuan, you've lost your mind. You are truly insane. Gong Liheng stammered, his lips gazing into Su Linyuan's frigid eyes, feeling an inexplicable wave of profound terror wash over him. He suddenly realized that Su Linyuan was indeed prepared to take action. Moreover, it became clear that he cared not for the late-stage ancestor of the Gong family, but was intent on utterly annihilating him. This thought sent him into a state of panic. Su Linyuan sneered, "Tell me the whereabouts of Xianxia. Is she safe? Otherwise, I assure you, you shall experience the most excruciating of tortures." The phrase most excruciating of tortures sent a shiver down Gong Liheng's spine. In that moment, he could no longer doubt the veracity of Su Linyuan's words. This man was indeed capable of such actions. Without hesitation, he quickly replied, I do not know. Since Xianxia returned from the eastern wilderness, she was sent to the Lei family for an alliance, but it seems there were complications in the union process, and since then, I have not seen my niece Xianxia. Only the family head and the ancestor are aware of the specifics. I truly know nothing more. Su Linyuan, please, do not kill me. I am an elder of the Gong family. If you slay me, it will create significant trouble. Besides, I am Xianxia's paternal uncle. We are, in a sense, family. Gong Liheng was genuinely terrified of this madman, pleading fervently for his life. However, Su Linyuan disregarded his subsequent words. His mind fixated solely on the initial revelation, that there had been complications in the alliance process, and he had not seen his niece Xianxia since. The utterance sent a tremor through Su Linyuan's heart, a foreboding sensation beginning to unfurl within him. Could it be that Xianxia had encountered some misfortune? What had transpired when she was taken back to Zhongzhou for the union with the Lei family? In that moment, Su Linyuan felt an unusual restlessness, his serene visage betraying his inner turmoil. The incessant pleas of Gong Liheng only exacerbated his irritation. Silence. Su Linyuan barked, veins bulging on his forehead, instantly rendering Gong Liheng mute with fear. Had Xianxia's life token shattered? Su Linyuan's eyes reddened, resembling a primordial beast as he fixed his gaze upon Gong Liheng. The sight startled him, and he hesitated, stammering, I do not know. This matter seemed to be profoundly intricate within the entire Gong family. Only Xianxia's biological father and the ancestral elder were privy to the truth. Even as the third elder of the Gong family, a position of considerable authority, he remained in the dark regarding the details. Knowing nothing, what right do you have to continue existing? Su Linyuan scoffed coldly. Those words plunged Gong Liheng into despair, a chill sweeping through him. Did Su Linyuan intend to kill him? No, please don't, he pleaded, but before he could finish, Su Linyuan's patience had already waned. In that moment, nothing mattered more to him than Xianxia's whereabouts. He needed to swiftly resolve matters with the Zhang family, then ascend upon the Gong family to uncover Xianxia's fate. Thus, Su Linyuan raised his hand. Great wilderness, prisoning heaven finger. Boom! A finger shadow, refined to perfection, burst forth from the rift in space, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble in its wake. No! Upon witnessing the terrifying finger shadow, Gong Liheng emitted a cry of despair. As a mid-tier Emperor Realm expert with half of his lifespan remaining, how could he resign himself to such a fate? Yet, Su Linyuan offered him no chance for survival. Chapter 63. You have driven me to madness, Yet you stand upon the moral high ground to accuse me. With a resounding crash, amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, Su Linyuan's finger decisively struck down Gong Liang. This scene left an indelible mark on everyone's memory. After all, this was a genuine mid-tier Emperor realm expert, and of the Gong family no less. The might of his power was beyond imagination. He had perished just like that. How could such an event not astonish the onlookers? Behind Su Linyuan, Qin Shengfeng swallowed hard, utterly unprepared for the decisiveness Su Linyuan displayed. This was an Emperor realm expert of the Gong family, a figure of remarkable status, so effortlessly dispatched. Grandfather, has Senior Su not landed himself in deep trouble? Qin Churen quietly inquired from behind. Perhaps Taoist Su possesses some hidden trump card, he replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Su Linyuan's ability to slay a mid-stage Emperor realm cultivator is indeed a testament to his formidable strength. However, the disparity between mid-stage and late-stage Emperor realm practitioners is not to be underestimated. Given his current prowess, the prospect of vanquishing the late-stage ancestor of the Gong family is akin to a fool's dream. Unless he manages to transcend to mid-stage Emperor realm, he may possess a fighting chance. Yet, how could that be feasible? At such a tender age, he has already achieved the status of an early-stage Emperor realm cultivator, which is nothing short of extraordinary. To expect him to rapidly ascend to mid-stage Emperor realm is utterly implausible. After all, Qin Shengfeng has languished at the early-stage Emperor realm for over a millennium, without an extraordinary opportunity. It seems unlikely that he will ever break through to the next level in this lifetime. Amidst this turmoil, is the Zhang family of Zhongzhou who are most profoundly affected. At this moment, they appear as though they have lost their last hope. Their faces as pale as parchment. While they ponder their next move, Su Linyuan's gaze shifts towards them, signaling that it is now their turn. The chilling stare of death sends an involuntary shiver through each of them. Zhang Mutian's legs tremble, paralyzed by fear. He never anticipated that Su Linyuan could be so ruthless, having even eliminated an elder from the Gong family. What then could the Zhang family possibly signify to him? Senior Su, spare us. Spare us. All of this is due to our previous ignorance. If you could grant us our lives, the Zhang family would willingly follow your lead and serve you. As the head of the family, Zhang Mutian immediately fell to his knees, bowing in supplication. For the future of the Zhang family and his own life, he was unhesitatingly prepared to pledge allegiance. If Su Linyuan could spare his family, he would lead the Zhang family in servitude to him. This gesture, while seemingly one of allegiance, masked Zhang Mutian's ulterior motives. With Gong Liheng dead, Su Linyuan would inevitably attract the ire of the Gong family's elder. And when the late-stage Emperor realm expert intervened, death would surely follow. Once Su Linyuan perishes, the Zhang family would regain their freedom. A twofold gain. The other members of the Zhang family appeared to grasp the head's intentions as well, including Zhang Xiandai, the Emperor realm cultivator, who all knelt in submission, expressing their willingness to follow. Observing this, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a faint smirk, revealing a cold sneer. You truly are adept at calculating your interests. However, it is a pity that to me, your family represents nothing but a cadre of useless individuals. I have no desire to retain such inept followers. A group of disloyal and worthless individuals holds no value. Should a conflict arise, these people would undoubtedly turn on me. Su Linyuan was not foolish enough to be deceived by their feigned submission. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Mutian and the others felt their expressions stiffen, their hearts sinking. He evidently had no intention of sparing the entire Zhang family. It was over. Everything was lost. Neither Zhang Mutian nor Zhang Xiandai harbored any thoughts of confronting Su Linyuan. After all, if even Gong Liheng had perished, how could they hope to be his match? Ninth Hell Profound Thunder. Su Linyuan, growing weary of idle chatter, summoned the Nine Nether Thunder. After his ascension to the Imperial Realm, the power of this thunder had greatly intensified. The sky above the Zhang family, extending a radius of 100,000 miles, was enveloped by a terrifying storm cloud of lightning, a foreboding darkness that instilled fear and trepidation. Descend. Linyuan Bejovith. In an instant, a tempest of lightning surged forth, cascading with astonishing speed. The velocity was so staggering that it left no time for reaction, even for Zhang Mutian, a warrior on the brink of the Imperial Realm, let alone the elders and disciples of the Zhang family with lesser cultivation. The entire area within the 100,000 miles of the Zhang family's domain was shrouded in this formidable power of lightning. This was the true terror of the celestial thunder. For a full quarter of an hour, the power of the lightning raged. The once vibrant and serene territory of the Xiang family was now barren, a desolate wasteland covered in ash, with the mountains shrouded in darkness and crackling with residual energy, sending chills down the spine of any who beheld it. On the spirit vessel, all disciples and elders of the Tao Academy stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the might of Su Linyuan? It was simply horrifying. As the quarter hour elapsed, only Zhang Xuanmian, Zhang Mutian, and 6 or 7 elders of the Zhang family remained standing. Though they had not perished, they were in a pitiful state, their bodies emitting smoke, clearly grievously wounded by the 9 nether thunder. Su Linyuan, you have mercilessly annihilated so many of my kin. Your actions are a blasphemy against heaven and a disregard for human life. May you not find peace in death. Zhang Mutian had completely lost his composure, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Linyuan in a fit of rage. He could hardly fathom that Su Linyuan could be so deranged as to obliterate every disciple of the Zhang family within 100,000 miles at the very outset of their confrontation. Such ruthless ferocity was unparalleled throughout the entirety of Zhongzhou. The destruction of the Zhang family ignited a furious blaze within him. A lineage that had thrived for hundreds of thousands of years had been extinguished today, and it had been at his hands. How could he face his ancestors after such a calamity? Disregard for human life? Zhang Mutian seethed. Had it not been for your family's meddling, causing me to lose my wife, would I be in this predicament? Moreover, it was your elders who initiated the conflict against me in the Xiao dynasty. All these events were set in motion by your family. How is this my fault? Are you entitled to slay me while I am forbidden from retaliating against your clan? Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh, unflinchingly exposing the absurdity of Zhang Mutian's claims. His only desire had been to cherish the remaining days with his wife and children, to live a life of happiness together. This was the greatest wish he held since his rebirth. Yet, whether it was the Zhang family, the Tianxuan Sect, or the Gong family, all had conspired to shatter his family, leaving him bereft of all he held dear. These individuals had driven him to madness, yet still dared to occupy the moral high ground, accusing him of being a butcher of lives and a scourge upon heaven. They had never contemplated the depths of his suffering, the pain of losing his loved ones. To this day, Su Linyuan has merely allowed them to experience a fraction of the anguish he has endured, and they are unable to bear it. How utterly laughable. Chapter 64. What fear does the true self hold? The system's rewards are within grasp. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's words, Zhang Mutian felt a slight tremor in his throat, wishing to retort. Yet after a prolonged contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words. For Su Linyuan spoke the truth. It all began with the Zhang family. Had it not been for the Zhang clan's collateral disciples and the dark machinations of Zhang Juanrui, the sovereign of the Xiao dynasty, who covertly relayed news of Gong Xinyao to the Gong family, Su Linyuan would never have faced such devastation, losing his family and home. If not for elder Zhang Xianling of the Zhang family obstructing Su Linyuan's quest for vengeance, and the subsequent death that summoned their ancestor from millions of miles away to threaten him, Su Linyuan would not have laid siege to the Zhang family. Reflecting on these matters, Zhang Mutian let out a long sigh. Indeed, Su Linyuan was exceedingly ruthless, yet all this was of the Zhang family's own making. They cannot blame anyone else. Well then, without further ado, prepare to meet your demise. Su Linyuan is native, having no desire to engage in futile explanations with the Zhang family. When a life is extinguished, the debts dissolve. The once mighty Zhang family has been obliterated, and all past grievances have vanished. With that, Su Linyuan granted no opportunity for the Zhang family to plead for mercy, as a colossal hand descended from the heavens. Boom! With a resounding crash, Su Linyuan efficiently eradicated the last remnants of the Zhang family. The Zhang family is no more, although some collateral bloodlines may still linger. They are inconsequential. Sending disciples from the Tao Academy to pursue them relentlessly will suffice. Turning to the disciples aboard the spirit vessel, Su Linyuan declared with a commanding voice, "The main lineage of the Zhang family has been extinguished. All of you, heed my command. Hunt down the remaining collateral disciples of the Zhang family." Yes, the disciples of the Tao Academy brimmed with martial fervor, eager to showcase their prowess before the esteemed elder Su Linyuan. Subsequently, numerous spirit vessels took flight in various directions, initiating the search for those collateral disciples near the ancestral grounds of the Zhang family. although the surrounding 10,000 miles had suffered the terrifying onslaught of Su Linyuan. Some elusive fish might still escape capture. With diligent searching, they might yet uncover a significant prize. Once the throng departed, Qin Shengfeng approached Su Linyuan with a furrowed brow. Sighing heavily, "Su Dao's friend, you were far too impulsive just now. How could you have directly slain Gongliang? The Gong family boasts 9 emperors and possesses remarkable depth. Their ancestor, while nearing the end of his lifespan, still has over 1,000 years left. You could easily wait a millennium for his demise before striking against the Gong family. As a mere early-stage emperor, Qin Shengfeng was akin to courting death in the face of such late-stage power. A single casual gesture from the opponent could suffice to obliterate him." Su Linyuan chuckled warmly. "Qin Dao's friend, is it permissible for him to kill me while I am forbidden from striking back? Is there such a principle in this world? Furthermore, 1,000 years is far too long. I cannot wait." Seeing that Su Linyuan did not take the matter seriously, he grew anxious and quickly spoke up. "Behind Gong Li Heng lies the vast Gong family. In my estimation, you have already drawn their attention. If that elder takes action, you will undoubtedly perish. It would be prudent for you to swiftly retreat to the eastern wilderness or to other realms, lest you become a target for that elder. As for the Dao Academy, you need not worry. Our influence in Zhongzhou is significant, and the Gong family would not dare to act against us lightly." Every word from Qin Shengfeng was motivated by genuine concern for Su Linyuan. He feared that this impetuous youth was unaware of the terrifying power wielded by a late-stage emperor and might foolishly confront the adversary head-on. If that were to happen, it would indeed spell disaster. However, Su Linyuan's expression remained calm, showing no inclination to flee. He shook his head and replied, "I have come to Zhongzhou in search of my wife, Xianxia. How could I easily escape? Moreover, I will inevitably confront the Gong family sooner or later. It is better to face them now rather than later." Su Linyuan was resolute in his pursuit of Xianxia, and even if it led to his demise, he would harbor no regrets. Thus, even if he understood the peril he faced, he was willing to take the risk. Besides, it was not necessarily a doomed situation. The Gong family might not be his match. Qin Shengfeng was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated Su Linyuan would exude such confidence. He was at a loss as to whether Su truly felt assured or was simply deluding himself. Before he could articulate further, Su Linyuan cheerfully waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, there is no need for concern. The Gong family cannot harm me. However, I require a secluded chamber for meditation. Might there be such a place within the academy? Secluded meditation? At such a critical juncture?" Qin Shengfeng exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. "Surely you do not believe you can advance your cultivation within such a short time frame. That is impossible." Despite his skepticism, Qin Shengfeng understood he could not alter Su Linyuan's determination and ultimately responded, "Of course, there is a chamber, with the token of the elder of the academy. You may proceed directly. However, the Gong family may soon come knocking. If you do not flee, you might find yourself in grave danger." Before parting, Qin Shengfeng offered one last caution. Su Linyuan, aware of his concern, responded with a smile, "Rest assured, my friend, I leave matters here in your capable hands. I shall return to the academy to meditate." With that, Su Linyuan swiftly departed toward the academy. The formidable Zhang family was now entrusted to Qin Shengfeng's management. His sense of urgency stemmed from the recent annihilation of the Zhang family, which had completed a system task and granted him a substantial reward, one that could very well facilitate his ascension to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. This was the source of his immense excitement. As he watched Su Linyuan's figure vanish like a fleeting light, Qin Shengfeng let out a deep sigh. Stepping forward, Qin Shuren remarked, "Grandfather, perhaps Senior Su's confidence stems from some hidden contingency." Hidden contingency? What strategies remain to surpass a formidable expert at the peak of the imperial realm? Qin Shengfeng found it hard to believe, yet the image of Su Linyuan's almost demonic techniques and unwavering confidence flickered in his mind, causing even his originally steadfast heart to waver. Could it be that his companion, Su, truly possesses some hidden trump card? With this thought in mind, he shook his head and instructed his companions to scour the battlefield. After all, the Zhang family, being an imperial clan, undoubtedly harbored a wealth of treasures. On the other side, Su Linyuan hastened back to the secret chamber of the Dao Academy. "System, claim the rewards." As soon as he uttered these words, the system's voice resonated in his ears. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task, the annihilation of the Zhang family. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, a relic of the Buddha, the Lawflower Emperor Shurshur." Congratulations, host, for receiving 9 transformations Emperor Pulse Body Refinement Elixir, top-tier Imperial grade. Congratulations, host, for receiving Emperor Bone Armor, top-tier Imperial grade. The continuous stream of rewards from the system brought an increasingly radiant smile to Su Linyuan's face. These are indeed invaluable treasures. The Law Flower Emperor Sure, a relic left behind by a fully realized Imperial monk upon his passing, contains nearly half of his lifetime cultivation. Furthermore, if refined, it may grant the opportunity to comprehend a Buddhist divine ability. Su Linyuan held the Law Flower Emperor Sure in his hand, utterly satisfied. In other words, refining this object not only enhances cultivation, but also offers a chance to grasp a divine ability. The infusion of half the cultivation of a fully realized Imperial expert is a terrifying prospect. As for the divine abilities themselves, they are enigmatic. Unlike martial arts, divine abilities lack specific grading. Their potency is solely contingent upon the strength of the user. The stronger the practitioner, the mightier the divine ability. In essence, the power of a divine ability can escalate alongside the user's prowess. Soon, Su Linyuan's gaze shifted to the other rewards. The 9 transformations Emperor Pulse Body Refinement Elixir is a top-tier Imperial-grade medicinal concoction, immensely beneficial for body cultivators. For Su Linyuan, it is also an exceedingly rare treasure. As for the Emperor Bone Armor, its terror is unparalleled. This seemingly small piece of armor is crafted from the bones of 10 Imperial Realm experts, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. Before him materialized a gossamer thin armor, entirely composed of bone. It appeared somewhat fearsome, yet its defensive power is truly remarkable. Even a late-stage Imperial expert would find it challenging to shatter. With this artifact, Su Linyuan's defensive capabilities would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. First, he would refine the Law Flower Emperor Sure to swiftly elevate his cultivation. Then consume the 9 transformations Emperor Pulse Body Refinement Elixir to ascertain if he could also enhance his physical prowess. With a smirk gracing his lips, he grasped the resplendent relic and commenced the refining process. Boom! A resounding hum echoed through the air. For the relics left behind by a perfected Emperor Realm powerhouse were indeed extraordinary. Even if only half remained, the potential gains from completely devouring it would be monumental. The news of the Xiang family's annihilation swiftly traversed the entirety of Central Continent, capturing the attention of various factions, both large and small. Some lesser powers fell into a hushed silence, hastily restraining their disciples, fearful of incurring the wrath of Su Linyuan. After all, it was exceedingly rare in Central Continent to encounter someone who could obliterate an entire clan over a mere disagreement. Moreover, the Xiang family was an imperial lineage, boasting 2 emperors, a force that commanded respect and fear, who could remain unperturbed by their slaughter. Within a secluded chamber of Wanbao Tower, upon receiving this news, Yuan stood in shock, unable to regain her composure. She never anticipated that the very Su Linyuan, who had once been ambushed by an elder of the Xiang family while traveling to Central Continent aboard the spiritual vessel of Wanbao Tower, could achieve such a swift and decisive counterattack, annihilating the Xiang family in its entirety. Such speed was truly terrifying. My father, the Su Linyuan I spoke of previously, if we could recruit him, you wouldn't have to contend with those 2 deputy tower masters, Yuan remarked. Before her, Yu Jingtian's gaze mirrored her own apprehension. Su Linyuan's strength appeared to far exceed his expectations. Not only had he slain 2 imperial figures of the Xiang family, but he also claimed the life of the Dao Academy's director, Yu Lichuan, and even eliminated a mid-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse from the Gong family. Within such a brief time in Central Continent, he had consecutively vanquished 4 Emperor Realm experts. Such swiftness was enough to send shivers down one's spine. To recruit such a talent would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. However, he sighed, Han Yuan, this matter is absolutely inadvisable. If Su Linyuan had merely destroyed the Xiang family, it would be one thing. Yet, he audaciously killed an elder of the Gong family, committing an egregious offense. It is nearly certain that he will not survive. With the Gong family's ancient ancestor approaching a momentous birthday, Su Linyuan is unlikely to live to see that day. Hearing this, Yuan bit her lip, wishing to argue her case. Father, that elder Su Linyuan is certainly no ordinary individual. Perhaps the Gong family cannot contend with him. However, Yu Jingtian's stance was resolute. Absolutely impossible. The might of a late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse is beyond your imagination. There is no need for further discussion. Mark my words, within a month, He will undoubtedly perish. Linyuan, upon hearing this, could only acquiesce. Yet, the image of Su Linyuan, a figure both divine and demonic, lingered in her mind. Could such a person truly be slain by the Gong family? Meanwhile, at the Gong family, the ancient bell reverberated, its deep tones resonating in every corner of the Gong residence. All disciples wore solemn expressions, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Why? The 9 tolls of the bell signify the tragic demise of a formidable elder from the Gong family. Yet, in this era of peace and prosperity, there's been no indication of any elder nearing the end of their lifespan. How could such news of fall surface so suddenly? At this moment, within the grand hall of the Gong family, Gong Changkong sat upright in the prestigious seat of Zetonwood. His once deep-set eyes, akin to the night sky, now resembled smoldering iron, brimming with a fury threatening to burst forth. The atmosphere around him grew heavy, the previously loose cuffs of his sleeves tightening slightly due to the agitation of his spiritual energy. This is outrageous. How could a mere rogue cultivator from the eastern wasteland, Su Linyuan, manage to slay one of my esteemed elders? His roar reverberated throughout the hall, yet the elders remained silent, too fearful to respond. It is crucial to note that this fallen elder was an absolute confidant of Gong Changkong, boasting mid-level imperial realm cultivation and exceptional combat prowess. How could he not be enraged? This was not only a loss of a vital ally, but also a blatant provocation against the Gong family. Moreover, amidst his wrath, Gong Changkong felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. It appeared that Su Linyuan harbored more secrets than he had anticipated. If this individual were not swiftly dealt with, it could spell grave trouble for the entirety of the Gong family. The Grand Elder rose and spoke. Patriarch, this Su Linyuan is likely no ordinary foe. He has even slain Elder Liang. In my opinion, we should urgently summon our ancestor from seclusion to eliminate him. The Gong family's ancestor, a late-stage imperial realm powerhouse, possessed immense combat strength. Should he take action, no matter what trick Su Linyuan might employ, he would be thoroughly eradicated. The Grand Elder's words garnered widespread agreement among the others. Indeed, his reasoning was sound. If we could persuade the ancestor to intervene, Su Linyuan would undoubtedly meet his demise. Observing the consensus among the crowd, Gong Changkong shook his head. No, we cannot. The ancestor's longevity is imminent. It is not prudent to engage in battle, and besides, the ancestor is currently in seclusion. I have no means to contact him. The Gong family's ancestor was nearing 10,000 years of life, soon to celebrate a rare milestone that was scarcely seen across the entire central continent. Few could reach such an age apart from those of late-stage imperial realm strength. Thus, the upcoming birthday was of utmost importance to the entire Gong family, and the ancestor himself held it in high regard. Aware of his limited time, he planned to use this grand celebration to instill fear in other powers of the central continent and pave the way for the Gong family's development. As long as he drew breath, the Gong family would remain secure. Consequently, the ancestor was currently in seclusion, preparing to present himself in the best possible condition for the birthday feast. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but click their tongues in acknowledgement. Indeed, compared to the loss of an elder from the Gong family, the ancestor's 10,000-year birthday celebration was of paramount significance. However, Su Linyuan could not be allowed to linger unresolved. After a moment of contemplation, Gong Changkong narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing within them. Although the ancestor could not intervene, Su Linyuan must be eradicated. Therefore, I intend to dispatch the 2nd Elder, 4th Elder, 5th Elder, 6th Elder, and 7th Elder to set off in a few days to the Tao Academy to eliminate Su Linyuan. With a wave of his hand, Gong Changkong mobilized 5 esteemed elders, 3 of whom were at the mid-imperial realm and 2 at the initial stage. Such a considerable maneuver is exceedingly rare across the entirety of Zhongzhou. It is undeniable that Gong Changkong places immense importance on this rogue cultivator from the eastern wilderness, willing to invest such significant resources with the intention of achieving a decisive victory to completely annihilate him. The elders exchanged glances, clasped their hands, and replied, "We shall obey your command." Chapter 66. The 5 Emperors of the Gong family arise. The Gong family, it seems, has been thoroughly provoked by Su Linyuan. In 3 days, 5 esteemed elders and thousands of elite disciples will embark on a spiritual vessel toward the Tao Academy. Such a grand display unmistakably signifies their intent to obliterate Su Linyuan entirely. Watching the spiritual vessel gradually recede into the distance, Gong Chang Kong's gaze darkened, and an inexplicable sense of unease settled within him. He felt a nagging apprehension that this endeavor to eliminate Su Linyuan would not be as straightforward as he had envisioned, and there was even a possibility of failure. However, after pondering for a while, he shook his head, insisting it cannot be. Even if Su Linyuan is powerful enough to rival those at the mid-imperial realm, I have specifically dispatched 3 mid-imperial elders and 2 initial stage elders. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot possibly prevail, unless a late-stage imperial expert intervenes. It is inconceivable that anyone could survive the combined might of the 5 elders of the Gong family. Su Linyuan certainly cannot. Having resolved this in his mind, Gong Chang Kong exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He turned and continued to prepare for the ancestor's birthday celebration. In Zhongzhou, at the Dao Academy, a brilliant golden beam of light shot forth from a secluded chamber within the academy, soaring toward the heavens. This radiant golden glow persisted for 3 days and nights, piquing the curiosity of countless disciples. No one knew what it was. Even Qin Shengfeng and the esteemed elders of the academy were baffled by its nature. However, one thing everyone could be certain of was that this phenomenon was conjured by Su Linyuan. What is Su Daoyu up to? Could it be that he is breaking through a realm? Qin Shengfeng murmured softly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he ascend to the mid-imperial realm so swiftly after only recently breaking through to the initial stage? While he does possess extraordinary talent and profound fortune, he has only just crossed into the initial stage. How could he possibly advance to the mid-imperial realm so effortlessly? I myself was stuck at this juncture for over a millennium. If Su Linyuan were to break through so easily, would that not render me utterly incompetent? At this moment, Qin Shengfeng appeared to be far more concerned about the situation on the Gong family's side than the possibility of Su Linyuan's breakthrough. The Gong family has suffered the loss of a mid-stage elder, slain by Su Linyuan, and it is certain that they will not take this affront lightly. When the time comes, our academy may find it challenging to withstand their retribution. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. Thunderous roars resonate above the academy as a multitude of spiritual vessels, dark and ominous like storm clouds, envelop the sky. Over 100 such vessels loom, each manned by countless cultivators. Grandfather, it's bad. The Gong family has sent their people. Qin Charan rushed into the great hall, breathless, her voice trembling with anxiety. The magnitude of the Gong family's display is indeed overwhelming. With hundreds of spiritual vessels and a multitude of terrifying auras locking onto every disciple within the academy, the atmosphere is fraught with tension. Qin Shengfeng's heart tightened at her words. The elders in the hall exchanged glances, each feeling an inkling of apprehension. Let's go and see, Qin Shengfeng declared in a deep voice. With that, he led the way, followed closely by Qin Charan and the assembly of elders. Upon exiting the hall and lifting their gazes, they were met with a pitch-black sky, completely shrouded by the ominous vessels. From above, myriad figures loomed, their consciousnesses brazenly enveloping the entire academy, as if searching for something. In that moment, Qin Shengfeng felt a pang of dread. The Gong family had dispatched 5 emperors. Swallowing hard, he exclaimed in astonishment. I had anticipated that the Gong family would not let this matter rest, but I never imagined they would act with such magnitude. 5 emperors. Among them, 3 are mid-stage emperors. Is this overwhelming force solely aimed at dealing with Su Linyuan? How terrifying! Behind Qin Shengfeng, the elders were left speechless, their hearts racing with fear. In all their years, they had never witnessed such a formidable display. What could their intentions be? Surely, they do not intend to annihilate the academy? Fellow friends of the Gong family, to what purpose do you come to our academy? Qin Shengfeng inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to speak resolutely. He understood the necessity of maintaining composure in this critical moment. Everything must await Su's emergence from seclusion. As soon as Qin Shengfeng's words fell, 5 colossal spiritual vessels at the forefront unleashed figures that hovered in midair, hands clasped behind their backs, gazing down with an air of disdain and arrogance. The leader of this assembly sneered and spoke. Qin Shengfeng, Su Linyuan has slain an elder of the Gong family. Such a transgression warrants punishment. If you surrender him, our family may spare your academy this time. However, should you stubbornly choose to protect Su Linyuan, do not blame us for taking action today to erase your academy from this territory of Zhongzhou. As he spoke, A terrifying pressure descended from him, crashing down upon Qin Shengfeng like an immense weight, causing his heart to tremble. Though both were formidable figures within the realm of emperors, the opponent was at the mid-stage of this domain, thus holding an advantage over the speaker. Furthermore, the individual in question, Qin Shengfeng, recognized the man before him, Gong Changhao, the second elder of the Gong family. His combat prowess even surpassed that of Gong Liheng, and his profound heritage positioned him as one of the few promising candidates likely to break through to the late stage of the emperor realm. Therefore, the disparity between Qin Shengfeng and him was evident. However, Qin Shengfeng gritted his teeth and declared in a clear voice, "Friend Gong, the conflict between the Gong family and friend Su is entirely instigated by your clan. Should the Gong family, relying on its might, forcefully act against friend Su, it would inevitably be perceived as tyrannical and unreasonable." Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a derisive laugh from Gong Changhao. "Nonsense. This world is governed by the strong. Su Linyuan cannot rival the Gong family, and thus he deserves his fate. The martial world operates on the principle of strength first. If Su Linyuan is weak, then his demise is warranted." Gong Changhao continued, "I offer you and the academy a chance. If you choose to depart and refrain from interfering with the Gong family's pursuit of Su Linyuan, we shall not lay a finger on your academy." He had no intention of attacking the academy, not out of fear of its strength, but rather because of its respectable reputation in Zhongzhou over the years and the many powerful individuals who had emerged from it. Even though most of these were at the saint level, their sheer numbers were formidable. Should the Gong family annihilate the academy today, regardless of right or wrong, it would significantly tarnish their reputation. Moreover, those disciples who had graduated and were now abroad might secretly retaliate against the Gong family. Thus, he aimed solely to eliminate Su Linyuan today, without any desire to assault the academy. Nevertheless, Qin Shengfeng resolutely shook his head. "Friend Su is a senior elder of our academy. If any of you wish to act against him, you must first step over my dead body." Chapter 67. Enraged to the core. Su Linyuan, a mid-stage emperor. Gong Changhao furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and the other elders of the Gong family displayed grave expressions. They had not anticipated that Qin Shengfeng would be so resolute. Faced with such a life-and-death situation, he had not hesitated to align himself with Su Linyuan. They were perplexed by his reasoning. As their gazes swept across the other elders and disciples of the academy, they noticed that, despite some hesitation on their faces, none stepped forward to refuse. This indicated that they too firmly stood with Su Linyuan. Could it be that they believed Su Linyuan could prevail? How could that be possible? Qin Shengfeng, since you choose to ignore my goodwill, do not blame me for exterminating your academy. Gong Changhao's anger surged. Since these individuals had refused to heed his warning, they would face destruction together. Although obliterating the academy would be troublesome, it was certainly within the Gong family's capacity to accept. After all, as long as the ancestor remains, the Gong family will never fall. With these words, Gong Changhao hesitated no more. He raised his hand, and with a thunderous roar, a beam of dark, obliterating light descended upon Qin Shengfeng. The impact resounded like a cannon, sending the early-stage Emperor Realm expert Qin Shengfeng flying. Everyone present was left utterly astounded. With a single strike, a formidable opponent had been gravely injured. The strength of this elder from the Gong family was indeed unfathomable. Coughing violently, Qin Shengfeng staggered to his feet, blood gushing from his mouth, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Gong Changhao sneered, his disdain evident. "With such meager power, you dare to contend with my Gong family? You overestimate yourself." The contempt in his eyes was palpable. To him, Qin Shengfeng, a warrior on the brink of death, trapped in the early stages of the Emperor Realm, posed no threat whatsoever. "Elder, could that golden beam of light signify the location of Su Linyuan?" The third elder, Gong Changha, pointed towards the distant pillar of golden light. Gong Changhao's gaze darkened as he looked in that direction. "It is possible. This young man seems to harbor numerous secrets. Capturing him will lay all his hidden opportunities at the feet of my Gong family." His words elicited nods of agreement from the other elders, their eyes glinting with greedy excitement. Perhaps Su Linyuan possessed the means to help them transcend their current cultivation. Let us not concern ourselves with the others in the academy. We must eliminate Su Linyuan first. Gong Changhao commanded. Understood. Several Emperor Realm experts surged forward, bypassing the academy members as they raced towards the golden pillar. At that moment, A tremendous roar echoed, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, causing violent tremors throughout the academy as the ground cracked open. In the next instant, the once skyward golden pillar vanished with a thunderous crash. What on earth is happening? The elders of the Gong family stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Gong Changhao's expression turned cautious. His brow furrowed as he sensed an unusual presence. You Gong family are indeed bothersome, insisting on interrupting me while I refine my treasures. If you do not perish, I shall be quite displeased. A voice laced with irritation resonated, clear to every ear present. The elders and disciples of the academy displayed expressions of joy. They were all too familiar with that voice. It belonged to Elder Su Linyuan. However, for the members of the Gong family, it was as if they faced a formidable foe. Gong Changhao scoffed, Su Linyuan, if you have the courage, come out. Lurking in the shadows is hardly a display of prowess. As you wish. Su Linyuan retorted with a cold laugh, his figure materializing directly before them, clad in a dark robe and standing upon the void. His calm gaze betrayed no hint of emotion. In his eyes, these individuals appeared as mere corpses. And indeed, that was precisely the case. At this moment, Su Linyuan felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. He had just completely refined the relic, acquiring a newfound divine ability, and successfully advanced his cultivation to the mid-imperial realm. Before he could even refine the 9 turns Emperor Pulse body refining liquid or stabilize his newly attained power, he was confronted by these intruders, which understandably soured his mood. In his eyes, these individuals were already doomed. No one could save them. Are you Su Linyuan? Gong Changhao squinted, scrutinizing Su Linyuan from head to toe. It was he who had been tasked with retrieving Gong Xianxia from the eastern wilderness. Originally, he had been ordered by the family head to eliminate Su Linyuan and the entire celestial Tianxuan Sect. However, due to Xianxia's desperate pleas, he had been compelled to relent. At that time, while Su Linyuan was out training, Gong Changhao had never seen his appearance. Today marked their first encounter. Indeed, it is I, Su Linyuan replied indifferently. Gong Changhao sneered, disdain evident in his voice. Decades ago, I personally ventured into the eastern wilderness, and had it not been for Xianxia's threats, you would have already met your demise. Oh, Su Linyuan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. The calmness in his eyes erupted into waves of anger, his countenance darkening. So it was this old man who had sought to end his life back then. Is that so? If Xianxia was brought back by you, then I shall ensure your death is anything but swift. A cold smile emerged on Su Linyuan's lips, his murderous intent surging forth. Impudent. A mere loose cultivator from the eastern wilderness dares to speak so boldly after gaining a bit of fortune. Today shall be your last. Gong Changhao scoffed, raising his hand. Without hesitation, 2 early-stage imperial elders from the Gong family sprang into action. Their combined effort was a test to gauge Su Linyuan's strength, allowing the remaining 3 elders to ascertain his capabilities. The 2 early-stage imperial cultivators hovered in the air, encircling Su Linyuan from either side. On the left, Gong Changfeng wielded a dark golden longbow, the unpooled bowstring already brimming with fierce energy, the imperial aura swirling around the bow, coalescing into 3 lightning-tinged arrows aimed directly at Su Linyuan's brow. On the right, Gong Changyun brandished 2 blood-red daggers, their blades enveloped in an intense, killing aura. His movements as elusive as a specter. Trivial skills, Su Linyuan remarked with a cold laugh, his fingers twitching as the Qingming sword materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, he declared, a single stroke of sword light shall chill the 19 continents. Boom! Boom! 2 beams of sword energy surged forth, hurtling toward the 2 elders. Not good. The 2 suddenly widened their eyes, hastily attempting to defend themselves. Nearby, Gong Changhao and the others sensed the formidable power of Su Linyuan's strike and wasted no time in rushing to assist. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resounded as the 2 early-stage imperial elders were forcibly sent flying back several hundred steps, their chests violently shaken. Fortunately, the timely intervention of the trio, including Gocho Ho, managed to deflect a portion of the onslaught aimed at them. Otherwise, given Su Linyuan's current prowess, the 3 might have faced immediate annihilation. This young man possesses an alarming strength. Upon witnessing Su Linyuan's capabilities, Gocho Ho's brow furrowed deeply, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Chapter 68. The second elder of the Go family to submit? The elders of the Go family are merely this. Su Linyuan scoffed, his eyes brimming with palpable disdain. Had he still been at the initial stage of the Emperor realm, these 5 individuals could indeed have posed a significant challenge to him. A fierce battle might have yielded victory, yet the path to triumph would have been far from effortless. However, now that Su Linyuan had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, everything had changed. His combat power had surged exponentially. Moreover, with the acquisition of a new Buddhist divine ability, his methods had become even more diverse. Consequently, these 5 individuals held little significance in his eyes. Gocho Ho, upon hearing this, tightened his brow, yet he refrained from acting impulsively, remaining rooted in place as if contemplating some strategy. He sensed that Su Linyuan's strength was not as straightforward as he had initially presumed. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense, with no one from the Go family daring to make the first move. Observing this, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a smirk, a flash of contempt crossing his gaze. They arrive yet lack the courage to strike. Such timidity is truly disheartening. However, if you choose not to engage, then I shall take the initiative. Although these individuals had disrupted his cultivation breakthrough, their presence was not entirely without merit. It presented an opportune moment to test his newly acquired Buddhist divine ability. With that thought, Su Linyuan's aura surged dramatically, an indescribable force enveloping him, resembling strands of silk swirling about his form. This phenomenon was known as causation. Gocho Ho and the other elders of the Go family sensed the disturbance. Their minds jolted into readiness for battle. Your arrival is quite fortuitous. This technique is precisely what I have recently comprehended, and I shall use you to test it out. Said, with a thunderous roar, as Su Linyuan's voice echoed. The ethereal void began to coalesce into a nearly tangible seal formed from countless strands of causative power. This was the Causation Retribution Seal, a divine ability Su Linyuan had obtained from Sacred Relic. This extraordinary technique could manipulate the power of causation to create a seal that would strike down upon his foes. Should an adversary have committed numerous transgressions, the seal would unleash a retaliatory force, doubling the damage inflicted upon them. Moreover, this doubling was not the limit of this technique. It represented Su Linyuan's current potential. Given that he had only recently mastered this ability, he was unable to fully harness its complete strength. Once he had fully grasped it, he could potentially increase the damage taken by his enemies by 3-fold or even more. Thus, this evolving divine ability was one Su Linyuan held in high regard. On the other hand, the 5 members of the Gongchang family were visibly shaken, their eyes flickering with profound astonishment. It dawned upon them that Su Linyuan had not merely reached the initial stage of the imperial realm. He had indeed ascended to the mid-stage. Gongchang Hao could hardly fathom this revelation. The youth had achieved such a formidable breakthrough at an astonishingly young age, and the sheer might of his attack sent a chilling wave through him. If one were to underestimate it, the potential for catastrophe loomed large. In light of this revelation, Gongchang Hao, along with the 5 elders of the Gong family, joined forces to confront the impending threat. The spell they unleashed, burning heaven and boiling sea, summoned the vastness of the cosmos itself. Each elder wielded their full strength, leaving nothing in reserve, for they all sensed the ominous specter of death emanating from Su Linyuan's strike. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the academy, a testament to the cataclysmic clash of 6 imperial realm forces. Fortunately, Su Linyuan had taken measures to shield the academy's inhabitants. Otherwise, the resulting shockwave alone could have obliterated the entire establishment. After all, it was the collision of 6 imperial realm attacks, far too powerful for a mere academy to withstand. Not far away, Qin Shengfeng observed this scene, his throat dry with disbelief. This is madness. I must be losing my mind. How could fellow Taoist Su have advanced to the mid-stage of the imperial realm so swiftly and with such terrifying power? His voice trembled, a mix of fear and palpable excitement. In this dire situation, the amplification of Su Linyuan's strength was undoubtedly advantageous. With his elevation to the mid-stage of the imperial realm and such prowess, there was no need to fear the combined assault of the 5 elders. Yet, the shock that coursed through Qin Shengfeng's heart was profound. Beside him, Qin Charan echoed his astonishment. Grandfather, is it not terrifying how swiftly Senior Su's cultivation has progressed? Qin Shengfeng nodded in agreement. Not merely terrifying, but truly unprecedented. Charan, once today's events conclude, if possible, I wish for you to apprentice under fellow Taoist Su. Would you be willing? Understanding the immense benefits that could arise from such an alliance, Qin Shengfeng recognized that if Qin Shuren were to become Su Linyuan's disciple, her future prospects could be extraordinary, perhaps even leading her toward the imperial realm. Qin Shuren gazed at Su Linyuan's imposing figure, her heart fluttering with desire to become his disciple, though she feared rejection. "Grandfather, what if Senior Su declines?" Before she could finish, Qin Shengfeng interjected, "Fear not. I shall personally address this matter." His expression was resolute. If Shuren could not become Su Linyuan's disciple, then serving him in any capacity would still be an honor, potentially paving the way for future opportunities. Their discussion did not continue, as all eyes turned to the battlefield. The power of Su Linyuan's karma retribution seal was formidable in its own right, compounded by the dark deeds committed by the 5 elders over their lengthy lives. This cumulative effect amplified its potency, yielding a destructive force that rivaled that of a late-stage imperial realm expert. As the aftermath settled, the onlookers beheld the dire state of the elders from the Gong family. The 2 weakest among them had collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life, while the remaining 3 mid-stage emperors, though in slightly better condition, were still on the verge of collapse, their eyes wide with terror. No one had anticipated that a seemingly assured 5-1 victory would turn into a defeat. Yet, they had indeed been vanquished, even falling to a single strike from Su Linyuan. Such prowess was not merely remarkable within the confines of the Gong family, but also ranked among the elite throughout the central state. As long as no late-stage emperor emerged, Su Linyuan's strength undoubtedly placed him in the upper echelon. With such power, to attempt to ambush him was laughable. From his elevated position, Su Linyuan scoffed derisively, his expression one of utter disdain. To be unable to withstand even a single attack and still harbor ambitions of surrounding him was akin to dreaming foolishly. Gong Changhao's expression fluctuated between hope and despair as he fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he let out a deep sigh and declared, "Su Linyuan, you are indeed formidable. We are no match for you. Today, consider it a defeat for the Gong family. I, Gong Changhao, am willing to submit to you." His proclamation left everyone present in shock, the other 4 elders of the Gong family frozen in disbelief as they turned to him. "Second elder, how could you possibly submit to this outsider?" one exclaimed. Another added, "Indeed, our family boasts 9 emperors. How can we bow to a mere rogue from the eastern wilderness? If our ancestors were to hear you speak thus, they would surely be enraged." In response to the elders' admonitions, Gong Changhao remained resolute, gazing steadfastly at Su Linyuan, his eyes brimming with sincerity and reverence, as if he were the most devoted of acolytes. To this, Su Linyuan feigned a cheerful demeanor. "Is that so? It appears the second elder possesses quite a sense of the times indeed." However, beneath his outward smile, Su Linyuan harbored a cold laugh within. He did not know Gong Changhao well, yet he understood the mentality of these imperial clans. Such esteemed families often look down upon a mere rogue from the eastern wilderness. How could they easily submit? The fervor and respect emanating from Gong Changhao were almost palpable. While it appeared to be a positive development, it was in truth the greatest cause for concern. Su Linyuan was accustomed to addressing issues by first identifying the target before firing. He sensed that Gong Changhao held ulterior motives. Nonetheless, Su Linyuan was curious to see what schemes he might be plotting. Gong Changhao rose cautiously and approached Su Linyuan. "Friend Su, your talents are unparalleled. In the entirety of the central state, none can rival you. I am certain that following you will be the wisest decision of my life. I possess a certain opportunity that I wish to offer you as a form of recompense." "Recompense?" Su Linyuan thought skeptically. "I would be a fool to believe you. You likely seek my life instead." Su Linyuan felt a cold sneer within, yet feigned curiosity on his face. "Oh, what opportunity is this? Let me see." Observing Su Linyuan's eagerness, Gong Changhao's eyes flickered with cunning as he cautiously stepped forward. "Indeed, it is this item." As his words fell, a thunderous explosion erupted around Su Linyuan, rapidly spreading throughout the Dao Academy. A massive shock wave emanated from Su Linyuan, instantly scattering others, leaving them staggering and disoriented. "So, my friend." Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Shengfeng's eyes turned red with urgency as he shouted. He never anticipated that the esteemed second elder of the Gong family would resort to treachery and deceit. The artifact he had just used was of exceptionally high quality. Even the residual attack had severely wounded Qin Shengfeng. One could only imagine the devastating power unleashed by that artifact, rivaling the full-force strike of a late-stage Emperor Realm expert. It was highly likely that Su Linyuan would perish under the assault. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. After all, how could a mere mid-stage emperor withstand the full force of a late-stage emperor's assault while completely unprepared? It was utterly impossible. Ha ha, Su Linyuan, you truly are adorably foolish. Coming from a remote place like the eastern wilderness, you lack discernment even in the face of betrayal. To be frank, the item I just employed is known as the true martial sky-vanquishing demon talisman, a treasured relic passed down from my ancestors in the Gong family. A single rune can rival the full power strike of a late-stage emperor. To perish beneath this talisman is hardly a loss. Gong Changhao laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with pride. This item was one of the last two remaining in the Gong family. He had received this particular talisman from Gong Changkong just before departing, specifically to guard against unforeseen circumstances. He had initially thought it unnecessary, but Su Linyuan's prowess had exceeded his expectations, compelling him to utilize it. Though the loss of a high-grade Emperor talisman was somewhat painful, the anticipation of successfully eliminating Su Linyuan and seizing the opportunities he possessed quickly dispelled any lingering regret. Behind Gong Changhao, several elders of the Gong family also wore expressions of elation. Truly, the second elder is astute. He managed to deceive even me. Indeed, the second elder's performance was remarkable. I genuinely believed he intended to ally with Su Linyuan, yet it was all a ruse. Excellent, excellent. The crowd rejoiced. Su Linyuan posed an immense threat. At such a young age, he had already broken through to the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, and his combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Even the five of them combined could not withstand a single blow from him. Should he be allowed to grow? How could the Gong family possibly survive? You are utterly despicable. Qin Shengfeng's fury reached its zenith, as he could hardly believe that the second elder of the Gong family would resort to such treachery, even resorting to the use of a high-grade Emperor talisman to deal with Su Linyuan. Gong Changhao smiled slyly, proclaiming, "This is the art of war, as I have stated. Today Su Linyuan shall meet his demise, and your Dao Academy will not escape unscathed. Everyone, heed my command. Leave no one from the Academy alive." No sooner had he uttered these words than the disciples of the Gong family aboard the spirit vessel began to crack their knuckles in anticipation of action. However, at that moment, as the smoke from Su Linyuan's earlier explosion began to dissipate, a scornful voice emerged from within the haze. "Old fool, it seems you are celebrating a bit too early." The ethereal voice sent a chill racing down Gong Changhao's spine, causing his hair to stand on end. A dreadful realization struck him. Su Linyuan appeared to be alive. His pupils constricted, and an ominous thought echoed in his mind. The smiles on the faces of the other elders froze instantaneously. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Su Linyuan standing unscathed, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the assembly with an expression akin to that of a spectator observing a jester, filled with disdain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A high-grade imperial rune, when fully unleashed, could rival the mightiest strikes of a late-stage emperor. How could you possibly emerge unscathed? The sight of Su Linyuan untouched shattered Gong Changhao's composure. It was known that the formidable rune had been unleashed while Su Linyuan was entirely off guard, by all accounts. Even if he had survived, he should have been grievously wounded and barely clinging to life. Yet now, he appeared to have only sustained minor surface injuries, while remaining otherwise intact. This revelation utterly obliterated Gong Changhao's worldview. Qin Shengfeng, witnessing the scene, nearly leapt with excitement. Splendid. Su Daoist is unharmed. Su Linyuan's lips curled into a smile, yet he offered no explanation. The reasons for his fortuitous survival were twofold. Firstly, he had maintained a degree of vigilance, channeling his imperial energy to shield himself the moment Gong Changhao activated the rune. Secondly, his physical form, robust even in the early stages of the Emperor realm, had absorbed a portion of the assault. Most crucially, he donned the imperial bone armor, crafted from the bones of 10 great emperors. This armor, of superior imperial grade, boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. It was this treasure that had allowed him to withstand the brunt of the onslaught. However, Su Linyuan had no intention of revealing this to the Gong clan. With a grin that radiated a chilling menace, he instilled fear in the hearts of the Gong family, each individual seemingly catching a whiff of impending doom. What you should truly concern yourselves with now is the fact that you are all doomed. Chapter 70. Why do you not kill us? A cruel smile spread across Su Linyuan's face, his icy gaze brimming with murderous intent. The expressions of Gong Changhao and his companions shifted dramatically. In the next instant, Su Linyuan raised his hand, and a multitude of swords materialized in the air. 3,000 long swords standing poised, each of the lowest grade being of holy artifact quality. This spectacle sent a wave of dread coursing through Gong Changhao's scalp. This is bad. We must flee. Although he could not ascertain Su Linyuan's true intentions, an instinctual warning informed him that this maneuver was anything but simple. As soon as his words fell, he prepared to flee the Dao Academy. Yet, regrettably, it was too late. The reincarnation sword array. With a thunderous roar, the array was instantly activated, enveloping the entire Dao Academy in the power of reincarnation, as countless swords encircled the elders of the Gong family, trapping them within. In the next moment, the sword array surged forth. A resounding hum filled the air as a multitude of long swords charged towards Gong Changhao and the others, each blade imbued with the essence of reincarnation, gradually affecting their very bodies. The old wretch, Gong Liheng, had perished beneath this very sword array. And now it was your turn. Prepare to relish your fate. A smirk of cold amusement played upon Su Linyuan's lips. Meanwhile, the elders of the Gong family, struggling to fend off the assault within the array, were already drenched in sweat, their faces etched with unending gravity. They could hardly fathom that they had been cornered to such an extent by a rogue from the eastern wilderness. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless, forced to resist with all their might. However, Gong Changhao was acutely aware that they could not withstand for long. The might of this sword array surpassed their imagination. It was likely of the Imperial Tier's upper grade. With this realization, Gong Changhao felt a chill wash over him. He simply could not comprehend how Su Linyuan could possess such an Imperial-grade sword array. It was utterly illogical. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds rang out as long swords pierced the bodies of 3 elders from the Gong family, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. In that moment, Gong Kanal Hod, Su Linyuan, Ilodium. If it were not for the imminent birthday celebration of our ancestor, today would surely mark your demise. A sword had pierced his left arm, and he lamented in despair. Were it not for the impending ancestral birthday feast, it would be their ancestor himself who would come to capture and slay Su Linyuan. How could they have been subjected to such torment? Not just Gong Changhao, but the faces of the others were also marked with bitterness. After all, as fellow Imperial realm powerhouses, with considerable lifespans ahead, who genuinely wished to embrace death, especially in such a painful manner. However, Su Linyuan seemed to have caught a crucial keyword, and with a sinister smile, Are you implying that the Gong family's ancestors' millennial birthday celebration is approaching? On what date? Gong Changhao scoffed, gritting his teeth as he replied, In half a month. The celebration will be held at my Gong family's ancestral grounds. At that time, all the notable powerhouses from the central continent will personally attend to offer their congratulations. Half a month later, Su Linyuan pondered the timeline briefly, and it appeared he would have ample time. A cold laugh escaped him as he cast a glance at the miserable state of Gong Changhao and the others. With a sweeping gesture, he abruptly withdrew the sword array. Gong Changhao and the others felt their bodies weaken, collapsing to the ground, their grievous injuries leaving them on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. This was precisely the state Su Linyuan desired. Gong Changhao lay sprawled on the ground, raising his head in confusion as he gazed at Su Linyuan. Why do you not simply kill us? Could it be that you fear offending the esteemed ancestor of the Gong family? Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan nearly burst into laughter. The Gong family truly has a knack for embellishing their own reputation. The reason I choose not to eliminate you is quite simple. You few are indeed notable figures within the Gong family. Imagine the spectacle if I were to execute you all in front of your ancestor during his birthday celebration. The impact would be remarkable. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Good heavens! A madman utterly deranged. Even Qin Shengfeng was left dumbfounded, unable to believe that Su Linyuan harbored such a reckless notion. Who is the ancestor of the Gong family? A formidable figure at the peak of the imperial realm. Not to mention, during the Gong family banquet, various powers from the central continent would be present to pay their respects. Some formidable experts of the imperial realm allied with the Gong family might even come to their aid. Su Linyuan would be but one man against many. As for Qin Shengfeng, compared to those at the peak of the imperial realm, he felt utterly insignificant. He feared that a single attack would result in his swift demise. Friend Su, this is absolutely unthinkable. The ancestor of the Gong family possesses immense power, and at his birthday banquet, he will have numerous allies. If you reveal your intentions there, it could spell disaster. Qin Shengfeng urged urgently. He was genuinely concerned that Su Linyuan might act thoughtlessly at the Gong ancestor celebration. Such an act would undoubtedly lead to his notoriety throughout the central continent. However, Su Linyuan merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Friend Qin, there is no need for concern. I have my own plans. While it is true that the ancestor of the Gong family is immensely powerful, Su Linyuan is not so foolish as to charge him blindly. A fortnight's time is ample for him to refine the 9 transformations Imperial Vein Body Tempering Liquid, thereby breaking through to the mid-stage of the Imperial realm, with both martial and physical cultivation reaching this mid-stage. His combat prowess would not merely be the sum of its parts. Even if he were to encounter an opponent at the peak of the Imperial realm, he would not be at a significant disadvantage. Moreover, Su Linyuan possesses the Imperial Bone Armor, a superior protective treasure of the Imperial tier. With this artifact, even a multitude of peak Imperial Realm experts would find it impossible to harm him. This is the foundation of his unwavering confidence. Those individuals cannot possibly threaten him. In truth, his intention to bring these individuals to the birthday banquet of the Gong ancestor was not solely for the reasons he previously stated. The primary motive was to leverage these 5 as hostages to negotiate for the return of Xianxia. After all, 5 Imperial figures are, in the eyes of the Gong family, far more valuable than their legitimate daughter. Provided the Gong family possesses even a modicum of sense, they will surely agree to a trade with Su Linyuan. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's confident assertion, Qin Shengfeng was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the numerous arguments he had prepared. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He truly cannot comprehend Su Linyuan. Each time he believed Su Linyuan incapable of achieving something, he not only succeeded, but did so with remarkable ease. Could it be that he truly possesses power comparable to that of a late-stage emperor? Such a notion is rather terrifying. Unlike Qin Shengfeng's curiosity, Gong Changhao and his companions burst into laughter. Su Linyuan, you can't possibly believe that you can rival a late-stage emperor, can you? To be frank, if our ancestor from the Gong family were to intervene, you wouldn't withstand even 3 moves. Is that so? There's no need for your concern, Su Linyuan retorted with a cold smirk. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly immobilized Gong Changhao and his companions, rendering them completely powerless, and sealed their dantians, suppressing their cultivation levels entirely. He then glanced up at the multitude of spiritual vessels from the Gong family hovering above, a sneer escaping his lips as he summoned the 9 nether profound thunder, causing all the disciples aboard the vessels to be rendered unconscious. Qin Daoyu, I leave these individuals in your care. Just ensure they remain alive, albeit barely. Chapter 71. The Breakthrough of the Physical Body, Mid-Stage Emperor. Su Linyuan casually tossed Gong Changhao and the others next to Qin Shengfeng. Though these 5 were of emperor-level cultivation, they were now severely injured and on the brink of death, their powers sealed by Su Linyuan, incapable of causing any disturbance. With Qin Shengfeng, an emperor, as their guard, Su Linyuan felt considerably reassured. As for the disciples of the Gong family, they were devoid of any ability to retaliate and were directly imprisoned within the confines of the Dao Academy's dungeon. Rest assured, Su Daoyu, I will not allow any of them to escape, Qin Shengfeng declared resolutely. Su Linyuan nodded with a smile, anticipating the grand birthday celebration of the Gong family's ancestor in half a month's time, where he would present these 5 as a rather significant gift. Should Xianxia remain safe and sound, Su Linyuan could negotiate with the Gong family for the release of these 5. However, if misfortune were to befall Xianxia, not only would these 5 worthless individuals meet their demise, but the entire Gong family would also face annihilation. Very well, I will leave the aftermath in your capable hands. Daoyu, I shall now retreat to my chamber for seclusion, Su Linyuan said with a smile. Good. In the next moment, Su Linyuan's figure flickered as he departed towards his secret chamber to cultivate. Qin Shengfeng gazed upon the 5 elders of the Gong family, now sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs, a chill rising within him. The strength of Su Daoyu is simply unfathomable. Each of these 5 was a top-tier powerhouse. Yet they could hardly withstand a few moves before being swiftly defeated by Su Linyuan. It was utterly terrifying. Disciples of the Dao Academy, heed my command. Cleanse the battlefield and seal the cultivation of all Gong family disciples, imprisoning them in the dungeon. Qin Shengfeng ordered. Yes, the disciples of the Dao Academy responded with exuberance. As if invigorated, in the secret chamber, Su Linyuan sat cross-legged, engaging in meditation. He did not hasten to consume the 9 revolutions Emperor Pulse refinement liquid. Instead, he first aimed to consolidate his cultivation. This breakthrough in his cultivation fortuitously coincided with the arrival of Gong Changhao and his group, leaving him no time to stabilize his powers. Though he possessed a solid foundation, neglecting to consolidate his cultivation could easily lead to instability in his realm. Thus, Su Linyuan channeled the supreme immortal sutra, enveloped by an ethereal imperial aura, suffused with an air of profound mystery. Time swiftly passed, and after 10 days, the archery clan was adorned in festive decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Countless disciples of the archery clan wore expressions of pride, for in merely 5 days, they would celebrate the grand birthday of their venerable ancestor. During this period, numerous smaller families and sects had prepared gifts in advance, journeying from afar to present them to the archery clan. Yet, these lesser factions could not hope to attend the ancestral birthday banquet. Such opportunities were reserved for the significant powers of the Central Plains. However, beneath this festive and harmonious facade, Gong Kong wore a troubled expression, his brow furrowed in concern, as if some grave matter loomed on the horizon. "Elder, is there still no news?" he inquired urgently upon seeing the elder enter. The elder's doubts remained unabated, his brow tightly knit. "Patriarch, there is still no word. However, the life lamps of the second elder and the disciples of the archery clan have not extinguished. Perhaps they are merely entangled in some trouble," he replied, though his tone lacked conviction. Despite the fact that the life lamps of Gong Changhao and the others continued to burn brightly, it had been a full 10 days since their departure for the Tao Academy. 10 days without any word was enough to kindle anxiety. Gong Kong narrowed his eyes and mused, "You may have a point. Perhaps I have overthought this. Given Su Linyuan's strength, it is improbable that he could match the second elder and the others. He must have employed some means to flee, leading them to pursue him." Gong Kong found it hard to believe that 3 mid-stage Imperial Realm warriors could not contend with a rogue from the Eastern Wilderness. Su Linyuan's capabilities could hardly exceed the early Imperial Realm. Faced with the assault of 5 Imperial Realm experts, he would only be capable of fleeing in desperation. The elder nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Nevertheless, the ancestral birthday banquet is of utmost importance. How are the arrangements progressing?" Gong Kong shifted the conversation to the banquet. The elder promptly responded, "All arrangements have been finalized. Invitations have been sent to all notable factions in the Central Plains. When the time comes, our archery clan's name will resonate throughout the entire region. The birthday celebration of a late-stage Imperial Realm expert is sure to draw the attention of all in the Central Plains." Gong Kong expressed his approval. "Well done." Time flew by, and 3 more days elapsed. In the depths of the Tao Academy's secret chamber, the cold jade floor tiles glimmered with a faint blue light. Su Linyuan sat cross-legged in the center of the chamber, his dark robe billowing without wind, a terrifying pressure akin to an ancient behemoth permeating every corner of the room. With a sudden, muffled sound, the dark robe of Su Linyuan unexpectedly shattered, revealing a physique as solid as steel, radiating a golden glow akin to molten metal coursing through his veins. It seemed as though something within him surged through his meridians. Abruptly, Su Linyuan's growth convulsed, and a series of crisp cracks erupted from his entire being. The veins beneath his skin swelled like coiling dragons, causing even the cold jade tiles beneath him to fracture with fine, spiderweb-like cracks. "Breakthrough!" A deep, resonant voice escaped from Su Linyuan's throat as he opened his eyes with a fierce intensity. A terrifying aura emanated from within him. The 9-turn Imperial Pulse refining liquid had transformed into countless strands of crimson gold filaments, racing through his meridians, vigorously cleansing every inch of his flesh. His flesh, which had previously lingered at the early stage of the Imperial Realm, shattered explosively. Time passed, though its measure eluded him. When Su Linyuan opened his eyes once more, a smile adorned his lips, suffused with intense joy. He had attained the mid-stage of the Imperial Realm. Gazing at his bronze skin, devoid of any excess flesh, he appeared as if sculpted by the heavens, a perfect work of art. Every inch of his skin was imbued with explosive power. At the mid-stage of the Imperial Realm, the magnitude of his strength was indeed terrifying. Unreservedly, it could be said that a single punch from Su Linyuan could shatter all defenses of Gong Changhao, delivering a devastating blow with effortless ease. This was the sheer terror of the fleshly lineage. This path of cultivation was exceedingly challenging, with few able to succeed. Yet, once achieved, the combat prowess was genuinely formidable. In this moment, Su Linyuan had truly acquired the means to confront even the formidable experts at the late stage of the imperial realm. Even if he could not slay them, they would find it impossible to harm him. A surge of confidence flooded his mind, and with excitement, he rose to his feet. Time was of the essence. It was nearly time to attend the banquet of that ancient Gong patriarch. He hoped Xianxia was unharmed. Otherwise, even annihilating the entire Gong clan would not suffice to accompany her in death. Su Linyuan squinted, murmuring to himself before resolutely departing the secret chamber. Chapter 72. The Gong Clan's Longevity Banquet. At the back mountain of the Central State Dao Academy. Daoist Su, you have emerged from seclusion? After half a month, Qin Shengfeng's injuries had fully healed, his aura now reaching perfection. With the longevity elixir gifted by Su Linyuan and having engaged in numerous battles with experts of the imperial realm, despite often being on the receiving end, he had gleaned much wisdom from these encounters, subtly enhancing his own cultivation. This had uplifted his spirits immensely. However, the joy of progress dissipated entirely upon his first glimpse of Su Linyuan. Bewildered, he stared at Su Linyuan, inwardly questioning, what sorcery has allowed your cultivation to soar so rapidly? In merely half a month, your aura has multiplied in ferocity beyond measure. In comparison, my own modest gains seem utterly insignificant. Recently, I have made a modest breakthrough in my cultivation, and my foundation has become quite solid. Thus I have emerged from seclusion. Su Linyuan remarked with a smile. A modest breakthrough? Have you heard what others say? He continued. By the way, are the 5 elders of the Gong family present? Su Linyuan Guiyith. Qin Shengfeng promptly nodded, gesturing towards a nearby, thatched cottage. They are all confined within that cottage. However, their injuries are severe, and they are barely clinging to life. For the past half-month, I have been sustaining their lives with medicinal pills, he explained. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan nodded in approval. The condition of those individuals was of little consequence to him. As long as they were alive, that sufficed. They represented leverage against the Gong family. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Su Linyuan summoned the 5 figures of Gong Changhao and his companions before him. The 5 were in a state of near demise, with Gong Changhao being the only one in slightly better condition, yet still far from well. Having had their dantians sealed by Su Linyuan, they were utterly incapable of recovering their cultivation or injuries. Were it not for Qin Shengfeng's medicinal interventions, they would have perished long ago. Are you truly intending to visit the Gong family, Daoist friend? Qin Shengfeng hesitated for a moment before asking. Naturally, Su Linyuan replied confidently. Observing his resolute demeanor, Qin Shengfeng understood he could not dissuade him and thus spoke. Your strength is beyond my estimation. I am certain you will return unscathed from this journey to the Gong family. I am unable to assist you, but I have one request. Please speak, Daoist friend. Su Linyuan replied with a smile. Qin Shengfeng beckoned for his granddaughter, Qin Shuren, to step forward. My granddaughter possesses decent talent and is quite presentable. If you do not mind, may I ask you to take her as your disciple? If that is inconvenient, she would be willing to serve as a maid. As he spoke, Qin Shuren raised her gaze. Her stunning beauty was complemented by eyes filled with profound admiration. The display of strength Su Linyuan had exhibited had indeed left an indelible impression on every disciple of the Dao Academy, herself included. Oh, Su Linyuan responded, somewhat taken aback. Qin Shengfeng's actions effectively bound him to the fate of both himself and his granddaughter, should he unexpectedly perish during his visit to the Gong family. Given their ruthless nature, they would undoubtedly not spare Qin Shengfeng and Qin Shuren. In other words, Qin Shengfeng was wagering everything on this endeavor. However, his actions greatly enhanced Su Linyuan's regard for him. You possess a discerning eye, esteemed elder, Su Linyuan remarked with a grin. In that case, I shall accept you as my true disciple. You shall be my first true disciple. Su Linyuan's words ignited a surge of excitement on Qin Shuren's exquisite face, causing her to tremble with joy, her enthusiasm evident. Disciple Qin Shuren pays respects to master, she exclaimed, promptly kneeling on the ground to perform a deep bow. Su Linyuan graciously accepted her homage, stating, upon my return from the Gong family, I shall instruct you thoroughly in your cultivation. Yes, she responded eagerly. Qin Shuren respectfully spoke. After a brief conversation between the grandfather and grandson, Su Linyuan, accompanied by Gong Changhao and 4 others, set off towards the Gong family. A streak of light shot forth from above the Dao Academy, moving with such swiftness that only an afterimage could be perceived. As Qin Shuren gazed at Su Linyuan's Gong's departing figure. Her face was illuminated with excitement. The ancestral grounds of the Gong family were festooned with colorful decorations, exuding an air of festivity. The cobblestone path was adorned with a crimson carpet, extending from the mountain gate to the clan's premises. Within the clan square, countless guests had already gathered, predominantly significant figures from the second and third tier forces of Xianxia, each boasting a cultivation level no less than the late Saint realm. In the center of the square stood a 9-tiered white jade longevity platform, where a golden banner inscribed with the character for longevity fluttered in the breeze. Above, an elderly man with a youthful visage and white hair stood, eliciting respectful expressions from the crowd. This individual was none other than Gong Wanqing, the esteemed ancestor of the Gong family, a legendary figure and the first in the family's history to attain the late emperor realm. At the mountain gate, numerous disciples of the Gong family stood with their hands at their sides, awaiting the arrival of guests. Just past the hour of Chun, a series of thunderous sounds pierced the sky from afar. A blazing red spiritual vessel sliced through the clouds, its fiery hull casting a crimson hue upon the air. The Nangong family of Xianxia arrived to celebrate the longevity of the Gong family's ancestor. A resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens as the crowd looked up to see several figures approaching from the distance. The foremost among them was strikingly formidable, emanating an overwhelming emperor's might. This individual was Nangong Wujia, the head of the Nangong family, at the mid-stage of the emperor realm, renowned throughout Xianxia. Our esteemed ancestor of the Nangong family is currently in seclusion and unable to attend, so I have been dispatched to convey our congratulations to the Gong family's venerable ancestor. I hope for your understanding. Nangong Wujia said with a broad smile as he approached Gong Wanqing. Nephew Nangong, you are too kind. Please, enter the grand hall. Gong Wanqing responded warmly. The strength of the Nangong family was comparable to that of the Gong family, both being first-tier forces in Xianxia, and their relationship had always been amicable. Shortly after Nangong Wujia entered the grand hall, the heads or ancestors of the other 11 first-tier forces from Xianxia arrived in person to extend their best wishes to Gong Wanqing. Such a grand spectacle left the smaller forces watching from outside the hall in awe, their eyes filled with envy. After all, the presence of representatives from all 12 first-tier forces was a rare honor not bestowed upon many. At that moment, a voice rang out in astonishment. Look up at the sky. Following the sound, the crowd beheld a sight unlike anything they had ever witnessed. From the west, a golden Buddhist chariot glided through the void, its wheels turning with a melodious resonance. Radiant Buddhist light illuminated the surroundings, and upon the chariot sat an elderly monk with a kind demeanor, holding a string of prayer beads. From the east, a tempest of lightning danced like silver serpents, with 12 bronze thunder chariots piercing the air, each drawn by 4 colossal thunder beasts. The sparks generated by the rolling wheels left long trails of light across the sky. From the south, a starship crafted entirely from celestial iron slowly approached, its hull intricately engraved with stellar patterns. At the bow of the ship stood an elderly man clad in a robe adorned with celestial patterns. As he raised his hand, the ethereal stars surrounding the vessel began to rotate along a predetermined path, forming a celestial barrier. From the north surged torrents of crimson flames, reminiscent of bubbling magma, dyeing the sky a deep scarlet. Hundreds of warriors clad in fiery red armor soared through the air. Chapter 73. The Arrival of the 4 Great Superpowers, a spectacle from the Gong clan. Such a celestial phenomenon rendered onlookers utterly speechless. It was simply unimaginable that all 4 great superpowers had gathered here. My heavens, when was the last time such a grand assembly occurred? Perhaps one would have to trace back thousands of years. Indeed, I am certain that in the past millennium, no such terrifying spectacle has manifested. The influence of the Gong clan's ancestral figure is truly monumental. The crowd gazed at the wondrous sights in each direction, their hearts racing with excitement, unable to contain their exhilaration. These were the 4 great superpowers, each possessing dozens, if not hundreds, of formidable Emperor Realm warriors, with profound heritage extending back over countless generations. Among these 4 factions stood beings at the pinnacle of the continent, fully realized in the Emperor Realm. How could such might not instill fear? At this moment, Gong Wanqing, the venerable ancestor of the Gong clan, wore a beaming smile that radiated joy, his heart pounding with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that the 4 great superpowers would show him such respect by attending in full force. This grand occasion would undoubtedly etch the Gong clan into the annals of history for millennia to come. Not only Gong Wanqing, but also Gong Chongkong and numerous elders and disciples of the Gong clan could scarcely contain their excitement, their figures trembling, voices quivering with anticipation. The presence of all four great superpowers signified such overwhelming authority that even if the ancestor were to exhaust his lifespan and pass on, the Gong clan's prestige would endure for a century. Soon, the four great superpowers had all arrived: the 10,000 Buddha Temple from the west, the Lei clan from the east, the Tai Star Palace from the south, and the Burning Heaven Demon Temple from the north, each represented by elders of the late Emperor realm. For those who had attained the pinnacle of the Emperor realm were naturally not present in person. Esteemed friend, on this momentous occasion of your longevity, I, the monk Zhi, offer my heartfelt congratulations on behalf of the 10,000 Buddha Temple, spoke an elder of high standing, the third elder of the 10,000 Buddha Temple, who oversaw the disciplinary court within the monastery. Having some acquaintance with Gong Wanqing, he had led a contingent of monks to express their felicitations on this auspicious day. At this moment, Gong Wanqing exhibited no pretense, his face blossoming with warmth as he responded, "Elder Zhi, you are too kind. It is a tremendous honor for the 10,000 Buddha Temple to grace our Gong clan with its presence." As soon as Gong Wanqing's words fell, a melodious voice echoed from ahead. "Is it only your Gong clan that enjoys the honor of the monks? What a Burning Heaven Demon Temple!" The speaker was none other than the fifth elder of the Burning Heaven Demon Temple, Fei. This young woman, though merely a lady, possesses extraordinary talent. At a tender age, she holds the esteemed position of an elder in the Hall of Burning Heaven and Fiery Demons, her combat prowess ranking among the pinnacle of those in the late imperial realm. Moreover, her beauty is nothing short of breathtaking. Her long, snow-white hair cascades down her shoulders, and her blood-red eyes exude an eerie allure, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon her. Upon hearing these words, Gong Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily responded, "Elder Shui, what do you mean? I have long held the Hall of Burning Heaven and Fiery Demons in great esteem. Who would have thought that Elder Shui herself would grace us with her presence? I am truly overwhelmed and deeply honored." As an elder himself, with but a few years left to his life, he dared not offend the eccentric Fei. Beneath her stunning exterior lies a heart that is exceedingly unpredictable. One moment she could be jesting with you, and the next she might deliver a fatal blow. For this reason, her name resonates throughout the entire central continent, and few would dare to provoke her. Even the wise monk Zhi merely frowned, unwilling to engage with this madwoman. Fei disdainfully curled her lip and fell silent. The two elders from Tai Star Palace and the Lei family also stepped forward to greet Gong Wanqing. "Esteemed friends, please enter the hall. The birthday banquet shall commence shortly." Gong Wanqing cheerfully gestured for them to proceed. The others nodded slightly and entered the grand hall. Outside, countless martial artists gazed upon this scene with envy. For only those of reputable lineage could sit within the hall, beings capable of influencing the fate of the entire central continent and beyond. As he welcomed everyone into the hall, Gong Wanqing felt as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life, nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. Such a spectacle was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence for him. He resolved that today's birthday banquet must be splendid, ensuring that this moment would echo through the annals of time. Once inside the hall, the guests took their seats in order, with Gong Wanqing, as the host, naturally occupying the foremost position. The four great powers sat to one side, followed by the remaining 12 first-rate factions. "Friend Gong, our 10,000 Buddha Temple has prepared a congratulatory gift for you," announced the monk Zhi, producing a rune. This item, known as the 9-tiered Lotus Platform Imprinting Rune, is a low-grade imperial rune, derived from the primordial essence of the 9-tiered Lotus Platform at our ancestral temple. Imprinted upon a golden talisman, its greatest merit lies in its ability to diminish the disturbances of inner demons during cultivation. With that, the monk Zhi handed the rune to Gong Wanqing. As he grasped the rune, Gong Wanqing instantly felt a wave of clarity in his mind, realizing that this treasure was indeed invaluable, even for a warrior of his caliber in the late imperial realm, causing his smile to widen. "Thank you, friend Zhi. Truly commendable," he exclaimed. "Goodness, goodness," Zhi replied, his hands joined in a gesture of respect, a kind smile gracing his features. However, just as he settled down, Fei snorted derisively, saying, "Friend Gong, do be wary. This gift from those bald monks is not as simple as it seems." I fear that prolonged use of this rune may imbue it with a Buddhist essence, and you might find yourself transformed, thanking others for your salvation. Upon hearing these words, Gong Wanqing's heart jolted, nearly causing him to fumble the ninth-grade Lotus Platform imprint talisman in his grasp. Indeed, the words of Shui Jingfei were not uttered without basis. Over the years, the myriad of martial artists enlightened by the 10,000 Buddha temple were numerous, including some of imperial caliber. Initially, these individuals would harbor immense interest and affection for the teachings of Buddhism, ultimately leading them to lose their original intentions and become mere enforcers for the temple. Reflecting on this, Gong Wanqing resolved that this object must not remain in his possession. However, upon hearing Shui Jingfei's remarks, a flicker of anger crossed the countenance of Monk Zhihai. Earlier, outside the Grand Hall, Shui Jingfei had shown him considerable disrespect. Now, upon entering the hall and during his presentation of congratulatory gifts, she had again dared to offend him. Simply intolerable. Although the ninth-grade Lotus Platform imprint talisman indeed harbored some issues, to have it publicly criticized was an entirely different matter. Shui benefactor, this humble monk has endured your insults to my 10,000 Buddha temple multiple times. This is rather inappropriate, is it not? Zhihai's gaze turned icy, his voice laced with an unmistakable chill. Clearly, his patience had reached its limit. Hearing this, Shui Jingfei's lips curled into a wicked smile. Old monk, are you challenging me to a duel? Monk Zhihai was momentarily taken aback. Engage in combat with this madwoman? That was utterly unthinkable. This lunatic fought without regard for life, exchanging life for life. Who could possibly contend with her? Thus, Zhihai could only seethe in anger, his frustration mounting. Chapter 74, Gong family's old dog come out. Sensing the escalating tension, Gong Wanqing hastily stepped forward to mediate. Esteemed friends, today marks my birthday. I implore you both, for the sake of my humble standing, to refrain from escalating this conflict. Monk Zhihai, recognizing the need for decorum, clasped his hands together and replied serenely, Indeed, indeed. On this auspicious occasion of Gong's birthday, this humble monk shall not engage in rivalry. Shui Jingfei scoffed disdainfully, pathetic. If you are too cowardly to just admit it instead of putting on a facade. She cared not for whether it was Gong Wanqing's birthday. Should she truly be provoked, she would wreak havoc even at the grandest of celebrations. Zhihai's expression darkened at her words. Gong Wanqing, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat. Meanwhile, the elders from the Tai Star Palace and the Lei family exchanged subtle smiles. Soon, an elder from the Tai Star Palace presented a congratulatory gift, a vial of mid-grade imperial-level elixir, remarkable in quality. Although it held little value for a late-stage imperial cultivator like Gong Wanqing, it could be of significant benefit to the disciples of the Gong family, thus deemed quite precious. After expressing his gratitude, Gong Wanqing noticed that Shui Jingfei was unperturbed, stepping forward to produce an inky brocade box. As she opened the box, a wave of searing fiery energy engulfed the hall, prompting the crowd to turn their gazes towards her as she leisurely spoke. This object is known as the Eternal Lava Crystal Core, a low-grade item of the Emperor tier, extracted from a molten sea at the heart of the forbidden land of the burning heaven flame demon palace. Within the core lies the essence of flames, preserved for millennia, which can be directly infused into a cultivator's dantian, thereby strengthening their foundation. Upon hearing this, Gong Wanqing could not help but reveal a smile upon his aged visage. The Eternal Lava Crystal Core is indeed an unequivocal treasure, beneficial even for him. In fact, this item could potentially enable a novice Emperor Realm warrior to break through to the mid-stage of the Emperor Realm. Had this news circulated, it would undoubtedly provoke fierce competition among numerous powerful beings in the Central Continent. He never anticipated that the burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace would be so generous, presenting such a valuable item right away. Overcome with joy, Gong Wanqing accepted the treasure, his face brimming with delight. Thank you, Elder Shui. And thank you to the burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace. Elder Shui Jingfei smiled slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the monk Zhihai before returning to her seat. Soon, the attention of the gathering shifted to the elder from the Lei family. This elder, named Lei Zhengxian, was the sixth elder of the Lei family and held a significant position within it. He rose slowly, a gentle smile adorning his face, and retrieved an item from his spatial ring, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. Is that the Thunderlock chain? The sight of the chain brought everyone to a standstill, as they were all familiar with it. It was a high-grade emperor weapon belonging to the Lei family, known as the Thunderlock chain. This item was of extraordinary quality, a rare treasure of lethal prowess. No one had expected the Lei family to bestow such a valuable gift upon Gong Wanqing. However, none present were fools. Whether it was Zhihai, Xue Jingfei, or the elder from the Tai Star Palace, they were all astute individuals. The Lei family's lavish gift for a birthday celebration clearly indicated a pre-existing connection between the Lei family and the Gong family. In other words, the Thunderlock chain was not a mere congratulatory present, but rather a reward from the Lei family to the Gong family. After all, the intense delight in Gong Wanqing's eyes, devoid of any surprise, suggested that he had anticipated this. "Thank you, Elder Xianxian." Gong Wanqing unhesitatingly accepted the treasure, unable to resist the urge to examine it closely in his hands. The other first-rate forces present couldn't help but display expressions of astonishment and envy. After all, this was a high-grade Emperor weapon. Who would not covet it? For a late-stage Emperor realm expert, possessing such an item would significantly enhance their combat power. Soon, the various first-rate powers also presented their own remarkable gifts. Yet in comparison to the offerings from the four major superpowers, they paled in significance. With all the gifts received, Gong Wanqing's aged face glowed with joy akin to blooming chrysanthemums, and he unabashedly declared that this was undoubtedly the happiest day of his 10,000 years. Had it not been for the multitude present, he might have even laughed heartily. Just then, a resounding rumble echoed from the heavens outside the hall. The voice resounded through the heavens, soaring towards the sky, prompting numerous warriors and disciples of the archery clan outside the hall to look up in awe. There, one could see a figure gliding on a sword, hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowing dramatically in the howling wind. This individual was none other than Su Linyuan. Soon, Su Linyuan halted midair above the archery clan, and it became apparent that besides him, 5 other figures were bound by ropes, rendered immobile. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed disciple of the archery clan furrowed his brow and exclaimed softly, "That figure bears a striking resemblance to the second elder." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze, and the sight left them utterly astonished. The 5 bound figures were all too familiar to the disciples of the archery clan. Indeed, they appeared to be the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th elders. My heavens, it's true. This is madness. How could our 5 esteemed elders of the imperial realm find themselves in such a predicament? Surely, I must still be dreaming. I heard that the 5 elders had set out half a month ago to eliminate Su Linyuan. Could it be that the one riding the sword is indeed Su Linyuan? The possibility is exceedingly high. As they beheld the scene before them, all were rendered speechless. The 5 revered emperors of the archery clan had been captured alive. Should this news spread, it would be hard for anyone to believe. The commotion outside the hall reached the inner sanctum, causing Gong Wanqing's brow to furrow in displeasure. What is the matter with those people outside? Do they not realize that today is his birthday celebration? How could they create such a disturbance? Just as Gong Wanqing prepared to reprimand them, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Standing atop the Qingming sword, Su Linyuan's chilling voice reverberated throughout the archery clan. "Gong Wanqing, you old wretch, come out." The thunderous proclamation was more terrifying than the roar of thunder itself. Outside the hall, whether among the leaders of the major factions of the Central Plains or the disciples of the archery clan, everyone stood frozen, as if in a dream. This was the territory of the archery clan. How could anyone dare to insult the ancestor here? Moreover, today was the ancestor's birthday. Today, the archery clan boasted no fewer than 7 or 8 powerful figures at the late imperial realm. What audacity possessed this individual to act so recklessly? Within the hall, Gong Wanqing's countenance darkened instantly. His gaze turned steely, and a barely contained fury surged within him, threatening to erupt. Today marked his grand birthday celebration, a day meant for joy and harmony. Yet, someone had the audacity to disrupt it at this very moment. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. I shall see who possesses the gall to act so insolently. Chapter 75. If my wife is not returned, they shall all perish. With a muffled grunt, Gong Wanqing stormed out of the Grand Hall, followed closely by senior elders from the 4 major superpowers and several first-rate forces, their eyes filled with curiosity. After all, today is no ordinary day. It is the grand celebration of the longevity of the patriarch of the Gong family, who in the Central Plains possesses such audacity to cause a disturbance on this auspicious occasion. A flicker of surprise grazed the exquisite visage of the Snow Empress, but it swiftly transformed into a subtle smile. She was keen to discover who possessed the audacity to instigate trouble at such a moment. How intriguing indeed. With a graceful smile, the Snow Empress rose, her flawless, snow-white legs gliding towards the entrance of the hall. Outside, in the vast square, thousands of esteemed cultivators from the Central Plain stood, each at least at the sacred realm, yet not a single voice was raised. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable and unnerving. Gong Wanqing stepped out of the grand hall, fury boiling within him, nearly reaching a breaking point. He gazed skyward and grunted, "Who dares to disrupt my longevity feast? Who am I? Linyuan Chakith. Have you forgotten that your Gong family attempted to take my life twice?" Upon hearing this, Gong Wanqing, Gong Liheng, and the assembly of elders instantly paled. Their eyes shifted to the 5 elders of the Gong family beside Su Linyuan, and realization dawned upon them. "You are Su Linyuan." Gong Wanqing's voice of indignation reverberated across the heavens. He never anticipated that this wandering cultivator from the East Desert would not only have decimated their 5 emperors, but also deliberately chosen the moment of his longevity feast to confront him. Such a blatant provocation. Who could endure it? Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Su Linyuan grinned. "You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward." Gong Wanqing's fury nearly boiled over upon hearing Su Linyuan's affirmation. Among the assembly of emperors outside, upon hearing the name Su Linyuan, Yu Jingtian's expression shifted in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the youthful figure above. "It truly is him," he murmured softly. The last time he heard this name was when his beloved daughter, Yu Hanyuan, mentioned it to him. On that fateful day, when Su Linyuan annihilated the Zhang family, Yu Hanyuan had sought to persuade him to ally with the young man, to bolster the power of the Wanbao Tower under his command and suppress the other deputy tower masters. However, he had declined, knowing well that Su Linyuan had offended the Gong family and would inevitably meet his demise at their hands. Little did he expect that Su Linyuan not only defeated the 5 elder emperors of the Gong family, but also made his entrance during the patriarch's longevity feast. A sense of absurdity and unreality surged within him. Yet, amidst the shock, relief washed over him. Thank goodness I did not heed Hanyuan's advice to recruit this lad, or else he would undoubtedly face death today, dragging our Wanbao Tower down with him. At this moment, Yu Jingtian was consumed by an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "Su Linyuan, release the 5 elders of my Gong family, or today shall mark your demise." Gong Liheng stepped forward, his voice cold and resolute. He was perplexed as to how Su Linyuan managed to overpower even the 5 elders, capturing them effortlessly. It was simply inconceivable. Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh and slowly began to speak. "I have come today to propose a transaction with your Gong family." Transaction? The crowd furrowed their brows, uncertain of Su Linyuan's true intentions. "What transaction?" Gong Liheng inquired sullenly. "My wife, Gong Xianxia, was forcibly taken by your Gong family elder over 20 years ago and has since vanished. I have come today to retrieve my wife. If you desire the lives of those 5, you must hand her over, otherwise they shall meet their demise." Su Linyuan's voice grew increasingly frigid, pausing momentarily. "Moreover, your Gong family will be utterly annihilated." Gasp! Such audacity was truly unparalleled. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's declaration, all the martial artists present were left astounded. The name Gong Xianxia evoked both familiarity and strangeness among the crowd. It should be noted that over 2 decades prior, Gong Xianxia was renowned as one of the 3 exceptional beauties of Zhongzhou, possessing breathtaking beauty, an illustrious lineage, and astonishing talent. She garnered immense fame among the younger generation of Zhongzhou, adored by countless prodigies. Yet, she had suddenly disappeared over 20 years ago, only to be discovered as a married woman. He is indeed the husband of the fairy Xianxia. I have heard tales that she fled Zhongzhou overnight due to dissatisfaction with an arranged marriage, finding a husband in the eastern wilderness, and even bore child, only to be captured by the Gong family 2 decades ago. My heavens, is it truly so? Most of those present were prominent figures from Zhongzhou, and many were aware of this historical narrative. However, the expression of the Gong family members, particularly Gong Liheng, darkened considerably upon hearing Su Linyuan's threats. He had not anticipated that Su Linyuan would chase after Xianxia all the way from the eastern wilderness to Zhongzhou, even daring to threaten him in front of so many witnesses. Impossible. My Gong family will never concede to any threats. I warn you, release my family's elders at once, or today shall be your demise. Gong Liheng declared with unwavering determination. Nevertheless, Su Linyuan had no intention of engaging in further discourse. With a cold snort and a wave of his hand, he seized the Gong family's sixth elder. This elder, possessing merely the initial stage of imperial realm cultivation, had been tortured for days and was on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Even speaking had become a luxury. Is that so? If you refuse to comply, I shall slay them one by one and eradicate your Gong family. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover Xianxia's whereabouts. Without hesitation, Su Linyuan exerted force with his fingers. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, followed by a burst of blood mist ascending into the sky, as Su Linyuan, in full view of everyone, crushed the Gong family's sixth elder to death. This unforeseen spectacle left the crowd utterly speechless once more. At this moment, everyone swallowed hard. Such a spectacular scene was likely to be unprecedented in millennia. This was not merely a provocation against the Gong family, but a situation where only one side would emerge alive. It was evident that today's confrontation would either result in the demise of the Gong family or the downfall of Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan, how dare you? Gong Liheng, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of rage that threatened to overwhelm him, his eyes ablaze with fury. Beside him, Gong Wanqing shared a similar sentiment. His grand birthday celebration had been disrupted by this wandering cultivator from the eastern wilderness, who had the audacity to kill a senior elder of the Gong family in front of so many witnesses. Was this not a public humiliation of Gong Wanqing? Su Linyuan, I have not engaged in battle for centuries, but today, I swear to slay you here. Chapter 76. A choice, public execution of the Gong family's 5 emperors. Do you wish to kill me? Su Linyuan's expression remained calm, not the slightest hint of concern for Gong Wanqing's threats. He let out a cold laugh and casually discarded the corpse of the Gong family's 6th elder, as if it were a dead dog. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in his hand, poised at the throats of the remaining elders of the Gong family. Do you believe that before you make a move, these 4 will not perish first? A mocking grin spread across Su Linyuan's face as he regarded Gong Wanqing with disdain. He acknowledged that a late-stage emperor was formidable. Yet he, Su Linyuan, was no nameless figure. Should Gong Wanqing dare to act now? Su Linyuan was confident in his ability to eliminate all 4 of them in the blink of an eye. These 4 were not only cultivators of the Emperor realm, but also the backbone of the Gong family, its pillars of strength. Would Gong Wanqing risk their lives in a gamble? The answer was a resounding no. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's menacing words, Gong Wanqing instantly faltered, his face as dark as iron, barely able to suppress the fury boiling within him. Su Linyuan's conjecture was indeed correct. He dared not wager. If those 4 were slain by Su Linyuan, the Gong family, once boasting 9 emperors, would be reduced to merely 3, significantly diminishing their power and prestige. Although he, a late-stage emperor, remained to stabilize the family, his lifespan was limited, and he could not endure for many more years. Should he perish, the Gong family would undoubtedly struggle to maintain their current standing, potentially even failing to uphold their status as a first-rate power. Gong Wanqing stifled his wrath and questioned with deliberate emphasis, "What exactly do you desire?" In response, Su Linyuan coldly declared, "I have already stated my terms, the lives of those 5 in exchange for my wife Xianxia." However, Su Linyuan's words caused Gong Wanqing to exhibit a flicker of anxiety, momentarily leaving him speechless. Gong Liheng, too, displayed a similar reaction. Their unusual responses instantly raised alarm bells in Su Linyuan's mind. Could it be that something had happened to Xianxia? Just as the standoff reached an impasse, Shui Zhengfei stepped forward with a smile, initiating a dialogue. The archer's companion, as a husband, seeks to reclaim his wife, which is a perfectly reasonable endeavor. In my opinion, it would be prudent to return his wife sooner rather than later. Not only would this spare the elders of the Gong family from certain demise, but it would also provide them with a formidable ally of exceptional talent. Why not embrace such an opportunity? However, Shui Zhengfei's words, though seemingly in favor of the Gong family, were, in truth, fanning the flames. She was aware that 20 years prior, after Gong Xianxiao returned to the Gong family, she had seemingly vanished without a trace. No one knew her whereabouts. With 2 decades of absence, the likelihood of her encountering misfortune was substantial. Upon hearing this, Gong Wanqing displayed a hint of panic upon his face. Before he could speak, an elder from the Lei family declared with righteous indignation, "This man claims to be Gong Xianxiao's husband, yet their union was conducted in secrecy, without the consent of the family. How can it possibly hold any validity? Furthermore, this individual dares to come here and provoke us, showing utter disregard for the Gong family. If the Gong family were to yield to his threats, we would become the laughingstock of Zhongzhou." Shui Jingfei smiled knowingly. Is that so? I have heard that Gong Xinyao had a betrothal with your Lei family. This matter might indeed concern you. The engagement between the Gong and Lei families was well known among many factions in Zhongzhou, thus rendering the situation significantly relevant to the Lei family. At this revelation, Lei Jingxuan's expression shifted dramatically. He snorted coldly and threatened without hesitation. Shui Daoyu, do not slander us without cause. This matter has nothing to do with my Lei family. Should you continue to defame us, do not blame me for being ungracious. In response to his words, the monk Zhihai echoed, indeed. Shui Daoyu has repeatedly slandered my Wanfo temple. If this continues, I shall not be lenient. Hearing their back and forth, Shui Jingfei scoffed. These curs, like bald donkeys, rely solely on their power. Their strength may be lacking, but their opportunism is commendable. Ignoring their threats, her gaze shifted to Su Linyuan, as she grew intrigued by how this wandering cultivator from the eastern wilderness would respond. His boldness in threatening the Gong family today had undoubtedly antagonized both the Gong and Lei families. Should a powerful figure from the imperial realm intervene, he might find himself without a path to survival. Would she consider aiding him in such a scenario? It was not entirely out of the question. Gong Wanqing took a deep breath, and with a solemn tone, he spoke, Su Linyuan, if you release the elder of the Gong family, I can return Xinyao to you. What do you say? Release the elder of the Gong family? Upon hearing such absurdity, Su Linyuan nearly burst into laughter. This old fool truly believed he could deceive him as if he were a mere child. Every decision you make bears the gifts of fate. Choice 1. The Gong family is deliberately concealing information about your wife, indicating deeper secrets. Slaughter at least 10,000 members of the Gong family to deliver a significant warning. Reward: 1 high-grade Imperial artifact, 1 high-grade Imperial rune. Choice 2. There are too many powerful figures present today. You may not be their match. Immediately flee the Gong family and seek another opportunity to act. Reward: a top-tier martial art from the Imperial rank. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Su Linyuan's ears, and a smile graced his lips. Was there any need for further deliberation? Without hesitation, he decisively chose one. However, the slaughter of 10,000 was rather insignificant. Setting a modest goal, he resolved to annihilate 100,000 of the Gong family today. For a formidable imperial clan like the Gong family, which had stood for countless decades and boasted 9 emperors, the combined number of both direct and collateral descendants exceeded 1 million. Thus, the massacre of a mere 100,000 hardly seemed excessive, yet would certainly inflict considerable pain upon the Gong family. The old relic truly regarded him as a mere child. Since he was unwilling to speak, Su Linyuan would not press him. Instead, he was keen to observe whether the vast Gong family could endure his wrath. His voice was frigid, and his murderous intent almost materialized. Suddenly, he raised his long sword and swung it towards the 4 elders of the Gong family. Witnessing this scene, Gong Wanqing and Gong Liheng were instantly filled with rage, their eyes nearly bursting with fury. No, they roared in unison. These were the pillars of their family, the very foundation that allowed the Gong family to maintain its foothold in the central continent. Yet all of this was about to be obliterated by Su Linyuan. Their cries did nothing to halt his advance. On the contrary, they only spurred his speed. Boom! The long sword sliced through the air, a dazzling white light illuminating the eyes of all present. In the next instant, 4 massive heads soared skyward, a torrential spray of blood erupting forth. 4 imperial-level beings had fallen. Blood rained from the heavens, as if mourning the demise of these 4 emperors. This scene nearly caused Gong Liheng to faint with fury. He took several deep breaths, struggling to quell the seething anger within him. He truly went through with it. Madness, sheer madness. It must be noted that, including the other elders Su Linyuan had slain, 6 of the Gong family's imperial elders had met their end at his hands. Chapter 77. The Ancestor of the Gong Family's Methods. 2/3 of the Gong family's imperial forces had perished at the hands of Su Linyuan alone. Undoubtedly, this was a grave blow to the Gong family. Once Gong Wanqing's lifespan expired, their status would inevitably plummet. Furthermore, the events of today would surely echo through the ages. In time, the Gong family might become the laughingstock of the entire continent. How could Gong Wanqing and Gong Changkong bear this? The fury in their eyes when they looked at Su Linyuan was nearly uncontrollable. Su Linyuan's actions left the martial artists of the central continent utterly astonished. Yu Jingtian gaped, filled with disbelief as he gazed towards Su Linyuan. That figure resembled a deity or a demon. Yet to him, Su Linyuan appeared more like a madman, utterly deranged, having slain so many imperial elders of the Gong family. If he did not perish, how could the ancestor of the Gong family possibly let this go? Without a doubt, Su Linyuan, through his own strength, had precipitated the downfall of the entire Gong family, and it was plummeting at an alarming rate. Truly, he was insane. Yu Zhengtian's trembling whispers echoed in the air. The sentiments of the others mirrored his own. After all, the current predicament left no doubt that Su Linyuan was destined for demise. He had exhausted all his formidable card against the Gong family. The patriarch of the Gong clan would surely not let him off the hook, harboring a desire to see him torn to shreds. However, one individual stood apart from the rest. Shui Jingfei's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Su Linyuan. What a bold lad, she thought. She had not anticipated Su Linyuan's decisive nature. This young man truly piqued her interest. To regard life and death with equanimity. To confront challenges head-on. This embodied the spirit of a true warrior. At that moment, her mind raced with thoughts of how she might assist Su Linyuan in escaping should he find himself overwhelmed. If it were only Gong Wansheng, it would not pose a great challenge. Yet, the combined forces of Lei Zhengxian and Ji Hai would present a formidable obstacle, making it exceedingly difficult for her to confront three late-stage emperors single-handedly. After all, while Gong Wansheng was formidable, both Lei Zhengxian and Ji Hai hail from superpowers, and their strength, though perhaps inferior to hers individually, could rival her when united. Thus, devising a plan to rescue Su Linyuan became a significant quandary. Just as Shui Zhengfei pondered this, Gong Changkong could no longer contain himself. With 5 elders slain before him, the Gong family's strength had been severely diminished, and, as the family head, he bore a considerable share of the responsibility. Su Linyuan, you shall pay for this. He cursed angrily before vanishing in a flash. Charging ruthlessly towards Su Linyuan. He was eager to witness the extent of Su Linyuan's capabilities that emboldened him to act so recklessly. Though Gong Changkong was also a mid-stage emperor, his combat prowess was exceptional, placing him among the elite of mid-stage emperors. With significant potential for future breakthroughs into the late stage, he approached without any hesitation, unleashing his full strength. Gang Mengswort technique. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed one of the Gong family's ancestral martial arts, a mid-grade imperial sword technique of formidable might. Countless sword energies surged forth, each imbued with lethal intent. Su Linyuan, upon witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. Such meager strength should not be paraded about. With that, he focused his fingers, and the Qingming sword appeared in his grasp. A single sword beam to chill the 19 continents. A resounding roar erupted as a brilliant sword energy, imbued with an icy chill that penetrated to the bone, surged towards Gong Changkong. Although the grade of Su Linyuan's technique did not match that of Gong Changkong's Tsang Mang sword technique in terms of power, it was not only comparable but even superior. Why was this so? Because the martial arts bestowed by the system achieved perfection upon cultivation. In contrast, Gong Changkong had only mastered his Tsang Mang sword technique to a high degree, unable to fully unleash its true might. In the hands of Gong Changkong, the longsword is but a low-grade imperial artifact, while Su Linyuan's Qingming sword is a genuine high-grade imperial weapon, a reward from the system. All creations from the system are of exquisite quality. The disparity in weaponry is astonishing, not to mention the other differences. Consequently, when Su Linyuan unleashed his sword aura, it swiftly devoured Gong Changkong's vast sword technique, reducing it to mere fragments. Moreover, the sword aura, undiminished in speed, surged directly towards Gong Changkong. This is dire. Gong Changkong's eyes widened in alarm. He had been utterly unprepared. For who could have anticipated that Su Linyuan's sword aura would not only nullify his attack, but also continue to advance towards him with unrelenting force. The sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard. Fortunately, Gong Wanqing reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that repelled Su Linyuan's sword aura. Only then did Gong Changkong breathe a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. However, although Gong Wanqing had thwarted Su Linyuan's attack, the encounter revealed to him that Su Linyuan's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of Li Hong. While he may not be as powerful as myself, reaching this level in the mid-imperial realm is a rare feat throughout the entire central continent. This speaks volumes of Su Linyuan's terrifying potential. If he is not dealt with, my Gong family may never find peace again. Gong Wanqing contemplated this with a heavy heart. He understood that Su Linyuan's talent was alarmingly prodigious. After his demise, the Gong family would be unable to contend with him. Therefore, today, Su Linyuan must perish. Su Linyuan, I shall not allow you to escape my grasp. As Gong Wanqing's words echoed, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Su Linyuan in the next moment. The aged body erupted with a terrifying surge of energy. The eternal green immortality technique. In an instant, an eerie aura emanated from Gong Wanqing, a divine power he had acquired in his youth from a hidden realm. It was through this technique that he had broken through shackles and risen to prominence as a formidable figure in the late imperial realm of the central continent. At this moment, with the secret art activated, the air around Gong Wanqing was suffused with a deep green hue. As countless vines exuding a rancid odor surged forth from the void, coiling towards Su Linyuan like ravenous serpents. This old man possesses divine powers. Indeed, only those who reach the late imperial realm are not to be underestimated. Su Linyuan did not dare to be careless. He adopted a vigilant demeanor. After all, those who attain the late imperial realm are exceptional individuals, favored by the heavens and blessed with extraordinary means. Su Linyuan keenly felt the terrifying vitality contained within the vines, understanding that if ensnared, he might have his very marrow drained. Thus, he hesitated not for a moment, wielding his Qingming sword with relentless precision, unleashing a formidable sword aura that severed the myriad vines closest to him. However, the growth rate of the vines evidently exceeded his expectations, with countless tendrils emerging from the void, subtly encircling him. The old man possesses an array of cunning techniques. Yet I am not one to be easily trifled with. Chapter 78, System Reward, Top-Grade Imperial Array Flag. Su Linyuan had to concede that the old man, Gong Wanqing, indeed had numerous tricks up his sleeve, even wielding formidable divine powers. Yet, given that this old fellow had lived for millennia, such abilities were to be expected. Fortunately, Su Linyuan also had plenty of hidden cards to play. As he gazed at the multitude of vines hurtling towards him, Su Linyuan let out a cold smirk and waved his hand, summoning a dense array of swords from his spatial ring, each of remarkable quality. In the next moment, the sword transformed into a sword array, shielding Su Linyuan from all sides. The rebirth and cycle sword array, with a thunderous roar. The vast sword array exuded an aura of lethal intent, soaring into the heavens, as the sword energy surged and twisted across the sky. Subsequently, countless vine-like tendrils were severed by the sword energy, obliterated with ease, even though the vines grew at an astonishing pace. The speed at which the sword array transformed was even swifter. In the blink of an eye, the vines before Su Linyuan were nearly severed cleanly. Below, the countless observers, including powerful figures from the imperial realm and leaders of various factions in Xianxia, displayed expressions of disbelief. Could this truly be a sword array? Such power was indeed remarkable, capable of neutralizing the attacks of the Gong family's ancestor. It is worth noting that this divine technique of Gong's ancestor was formidable, thousands of years prior. A powerful being in the late imperial realm had perished under its might. The fact that Su Linyuan could effortlessly withstand it, and do so with such ease, was nothing short of astonishing. The eyes of the onlookers were filled with shock. Among them, figures like Xianxia, the Empress of Snow, and Xianxia, all late-stage imperial experts, possessed keen insights and immediately recognized the intricacies of Su Linyuan's sword array. This array undoubtedly belonged to the top tier of imperial-level formations, raising the question of what fortuitous circumstances this mere wandering cultivator from the eastern wilderness had encountered to acquire such a magnificent array. Xianxia's eyes flickered with a glimmer of greed. It is well known that such a high-grade sword array was not something the Lei family possessed. In fact, throughout the entirety of Xianxia, there were perhaps no more than 3 formations that could rival the one wielded by Su Linyuan. Moreover, the sword in Su Linyuan's hand was no ordinary artifact. It was a superior imperial weapon. One could only imagine the extent of the fortuitous encounters this young man had experienced. It was no surprise that Lei Zhangxian harbored covetous thoughts. Not only him, but Xianxia also entertained similar notions. However, beyond merely desiring Su Linyuan's fortuitous legacy, he was even more intrigued by Su Linyuan himself. If he could guide Su Linyuan towards enlightenment, he would undoubtedly become another top Buddha for the 10,000 Buddha temple, with the potential to break through to the late imperial realm in the future. This would be a tremendous achievement. Reflecting upon this, Xianxia silently mused, How fortuitous this encounter seems. It appears this benefactor shares a profound connection with our 10,000 Buddha temple. Beside him, the snow-clad consort revealed a hint of a surprised smile. Little did she expect that this young man possessed numerous treasures. How intriguing. The bystanders exhibited a range of expressions. Yet at that moment, Gong Wanqing's heart was in turmoil. His complexion changed dramatically as he gazed incredulously at the sword formation protecting Su Linyuan. How could this be? This young man actually commanded a sword formation of such caliber, and that long sword in his hand was an exquisite imperial artifact. The opportunities he possessed were undoubtedly substantial. After neutralizing Gong Wanqing's attack, the sword formation continued to hover around Su Linyuan. With a cheerful grin, he remarked, "Old dog Gong, you are not up to par." As his words fell, a sly smile danced in Su Linyuan's eyes. In the next moment, boom, the heavens above suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds gathering to blanket thousands of miles. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on the hearts of all present. Amidst the clouds, lightning crackled, illuminating the sky and instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Gong Wanqing furrowed his brow, puzzled by Su Linyuan's intentions. Although the display of lightning appeared formidable to an emperor-level expert like him, it was hardly more than a mere tickle. How could it pose any real threat? However, the very next instant, he was left dumbfounded. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Su Linyuan unleashed the power of the lightning. Yet, the target of this onslaught was not Gong Wanqing himself, but rather all the disciples of the Gong family within a radius of several thousand miles. Bang! Bang! An unending torrent of lightning cascaded down, launching indiscriminate assaults across the expanse. To an emperor-level warrior, these strikes were inconsequential, for the Nine Nether Mystic Thunder was merely of the High Saint rank. While it would be devastating for warriors below the Emperor level, it was insufficient against those of the Emperor rank. Nonetheless, Su Linyuan's true aim was always the disciples of the Gong family. In a mere instant, countless disciples perished, leaving not even a whole corpse behind, reduced to ash and dissipating into the ether. This scene instantly ignited Gong Wanqing's fury. His eyes nearly bulged with rage, barely containing the fire that blazed within. Su Linyuan, you have gone too far. Not only Gong Wanqing, but also Gong Liheng and the other elders of the Gong family, along with the disciples present, were seething with indignation. Had their glares possessed the power to kill, Su Linyuan would have perished countless times already. In the face of Gong Wanqing's wrath, Su Linyuan merely smiled faintly, a glimmer of delight shining in his eyes. For just moments ago, the indiscriminate assault of the Nine Nether Mystic Thunder had fulfilled his system task. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Give the Gong family a show of force. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Beidou's 7-star formation flag, exquisite imperial artifact. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Tianxuan translocation talismans, high imperial rank. The voice ringing in his ears illuminated Su Linyuan's vision. The Beidou 7 stars formation flag is an exquisite imperial artifact, with the Beidou being a harbinger of death. Once the formation flag is deployed, it harnesses the power of the 7 stars to enact devastating attacks. The lethality of this item is undeniably terrifying. Additionally, the Tianxuan transference talisman is remarkable. When activated, it disregards distance and space, allowing one to teleport across millions of miles, making it a rare and invaluable treasure for survival. With the acquisition of these two treasures, Su Linyuan felt an enhanced sense of confidence. Across from him, Gong Wanqing, without a moment's hesitation, charged towards Su Linyuan. In this battle, he swore to eliminate Su Linyuan, not solely to uphold the prestige of the Gong family, but also to avenge the fallen disciples. Observing this, Su Linyuan engaged without hesitation. Boom! Soon, the sky above was filled with the silhouettes of the two combatants, each strike delivered with lethal intent. The terrifying shockwaves of their battle even tore the heavens apart, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Fortunately, powerful figures from the imperial realm intervened to shield those present, or many lesser cultivators would have succumbed to the aftermath of their clash. In a brief span, the two exchanged hundreds of blows, yet the outcome remained undetermined. Although Su Linyuan appeared to be at a slight disadvantage, the decline was not apparent. In fact, he exhibited a growing tenacity as the battle progressed. Chapter 79. Su Linyuan faces 3 late-stage imperial beings alone. This young man possesses a formidable strength as a mere mid-stage imperial cultivator. He is capable of standing toe-to-toe with Gong Wanqing, a late-stage imperial expert, which is indeed astonishing. Below, Xue Zhengfei watched the fierce confrontation with astonishment, having never before encountered someone as fearsome as Su Linyuan. His innate talent and prowess were truly remarkable. On the other side, Monk Shihai's eyes sparkled with excitement. A prodigy? Indeed, if Su Linyuan could be persuaded to join the Wanfo Temple, it would be a monumental achievement. He pressed his lips together, his mind racing with plans. At this moment, in the heavens, Su Linyuan retreated a few steps, creating distance from Gong Wanqing. He raised his hand slightly, and a palm imprint descended instantaneously. The cause and effect imprint. Having just witnessed Gong Wanqing's divine technique, it was now Su Linyuan's turn to strike. Boom! In an instant, boundless Buddhist light radiated from Su Linyuan, and a colossal seal descended from the void. The ancestral elder of the Gong family, having lived for millennia, had undoubtedly committed numerous misdeeds. Thus, the moment the cause and effect imprint made contact, its power surged exponentially. This spectacle momentarily stunned Gong Wanqing. What kind of technique is this? He sensed the sheer terror of this move and, without hesitation, hastily prepared to defend himself. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Gong Wanqing was propelled backward several dozen yards by the formidable seal, feeling a sudden heaviness in his chest. His face a mask of incredulity as he gazed at Su Linyuan. This boy actually injured him. How could this be? He, a dignified late-stage imperial expert, had been wounded in direct combat with a mid-stage opponent. This revelation, if disseminated, would likely be met with skepticism. Moreover, this young man's methods are decidedly peculiar. It appears he has employed some form of divine power, specifically one associated with the Buddhist faith. The radiance he exudes is resplendent, steeped in an aura of Buddhism. How could he have acquired such abilities? Could it be that he has some clandestine connection with the 10,000 Buddhist temple? That seems improbable. Meanwhile, the monk Zhihai, upon witnessing Su Linyuan's invocation of this divine art, widened his eyes in astonishment. How could this be? He possesses the divine powers of our Buddhist order. This young man is fated to be connected with the 10,000 Buddhist temple. After being forced back and injured by Su Linyuan, Gong Wanqing's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. After all, in front of so many witnesses, having been injured by a mere junior would reflect poorly on his strength. At that moment, Lei Zhengxian stepped forward to stand beside Gong Wanqing. "Zhengxian, my friend," Gong Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. "Do not be alarmed, my friend. I shall lend you my strength to subdue this rogue." Lai Xingxuan replied earnestly. Ordinarily, he would refrain from involving himself in such matters. However, Su Linyuan was different. He was the husband of Gong Xinyao. Should he uncover the truth about Gong Xinyao's past, it would spell trouble for the Lei family. Moreover, Su Linyuan's terrifying talent and undeniable potential necessitated that he be quashed in his infancy. Otherwise, he would become a formidable adversary for the Lei family. "Thank you, esteemed Xianxia." Gong Wanqing's spirits lifted at these words, his previous composure restored. With Lei Zhengxuan's assistance, vanquishing Su Linyuan would be a trivial matter. After all, Lei Zhengxian was a revered elder of the Lei family, possessing profound strength, undoubtedly surpassing both Gong Wanqing and Su Linyuan. Across the way, Su Linyuan regarded Lei Zhengxian with narrowed eyes. He recalled that Gong Xinyao had indeed been betrothed to the Lei family. She had been taken back to Zhongzhou, and her subsequent disappearance might well be linked to them. With this thought, a chill crept into his gaze. "You must be aware of my wife Xinyao's whereabouts." Su Linyuan's voice was chillingly calm. In response, Lei Zhengxian smirked coldly. "What of it? Regardless, you shall not escape death today. Some matters are best left for you to inquire in the depths of hell." He had no intention of divulging anything to Su Linyuan, especially not in front of the multitude gathered in Zhongzhou. Su Linyuan's gaze darkened, a surge of murderous intent flickering within him. At that moment, the monk Zhihai from the 10,000 Buddhist temple lightly stepped forward, positioning himself on the opposite side of Gong Wanqing. With his hands pressed together, he intoned, "Amit Ba." The abilities displayed by this benefactor, Su, are indeed of our Buddhist order. I perceive an abundance of Buddhist light surrounding him, indicative of profound wisdom. He is surely destined to be connected with our 10,000 Buddhist temple. Today, I wish to guide this benefactor into our fold, to witness the Tathagata and partake in the bliss of the Pure Land. His proclamation sent tremors through the ranks of countless cultivators below in Zhongzhou, who is unaware of the manner of the 10,000 Buddhist temple. A mere disagreement prompts them to seek to enlighten others. To put unflatteringly, it is more terrifying than a pyramid scheme. Once ensnared by the 10,000 Buddha's temple, one's very intelligence may be subtly eroded. Gong Wanqing glanced at Zhihai and did not refuse. After all, having an extra hand to assist is beneficial. As for Su Linyuan being led to the 10,000 Buddha's temple, it posed no loss to him. Once Su Linyuan entered, his intellect would undoubtedly dissipate, rendering him incapable of causing trouble for the Gong family. Thus, Gong Wanqing spoke without hesitation. I would appreciate the assistance of both fellow Taoists. It is but a trivial matter. The two replied in unison. Su Linyuan, why do you not surrender promptly? Gong Wanqing said, his confidence unwavering. Surrender? Su Linyuan scoffed. Do you think you are worthy? If you have the capability, then make your move. I am eager to see how formidable 3 late-stage emperors can be when united. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 changed dramatically. What a bold young man to dare question the strength of 3 emperor-level beings combined. They were utterly incensed. With a grunt, they declared, if that is the case, let us show you. With that, the 3 simultaneously launched an assault on Su Linyuan. Witnessing the scene, Shui Jingfei felt a surge of anxiety. Even if she wished to intervene, it was far too late. She could only hope that Su Linyuan could withstand their combined attack, for then she might have a chance to act. At that moment, Su Linyuan sneered. Northern Dipper 7 stars formation flags descend. As his words fell, 7 formation flags suddenly appeared before him, encircling the 3 within. All present were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, not to mention the 3 trapped within the flags. The quality of these flags appeared quite high, likely of superior emperor-grade artifacts. Lei Jingxian narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. He never anticipated that Su Linyuan possessed such treasures. Considering what he had just used, this young man had at least 2 superior emperor-grade artifacts and an emperor-level sword formation. Such depth of resources was indeed formidable. This individual must possess great fortune. He must be captured. Lei Jingxian's eyes reddened, his greed overtaking him. Gong Wanqing and Zhihai felt similarly. The 3 were consumed by desire. Only Su Linyuan stood above the formation flags, looking down upon them. This Northern Dipper 7 stars formation flags is meant for slaughter. Let me witness just how potent this slaughtering force truly is.